Chapter 201. In view of the characteristics of the Silver Domain race and the characteristics of the possible war, our combat starship research mainly takes into account two aspects. On the one hand, we pursue lethality, and on the other hand, we pursue the number of casualties. Yang Shui opened the holographic image, which showed the latest research results, with a water droplet-shaped object on it. We compared it with the starships of the Golden Clan, and planned to follow the classification standards of the Silver Domain. Our Earth-class starships are not at all mainstream, and they can't even enter the Yellow class. The speed of the Sun-class starship can reach the Yellow class high. The Green-class starship project we just launched borrowed the telekinesis method used by Patriarch Shur in the virus incident to generate quantum particles. After disassembly and research, the jump technology of the Golden Clan starship is probably this technology. After multiple comparisons, and the fact that there is nothing in the void, we plan to design the Green-class starship into a water droplet shape. At this point, Yang Shui moved her mind, and the water droplet-shaped object began to enlarge and floated in the air in the center of the room. The entire water droplet-shaped surface is light blue, crystal clear, and very beautiful. Are you making a starship? Or a craft? It's so beautiful. Looking at the water droplet-shaped starship suspended in the middle, Katerina couldn't help but praise it. The tip of this water droplet is a telekinetic device, which can decompose the entire starship and all objects in the starship, including people, into tiny particles, about the same size as quantum particles, and then self-transmit. It will take about 100 years to complete the Green-class starship project. The following types of starships will be the main starships in this 100 years. As he spoke, the teardrop shape in the center of the room disappeared, replaced by a starship in the shape of a fighter jet. This starship has a gun barrel in the middle, and 4 gun barrels on both sides. Because it cannot be compared with the warships of other races in the Silver Domain, we cannot classify this starship. In terms of combat power, the main gun of this starship is a heavy super laser cannon, which uses a diamond array amplification and can easily split an asteroid with a diameter of 500 kilometers. Yang Shui then explained the performance and structure of this starship in detail. The Starship Research Institute named this starship Heavy Destroyer. After the main gun is activated, at least 2 small nuclear fusion reactors are required for power supply. Each wing of the Heavy Destroyer is equipped with a medium-sized super laser cannon and a heavy electromagnetic rail gun. There are 4 guns on the 2 wings. A total of 5 guns are arranged, and in order to ensure endurance and continuous lethality, 5 small nuclear fusion reactors are installed. A small nuclear fusion reactor is specially designed for maneuvering power supply. The other 4 small nuclear fusion reactors are used to power 5 guns. Because there are 5 small nuclear fusion reactors and 5 main guns inside, plus the energy warehouse, the entire starship is 2,500 meters long. Heavy destroyers can be used to attack enemy large starships and small planets. Shurhao looked at this behemoth and felt deeply that humans have developed to the point where they can destroy a small planet. We also have medium-sized destroyers, which have 3 medium-sized super laser cannons and 2 electromagnetic rail guns. They are only equipped with 3 small nuclear fusion reactors, and are 1/3 smaller than heavy destroyers. There is also a light destroyer with 3 guns, an electromagnetic rail gun in the middle, 2 medium-sized super laser guns on both sides, and 2 small nuclear fusion reactors. It is more than 800 meters long. The image in the middle of the room continued to change, and now a small battleship appeared in the middle, with the size marked on it, and the length was 80 meters. The last Bat-Clan incident reminded us. After testing, our lethality should be sufficient, but if we encounter a cluster attack, how do we deal with it? This is a question we have been considering. So we also designed a large interstellar mothership. The entire mothership is 10 kilometers long. The mothership is equipped with various types of super laser guns. In addition to functional cabins, such as energy cabins, the remaining space is designed as miniature interstellar berths. An interstellar mothership can theoretically carry 8,000 miniature destroyers, but due to energy and resource issues, our initial idea is to equip 3,000 miniature destroyers. This is the miniature destroyer. Yang Shui pointed to the starship in the center of the room and introduced. It is equipped with a medium-sized laser cannon, powered by high-energy batteries, and has no crew. In order to increase endurance, the laser cannon defaults to burst mode. A micro-destroyer can kill multiple targets through bursts. The interstellar mothership uses swarm tactics. After Yang Shui finished her introduction, the conference room was quiet. After a while, someone took the lead in applauding. This is definitely a killer weapon. After Yang Shui finished her introduction, Shurhao asked her to bring up the image of the interstellar mothership. Shihao stood up and looked at the image again, and then said, Xiaoyang, you did a good job and gave us a surprise. I have a question. This starship mothership is very large, so its maneuverability is weaker? The maneuverability and speed of the starship mothership are designed according to the standards of the yellow-level advanced starship. It is still very fast. Yes, it is very fast compared to our starship, but on the battlefield, if it cannot move quickly after attacking, it will become a live target. If one of them is destroyed, the loss will be great. When Yang Shui heard Shihao's words, she was a little unsure. Just as she was about to say something, Shihao interrupted her. The idea of the interstellar mothership must become a reality, but we have to consider it more carefully. First of all, this starship mothership should not be built before the jump technology has made a breakthrough. After the jump technology matures, start building the starship mothership immediately. Shihao has seen the jump technology of the Jin clan starship, which is almost a flash. When an enemy battleship flashes over, it cannot leave the battlefield at the speed of light. In addition, you must not only study the jump technology, but also the jump interference technology. When the enemy starship jumps over or jumps near our warship, how can we predict it in advance? I don't know if such technology exists. Why not study it and give it a try? You are worried that the micro-destroyer has insufficient attack power, so it is equipped with a medium-sized super laser cannon, right? Shihao turned around and looked at Yang Shui and asked. Yes. After getting a positive answer, Shihao continued, your idea is correct. From your explanation just now, I understand that there are still 5,000 empty berths in the mothership? Yes. I suggest you leave enough berths for micro-destroyers, and transform all the remaining berths into smaller berths to park micro-destroyers equipped with light super laser cannons. For such berths, 30 meters is enough, which can berth 15,000 ultra-micro-destroyers. When Shihao said this, Yang Shui added, Shihao, you are still thoughtful. When we heard this, he slapped his thigh and said. The others were confused and their faces were full of puzzlement. General Shi's proposed changes have several effects. First, it can take swarm tactics to the extreme. Second, those ultra-micro-destroyers can be sacrificed at any time to make suicide attacks. In addition to suicide attacks, they can also provide suicide protection for the mothership. Third, it can attack more targets at the same time. Judging from the other races on Mianyan Star, the light super laser cannon can easily kill people from other races. Think about it, if billions or tens of billions of bat people are scattered in space, carrying venom, and attacking Mianyan Star from all directions, how should we respond? This kind of cluster tactics is about quantity. If we don't have enough firepower output, the consequences can be imagined. Entering the silver domain, the number of alien life forms is tens of billions, hundreds of billions, so the war thinking and means must be changed accordingly. Shihao, those ultra-micro-destroyers can be equipped with high-explosive bombs. The Weapons Research Institute has just developed a high-energy bomb that can generate magnetic storm attacks and physical attacks at the same time. It is not necessary to activate the detonation device through a password, and the bombardment will not blow it up, so it is very safe. Wu Yi became more and more excited. Wu Yi's words also opened up Shihao's mind, and then said, that's even better, all micro and ultra-micro destroyers are equipped with high explosives. Xiaoyang, according to your idea of the starship mothership, first build 2 small interstellar motherships, which can be equipped with 100 to 300 micro and ultra-micro destroyers. These 2 small interstellar motherships are used to guard Mianyan Star. Okay, clan leader. Yang Shui responded. In addition, we need to build laser turrets on Mianyan Star to form a planet-wide defense system. However, these turrets need to be built underground to be more concealed. Not bad, not bad. This meeting has yielded a lot. Let's continue. Shihao said while looking at Su Yin. Chapter 202. After listening to the explanations of the previous speakers, my heart was filled with excitement. I didn't expect that our human race could actually build a Star Destroyer-level battleship. However, I feel a great pressure, but I have no choice but to do my duty. Su Yin stood up and walked to the back of the conference room while speaking. There were administrative staff sitting there. Li Kun, Lao He, and Zhao Qing were all sitting in that area. Li Binhui and several people from Hausher Group were also sitting there. Those attracted destroyers, interstellar motherships, and laser cannons all require money. So many people come to Mianyan Star to settle down, and they need houses. The task is heavy, but we are not afraid. Today I will also express my stance, and will never drag my feet. After Su Yin finished speaking, he gestured to the people next to him. Li Kun stood up. We have planned 50 cities, and we have settled the site selection issue. We will start construction work immediately. The size of each city is controlled at about 10 million people. After these 50 cities are saturated, we will build another 50 cities. Myunyoon Star has a large area, and most of it is land. In addition, we have arranged for each branch to purchase land locally and start urban construction work. Each branch will build a total of 3 cities, and the size of each city is planned to be about 30 million people. Accepting compatriots from Earth is not a problem. Thank you, Secretary General Lee. Then, I will work hard to transport people to Myunyoon Star. After Lee Kuan finished speaking, Wang Ping immediately stood up to thank him. Chief of Staff Wang is polite. We are all for the prosperity of the human race. No need to thank me. After the two of them exchanged pleasantries, Lao He stood up. We have built more than 100 planting bases and more than 100 breeding bases, and the raw materials used for clothing and food are already self-sufficient. The most important thing is that we have completed the screening and transformation of varieties suitable for planting and breeding on Myunyoon Star, and formed a system. The next goal is to complete the construction of 1,000 planting and 1,000 breeding bases. The exploration of mineral deposits on Myunyoon Star is also going well, and most of the mineral deposits needed by humans have been discovered. We have also discovered a mineral deposit containing an unknown element, and we are studying smelting methods to extract this element for further research. 5 smelters have been planned throughout Myunyoon Star, all far away from the city site planned by Secretary General Lee. We strive to make Myunyoon Star self-sufficient in all aspects of resources in 10 years. Lao He, wearing casual clothes, looked more mature and steady. After arriving at Myunyoon Star, he found an opportunity to thank Hao. His mother had passed away, and then he took the initiative to come to Myunyoon Star without any worries. After Lao He sat down, he gently tapped the chair of Zhao Qing, who was lost in thought. Zhao Qing was startled, smiled at everyone apologetically, and then stood up to speak. Zhao Qing mainly talked about 2 aspects of the problem. After the Bat Tribe virus incident, many problems were exposed. The most important problem was how to effectively solve the problem when the Songshan-level human body was invaded by the virus or had other symptoms. After that incident, Zhao Qing led a team to do public relations on this issue. Taking this opportunity to carry forward Hao's quantum particle therapy, a quantum therapeutic device was developed that can effectively kill viruses that invade the human body. They also developed a human metabolism instrument to speed up the metabolism of Songshan-level human bodies, assist in drug treatment, and make the drug prognosis better. This human metabolism instrument was the inspiration brought to them by Tai Dan. Another problem is to further confirm the various indicators and evolutionary paths of Kunlun-level human bodies. Wei has made great contributions here. Zhao Qing found some more icy substances and let Wei stay in them. Over time, Wei's freezing ability has become stronger. Minister Zhao, do you mean that if my body is integrated with fire-attributed substances, I can spit fire? Mickey asked loudly. Then you are the fire baby? Ha. The big man's words reminded everyone of the Calabash brothers, making everyone laugh. Mickey, that's very likely. What works in Wei's body is ice crystals. If you can find fire crystals, wind crystals or other crystals, you are very likely to master a new skill. Zhao Qing's words made everyone fall into contemplation. Although Zhao Qing explained the principle, everyone still didn't understand how to upgrade to Kunlun level. After much discussion, everyone concluded in 3 words: relying on luck. The last time he heard about Kunlun level, Hao felt hopeful. This time Zhao Qing still spoke vaguely, but Hao felt as if he could grasp the glimmer of hope. Songshan level couples can have children after marriage. General Su has issued a policy to stimulate childbirth, so we have also started to build a large comprehensive obstetrics and gynecology hospital. We will also extract the genes of newborns for research and track their growth process to ensure the eugenics of Songshan-level humans. After Zhao Qing finished talking about the maternity hospital, Mickey looked at Yang Shui. Yang Shui glanced at him and knew what he was thinking. However, as the Minister of Industry, how could she have time to have a child? President Li, God of Wealth, you can also talk about it. Su Yan looked at Li Binhui and spoke. Li Binhui is not only the chairman of Yinyu Haoshe Group, but also the president of Myanyangsing Chamber of Commerce. The products of the flying car manufacturing factory have been sold in 86 planets, and there are sales points in 10 cities on Myunyoon Star. Because of the low price, it has seized 40% of the market of the gold race flying cars. Clothing, alcoholic beverages, furniture, crafts and accessories have opened up the market of green-level planets and red-level planets through Lao Butte, and 3 batches of goods have been sold. Lao Butte introduced several agents to us, and I have introduced them to the heads of other manufacturers in the Chamber of Commerce. Human foreign trade will soon be fully rolled out. Next, we need to ensure production capacity, ensure the research and development and manufacturing of new products. In a word, our Myeonyun Star Chamber of Commerce will earn a lot of purple crystal coins for the human race. Li Bin still looked calm and unhurried. After a few words, he sat down. The last person to speak was a little unexpected. This was arranged by Shi Hao. This person is the Dean of Dharma Academy, the great monk Tan Yun from the Sutra Pavilion of Shaolin Temple. Chinese Kung Fu has been passed down for thousands of years, and it is definitely not just fancy moves. Once you practice it well, it will be a killing skill in the silver domain. This applies to both martial arts and skills. The role of the Dharma Academy is to select the most suitable ones for the silver domain, the most suitable ones for Songhan level and above, from among thousands of martial arts and skills, in order to improve the overall quality and combat effectiveness of the human race. One thing is clear, telekinesis is very important in the silver domain, and many of Yin countries' techniques are very useful for improving telekinesis. The purpose of establishing the Dharma Academy is to select the most suitable, and create the most suitable martial arts and techniques for the human race. Detailed instructions will be compiled later to help everyone practice. This meeting made Shi Hao feel much more at ease. The military and police system, political and business system, industrial and technological research and development system, trade system and martial arts and technique system of the entire human race have been improved and are operating efficiently. After research, General Wu Yi will serve as the deputy patriarch of the human race in addition to being the commander-in-chief of the military and police. When I am no longer in Myeonyun Star, General Wu will be responsible for everything and Chief Su will assist. When the meeting was about to end, Shi Hao announced an appointment. Before the meeting, he had discussed it with Wu Yi and Su Yin. All systems were operating effectively, and the virus incident of the bat race was also successfully resolved. For better development, Shi Hao decided to go out. Go to the 86 planets, and then go to Kirin Constellation to prepare for the human race to unify Kirin Constellation. Shi Hao and Yifeng have already discussed that after things are done, they will go together. After passing through the Hunter Constellation, Shi Hao will go to Kirin Constellation, and Yifeng will go to Canis Major Constellation. Yifeng and Zhu Zhuang are currently traveling on Myeonyun Star. After the meeting, Shi Hao began to prepare to leave Myeonyun Star. Shi Hao learned from Yifeng that the Sky Shuttle has a good collection value, but the speed is not very fast. He suggested that Shi Hao buy a system-level jump starship made by the Jin clan, or make another solar advanced starship, with a maximum speed of light speed, and it can be used with a large teleportation array. That day, Su Yin came over. General Shi, the Adventure Guild recently issued a green-level high-level task. The reward is 1,000 red crystal coins, 100 contribution points. Oh! Shi Hao looked at Su Yin a little puzzled when he heard Su Yin's words. The key is not the reward, but the mission. This mission was issued by the Exploration Bureau. At first, it was just a green-level primary mission to explore an area. But 3 groups of people went there in a row, and none of them came back. Then, the Exploration Bureau upgraded the mission to green-level medium, and 2 more groups of people went there, but none of them came back. This time it was upgraded to green-level high, but no one dared to take it. I came here this time to ask the general for advice. The 5 missing groups of people have caused panic among the people. Chapter 203. After listening to Su Yin, Shi Hao felt that this matter was not simple. If it is not handled properly, it will discourage adventurers from accepting tasks in the Adventure Guild. Shi Hao and Su Yin came to the Exploration Bureau. Lao He was already here. A deputy director was making a report. He was the task issuer. Captain. Seeing Shi Hao and Su Yin come in, Lao He hurriedly stood up and greeted them. He was used to calling them captain. Next, Lao He asked the deputy director to tell the story again. The Exploration Bureau has never stopped exploring Myeonyun Star. 3 months ago, when the Exploration Bureau was conducting a survey, it was discovered that there was a large area of suspected mineral deposits in a mountain and 3 kilometers underground within a radius of 4 or 500 kilometers. The area was very large. There is also a canyon 1 kilometer deep in the mineral deposit area. The canyon is always shrouded in clouds and mist, dark and humid. The Exploration Bureau issued a green-level primary task to explore that canyon. At the beginning, 3 groups of people registered with the Adventure Guild and took the mission information, but they never came back. Later, considering the difficulty of the mission, and wanting to find those 3 groups of people, we raised the mission level and increased the reward. 2 more groups of people took the mission, but still did not come back. Shi Hao asked the deputy director to bring all the mission information. There is not much description of the canyon above. In addition to describing that it is surrounded by clouds and mist, dark and humid, there is also a point that the magnetic field in the canyon is disordered and the instruments are malfunctioning. Captain, I'm going to take 2 people to take a look. When I come back, I will report to you. Lao He came here to solve this matter by himself. The Exploration Bureau is now under his direct management. Lao He, no need to say. Come with me to take a look. I haven't had a good look around Minyan Star for so long. After Shi Hao and Lao He discussed it, Lao He went to prepare things. Shi Hao went back to explain to Tianning and asked him to handle daily affairs. Then he took Shi Wei to meet Lao He. Mickey, Pigeon and Liang Wenlong were building a base for the Royal Guards on Minyan Star's satellite Yueshing. Captain, this is the Wanxi Valley below. The Exploration Bureau and the Planning Bureau are also responsible for naming. They will give names to mountains, canyons, highlands, plains, etc. The name Wanxi Valley was just given by the Exploration Bureau. The mountain next to it is named Wanxi Mountain. Looking down from the starship, you can see that the canyon below stretches for hundreds of kilometers and is about 10 kilometers wide. The ground seems to have been opened up. The canyon is foggy, but it still can't stop the gloomy atmosphere in the canyon. There is a temporary base over there, and the starship is parked there. Let's go down from there. Lao He pointed to the middle of the canyon, where there were several houses and a large piece of flat land, and several cigar-shaped starships were parked. These starships were built by Yang Shui and her friends. Shi Hao, Shi Wei, and Lao He were fully equipped, with laser guns, laser swords and daggers, as well as small detectors, ropes and other tools. The 3 climbed the rock wall of the canyon, and went all the way down to the bottom of the valley. After stepping on the ground, Shi Hao found that the visibility at the bottom of the valley was much better. The air was humid, and there were water stains on the ground, but it was very dark. The 3 turned on the high-brightness headlights, and the scene at the bottom of the valley was unobstructed. The magnetic field of Minyan Star is similar to that of the Earth, with clear poles. According to the habits of the Earth, it is also divided into the north and south poles, and a direction finder such as a compass has been built. Shi Hao first checked the direction finder, which was out of order. The quantum signal was also blocked here. No wonder 5 groups of people disappeared in a row. Shi Hao tried the watch phone again, and then said to Shi Wei and Lao He, "The 3 of us cannot act alone, and cannot leave each other's sight." After Shi Hao finished his instructions, he found the right direction and walked forward. The place where they climbed down the canyon was one end of the canyon. At this time, the direction of travel was the other end of the canyon. The entire Minyan Star is now green, but there is no green in the canyon, and there are black rocks all around. The 3 people kept walking forward, and they walked for more than 30 kilometers, but they didn't see anything. There was no grass growing under the canyon, and occasionally there was a stream flowing. After walking for a few more kilometers, a thick fog appeared in front of them, just like the fog that suddenly appeared on the top of the mountain, and the visibility was almost zero. Shi Hao called Shi Wei and Lao He to stop. They didn't rush in. When exploring Antarctica, due to the Pioneer, a ring of thick fog appeared around. The thick fog appeared out of nowhere, and the edges were very neat, which made Shi Hao alert. Through various means, including putting detectors in, throwing direction finders in, and even crawler robots, no substantial discoveries were made. Shi Hao tied a rope around his waist, asked Shi Wei and Lao He to wait outside, and walked in alone. After entering, the visibility was very poor, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. At this time, Lao He's exclamation came from outside, and then Shi Hao heard Lao He's voice saying, "Captain, this thick fog suddenly spread and wrapped me and Shi Wei in. Don't move, tie the rope around you, and move closer to me." Shi Hao calmly told the 2. At this time, Shi Hao found that they had no instruments or tools to help them identify the direction. They were careful enough when they came in, but they were still in a disadvantageous situation. It seems that the 5 groups of people also disappeared in this way. Shi Wei and Lao He walked along the rope toward Shi Hao. Shi Hao walked in only a few dozen meters, so the 3 of them quickly reunited. Not knowing the scope of the fog, Shi Hao did not act rashly. He asked Shi Wei and Lao He to sit cross-legged. "I will use my telekinesis to check the surroundings to see if there is anything abnormal. You can also use your telekinesis to find a way." After Shi Hao finished speaking, he began to silently practice Tai Chi. Shi Wei tried many kinds of exercises, and finally found that the Taoist exercise 9 Dings refining spirit method was the most suitable for him. He looked inward at Dantian, and Dantian was full of icy air. Shi Wei guided the cold air to spread all over his body, and then extended it outwards. Lao He was busy with work and rarely practiced martial arts. His martial arts and skills were very weak. He clearly felt the cold air around him, and was shocked, thinking that something had happened to Gu again. Just as he was about to speak, Shihao's voice came over. "Wei, your cold air is getting heavier. You must control it more carefully to avoid hurting others." Lao He heard Shihao's words, and looked in the direction of Wei, and his mood calmed down. As Wei's cold air extended, the surrounding fog turned into ice chips, falling down, and the surrounding fog kept filling this side, but kept turning into ice chips, and falling to the ground. Slowly, the ground around the three people was covered with frost, accumulating more and more. Shihao spread out his thoughts, and when it extended 3 kilometers, his thoughts showed obvious distortion. He knew that this was because his thoughts touched the cliffs on both sides of the canyon. This distortion was exactly the same as the distortion caused by strong magnets. However, the degree of distortion was much weaker than that of the training room built with strong magnets. Shihao increased the strength of his thoughts, and his thoughts penetrated and continued to extend downward. About 3 kilometers later, his thoughts penetrated the strong magnetic field area. At the moment of penetration, Shihao felt that his thoughts suddenly increased countless times, and then burst out uncontrollably. In his thoughts, the dark castle of the dark planet flashed, followed by a sharp pain in his brain. Shihao hurriedly retracted his thoughts and stopped practicing. The horror in his heart could not calm down for a long time. The pain just now hurt his thoughts, which was the reason for his unstable thoughts. He continued to sit still, and practiced again a few minutes later. This time, his thoughts did not leave his body, but slowly repaired the injuries of his thoughts. An hour later, his thoughts finally calmed down, but the scar had not completely healed. At this time, the frost on the ground had reached their waists, and Shihao stood up. At this time, the fog within a kilometer radius around him all turned into ice chips, and the surrounding fog kept rolling to fill the gap within a kilometer radius, but it disappeared as soon as it came in. "Wei, can you perform the skills while walking?" "Yes, master." "Then let's continue to explore forward." Wei stood up, adjusted for a few minutes, and the empty area was reduced to 50 meters, and then walked forward. Lao He, Shihao and Wei walked side by side. At first, Wei walked very slowly. After walking 2 kilometers, Wei began to speed up, and his forward speed was equivalent to when he just reached the bottom of the valley. Chapter 204. Lao He observed Wei as he walked. Since he left the army and joined the administrative system, he has been tied up by various trivial matters every day. As for martial arts and skills, he looked at them casually and chose them casually, but he never practiced them. Looking at Mickey and Wei, he felt that he was far behind. If he had brought people to explore this canyon, he would still have disappeared. This trip to Luanxi Valley sounded a wake-up call for him, and he practiced martial arts and skills after returning. In this way, the three of them traveled another 30 kilometers, and there was thick fog all along the way. A few kilometers further ahead, the thick fog around 50 meters rolled more and more violently, and Wei slowed down again, trying to maintain it. The further he went, the thicker the fog became. 50 meters shrank to 30 meters. Finally, when he could only maintain a radius of 20 meters, Wei stopped. "Master, the fog here is too thick, it's hard to keep going." Shihao found a relatively high place to sit cross-legged after hearing this. Wei also sat down, and then the area within a radius of 80 meters became empty again. Shihao's detection this time became cautious. He did not deliberately enhance his telekinesis to penetrate the strong magnetic field area, but let his telekinesis extend along the edge of the strong magnetic field. 2 kilometers ahead, on one side of the canyon, Shihao's telekinesis easily penetrated through it. After repeated attempts, Shihao confirmed the location. There should be a cave 2 kilometers ahead. Let's go and explore it. The telekinesis penetrated the side wall of the canyon without any hindrance. Shihao thought about it, and thought that it should be empty there, which would explain the phenomenon he encountered. The three stood up again. When they walked slowly to that place, Wei could only control a range of less than 10 meters. Shihao walked towards the detected cave entrance, feeling the ground gradually getting lower and the water flowing. Shihao looked at Wei, then at Lao He, and asked, "Lao He, we should have explored half of this canyon, right?" "Yes, this is almost in the middle." Lao He has been recording the distance they have advanced. "We have walked halfway, and have not encountered any danger. The most is the risk of getting lost. The 5 groups of people should still be alive. But overall, time has been running out. Let's rescue them first, and then explore this cave." Shihao did not forget their mission to explore the canyon this time. In addition, he was worried that there was danger in the cave, and that Lao He would not be able to cope with it after entering. After the three agreed, they passed through the dense fog and continued to explore forward. Along the way, relying on Wei's ability, they easily found 4 groups of people, all trapped by the thick fog, wandering at the bottom of the valley, and unable to get out. After searching the bottom of the valley, the last group of people could not be found. Finally, they sent the 4 groups of people out of the thick fog, and were led up by Lao He. Hao and Wei turned back again. They guessed that the group of people must have mistakenly entered the cave, and had to go in once. When they came to the place just now, the two did not hesitate, and walked directly into the cave entrance. After walking in for dozens of meters, the thick fog inside disappeared, which was quite strange. Through the high brightness headlights, the two saw that the inside was very large, as if it was dug out by humans. Hao walked to the cave wall closest to him, touched it with his hand, and explored it with his mind. It was found that the material of this stone was similar to that of a strong magnet. It seemed that the strong magnet of the Bat tribe should have been dug out from here. The two continued to walk in. The cave was very tall at the beginning of the 2 or 3 kilometers. The mineral deposits inside had obviously been mined out. Continue to go in, and walk to the end. There was a tunnel, which was obviously dug out by humans. Going 2 or 3 kilometers deep into the tunnel, walk to the end, and there was another large space inside. There were several people standing inside. Yifeng, why are you here? When Hao saw a person clearly, he shouted, Brother Shi, I think this canyon is a bit strange, so I came down to take a look. I didn't expect to meet your people. Chief. The other 5 people greeted Hao. Chief, we have been wandering at the bottom of the valley for a few days. We accidentally entered this cave, and just came in to explore it. This person was the captain of the 5-man team and explained. Well, it's good that everything is fine. You should do a good job of exploration and record so that you can go back and hand in the task. After Hao finished speaking, he walked to Yifeng. Brother Yifeng, what is so strange under here? Can you give me some advice? There are all treasures in here. Yifeng pointed to the surroundings and said enviously. Oh! Then please tell me about it, Brother Yifeng. The outer layer is a strong magnet. I believe you have seen it. The strong magnet used by the Bat tribe was mined and refined from here. This strong magnet is a powerful tool for transforming the planet. It changes the magnetic field and accelerates the condensation speed of the atmosphere, thereby accelerating the transformation speed of the planet. Hao and his team have experienced this effect personally. The strong magnet brought back to Earth was used in the transformation of Mars. It is said that Mars is now covered with green grass. This strong magnet is just an accessory. The most valuable thing is these telekinetic stones. This thing is really hard to come by. Brother Shi should know about the starship of the Jin clan. The kind of starship that can jump. I have heard of this, but I have never ridden it. The jump-class starship technology is what the human race dreams of. Yang Shui and others have almost figured out the principle, but it is still a long way from becoming a real thing. The jump-class starship manufactured by the Jin clan cannot do without telekinetic stones. The telekinetic stone can give a strong increase in telekinesis, thereby achieving the effect of self-transmission. Yifeng's words made Hao's heart fluctuate. At this hurdle, it was like God's help. The telekinetic stone will speed up the research and development and manufacturing progress of the human race's starship. In fact, most of the starships of other tribes use items such as telekinesis stones for amplification. Brother Yifeng, do you mean that there are things stronger than this telekinesis stone? Yes, telekinesis stones are also divided into grades, and the telekinesis stones here are at best medium grade. Most of the starships of the Jin tribe use medium-grade telekinesis stones, and the system-level jump starships they build should use this kind. The two walked to the side while talking, and Hao stroked the stone wall with his hand. There was nothing special. He thought of the sudden amplification he got after his telekinesis penetrated the strong magnetic field area when he first entered the canyon. That feeling was a bit weird, but very refreshing. He just couldn't figure out why the dark planet and dark castle appeared in his mind. Could it be that what you think in your heart, you will get what you want? Brother Yifeng, what level are the starships of the Jin tribe? That kind of system-level jump starship can be considered as the primary red level, and the cloud-level jump starship they are developing can be considered as the middle red level. The Gold Clan can only get by on green level and yellow level planets. When it comes to red level planets, they are just average. Yifeng's words gave Hao an understanding of the level of the entire Silver Domain starship. It seems that the human race can only be said to have initially established a foothold in the Silver Domain after catching up with the Gold Clan. There are still countless mountains ahead waiting for the human race to climb. The two chatted as they walked out along the tunnel. This time, there was no risk in exploring the Chaos Magnetic Valley, but instead, a lot of gains were made. The saying blessings come with misfortunes is vividly reflected here. Brother Yifeng, I have another question to ask you. Brother Sure, just ask. Is this a telekinetic stone mine or a telekinetic stone that can be used directly? Sure Hao heard that telekinetic stones are divided into grades, and strong magnetic stones are obtained through refining. So whether this telekinetic stone is obtained through refining, he must figure it out to avoid taking a detour. It can be refined, but the method is very troublesome. Currently, only the elves, dark spirits, and yikshaws have mastered it. The gold tribe uses it directly after mining. Thank you, Brother Yifeng, for your advice. Brother Sure, you are too polite. According to your words, Brother Sure saved my life. What's the point of me helping you a little? There was no conversation along the way. The few of them came to the entrance of the cave. Where Yifeng walked, the thick fog automatically avoided a few feet away, revealing a passage. As Yifeng moved forward, the passage continued to open up. Yifeng still looked calm and relaxed, which showed that he had smooth control over his telekinesis. Brother Sure, you have strong magnets and telekinesis stones here. With these two things, you can arrange them into a formation to achieve the effect of tempering telekinesis. Chapter 205. After boarding the starship, Yifeng took the initiative to speak. Brother Yifeng, please speak. Sure Hao looked like he was listening attentively, and Yifeng began to speak. Yifeng asked Sure Hao to place the strong magnets in a circle, and put them on the outermost side. Put the telekinetic stones in a circle, and then sit in the middle to release telekinesis. When the telekinesis encounters the telekinesis stones, it will be instantly amplified. The telekinesis stones have too strong amplification for telekinesis. When you first start to exercise your telekinesis, you may lose control and hurt yourself. So you need to surround them with a circle of strong magnets to distort the enhanced telekinesis so that you don't hurt yourself. As your telekinesis increases, and you become more and more proficient in telekinesis control, you can surround the strong magnets and telekinesis stones in several layers, which is also applicable to telekinesis controllers of stronger levels. During the training period, penetrating the strong magnets layer by layer is the process of strengthening your telekinesis level by level. The telekinesis stones play the role of training your telekinesis control. Brother Yifeng, what level is your telekinesis now? It should be between red level, medium, and high level. After Yifeng finished explaining the training method, the two began to chat. Sure Hao learned that the Yiksha people have better talents, and their telekinesis can reach green level elementary level when they are born. Then they continued to train their telekinesis through the method just mentioned. As they grew older and continued to exercise, their telekinesis rose to the current level. You only have this method to train your telekinesis? What Sure Hao meant by this was that he wanted to see if the higher races had similar methods to improve their telekinesis. It's not this method either, but they are all similar. People with higher telekinesis levels will even look for strong magnetic planets and strong telekinesis planets to train their telekinesis, so as to achieve the purpose of improving their telekinesis. After hearing Yifeng's explanation, Sure Hao understood a little bit. Those advanced races first rely on talent, and then rely on tempering telekinesis to achieve the effect. Don't you have any martial arts or techniques that can improve telekinesis? Hearing Sure Hao's question, Yifeng thought about it and shook his head. After thinking for a while, he said, "It is said that there are similar techniques, but they are very rare. Only certain thrones and main gods have them. In addition, I heard that these techniques are suitable for this race, but not necessarily for other races. This is understandable. The body structures of different races are different. According to the techniques handed down by Yin country, the body structures such as Dantian, Ing Tang, and acupoints are required. These techniques may not be applicable to other races. Even on Earth, only Yin country has martial arts and techniques handed down, and other countries do not have similar cultivation systems. Yifeng, you have helped us so much since we arrived at Minyan Star. I cannot repay you enough. I want to give you a set of skills. Brother Sure, you are too polite. I just said a few more words. Besides, you saved my life. How can I ask for your reward? Hey, wait, you said you want to give me a set of skills? Can it improve my mental power? Sure Hao watched Yifeng's calm expression suddenly change to impatience, and smiled and nodded at him. Okay, I want it. I won't say thank you. We are brothers from now on. Brother Yifeng, I need to explore your body structure. Is it convenient? Sure Hao first needs to understand the body structure of the Yiksha people, so that he can select the appropriate skills according to their body structure. Yi Feng didn't say anything and immediately stretched out his hand. Shihao held Yi Feng's right wrist, and then used his mind to scan his body. As expected, the body structure of the Iksha people is very different from that of humans. Shihao let go of Yi Feng's wrist, and countless exercises turned in his mind. After thinking about it, Shihao's mind came up with a book of exercises, AZ Guan meditation method. Since it is impossible to practice meridian exercises, then start with the visualization and breathing method, maybe it can be successful. Shihao then passed the entire exercise book to Yi Feng's mind through his mind, and told him the practice method in detail. Brother Yi Feng, I don't know whether this exercise will work or not, you can try it. This is Shihao's own idea, and he dare not guarantee whether it will work or not. Thank you, Brother Shi, this exercise is different from martial arts, I have already felt its profoundness. At this time, the starship had returned to the square of the Star Lord's mansion and stopped. Brother Shi, I take my leave first. Shihao knew that Yi Feng wanted to find a place to practice, so he asked Shi Wei to lead him to find an empty room to settle down. Shihao immediately asked Tianying to find Wu Yi, Su Yin, Lao He and Yang Shui. He thought about it, and asked Tianying to call Master Tan Yud as well. Several people sat down in the conference room, and Shihao explained the situation of the strong magnetite mine and the telepathic stone mine to everyone. Everyone was very happy to hear this, and Yang Shui jumped up excitedly. We must speed up the mining of magnetite and telepathic stone mines, and let the Metallurgical Research Institute develop the refining methods of these two mines as soon as possible, and extract the top-grade telepathic stone as soon as possible. Yang Shui, you must use the telepathic stone in the research and development and manufacturing of the jump starship as soon as possible, and develop a jump-class starship as soon as possible. Old Black, we need to increase the exploration of Minyan Star to find out the reserves of strong magnets and telekinetic stones, as well as the reserves of some other unknown mineral deposits. Su Yin, you issue a notice to all human beings to keep the secret of the skills. The martial arts light balls can be sold, but the skills are strictly prohibited. Looking at everyone's puzzled eyes, Shihao described the current status of the martial arts and skills of various races in the Silver Domain. Master Tan Yin heard this and said, what does patriarchate mean, that our skills are the foundation for the human race to gain a foothold in the Silver Domain? Yes. I learned from Yi Feng that the higher races rely on talent, not skills, so I think this is the opportunity for the human race. Master Tan Yin, you must strengthen the construction of martial arts schools and let them flourish in the human area. The practice of skills is temporarily open to Earthlings. Only those who have borrowed the human body for 10 years and have no bad records are allowed to grant the human skills. Next, Shihao repeated the method of training telekinesis that Yi Feng had said, and asked Su Yin to take the lead and Master Tan Yin to assist in making a telekinesis hammer ball. Yi Feng said that it was to form a circle and sit in the middle to train telekinesis. And Shihao was going to make the telekinesis hammer ball directly into a sphere. The strong magnets and telekinesis stones in the sphere are distributed around, and they are divided into 6 levels according to the number of layers of strong magnets and telekinesis stones. Earthlings must strengthen the practice of martial arts and skills, and must not slack off for a day. Until today, Shihao really established confidence in the human race. I will arrange for people to spread this method to Earth, and the practice of martial arts and skills will start from childhood. Su Yin immediately expressed his attitude, and he knew the importance of this matter. Oh Lao Wu, there's one more thing. When Shihao was about to adjourn the meeting, he suddenly thought of a question. Develop telekinetic weapons. I don't know what form telekinetic weapons will take. Let the Weapons Research Institute develop them based on the enhanced telekinetic characteristics. Don't stick to the shape or the principle. Just develop them based on actual combat. Wu Yi heard Shihao's suggestion and continued, your words remind me of the sword controlling techniques in fantasy novels. I wonder if we can develop a flying sword that appears and disappears, like a ghost by adding telekinetic stones, and referring to the principle of the jump starship. Wu Yi gestured as he spoke. What he imagined was that the flying sword would flash in his hand, and suddenly appear in front of the enemy, killing the enemy by surprise. Lao Wu, you're right. Everything is possible. Shihao became interested when he heard Wu Yi's idea. He had always relied on laser guns, laser swords and daggers, which was a bit weak and powerless. Old Wu, I hope I can use your flying sword when I come back this time. The Golden Clan Supernatural Leap Class Starship has just been put on the stage in the Silver Domain. From this, we can see how deep the water in the entire Silver Domain is. If the human race wants to rise to the top, starships, physical fitness, telekinesis, and weapons must all be developed comprehensively. Sure Hao felt that his thoughts were becoming clearer and clearer. Haozi, when are you going to leave? It is expected to be in a month. I will leave after I have made preparations. The starship prepared by Yang Shui for me is almost completed, right? As mentioned earlier, the Sky Shuttle will stay, and Sure Hao will take the high-level solar-class starship. It has been manufactured and is currently being debugged. Yang Shui replied. Xiao Su, if you can refine telekinesis stones in a month, prepare some for me. Maybe I can use them. Sure Hao understands the effect of telekinesis stones on the amplification of telekinesis. His telekinesis is still very weak. Carrying some telekinesis stones with him may come in handy in critical moments. Xiao Su, you guys should hurry up and try to develop a telekinetic hammer ball before General Sure leaves, for use on the road. After Sure Hao's explanation, Wu Yi knew the importance of the telekinetic hammer ball to Sure Hao. Chapter 206. For more than a month, Yi Feng stayed in the room and did not come out. The preparation time was more than 20 days longer than expected. Su Yan organized people to dig up the telekinetic stones, and Wu Yi organized the staff of the Weapons Research Institute and the Telekinetic Research Institute to continue to work hard and create 2 telekinetic hammer balls. One is for Sure Hao, and the other is for Yi Feng. The development of telekinetic weapons and new starships was not so fast. Sure Hao's weapons were still only laser guns, laser cannons, and special daggers. In addition, he also brought Jean Rui's telekinetic stick and the quasi-purple level weapon dagger given to him by Mia at the hunter seat. He tried to use telekinesis to activate this dagger, but it had no effect. He could only hold the dagger to attack, and for this reason, he also specially practiced a dagger-related martial arts. This martial art focuses on cunning, speed, ruthlessness, and accuracy, and incorporates the dagger fighting skills of the special forces. This was Sure Hao's first time entering the Silver Domain. The road ahead was unknown, and the dangers were unknown. Sure Hao originally planned to act alone. Tian Ying and Sure Wei regarded Sure Hao as their master in their hearts. They followed Sure Hao all day and pestered him. Sure Hao had no choice but to agree to let them go together. Mickey and Pigeon also wanted to go, but were sternly rejected by Sure Hao. They also had to be responsible for the establishment of the personal guard group and protect the safety of the human race. The burden on them was also heavy. Before leaving, Pigeon delivered 5 individual systems and 2 latest quantum switches, which were the size of a palm, but the coverage range could reach 500 kilometers. Watches, glasses, and reconnaissance robots are all automatically connected. Watches and glasses have many built-in programs and functions, such as automatic recording, direction finding, temperature measurement, and gravity intensity measurement. The watch calendar has 2 built-in calendars, Earth Calendar and Silver Calendar. There is also a calendar conversion function that can convert the calendar of any planet into Earth Calendar and Silver Calendar. It also has a mineral scanning function that can scan minerals or unknown objects, and contains all the element maps currently known to humans. What Zhao Qin sent was the most unexpected and the most applicable. It was 50 camouflage capsules. In order to ensure Sure Hao's safety, Su Yan and Zhao Qin discussed and made them using biological preparation methods based on the research on the genes and cell structures of other tribes. These camouflage capsules are the size of a fist and are disposable. After being disassembled, they will become larger. After being equipped, a layer of special potion can be sprayed on it, and it can automatically fit the skin. The overall effect is very realistic. These camouflages cover the camouflages of the Zerg, stone, orcs, and giant lizards. The camouflages of these tribes include the head and the skin of the whole body. The camouflage capsules of the human race are only made for the head, which is smaller. Knowing that Sure Hao was leaving Ninyun Star recently, Su Yuan had stayed here since the last transport mission was completed, and did not return to Earth with the fleet. In the Star Lord's mansion, Sure Hao cooked personally, and the conference table of the entire conference room was arranged in a long strip, filled with people seeing him off. Grandpa, Xiao Xiao can already walk, and can still call Grandpa Grandpa. I'd bring him here when you come back. Xiao Xiao is the son of Su Yuan and Ouyang Xiaojia. Yang Shui, when will you and Mickey give birth to a little mouse? Su Yuan said this, looking at Mickey and Yang Shui sitting next to her. Yang Shui blushed, pinched Su Yuan's arm and said, let's talk about it after the jump-class starship is manufactured. Everyone ate, drank and chatted. Su Yuan found an opportunity to whisper to Sure Hao, I went to see my grandma. She is so beautiful that I am jealous. Su Yuan was talking about Zheng Xian after her rebirth. This was arranged by Sure Hao when he left the Earth last time. Sure Hao set Zheng Xian's rebirth age to about 28 years old. Hao didn't say anything, but he felt relieved. She has changed her name to Zheng Xian now, the Xian with a vertical heart radical. After you left the Earth, she went to a university to study, and finally stayed to teach at the university. At first, Zheng Xian always said that her name was too rustic, and he liked the word Xian the most. This time he finally got his wish. Zheng Xian originally envied a quiet and peaceful life. Teaching at a university is one of her favorite professions. It seems that personality is ultimately determined by genes. Tell your mother not to disturb her too much. Let her live a more relaxed life. Hao explained. At the end of the dinner, Hao found Wu Yi and Su Yin. We still follow the strategy of low-key development. All research and development of technology, weapons and other technologies must be kept confidential. Don't expose them when it is not necessary. Last time, Jean Boifeng asked for weapons to take back for research, which still made Hao very unhappy. It feels like you are a beautiful woman, and your skirt is lifted up under the pressure of others. After the three chatted for a while, Su Yin handed Hao a purple crystal card with 10,000 purple crystal coins in it, and also gave Hao a small bag with 500 purple crystal coins. After the dinner, Hao and Yifeng boarded the new starship and set off. This starship is not very big, only 3 kilometers long, cigar-shaped, and should be the most advanced starship model currently available to the human race. Considering that Hao is going on a long-distance trip, the energy warehouse was enlarged when this starship was built. The interior decoration is very luxurious and comfortable. I suggest that Brother not go to Qilin this time. First, fully understand the yellow level planets and the strength of other races. This will be good for the development of your human race. Yifeng is making suggestions to Hao. The starship is flying quickly in one direction. Hao's first stop is 201 star, which is one of the 86 developed planets, and the closest to Mianyun star. It takes about 1 Earth year to fly. Yifeng began to tell Hao about the general situation of the yellow-level planets. There are more than 500 million yellow-level planets in total, and 99% of them are inhabited by various races. If it is not for the development of the race, there is no need to go. Yifeng mentioned a few places, and Hao must go. Sanyu star, this is the recognized first yellow-level planet in the Silver Domain. It can be called a commercial planet, and it is the most prosperous yellow-level planet. Adventure Tower, this tower has its own space, a total of 7 floors. It is said that climbing the tower can get a ranking, and the top 3 climbers can get rich rewards. Treasure Mountain, this is definitely a must-go. Entering the Treasure Mountain will not return empty-handed, but everyone can only enter once in this life, and can only bring out 1 treasure. Mind Power Mountain, this is a good place to temper mind power. Mind Power Mountain will create the most suitable mind power tempering environment for each person, according to the characteristics of each entrant. Chaos Land, this place is a mixed bag. Strictly speaking, it is an unrated planet. All races that have entered the sequence, as well as races that have not entered the sequence, can enter this planet. Those who can make a name for themselves in the land of chaos and leave safely have become the best in the Silver Domain. In the boundless battlefield, there are boundaries between domains, but the domain at the edge of the universe has one side without a boundary, connected to either nothingness, chaos, or wilderness. There is such a situation on the edge of the Silver Domain, connected to a wilderness, and the races in the wilderness often invade the Silver Domain. So the Silver Domain encourages adventurers to participate and fight with those invading races. This place can earn military merits. Those who have great military merits will not only receive honorary titles issued by the Silver Domain, but also exchange their military merits for generous rewards. Brother I'm not very familiar with yellow-level planets. I usually just pass by, so I don't have a star map. Star maps may be expensive, but you must first buy a star map of the nearby starry sky when you go to each planet. On the one hand, it will prevent you from getting lost, and on the other hand, it can provide convenience for your human race. Through Yifeng's explanation, Hao learned that the various races have strict control over the star map. If you know more about the nearby starry sky, you will have more initiative in case of war. There are many adventurers on the planets who draw their own star maps of the nearby starry sky to sell, but some planets with strict control do not allow sales and can only be purchased on the black market. For those races throughout the Silver Domain, each branch will collect and improve the star map, and then submit it to the headquarters for summary. Brother Yifeng, do you know the approximate locations of the Adventure Tower and Treasure Mountain? I want to go to these 2 places first. The Adventure Tower is on Sanyu Star. I don't know the exact location of Treasure Mountain, but I suggest that Brother go to Sanyu Star first. There is a large teleportation array there that can reach Treasure Mountain. From here to Sanyu Star, It seems that you have to go through 5 large teleportation arrays. According to the speed of this starship, it will take about 10 years to fly there. 1 silver domain year is equivalent to 100 Earth years. It takes dozens of Earth years to go out once. In this way, 1 silver domain year is not long. In this way, after the two of them confirmed that they had arrived at 201 star, they went directly to Sanyu star. After Yifeng arrived at Sanyu star, he separated from Shi Hao and went to Canis Major. Chapter 207. Yifeng continued to practice as Guaming thoughts on Mianyun star for more than a month. At the beginning of the practice, he felt that this method was very profound. Due to cultural differences, he could not figure it out. He simply calmed down and studied Chinese and Yin country culture for a week. After that, he quickly got started. He felt that his long-term tacit level had loosened. When he saw the tacit power hammer ball made by Shi Hao according to his explanation, he realized the wisdom of the human race. Shi Hao, Tianying, Shi Wei, and Yifeng practiced every day, and did not fall behind in martial arts and techniques. When the 2 tacit power hammer balls were almost idle, one person came down, and the other went up. Tianying had the weakest tacit power stone among the 4 people. At the beginning, he could only last for 1 hour. When he arrived at 201 star, he could last for 3 hours. Every time Shi Wei practiced, the icy air that burst out from the telekinetic hammer ball penetrated his bones. When it reached 201 star, even Yifeng would feel uncomfortable if he didn't use telekinesis to resist. After Yifeng's test, Shi Hao's telekinesis should be at the high level of green and the elementary level of red, which is basically the top existence on the yellow planet. Tianying's telekinesis level is at the middle level of green, and Shi Wei is at the high level of green. Yifeng not only has a high level of telekinesis, but also has a physical fitness that is 1/3 stronger than Shi Hao. If Shi Hao uses Luhan Fist to fight Yifeng, without telekinesis, he can only barely fight for 10 moves before being defeated. However, using Tai Chi and Tai Chi Dao, although Shi Hao is still at a disadvantage, he can fight Yifeng for 100 moves without being defeated. Yifeng also tried to practice Tai Chi Dao, but he couldn't enter into meditation anyway, so he had to give up practicing with envy and jealousy. A year passed quickly, and the starship arrived at the outer space of 201 star. 201 star is about the same size as the Earth. It is a rocky planet with no atmosphere, no plants and no water. Because the planet is too small, the starship must be parked in outer space, and the parking fee is 1,000 yellow crystal coins. On 201 star, there are 5 races, including the human race. The Stone clan has the largest population, followed by the Orcs. The Zerg clan and the Giant Lizard clan have similar populations, and the human race has the least. The style of the Human Adventure Guild Tower is the same as that on Mianyun Star, and the branch also works on it. Shi Hao and his 4 companions came to the door of the Adventure Guild. When they were about to enter the door, they were almost hit by a stone chair flying out from inside. Shi Hao walked in quickly. I saw several people in the Adventure Guild confronting 3 orcs. Seeing this scene, the image of orcs that Ba Ren had established in Shi Hao's mind collapsed again. He had a fight with orcs just after arriving at Mianyun Star, and it was the same when he arrived at 201 Star. Flynn, your mission completion rate is not 100%. Why should I give you the full reward? A young human man who was smaller than the 3 orcs pointed at Flynn and said, I don't care. If you don't give it to me, I will destroy your branch. Flynn continued to shout unreasonably. Then do it. After the young human man finished speaking, he jumped high and kicked Flynn in the face. Flynn did not dodge, stood unsteadily, and retreated to Shi Hao. After finally standing firm, Flynn drew his waist knife and prepared to pounce. He felt a chill on his wrist, and then the knife in his hand disappeared. Then he felt a tightness on the back of his neck, a chill on his neck, and he somersaulted out of the door. Shi Wei made his move. There were 2 more orcs, who were stunned. Brother, throw them out too. After Shi Wei finished speaking, several staff members in the guild rushed forward, subdued the 2 orcs, and then carried them out. The young men had the opportunity to greet Shi Hao and the others at this time. After seeing who was coming, he immediately raised his hand to salute, and then said, I am Lin Jun, the president of the Tuwangsing branch. Welcome General Shi to Tuwangsing to inspect the work. General, I'm really sorry, we didn't do our job well. Lin Jun said with a guilty look on his face. Xiao Lin, you performed well. If someone comes to your door, you must fight them off. Otherwise, it will be difficult for the human race to gain a foothold on Tuwangsing. When Shi Hao first arrived at Mianyunxing, he was tougher and more arrogant than Lin Jun and the others. Shi Hao knew that good people are bullied. Remember, you have the entire human race to support you. Don't be afraid when things happen. We don't bully others, But we must never let others bully us. There was warm applause in the guild. Shirhao came to inspect these 86 planets to boost morale. Such a good opportunity must not be missed. Hee, you humans are very powerful. At this time, a cold voice came from outside. I saw an orc who was not tall and had a hideous scar on his face walked in. Tell me, you beat my people. What should we do about today's matter? The man stood at the door and said viciously. Fugai, your brother is going wild here, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. As the president, you don't restrain your subordinates, but come here to bite back. Lin Jun walked forward a few steps, came to Fugai, and responded forcefully. I just can't stand you humans. I'm just looking for trouble. What can you do? Fugai gritted his teeth, pointed at Lin Jun with his finger, and provoked him word by word. You? When Lin Jun wanted to defend himself, Shirhao came over and patted Lin Jun on the shoulder, asking him to calm down. President Fugai, what do you want? Just say it. Shirhao's voice was not loud, and he said slowly. Pay 100 purple crystal coins for compensation, apologize, and the human race will withdraw from 201 Star from now on. After hearing Fugai's words, Shirhao took out the bag from his pocket, which contained purple crystal coins. Shirhao took out a purple crystal coin from it, played with it in his hand, and said, I have a purple crystal coin, but whether you can take it away depends on your real ability. Brother Yifeng, I heard that conflicts between races can be resolved on the ring? Is that true? Shirhao ignored Fugai and turned to ask Yifeng. There is such a rule in the Silver Domain, but it is not the same in many planets. The difference lies in the way of setting up the arena. After hearing Yifeng's explanation, Shirhao looked at Fugai. What is the method of 201 Star? Life and Death Arena, only one party can leave. I accept it. 3 life and death arenas, 100 purple crystal coins as bets for each game. Fugai proposed conditions, and raised the stakes. Okay, I accept it. How about the loser withdrawing from 201 Star? Seeing Shirhao's serious look, Fugai's momentum weakened a lot. He was just talking nonsense when asking the human race to withdraw from 201 Star. It seems that you, as the president, still cannot completely control the beast race. Then let's have 3 life and death arenas. As for apologizing to the dead, forget it. Shirhao finished speaking and prepared to go out. Seeing this, Lin Jun immediately said, General, count me in. Shirhao looked at him, and could tell from the kick just now that Lin Jun had real skills. Okay, just the 3 of you. Shirhao pointed at Tian Ying, Shiwei, and Lin Jun and said, It's so lively here today. Everyone has contributed to the prosperity of 201 Star, and harmony is the most precious thing. Fugai, how about giving me some face? Everyone looked at the door, and saw a member of the Shi clan standing there. He was the one who was talking just now. General, this is the leader of 201 Star, and also the president of the Shi clan branch, Qingbu. Lin Jun hurriedly introduced to Shirhao. Hello, Qingxing leader, I have a good relationship with President Qing Lian on Mianyun Star. Shirhao said while bowing. Qingbu, you are so arrogant, aren't you? I give you face, so you give me money? You're trying to get close to me so soon? No matter what, I can't go back on what I just said. Fugai didn't treat Qingbu well, and spoke very rudely. It seems that he has a very ordinary relationship with Qingbu, the Star Master and President. Since President Fugai insists on doing so, I'd be a witness. Qingbu didn't waste any words, and turned around and walked out the door first. Shirhao and Fugai also filed out with their people. I've heard about you from Brother Qing Lian. I've admired Chief Shi for a long time. I stay a few more days on 201 Star this time. This should be Mr. Yifeng, right? It's our honor that you can visit 201 Star. After Qingbu went out, he waited by the side. After Shirhao and Yifeng came out, he immediately came over to say hello. After hearing Qingbu's words, Fugai realized that there was actually a Yiksha tribe member traveling with Shirhao and the others. He had been planning for a long time to make trouble at the human race branch according to the instructions of the headquarters, but he did not expect that the human race leader and the Yiksha people would come. But now that things have come to this point, the arrow is on the string and must be shot. Although he was murmuring in his heart, his face remained cold and unchanged. A group of people came to the Star Lord Square in a mighty manner. There was an arena here, which was prepared for resolving disputes. Soon, everyone who heard the news flocked to the Star Lord Square, and there was a huge crowd. Chapter 208. This is the first time that the human race has entered the life and death arena since entering 201 Star. Everyone, today you are lucky enough to see the human race. Qingbu was standing on the stage as the host. Come on, everyone, I'm the banker, Place the bets, place the bets. I saw a giant lizard opening a gambling game in the middle of the audience. Bet on the human race or the beast race. Didn't you see the three people of the human race? They are thinner than the beast race, and their physique is so different, how can they compare? According to our contact with the human race is just flexible, their weapons are good, and they can shoot from a distance. Most of the bats were killed by weapons. Their strength and physical fitness are really average. The people watching nearby were discussing. I bet on the Beastman to win in the first game. What are the odds? If the Beastman wins, the odds are 1 to 1.5. So low. You can bet on the human race to win, the odds are 1 to 3. TSK, isn't that obviously a loss? 1 purple crystal coin for the Beastman to win. 500 red crystal coins for the Beastman to win. 3 purple crystal coins for the Beastman to win. People around him place bets one after another. 20 purple crystal coins for the human race to win. This was the first time that the human race was bet, and the bet was so big. Everyone looked over and saw a human man smiling and handing over 20 purple crystal coins. The giant lizard started a gambling game, which attracted Sure Hao, who took the opportunity to make a small profit for fun. The first game was between Lin Jun and Flynn. Before Lin Jun came to Tuanxing, he was an active soldier. In the army, he was the champion of the military district in fighting skills and free fighting. When he was selected to come to the Silver region, he chose Chongquan as his martial arts according to Wang Ping's advice, and practiced it every day. Chongquan has a particularly stretched posture, powerful movements, fast speed, and strong power. There are also boxing styles that combine movements and techniques such as jumping, dodging, and moving. Combined with Lin Jun's original fighting and free sport skills, he has formed his own style, and is still the most capable among the Tuowan people. Xiao Lin, how confident are you? I took 20 purple crystal coins to buy you to win. General, I know that Flynn, and the battle will be resolved in 3 minutes. Lin Jun immediately stood at attention and answered decisively. No, 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 let's fight longer and more fiercely, so that others will feel that we won by luck. I want to make another bet to make a little money. Lin Jun scratched his head after hearing what Sure Hao said, looked at Tian Ying who was going to fight in the next game, and said hesitantly, Okay. Okay. He didn't expect that the General Sure, whom he always admired, had such a bad taste, and was so unserious. If you knew that Sure Hao had also acted with his pet Jupiter to set up traps for others to make bets, that would be called subverting 3 views. Lin Jun and Flynn had already stepped onto the ring. First, both parties please put 100 purple crystal coins here. Qingbu was the host and the referee. The bet for each game was 100 purple crystal coins. After both parties paid the bet, Qingbu immediately announced the start of the battle. Lin Jun and Flynn stood at the 2 ends of the ring respectively. Flynn opened the game with the signature move of the Beastman, stomping his feet and rushing towards Lin Jun. Lin Jun did not dodge or prepare to win by skill as expected. The moment Flynn started, he also ran quickly. Lin Jun and Flynn had very different figures. When they were about to collide, some timid spectators covered their eyes, unable to bear to see Lin Jun being knocked away. After a bang, Lin Jun was not knocked away as expected. After the collision, both of them stepped back a few steps under the strong impact, and their performance was the same. The moment of the collision ignited the enthusiasm of the spectators, and cheers came one after another. Come again. Come again. Come again. The people below began to shout rhythmically. Hearing the shouts below, Lin Jun turned around and walked to the end of the ring. Flynn was not to be outdone and walked to the other end. Soon, the same collision scene as before reappeared. The performance of the two was still the same, evenly matched, and it was hard to tell who was stronger. Come again. Come again. This most direct collision method is very eye-catching, and the spectators are still not satisfied and are very passionate. Next, Lin Jun and Flynn started to collide again. The 3rd time, the 4th time, the 5th time. The 13th time. The two walked to the 2 sides of the ring slower and slower. By now, this has evolved into a contest of willpower. Flynn walked and complained, Damn, what is this Lin Jun crazy about? It hurts so much. But he had to bite the bullet and walk to one end of the ring to prepare for the next charge and collision. Lin Jun walked and thought, I don't know if this will satisfy General Sure. I walk slower. He slowed down his pace as he thought, and swayed slightly, looking shaky. Look, the human race can't hold on any longer, and his body is starting to shake. I guess he fall down in 1 or 2 more times. Yes, yes. I bet 2 purple crystal coins on the beast race to win, and it looks like this is a sure win. Come on, Flynn! Come on, Flynn! Seeing Lin Jun's performance, most of the people who bet on Flynn to win got excited. Flynn heard the cheers and immediately gained confidence, and his pace began to speed up. After turning around, he couldn't wait to rush forward with all his strength, and he wanted to get Lin Jun in this round. Lin Jun saw Flynn speed up, and he also slightly increased his speed. In the middle of the field, the two collided again. Lin Jun took 3 steps back, his body shook, and then bit his legs and bit his waist, pretending to be in great pain. Flynn didn't retreat, but the collision almost exhausted him. He knelt on one leg and panted for a few minutes before standing up. Seeing that Flynn didn't move, Lin Jun continued to bend over and pretend to be in pain. At this moment, he deeply realized that acting was not that simple. He didn't succeed this time, but Flynn saw Lin Jun's performance and felt that he would succeed again. Flynn continued to walk to the other end of the ring, his steps a little shaky. Lin Jun was shaking more than before. This time, it was not until 20 minutes later that the two began to sprint again and had the last collision. Lin Jun felt that acting was too painful, so he didn't sprint that fast this time. The place where the two collided was in the center of the area, about 10 meters away from Lin Jun's direction. At the moment when the two bodies touched, Lin Jun staggered and seemed to fall. He quickly adjusted and turned sideways. At the same time, he used his hidden strength on his shoulder and suddenly hit Flynn's stomach. Flynn felt a sharp pain in his stomach, and as his strength was exhausted and his willpower dissipated, he fainted. He lay on his back on the ground motionless. Lin Jun also quickly fell to the ground and did not move. Seeing this, Qingbu came over and shouted in the ears of the two. After dozens of seconds, Lin Jun opened his eyes with difficulty, climbed up from the ground with difficulty, and stood up with difficulty. I declare that Lin Jun of the human race wins. Qingbu announced the winner, and just after he finished the announcement, Lin Jun fell down again, also motionless. The staff of the human race went up and carried Lin Jun down, and the people of the Beast tribe also carried Flynn down. Shihao asked Shi Wei to go on stage to take back the 200 purple crystal coins, and he went to the giant lizard tribe to get 80 purple crystal coins back. This game earned 160 purple crystal coins. When the human staff carried Lin Jun over, Lin Jun struggled to sit up and whispered to Shihao, "General, my performance is okay. Not bad, not bad. Here are 20 purple crystal coins. As the activity funds of the Tuangsing branch, you can use them at will." Lin Jun was overjoyed and took it quickly, thinking that this play was worth it. While they were talking, Tianning and a beastman had already come on stage. Come on, continue to bet. The giant lizard started the second bet. Because Lin Jun was upset, the giant lizards actually made a lot of money, because too many people bet on the beastman to win. The human Lin Jun just now is still lying down, and his win was too lucky. This time a woman went up. It's probably not going to be good. Luck won't always be so good, right? I still bet on the beastman to win 1 purple crystal coin. Now the beastman's win is 1 to 1.4, and the human's win is reduced to 1 to 2.4. Most people still don't think the human race is good, especially Tianning is a woman. I bet on the human race for 20 purple crystal coins. Everyone looked and saw that it was Shihao again. Seeing that Shihao was confident, they immediately brought in a wave of bettors, who bet on the human race to win. After Shihao placed his bet, Shi Wei had already handed 100 purple crystal coins to Qingbu. The battle started soon. Shaolin, get up, no need to act anymore. Shihao smiled as he saw Lin Jun still lying on the stretcher, acting hard. General, are you not going to bet on the next game? This kind of thing can happen once or twice, but it won't work the third time. The first time was an accident, but if he won the second time, others would understand what was going on. After saying that, Shihao looked towards the ring. Chapter 209. Tianning was already fighting with the tall beastman. Judging from his size, the beastman could fight 2 Tianyings. The beastman's fists were as big as bowls, and his movements were very fast, which was very different from ordinary beastmen. Tianning was forced to retreat continuously. This beastman is very powerful. I haven't seen him before on 201 Star. He seems to have practiced martial arts. Lin Jun looked for a while and said, I wonder if Assistant Tian is in danger. Don't worry, she's fine. Shihao had just finished speaking when Tianning caught the beastman's flaw. When the beastman swung his fist, a large gap was revealed. Tianning punched directly, using the Jiazi Ju, hitting the beastman's elbow, and the punch was interrupted. The beastman almost vomited blood. Tianning also used martial arts in this punch, and the beastman's arm was immediately disabled. Tianning then used her shoulder to hit the orc's abdomen. The man was about to retreat, but Tianning grabbed the arm that was drooping down and pulled it back. Using the sticky character technique, the orc's body began to move forward again. Tianning hit quickly with both fists, using inch force. After a few punches, the orc could no longer straighten his back. Tianning flashed behind him and kicked the orc's heel, and then kicked the other heel. The orc fell to his knees with a thump. Tianning didn't wait for his head to hit the ground, grabbed his ears, and then hit him on the head and stopped. Another 100 purple crystal coins. I can spare your life. Before the people below could react, the orc fell to his knees, and was still at the mercy of others. The man was also stunned, but after a while, he reacted and shouted, "Fugai, hurry up and save me with money." "Waste, I will avenge you if you die." Fugai replied with a blank expression. "Fugai, you didn't say that when you invited me here." Fugai sat there, and didn't respond. Tianning was about to throw the second punch, when the orc said, "Miss, if you can show mercy, I can join the human race." This incident was planned by the orcs in advance, and I will tell you the inside story. Tianning stopped after hearing what the man said, and looked at Shi Hao. "We can accept you to join the human race, and the inside story will be told here openly." Shi Hao shouted loudly to the ring. "My name is Ding Da. I was the leader of a small race. I borrowed the body of an orc to enter a yellow-level planet. But I am not from the orcs of 201 Star. Not long ago, the orc headquarters issued orders to all branches, asking them to cause trouble for the human branches, and to use any means. Fugai found me and planned to cause trouble for the human branch of 201 Star today, deliberately picking quarrels, and then smashing and looting. He promised to give me 20 purple crystal coins after the matter was done." When Ding Da finished speaking, Shi Hao had already come to the ring. At this time, Tianning had let go of Ding Da and helped him sit down. Shi Hao half squatted down, looked at Ding Da, and said, "Chief Ding Da, I am Shi Hao, the chief of the human race. In fact, our human race is also a small race now, and I understand your difficulties very well. I welcome you to join the human race with your own people. All head fees and annual fees are waived." At this point, he asked Ding Da, "What do you think of our human race's martial arts? This lady's physical fitness is not as good as mine, but her martial arts are very powerful. I think they are at least green level or above." At the beginning, Ding Da's attack did cause some trouble to Tianning, but when Tianning attacked in a series of ways, and Ding Da was defeated, his heart collapsed. He had already developed a fear of Tianning in his heart. For all those who join the human race, we not only do not charge any fees, but also give away martial arts for free. Shi Hao said this, stood up, and looked at everyone under the ring. "Our human race's policy is the same for everyone. No head fee and annual fee, and free martial arts. Welcome like-minded friends to join the human race." The ring match turned into a recruitment meeting for the human race. After speaking, Shi Hao arranged for Shi Wei to carry Ding Da down, and Lin Jun arranged for someone to send him to the space main brain platform to change his body. Tianning went to collect the money, and the bets placed by Shi Hao. He earned nearly 300 purple crystal coins in 2 games, which was very cool. After Ding Da told the inside story, the human race and the beast race had broken through the paper and became enemies. In the 3rd game, without any courtesy, Fugai took out 100 purple crystal coins and handed them to Qingbu, and came to the center of the ring. After losing 2 games, Fugai had no way out, and had to win 1 game to save face. Unfortunately, he met Shi Hao and his friends. If Shi Hao had not arrived at 201 Star, the human race branch would have been destroyed. After Shi Wei came on the stage, he did not hold back and directly used the strongest telekinesis to attack Fugai's whole body with icy air. Soon, Fugai became stiff all over and could not attack at all. Shi Wei hit Fugai like a sandbag. After dozens of punches, Fugai was half dead. Finally, Shi Wei kicked Fugai off the ring and into the Beastman crowd. A group of people carried Fugai away in disgrace. After the ring match, the human branch was crowded with people, all asking about joining the human race. After the ring match, Shi Hao took out a blank light ball and recorded the video. He explained several things in the video. Shi Hao first told the story of what happened on 201 Star from beginning to end, explaining the threat of the Beastman. In order to deal with the threat of the Beastman and other races, the Dharma Academy must establish Dharma branches on all planets where branches are opened as soon as possible, and send people to each branch to teach martial arts to the human race. Select key personnel with strong combat power, disperse them to each branch, and strengthen the protection of the branch. Use low-level martial arts as bait to recruit people from other small races to join the human race on a large scale. Strengthen the work of drawing star maps around developed planets, and stitch these star maps together as soon as possible. Make minor adjustments to the previous plan, take 86 planets as the center, and expand outward steadily. An effective linkage mechanism must be established between the branches, so that when a planet is in trouble, the surrounding planets can rush to help as soon as possible. Shihao gave the light ball to Lin Jun and asked Lin Jun to send someone to Minyan Star to give it to Wu Yi and Su Yin. In addition, he also gave Lin Jun 100 purple crystal coins for him to use to recruit personnel. Xiao Lin, there is another thing I want to discuss with you. Shihao pulled Lin Jun to sit down. General, if you have any orders, just give them, and I guarantee that they will be completed with quality and quantity. I want Ding Da to be the vice president of the Tuwingxing branch. He has a race behind him, and he is a good resource. Of course, we need to conduct an in-depth investigation on him first. I will leave for Tuwingxing soon, and you need to complete the investigation. If Ding Da really becomes the vice president and brings his people to join, you need to disperse their people to multiple planets. Other small ethnic groups should also follow this rule. In addition, as the president, you need to learn how to tap talents. We must develop to other planets as soon as possible and expand the number of human beings, so that others will not dare to bully us casually. Hearing Shihao's words, Lin Jun immediately stood up, saluted, and said loudly, "Guarantee to complete the task." Seeing this, Shihao smiled and said, "The military set should be remembered in mind, but managing a branch requires flexibility. You are very smart and understand it yourself." Soon, the personnel who sent Ding Da to change his body came back, and Ding Da chose a muscular man's body sample. Due to his original body, his body is bronze. He came to Shihao, knelt on one knee, and said while bowing, "Thank you for the acceptance of the Shi people, and thank you Ms. Tian for not killing me." Shihao hurriedly lifted him up with both hands and said, "Ding Da, we are all family, don't be so polite. The human race cannot kneel down. President Lin will find someone to teach you the culture of the human race later. I hope your people can develop together with the human race. Of course, these are all voluntary. You can experience it for a while, and introduce them to the human race if you think it is really good. The policy stated on the stage is completely valid. In Ding Da's race, or in the beast tribe, they are not so polite to their defeated subordinates. As the head of the human race, Shihao was so polite to a former enemy, which really surprised him. Since I, Ding Da, have said that I will join the human race, I will not break my promise. Unless I die or the human race does not want me, I will not lead the human race." Lin Jun led Shihao and Ding Da into the office, and several people sat down to communicate. Ding Da's original tribe is called Tilian tribe, with more than 3 billion people in total. A total of 1 million people have entered the Silver region. These people are the elites of Tilian tribe. They are distributed on several yellow-level planets around 201 star, and most of them are beast men. Ding Da is still their leader. They will send representatives to hold regular meetings, and send people to their home planet regularly. They have strong cohesion. Chief Ding Da, after a while, the human race headquarters will send military officers to teach martial arts to the new compatriots who have joined the human race, all for free. Chief Shi, when I have learned something, I will show it to my people, and take them to join the human race. Ding Da immediately expressed his position. Chapter 210. Joining the beast tribe caused problems. As the leader of the tribe, Ding Da had to be cautious in choosing the human race this time. Shihao understood his thoughts very well. This was the normal behavior of a tribe leader. Because of Shihao's arrival, 201 Star not only avoided the crisis, but also accelerated its development. After several years, it sent more than 20 branch presidents to other planets. Ding Da also became the first alien branch president. All his people joined the human race, and were distributed on more than 50 nearby planets. The process of Shihao's subjugation of the Tilian tribe was widely praised and imitated. The population of all human branches experienced explosive growth. In the next 10 years, Shihao inspected 12 human branches along the way, and his itinerary was also known by other races. 3 of the 12 human branches were smashed by the beast tribe. Shihao took people to find them in person, and found the star master of the planet, where they were located to settle the matter according to the rules of the Silver Domain. To demand compensation and recruit people in a high-profile manner, Shihao left 100 purple crystal coins for each planet as development funds. At the 10th human branch, the head of the insect branch took the initiative to find Shihao, and said that he was entrusted to expose the evil of the beasts to the public and seek justice for the human race. At the end of the report, a sentence was attached. Anyone who bullies our human race must be punished, regardless of distance. After the news of the insect news was released, the beasts quieted down under the criticism of public opinion. That day, he was rushing to the planet where the 13th human branch was located. This was the last human branch he inspected, because there was a large teleportation array ahead, and he was heading towards the Sangyu star. In the past 10 years, the four people did not relax their training on the road, and the comprehensive strength of Tianning and Shiwei reached the upper level of the green level. Shihao touched the edge of red level middle. Yifeng finally broke through the red level middle that he had been stuck at for a long time, and his strength rose to red level high. When there was still a month away from the destination planet, the starship radar sounded an alarm. Shiwei went to check, but there was nothingness all around, and no planet or starship appeared. He immediately came to report to Shihao, who was discussing cultivation experience with Yifeng. Hearing this scene, Shihao was also a little puzzled. But he did not ignore it, but came to the control room, staring at the radar screen, and Yifeng followed. After a few hours, the alarm sounded again, and this time Shihao caught a vague bright spot, which flashed and disappeared immediately. This is a jump-class starship. Yifeng saw this situation and said affirmatively. Shihao looked solemn when he heard Yifeng's words, and looked at Yifeng. Is it coming for us? A jump-class starship will not jump that close each time. The first time the radar captured it was by chance. When it captured it the second time, there was only one explanation, that is, this starship was not far from Shihao and his men. Maybe it was spying on them, or maybe it was preparing to attack. Yes. Yifeng spoke calmly, and while speaking, a beautifully made telekinetic stick appeared in his hand, which was smaller than Shihao's, but heavier. Especially the purple light around it was a bit fascinating. This is a purple-class telekinetic stick. My ancestors gave it to me when I went out. But I can't drive it. Yifeng didn't see any backpack on his back, nor did he see any storage items. Shihao was a little surprised to see such a telekinetic stick appear out of thin air. But now is not the time to discuss this issue. What should we do? Thank goodness we have it. Yifeng pointed at the telekinetic hammer ball, and removed the outermost strong magnet. You hold this telekinetic stick in space, and I will drive it with the amplified telekinesis. You two may need to hold it together, at least 10 kilometers away from the starship. Before Yifeng was about to go in, he looked at Shiwei and said. Hearing Yifeng's words, Shihao telekinetically teleported himself and Shiwei to the void 15 kilometers away through the starship. The Sun Advanced Starship can teleport objects or people up to 30 kilometers away. Shihao and Shiwei stayed in the void, and the two of them held the telekinetic stick tightly with their 4 hands. Yifeng and Tianning quickly removed the strong magnet outside, and Yifeng sat in. After a while, the telekinetic stick flashed with purple light, and a transparent soap bubble expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had enveloped the nearby void of 100,000 kilometers. The range of the purple-level telekinetic rod is definitely not limited to this, but Yifeng's telekinesis can only drive it to this extent. The soap bubble is transparent, and all the objects in the soap bubble appear in Yifeng's mind, including their starship and people. Just like that, waiting quietly, 10 days later, Tianning saw another bright spot on the radar. It's you, Yifeng said to himself, and a 1-kilometer-sized starship appeared in his mind, like Jean Rui's cube shape, all red. Yifeng controlled the soap bubble to shrink rapidly, and the cube starship was wrapped in the soap bubble. The people in the starship were shocked, and hurriedly opened the shipborne weapons to attack. The weapons of the Jean clan were mainly telekinetic ion cannons, which were extremely powerful. A thin dent appeared at the location where the bubble was hit, and the dent was stretched longer and longer, and the energy of the bombardment was consumed. The Warp-class starship was not big, so it only had this light telekinetic ion cannon. After dozens of attacks without success, it had to give up in the end. Yifeng controlled the bubble to gradually shrink in their direction, and the cube starship was also pulled over. It shrank smaller and smaller, and finally, the cube starship stopped a few hundred meters in front of Shihao and Shiwei. When the telekinetic stick started to drive, Shihao didn't feel anything. When Yifeng began to shrink the bubble, and the cube starship started to bombard, he felt a huge pulling force. If the two people hadn't held it tightly, it might have slipped out of their hands. Brother Shir, there are 5 people in this starship. 3 are from the Jean tribe, and 2 are from the giant lizard tribe. Let Shiwei hold the telekinetic stick alone now. I will pull the people out one by one, and send them to you. You and I will attack with telekinetic needles at the same time. The Jean tribe is basically an idiot without telekinetic amplification weapons. Yifeng's voice came from the communication watch. Soon, a Jean tribe member appeared next to Shihao. The Jean tribe member was still in a daze, and did not react for a while. When he saw Shihao and Shiwei clearly, he was about to take out his weapon. Shihao had already gathered his telekinesis into a needle, and without any hesitation, he attacked his brain. Yi Feng was not idle either, and he divided a part of his telekinesis and started to attack. Shihao did not know much about the body structure of the Jin tribe members, and the first few attacks did not hit the vital points. The Jin tribe members struggled to take out a telekinetic stick, ready to trigger bubbles to wrap up Shihao. But this was the hundreds of telekinetic needles in Shihao's brain that condensed again and shot towards him. The man felt a sharp pain in his head, and then lost consciousness. Following the same method, Yi Feng pulled out the remaining 2 Jin tribe members one after another, and killed them all with telekinetic needles. He killed one of the giant lizards, and the remaining one was stopped by Shihao. He wanted to ask for a confession, but Tianyin came out and tied him up and teleported him to the starship. The bubbles on the telekinetic stick disappeared, and Yi Feng came to Shihao and the others. Shi Wei immediately offered the telekinetic stick with both hands. Yi Feng took the telekinetic stick and then disappeared. Seeing Shihao's puzzled expression, Yi Feng smiled faintly, stretched out a finger, pointed at the ring on his finger and said, "This thing can store things. This ring is made of a mineral that can store things. If you use your words to name it, I think the mineral is more suitable to be called mustard stone. This can be called a mustard ring." As Yi Feng explained, Shihao learned that mustard stone is very rare, and the mustard rings, necklaces and other forms of accessories made from it are very expensive. It is basically not sold on yellow-level planets. Yi Feng's mustard ring was given by an elder. It is said to be a medium-level blue-level ring. The space inside is about 200 meters long and wide, and it is worth tens of thousands of purple crystal coins. Hearing this price, Shihao smacked his lips. As the patriarch, he is not unable to afford it, but at that time, the whole clan had to work hard. For a single person, it is really difficult to afford it. Where can mustard stone be mined? If you find mustard stone, you will make a fortune. It's hard to say, it depends on chance. It is said that someone has found it in the boundless battlefield. By the way, if you climb the adventure tower on Sanyu Star and get the first place, one of the prizes is a mustard seed ring, but it seems to be a red level one. When they go to Sanyu Star this time, Shihao will definitely go to the adventure tower, so Yi Feng said so. There are so many people on the yellow level planet, how can it be so easy to get the first place? Brother Shi is too modest. I am at least the best of the younger generation on the red level planet, and Brother Shi's strength is not much different from mine. In terms of individual combat power, Brother Shi should be the first on the yellow level planet. This is not a false statement, because you have an upgradable technique. Even the main god does not have all of this technique. Since Yi Feng practiced as Guanming thoughts, he has particularly respected the techniques of the human race. The Iksha tribe has many martial arts, but no techniques. According to the civilization system of the human race, you can definitely enter the sequence of green-level planets. However, it is also a good strategy to slowly grow your strength on the yellow-level planets. Mia had said at the beginning that the human race had reached the level of living on the green-level planets, but she also talked about the pros and cons. It was reasonable for Yi Feng to feel this way. Brother Yi Feng, let's not talk about this. We still have to take one step at a time. I understand that the strength of the human race is still far from enough. How do we deal with this starship? Shihao pointed to the cube starship floating a few hundred meters away and asked. Of course we took it down. Our current starship is too slow. If we use this starship, our speed can be tripled. At this time, Yi Feng took out another telekinetic stick, which was a high-level red level one. Yi Feng used this telekinetic stick to wrap the starship, and the 3 of them. With a flash, the 3 of them entered the interior of the cube starship. The entire interior of the starship was full of silver-white metallic colors, full of science fiction. This starship has telekinetic quantum encryption. It looks like it's going to take some effort. Yi Feng said after feeling it with telekinesis for a while. Chapter 211. This starship is an older model among the jump-class starships. Yi Feng looked around and introduced it to Shihao. What is the speed of this starship? It must be faster than the one we are sitting on now. Didn't I say it just now that it can be at least 3 times faster? Then how to solve the telekinetic quantum code you mentioned? Since the speed is so fast, it must be used to the fullest extent. In this way, it will greatly improve Shihao's efficiency. I have no choice but to crack it by brute force. The level of this starship is between high green and elementary red. The starship system of this level can be cracked by people with a telekinetic level of about medium blue. And this purple telekinetic stick can be activated by telekinesis above the elementary blue level, and the telekinesis level I activated it just now is almost above the elementary blue level. blue level, and above telekinesis can activate purple level weapons, but the utilization rate of purple level weapons is not that high. I go back now, and try to crack it with my telekinetic hammer ball. Yifeng disappeared after he finished speaking. Shihao did not go out, and continued to study the device inside the starship. After a few hours, the red light outside the cube starship disappeared, revealing the black body, and the inside suddenly became dark. After a few minutes, the red light outside reappeared, and the inside became bright again, as if the system had been restarted. After it became bright, Yifeng flashed in again. Okay, this starship has been reset. Brother Shi, use your telekinesis to call out the control system, and then set the password. Yifeng walked to a chair and sat down, saying to Shihao, Brother Yifeng, you can't do without a starship. This starship is yours. Just take me to Sanya Star. Yifeng's mustard seed ring has a very small space, and can't accommodate a starship. After landing on Earth, the starship was taken away by the United States Federation. This starship is too slow. If I take such a starship, I don't know how long it will take to reach Canis Major. What's more, there is no large teleportation array in Canis Major. I transferred to Sanya Star just to buy a system-level jump starship, which is barely enough. Hearing Yifeng's words, Shihao also felt that this was the truth, so he called up the control system and set the password under Yifeng's guidance. After the mess, Shihao and Yifeng went back to interrogate the giant lizard. At first, the giant lizard was full of disdain and didn't speak at all. Shi, leave it to you. Hearing this, Shi held the giant lizard's wrist with both hands. Then he began to control his icy power to wander in the giant lizard's body. As he wandered, he found the giant lizard's physical weakness, and then continued to increase his power to torture him. It only took 15 minutes for the giant lizard to confess everything. When Shihao inspected the human branch one by one, the other tribes fed back the information to the headquarters. The Jin tribe naturally got the news. Because the Beast tribe made too much noise, and was exposed and condemned by the human race, the Jin tribe found the giant lizard. In the following time, the Jin tribe and the giant lizard made a plan. Based on the uncertain factors that may appear in the large teleportation array, they set the ambush location here. The giant lizard also said that because the human race developed too fast, it brought pressure to various tribes. The anti-human camp headed by the Jin tribe gradually formed. The yellow-level planet mainly had beasts and giant lizards, and of course the bad tribe that was replaced by the human race. All tribes believed that Shihao, as the patriarch of the human race, was very important to the human race. Killing him would be a fatal blow to the human race, and would also undermine the outside world's view and confidence in the human race. The willingness of other small tribes to choose the identity of the human race to enter the yellow-level planet will gradually weaken. The Golden Tribe and the Giant Lizard Tribe openly assassinated Shihao, and they have officially established a hostile relationship. After the interrogation, Shi tied up the giant lizard and threw him into space. Shihao arranged for Shi to fly their own starship to the target planet. Shihao, Yifeng and Tianying took the cube starship first. The cube starship arrived at the 13th human branch 3.5 times faster than Shihao and his starship. The stolen starship also brought an unexpected surprise, that is, the star map, because the main business of the Golden Tribe is starship manufacturing, and when selling starships, they will also sell maps. Shihao copied this map to the high-level solar starship they brought. While waiting for Shi, Shihao refined the development strategy of this human branch. After Shi arrived, Shihao left the advanced solar starship behind and asked the human branch president to arrange for someone to send it back and to make several backups of the map. At the same time, he reported to Wu Yi and Su Yin that the Golden Clan and the Giant Lizard Clan had intercepted Shihao. Let the human race be on guard against the Golden Clan, the Beast Clan and the Giant Lizard Clan. Shihao did not continue to inspect other human branches, but rushed to the direction of Sanya Star through a large teleportation array. Riding a cube starship is indeed much faster. It took less than 5 years to reach Sanya Star, which originally took more than 10 years to reach, after passing through multiple planets and large teleportation arrays. Sanya Star is about the same size as Jupiter. From outer space, the entire planet is really round like jade, and the overall color is pale yellow. It is said that the body of Sanya Star will emit a faint yellow light from the inside out, and then through the refraction of the atmosphere, it will be this color when viewed from space. The rotation of Sanya Star is very slow. It is said that it takes 3 silver years to rotate once. A large purple light group is circling above the north pole of Sanya Star, like a hat on Sanya Star. Shihao has seen this light group many times along the way. It is emitted by a large teleportation array. Yi Feng said that it is the location of the large teleportation array of Sanyu Star. As the starship gets closer and closer, Shi Hao finds that Sanyu Star has a characteristic, that is, it is big. The city is big, and the whole planet is a city. It is said that the entire Sanyu Star has gathered more than 100 billion people from various races on various yellow-level planets. The buildings are also large, because there are many large yellow trays floating above each building. This tray is suspended in the air. I don't know what the principle is, and large and small starships are parked on it. Let's go to the municipal square first. There is a small teleportation array there, which can be used to teleport to all areas of Sanyu Star. Yi Feng was obviously not here for the first time. Under his guidance, the starship flew over the municipal square and found an empty berth to stop. After being teleported out of the starship, the 4 people stood on the municipal square. There were many people on the municipal square, including people from the 10 races that entered the sequence. Of course, the most people were the Beastmen, Zergmen, Stonemen, and Giant Lizardmen. Although the berth was very high from the ground, the teleportation function of all starships could allow people to land safely. Shi Hao looked at the gravity data on his watch. The gravity of Sanyu Star was 2.8 times that of the Earth, which did not have much impact on Shi Hao and his team. Hey, let's take a look. Is that from the human race? As soon as Shi Hao landed, there was a commotion among the people around him. Everyone who heard the sound looked toward Shi Hao and his team. I heard that the human race imitates the royal family in dressing, and it's true. What kind of status is the royal family? Are the human race worthy of it? You're right, that human woman is really beautiful. Everyone looked at Tianning. Well, very tender, I wonder if she can withstand the tossing, ha ha. This discordant voice came from an orc, who was laughing unscrupulously. Hearing this voice, Tianning was about to get angry, and the orc squatted on the ground with his head in his hands in pain, only to feel a burst of cold pain in his brain that penetrated into his bones. Shi Hao, Tianning, and Yi Feng felt a flash of cold air around them at the same time. This is Shi Wei's move. He is very clear about his position, bodyguard. He will not bother Shi Hao to take action, unless it is necessary. Through uninterrupted practice along the way, Shi Wei's telekinesis has been stabilized at the elementary level of red level, and the telekinesis needle attack technique has reached the point where he can send and receive at will. Chapter 212. Seeing the beastman's painful expression, the crowd around him, who were laughing with him, suddenly quieted down. Wow, the human race has such a strong breeze. I saw a featherman sweep his hand over the beastman's head, and the beastman's painful expression disappeared. After standing up, he looked at Shi Hao and others in horror. This kind of telekinetic attack technique is not popular on yellow-level planets, because the telekinesis of several races on yellow-level planets is not strong, and they rely on the large population and strong physical fitness to survive. What? According to this person, if your family or tribe members are bullied or insulted, do you have to swallow your anger and turn a blind eye? Shi Hao responded bluntly. Shi Hao looked carefully and found that he didn't know the person who was speaking, but he had seen the featherman standing next to him. It was Yu Feiyan, who was defeated by Ba Ran in the Mianyun Star Arena competition, and Yu Feiyan was whispering something to the featherman who was speaking. As the leader of a tribe, how can you have the face to use telekinetic weapons to attack other tribesmen? He preconceived that Shi Hao had used some telekinetic weapons. As the tribe leader, it would be very easy for Shi Hao to buy such a weapon. Telekinetic attacks are invisible, so they did not see that it was Shi Wei who did it. You bird, you didn't even know who attacked you, but you just came forward. Do you have any shame? Or do you just want to show off when there are so many people? The Yu tribe member's face darkened when he heard Shi Wei's words. I'm talking to your tribe leader. Who do you think you are? Many tribes have strict hierarchy, and Yu Feiyan can only follow the Yu tribe member like a servant here. You are not qualified to talk to our chief. Besides, I tell you clearly that it was your grandfather who did it just now. Hearing Shi Wei's words, the people around him started to stir again. They were a little curious about the level of the chief of the human race. Yu, stop pretending here, do what you need to do. Yi Feng took 2 steps forward and said to the Yu people unceremoniously. Yi Feng, do you want to stand up for them? I admit that I can't beat you, but the Yu people will not let you Yuksha people bully us. You kid, don't always bring up the 2 races. No one wants to bully you. It was obviously the guy from the Beast tribe who provoked first. If it was me, would he still be alive? Chief Shi is already merciful enough. Okay, let's get busy. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Yu, and prepared to turn around and leave with Shi Hao and others. Stop, the matter is not over yet. Who dares to leave? Yu Yu flashed his wings and instantly flew in front of Shi Hao and others, blocking their way. Yu Yu, only when Yufeng comes here can you talk to me. You are not qualified. Get out of here. Seeing Yu Yu blocking the way, Yifeng, who had always been calm and composed, also got a little angry. Yu Yu is the son of the Yu family. He likes to go to Sanyu Star the most. Here, he is surrounded by people, and feels very comfortable being praised by the lower race. This time, he stepped on the human race for face, and wanted to further establish his prestige on Sanyu Star. His idea is good, but he lacks some brains. There is another reason for his arrogant character, that is, his sister Yufeng used it. As long as Yu Yu was bullied and suffered a loss, Yufeng would definitely stand up for him and take revenge. Yufeng's strength ranks 5th in Yifeng's generation. Shi Hao looked at Yu Yu, looked at him coldly, and asked, "No matter what you do, I will take it." The road of the human race is very bumpy, and this kind of pretentious and slapped face often happens. Shi Hao is mentally prepared. Why don't you go to the adventure tower? Yifeng said this to Shi Hao. He knew Yu Yu's strength. Although Shi Hao still has a big gap with Yifeng, he has a great chance of winning against Yu Yu. Okay, then go to the adventure tower. Whoever ranks higher will win. Yu Yu pointed at Shi Hao's nose and said arrogantly, "Let's bet on something. Otherwise it's boring." Shi Hao used his hand to push Yu Yu's fingers away and said casually, "Whoever loses will cut off one of his fingers." Yu Yu said while extending his palm to make a chopping motion. "I want your fingers. What's the use of them? Can they be used as money? 1,000 purple crystal coins, dare you? Hee, bet with me. If it's less than 3,000 purple crystal coins, don't say anything. I just don't know if you have that much. I guess when the human race first arrived in the Silver region, all their assets added up wouldn't be that much, ha ha ha. Money is just a number to Yu Yu. There are 5,000 purple crystal coins in this card. Okay, then 5,000 purple crystal coins." Yu Yu looked at the card in Shi Hao's hand and agreed. After the agreement, everyone rushed to the teleportation array leading to the adventure tower. No matter where it was, there would always be a crowd of spectators. Everyone teleported over, and Shi Hao and the other two stood there without any reaction. "Go over there and buy 3 unlimited teleportation cards." Seeing that Shi Hao and the other two didn't come over, Yifeng hurriedly teleported back. The teleportation array was charged, and he forgot about it. Tianning walked to the vending machine and spent 3 red crystal coins to buy 3 cards. As long as you don't leave Sanyu Star, this card can be used unlimited times. Once you leave, it will be automatically invalidated. As they spoke, the 4 people walked into the teleportation array. Their eyes turned black and bright, and the scene instantly changed. This was also a square, but the ground was all black. Shi Hao and the others walked out and looked ahead, only to see a huge black cylindrical building standing in the distance. "Boy, hurry up. I thought you were afraid and didn't dare to come." Yu Yu and a group of people were waiting in front. Shi Hao ignored him, but talked to Yifeng to understand the situation of the adventure tower. There are 4 adventure towers in total, 1 each for yellow, green, red, and blue planets. Those who have passed the blue adventure tower cannot pass the red adventure tower, or below. Those who have passed the red adventure tower cannot pass the green adventure tower, or below. Those who have passed the green level adventure tower cannot enter the yellow level adventure tower. Yifeng has already passed the green level adventure tower, so he cannot enter the yellow level adventure tower today. And Yu Yu has been hanging around in the yellow level adventure tower in order to show off on the yellow level planet, and is ranked 38th. More than half of the top 50 are from the green level planet, and they have the same mentality as Yu Yu. Isn't that unfair? Tianning interrupted and asked when she heard this. Although they are from the green level planet, their strength is average, and they can't get along on the green level planet, so they come to the yellow level planet to find a sense of existence. If the top masters of the yellow level planet can't even defeat them, they have no ability to lead their race to upgrade to the green level planet. Yifeng continued to talk. Each adventure tower has 7 floors, and the difficulty gradually increases from the first floor to the 7th floor. The adventure tower is controlled by the main brain like a large teleportation array, and the enemies that appear in it are all virtual. These virtual enemies are the various races that enter the sequence. According to the average combat power of each race, they appear from the first floor to the 5th floor from low to high. These virtual enemies also have combat power bonuses, and the bonus will gradually increase from low to high. The virtual enemies on the 6th and 7th floors are 2 high-level races, which appear randomly. You and Yu Yu are in the nature of a challenge. When registering, choose the challenge mode and object. The main brain will match you too. The opponent's race will definitely appear on the 6th or 7th floor, which means that the Yu clan will definitely appear. You should have an idea in your mind. On Sanyu Star, because of the existence of the Adventure Tower, it is convenient to resolve personal grievances. Of course, if both parties insist on resolving it through the life and death challenge, Sanyu Star also has it. What principle is the Adventure Tower ranked according to? Shihao asked Yifeng. Ranking is based on points, which can be earned by killing enemies. Remember, after entering, it is not the faster the better, but the more the better, so you have to allocate your physical strength and master the rhythm. Of course, if you want to kill more, efficiency is also important. There is a limit on the time you can stay on each floor. If calculated according to the Earth calendar, you can stay for about a year. So long? You Earth people think a year is a long time, but this is the Silver Domain, and it feels like 3 or 5 days have passed. Hearing this, Shihao stopped struggling and asked, "Are there any restrictions on the way to kill enemies here? Are there any weapons or other restrictions?" "No, you can use all your means." Shihao rechecked his equipment after hearing Yifeng's words. Super laser gun and spare battery, super laser sword and spare battery, special dagger, and the quasi-purple level short knife. Shihao even missed Jupiter a little, but it was a pity that the battle pet could not be trained. Even if Jupiter had a Songshan level physique, it would not be as helpful to Shihao as it was at the beginning. The battle pets they brought were all placed in the Star Lord's mansion. Yifeng saw that Shihao was fine, and led them to the registration office. Although they did not participate in the competition with Yu, Tianying and Shiwei also registered. Since they were here, they must test their strength. After registration, each person received a badge. Shihao's badge was different from Tianying and Shiwei's. There was a word lay on it, and a number. The badge Yu received was the same as Shihao's, and there was also a word lay on it, and there was also a number on it, the same as Shihao's. This number was the basis for the main brain to match the two people. Yifeng asked Shihao for the sign, took it in his hand, and waved it in front of Shihao, Tianying and Shiwei, saying, "Remember, when you are in danger, crush this sign quickly, and you will be teleported out. The enemy is virtual, but you are not virtual. If you die, you are really dead." The sign was red, and seemed to be made of jade. It was half the size of a palm. After hearing what Yifeng said, the three of them knew the importance of the jade sign, and quickly put it away. Shihao pinched it with his hand, and felt that it was not very hard. It should be easy to crush, so he put it in his arms. Tianying put it in the small bag on the messenger bag that contained the laser sword. Shiwei tied it around his waist carelessly. Chapter 213. There is a constant stream of people coming to the registration office to register and get their badges. After getting their badges, they stand in the teleportation area. After sensing the badge, the adventurer will be teleported into the tower. Shihao was about to go to the teleportation area when he heard someone greeting Yu. "Mr. Yu, thank you for standing up for our beast tribe. What is the number of your badge? We can't just let you stand up for us. For those who are ignorant and arrogant, I, Barry, will crush them to death. Let them lose face on Sanyu Star and on the yellow level planets, and cut off the thoughts of other people's tribes." Barry was talking to Yu, looking at Shihao. Barry was the president of the Sanyu Star Beast Tribe branch. Anyone who can become the president of Sanyu Star has a status comparable to that of the deputy chief in the tribe, and his strength is also quite powerful. Yu showed the badge to Barry. "Wait, do you have money? Do you want to compete?" When Shihao heard that Barry was also going to participate in the competition, he immediately went over to stop him, and said that he must not do a business that loses money. Barry was stunned when he heard what Shihao said. "If you want to compete, take out 5,000 purple crystal coins." Shihao continued to stretch out a palm and showed 5 fingers. Barry looked at Yu, and Yu nodded at him. Barry took out a small bag, counted, and then gathered all the beast men who were watching the excitement nearby. "Well, 3,000 is okay?" When Barry said this, he had no confidence. He only had more than 800 purple crystal coins, which was already very rich on a yellow level planet. He found dozens of beast men and finally gathered 3,000 purple crystal coins. Without money, why are you pretending to be a big wolf and learning to show off from others? The beast men were already hostile to the human race, and Shihao didn't even consider giving them face. Barry opened his mouth and was about to argue with Shihao, only to hear Shihao say, "Forget it, the beast men are so poor, I don't think you can afford it. 3,000 is 3,000. After that, Shihao went to the window to pay 3,000 purple crystal coins. The bets of both parties had to be handed over to the registration office of the Adventure Tower for safekeeping. When he arrived at Sangyu Star, Shihao only had more than 8,000 purple crystal coins on him. When he inspected the 13 human branches, he left 100 purple crystal coins for each branch to recruit people. Barry paid the bet at the registration office, received the sign, and then shook it at the beast men who were watching, like a hero. Barry was teleported into the adventure tower amid cheers, and Shihao and Yu had already entered the tower. A 20-meter-high white jade tablet was erected in front of the adventure tower. The jade was covered with text from top to bottom, written in the cosmic language. The text content was name, race, and adventure tower ranking from left to right. The text content changed from time to time, indicating that someone's ranking had risen. The top 100 names were displayed on it. The font of the top 10 was golden, and glowed with golden light. The font of the 51st to 10th names was red, and glowed slightly with red light. The font of the 50th to 100th names was black. At this time, a row of names turned into a dull gray, and then gradually disappeared from the jade tablet. This person fell, causing everyone to sigh. On the other side, a large piece of jade with a length of 1 kilometer and a width of 500 meters was erected in front of the adventure tower. It was very flat and bright like a mirror. This piece of jade actually served as a display screen. When the top 100 adventurers climb the tower, real-time images will be displayed. In addition, real-time images of the challengers will also be displayed. At this time, the images of Shihao, Yu and Barry are located in the center of the entire jade stone, and more people are gathering below. Most people heard that it was a contest between the human race and Yu, and they rushed over immediately. Everyone had heard of the human race for a long time, but they had never seen the real person. The first appearance of the human race on the Sangyu Star was really explosive news. Although Yu is a bit of a fool on the green level planet and the red level planet, he was a famous figure on the yellow level planet, and his strength should not be underestimated. It's not that they haven't seen it before in the adventure tower, but it's rare for a low-level race to challenge a high-level race, especially a human race with no background. These are all eye-catching explosive points. The reporter of Insect News got the news and rushed over. Shihao stood still and saw that he was standing in the center of a circular venue, with a small circular platform under his feet, about 10 meters in diameter. There is also a flagpole on the platform. Shihao looked up and saw a large flag stretched out on the flagpole. There was a human figure drawn on the chess piece, which looked like a giant lizard. I think the virtual enemy on this level should be a giant lizard. The entire venue is about 5 kilometers in diameter. There is no one in the venue, the ground is bumpy, and there are protruding rocks and deep grooves in some places. There are even some stone houses scattered in the venue. The style of the entire venue is very similar to the architectural style of the giant lizard. This simulates a real battle scene. When Shihao saw this, he wondered if it was directly virtualized in people's minds or an independent space directly opened up. If it is virtual, it is similar to the virtual reality and augmented reality of Earth technology. If it is an independent space that is directly opened up, then the adventure tower should be much larger than this. At the same time, opening up so many such large spaces takes up a lot of space. When Shihao was thinking, a red light flashed on the platform under his feet, and a rustling sound appeared around him. Shihao looked around and found that many giant lizards were all over the venue, walking back and forth. These giant lizards did not have any weapons in their hands. Shihao walked down from the platform with a dagger in his hand. He quietly touched the giant lizard closest to him. Maybe because of the first layer, the giant lizard did not have a combat power increase, and even felt a little weakened. Shihao cut off his spine from behind with a dagger. In the silver domain, other races do not have fatal parts such as trachea and aorta. But almost all of them have bone-like structures to support the body. The parts similar to the spine are also the fatal weaknesses of their bodies. The first batch of virtual giant lizards were really weak. In a one-on-one fight, Shihao could basically kill one with a dagger. However, if the noise was too loud or the opponent reacted, all the giant lizards within 100 meters would be attracted. After almost being beaten up twice, Shihao slowed down. The entire venue was too big, and it took 2 days to kill all the first batch of more than 1,000 giant lizards. Now Shihao understood why the longest stay on each floor was 1 year. Compared with Shihao, Yu and Barry took out their usual weapons, and killed all the first wave of enemies, like cutting melons and vegetables. Yu took half the time of Shihao, and Barry took 1/3 less time. The Yu people and Beast people outside cheered for them. That human is too slow. Yeah, I thought he was so powerful. The clothes he wore looked powerful. At first glance, I thought he was from the royal family. Ha ha ha. The people around laughed wantonly, full of sarcasm. Hey, look, there is a human being teleported out over there. Didn't he just go in? It seems that he was almost beaten to death, so he crushed the jade token. No, he didn't have any injuries on his body. That means he was almost scared to death, so he came out. While everyone was discussing and commenting on him, Sherway stood there in a daze. When he was killing 3 giant lizards surrounding him, suddenly a white light flashed, and he arrived at the Adventure Tower Square. Standing there for a while, he touched the token on his waist, and it was gone. It should be that one of the giant lizards accidentally broke the token, and then he was passively teleported out. Thinking of this, he smiled bitterly. At this time, Yifeng had already walked in front of him. After listening to Sherway's story, he also laughed. Fortunately, you didn't fight with them, otherwise you would have lost. Go buy another sign, and climb the tower again. Chapter 214. Sherway remembered Sherhao and Tianying's actions of collecting the jade cards. It seemed that they had foresight. He had no choice but to buy the cards and re-enter. After killing the first wave of giant lizards, there was a 3-hour break in the middle. Sherhao sat cross-legged there practicing Tai Chi to speed up the recovery of physical strength. When the second wave of giant lizards appeared, Sherhao really began to get nervous. More stone houses, large rocks and deep trenches appeared in the middle of the venue. In this way, those giant lizards, who wanted to reinforce had to bypass these obstacles. But the second wave of giant lizards all had short knives in their hands, and their visual range was also increased. After these giant lizards just appeared, 3 of them were close to the small platform and rushed over directly, raising their knives to slash at Sherhao. Sherhao immediately became passive, and hurriedly jumped up and dodged to the side, while drawing a dagger. This wave of giant lizards with short knives was much more flexible than the previous ones, and it was difficult to sneak around and attack from behind. After stabilizing his steps, Sherhao used fighting skills to fight the 3 giant lizards. He felt that the fighting power of this wave of giant lizards was about the same as that of the giant lizards on Minyan Star. Sherhao aimed at the neck and used a dagger to make a fatal blow, killing one. The remaining 2 did the same and soon fell to the ground. Then, Sherhao took the small platform as the starting point, aimed at the position where there were fewer giant lizards, and went to the wall of the Adventure Tower while cleaning up. In this way, he went back and forth, from the wall of the Adventure Tower to the small platform, and then from the small platform to the wall of the Adventure Tower, and killed all the giant lizards without any danger. This time, in order not to alarm the giant lizards, his speed was slower, and he had to do some reconnaissance. It took 5 days to complete the cleaning. Considering the need to fight a protracted war, in order to save energy, laser guns and laser swords should not be used if possible. In addition, he did not want to expose the quasi-purple level short knife. Yu still used a blue level short knife, the blade was shining blue, and he basically killed 1 giant lizard with 1 knife. He took 2 days this time, less than half of Sherhao. Barry took 3 days. That human is too timid. There was only 1 giant lizard in front of him just now, and he hid there for a long time. The strength does not allow it, what else can I say? This is the most embarrassing tower challenge I have ever seen. He can make it to the first floor like this, and he is also a talent. Yifeng was sitting cross-legged in a slightly remote corner of the square practicing. Hearing these people talking, he smiled disdainfully and ignored them. What they couldn't see was Tianying and Sherway. Because there was no bet, the 2 had no burden, so they attacked fiercely. The first wave was unfamiliar with the situation. Tianying took 2 days, and Sherway took less than 2 days. After the second wave of giant lizards appeared, Tianying did not use weapons, but only used Wing Chun and Yi Jin Jing, using the Jia Zi Ju to break all the hands of the giant lizards holding the knife, stepped on 1 leg, and after the dagger fell, it turned into light spots and disappeared. In the Adventure Tower, if the virtual target is killed, it will also directly turn into light spots and dissipate. If it is injured and loses its combat effectiveness, it will lie still. When 70% of all targets have lost their combat effectiveness, these injured targets will turn into light spots and dissipate. And when 70% of a wave of enemies completely lose their combat effectiveness, the Adventure Tower will consider you the winner. Killing a target is worth 2 points, and injuring a target is worth 1 point. Many tower adventurers will finish off injured targets in order to get more points, but Tianying doesn't know that, and she doesn't care. Sherhao didn't care about the rules and points. What he wanted was absolute safety, so all the enemies he met were killed. After Sherway entered for the second time, he used telekinesis to attack. The bodies of the giant lizards, who were hit by telekinesis, became a little stiff, and then Sherway picked up a dagger and harvested them one by one. Frequent use of telekinesis can easily make you tired, so he would sit down and practice for a while after killing a wave to restore his telekinesis. Tianning injured most of the second wave of enemies. Overall, Tianning and Shihui spent about the same time, only 1.5 days. In this comparison, Shihao was indeed a little too cautious. Shihao understood that he was different from other adventurers. He had too much to bear, so he couldn't make any mistakes. This time, he rested for a day before starting to brush the third wave of giant lizards. This time, the giant lizards that appeared did not attack him right away. Many bonfires appeared in the venue, and there were camps around the bonfires. There were more than a dozen giant lizards holding short knives gathered in the camp, and there was also a tall and majestic giant lizard with a big axe-like weapon on his shoulder. Like the last game, Shihao carefully moved to the outer perimeter of the camp closest to him to prepare for reconnaissance. As soon as he showed his head, he suddenly heard a shout. "Hey, where did you come from, kid? Sneaking around, come out." Seeing that he was exposed, Shihao had to stand up with his weapon in his hand. The giant lizard leader took 2 steps towards this side, legs slightly apart, raised an axe in one hand, and pointed at Shihao and said, "Boy, come and fight me for 300 rounds. If you win, I will let you go." The giant lizard brothers did not rush over, but stood behind their big brother with short knives in their hands, cheering. When Shihao saw that they did not take the initiative to attack, he swaggered to the campfire. The giant lizard brothers had already dispersed around, with short knives sheathed, showing a posture of preparing to watch the show. The giant lizard leader stood in the middle of the venue, hooked his finger arrogantly, and asked Shihao to pass. Shihao approached slowly, and the leader raised his axe and chopped it towards this side. The force was strong and heavy. If he was hit, there was no doubt that he would die here. But his movements were not fast. Shihao took a wrong step, dodged the axe, and then approached the giant lizard leader. The leader's axe was not fully exerted, and he could not retract it for a while. Shihao chopped his wrist with his palm, and the axe fell to the ground with a clang. At this time, Shihao jumped up and strangled the leader's neck with his arm. The leader fell backwards straight up, raising a large cloud of dust. Then, Shihao picked up the dagger and stabbed it into his neck. The leader and the axe turned into light spots and disappeared. The younger brother next to him saw that his elder brother was knocked down, so he drew his short knife and rushed over here. Shihao crossed a broken low wall and fled to avoid being surrounded. After Shihao ran away, the younger brothers turned back and wandered around the camp. Seeing this, Shihao crouched and turned back again. This time the leader was gone, so he was not exposed, and killed the giant lizard brothers one by one. Arriving at the second camp, it was still the same old routine. The leader discovered Shihao's whereabouts, and then started a competition. This time, Shihao did not kill the leader. After knocking him to the ground, he ran away. As expected, the camp returned to its original state. Shihao walked in again and competed with the leader. This time, Shihao changed his boxing style and used Xingyiquan. He wanted to take this opportunity to see which martial arts could better restrain the giant lizards. The setting in the adventure tower is very obvious. It puts various races in it and lets you fight. Shihao does not know the intention of the mastermind, but he understands that this is a good opportunity to understand other races. Chongquan, Wing Chun, Luohengquan, Xingyiquan, Fuquan, everything he has practiced, he used it. He felt that the giant lizards were thin and fragile, so the strong boxing style had a very obvious effect on them. "You come again, you are insulting me, ah." When Shihao came to the second camp for the 8th time, the leader said, like crazy, threw away the axe, held his head and shouted loudly. Then he aimed at a big rock beside the camp, ran over, hit it head-on, and then collapsed to the ground, turning into a light spot. He committed suicide? Those little brothers had never seen such a posture. What was the big brother singing? They also shouted a few times, and then hit the rock. Just like this, duong, 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 all the giant lizard brothers and brothers in the camp committed suicide. Shihao was stunned when he saw the scene. There was such a setting. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, walked to another camp, still swaggering, and went in to fight with the leader. Knocked the leader down and ran away, came back, and continued to fight with different fists. This time, by the 7th time, the big brother and his brothers hit the wall and committed suicide. Ah! Am I dazzled? At this time, a bystander noticed something unusual on Shihao's side. Chapter 215. It seems that the group of giant lizards just now committed suicide. He said to his friend next to him, "You are not kidding, are you? Suicide? For so many years, the enemies in the adventure tower are either killed by you or killed by him. If you commit suicide, can you be more credible when you joke? The man next to him felt that he had heard a big joke, and it seemed to insult his IQ, so he tried his best to refute. If you don't believe it, look for yourself. It's as if you are ranked in the top 100. Humph, at least my ranking is better than yours. If you don't believe it, let's try it. Let's try it. The friendship boat capsized, and the two people started fighting. Shirhao stepped into a camp again, the same routine, the same rules. After 7 fights, the leader took the short knife from his younger brother and cut his neck, and the younger brother followed suit and cut his neck. The two men had just finished fighting and sat in the square, staring at each other angrily. Hey, look, how come these giant lizards are slitting their throats? Another voice sounded. The two men jumped up immediately after hearing this voice. Look, I'm right? At first, the man seemed to have avenged a great shame, pointing his finger at the image and shouting at his friend. It is simply a wonder that the virtual target in the adventure tower is beaten to death. Even Yifeng was not calm. This was the first time he had seen this, and he stood up and looked at Shirhao on the image without blinking. Shirhao had no idea how big a wave he had caused, and he went to practice boxing with the giant lizard leader, and then watched the leader and his younger brothers commit suicide together. Because Shirhao spent too much time on each leader, this time it lasted for a total of 10 days. The whole square of the adventure tower was already crowded with people. Every time the leader of the giant lizard tribe and his subordinates committed suicide, there would be cheers. But there were no giant lizards watching in the whole square. When they came, others asked, "Do you giant lizards commit suicide when you can't beat others?" Or, "You giant lizards are too spineless." After Shirhao did this, the whole giant lizard tribe couldn't raise their heads. After the giant lizard chief got the news, he immediately issued a hunting order for Shirhao. Of course, it was impossible to hunt Shirhao on Sanyu Star, and the Star Master of Sanyu Star would not agree. After the third wave of giant lizards were killed, an elliptical portal appeared next to the small platform. Shirhao also heard a prompt sound, which meant that if he wanted to achieve better results, he could continue to challenge on this level. If he didn't want to challenge, he could reach the second level through the portal. Ranking depends on the accumulation of points. Shirhao didn't approach the portal and prepared to continue the challenge. Yu and Barry encountered some troubles when killing the third wave of giant lizards, but they were still much faster than Shirhao. Yu took 4 days, and Barry took 6 days. They also chose to continue the challenge. However, no one laughed at Shirhao for taking too long this time. In their eyes, Shirhao was no longer a bronze, but he could not be called a king. Tianying and Shirwei only took 3 days this time. Tianying chose to teleport to the second floor, while Shirwei stayed. The fourth wave of enemies was the giant lizard leaders scattered all over the venue. The camp in the middle of the venue disappeared and turned into streets, with stone houses scattered on the side of the streets. These giant lizard leaders have a wide field of vision. When attacking one of them, 5 or 6 of them will find Shirhao. Due to the restrictions of streets and houses, it takes time for other giant lizard leaders to arrive, and they do not arrive at the same time. This requires Shirhao to improve his efficiency in killing enemies. Since there is no need for reconnaissance or practice, Shirhao began to slaughter the giant lizard leaders. Often, when one is killed, the others just arrive. Shirhao did not use boxing, palm techniques and other martial arts, but relied entirely on fighting and free fighting skills, straight punches, straight kicks, hugs and throws, etc. Various techniques were used without any reservation, and most of them were fatal. When the onlookers saw Shirhao holding a giant lizard leader, throwing his head directly to the ground, and then turning into a light spot, they only felt a sour feeling in their teeth, and some of them couldn't help but touch their heads and necks. This time, they really saw Shirhao's efficiency. The fourth round of fighting between Yu and Barry started several days earlier than Shirhao. When Shirhao finished killing these leaders, Yu had just finished killing them, and Barry still had 1/3. After Shirhao killed the last giant lizard leader, a red light flashed, and then many red light spots gathered in the air, and then a giant lizard tribe member, who was a circle larger than the giant lizard tribe leader, appeared. After all the gathering was completed, the giant lizard tribe member fell heavily to the ground, and the stone houses and streets under his feet were trampled into pieces and destroyed. "I am the king, you come to die." The last one to appear was the big boss, the giant lizard king. Standing there, he was almost twice as big as Shirhao, and he walked toward Shirhao while talking. At this time, the giant lizard king on Yu's side also appeared. He did not stop, but ran directly to the oval portal in the middle to go to the second floor. It's not that Yu couldn't beat him. He knew that killing the giant lizard king would only give him 10 points, so it was not worth wasting time. Barry handled it the same way in the end. Only Sure Hao and Sure Wei were fighting the giant Lizard King. The giant Lizard King held a weapon in the shape of a big sword, but unlike the traditional sword of Yin country, this sword had no blade. Judging from its function, it should rely on brute force to kill the enemy. The giant Lizard King took 2 steps forward, holding the big sword in both hands, and swept toward Sure Hao. Sure Hao hurriedly exerted force with his legs, jumped high, and did a backflip to distance himself from the giant Lizard King. The sword chopped down the stone house, and the front of the sword plowed a groove on the ground. The giant Lizard King raised the big sword again and swept towards this side. Sure Hao raised the dagger and scratched it across the surface of the front of the big sword, leaving only a white mark, and no other damage. In addition, he also felt that the giant Lizard King was very powerful. Sure Hao did not rush forward. As the giant Lizard King attacked, he jumped around on the side, looking for an opportunity. After a while, he inserted the dagger into his waist, drew out the laser sword, and used telekinesis to control the laser sword blade to 8 centimeters long. Through observation, he saw that the thickness of the giant Lizard King's sword was about 3 to 5 centimeters. When the giant Lizard King raised the sword and swept over again, Sure Hao did not retreat, but went towards the sword. Seeing the sword sweeping over, he raised his hand, and cut the laser sword blade from the edge of the sword, and then pulled it along. With a bang, the front of the sword fell off more than 10 centimeters long. Seeing his beloved weapon destroyed, the giant Lizard King roared, and then the sword body glowed with a faint blue light. When the sword swept over again, Sure Hao repeated the same trick, but only cut a 4 or 5 centimeter cut. The laser sword seemed to be blocked by something sticky, and could not continue to cut. Sure Hao retreated quickly when he saw this. Seeing that it was effective, the giant Lizard King increased the speed of swinging the sword, forcing Sure Hao to retreat several steps. Most of the onlookers outside held their breath, without making any sound, and watched the battle between Sure Hao and the giant Lizard King intently. The giant Lizard King swung the sword quickly, but still couldn't hit Sure Hao, but it almost destroyed the streets and stone houses in the entire venue. Slowly, the giant Lizard King may have been exhausted. The blue light on the sword was stimulated by telekinesis, and the telekinesis talent of the giant lizard people was not very strong. He slowed down a little, but did not stop attacking. Sure Hao began to take the initiative to move forward at this time. When the sword came over, his laser sword changed from horizontal cutting to downward stabbing. Each attack could be stabbed 5 to 8 times, and the whole stab slowly formed a line. After a few times, the sword broke again, this time more than 20 centimeters. The giant Lizard King became even more angry, and changed his sword from sweeping to chopping, stabbing, and sweeping. After the change, Sure Hao could no longer use the laser sword as he did before. As the giant Lizard King slashed, stabbed, and swept, Sure Hao no longer had to dodge. When the giant Lizard King's sword stabbed straight out, Sure Hao jumped high, slightly released his telekinesis, and the laser sword suddenly stretched out and stabbed at the giant Lizard King's wrist. The giant Lizard King's wrist was definitely not as hard as the sword, and it was pierced without any precautions. Unable to hold it for a while, the sword fell to the ground. Sure Hao did not stop, and retracted the laser sword. The moment it landed, the laser sword stretched out again, and stabbed at the giant Lizard King's ankle. Being attacked one after another, his hands and feet were severely injured, and he was unstable, and squatted on the ground. Sure Hao put away the laser sword. He took a run up, jumped up, and kicked the giant Lizard King in the chest with his legs together, and the giant Lizard King fell to the ground. Sure Hao grabbed the intact foot of the giant Lizard King with both hands, used the Tai Chi technique, and exerted his telekinesis to throw the giant Lizard King over his shoulder in the air, and Sure Hao also fell backwards. The giant Lizard King was thrown face down on the ground, and his head was full of stars. He almost fainted. Sure Hao turned over, grabbed his feet, and threw him backwards again. After more than a dozen times, the giant Lizard King turned into a light spot and dissipated. Bullshit giant Lizard King, this is the real king. A bystander looked at the video and said involuntarily that Sure Hao gave him a feeling of being too violent and exciting. The most important thing is that the momentum is not comparable to ordinary people. Chapter 216. This is too awesome, so neat and tidy, and I like the violence. The onlookers in the square all focused their attention on Sure Hao, and most of them changed their impression of Sure Hao. Many people think that these human beings are not just imitating the royal family's clothes to show off. The martial arts, and the last mysterious weapon, are really good. Of course, the Feather Tribe, Beast Tribe and Giant Lizard Tribe must be the most upset. It's just past the first level, and Master Yu Yu has entered the second level to kill, but the human race is still left behind. An orc said loudly, trying to save face. TSK, you didn't kill the giant lizard king at all. I know he can definitely beat him, but in this way, he lost a lot in momentum. A Zerg man next to him immediately explained the situation, implying that he supported Sure Hao. After the orc's words were exposed, he looked embarrassed, but he didn't dare to get angry. Okay, stop talking and watch the show. The voice from the side made everyone focus on Sure Hao again. The second floor is the same as the first floor, with a platform in the middle. The flag is a Stone Clan member, and this floor will fight against the Stone Clan member. The characteristics of the Stone Clan member are that the entire body tissue is the same, without muscle, skin and bone. There are many pure rock planets in the universe. No matter how bad the conditions are, as long as there are Stone Clan members' genes, there is a possibility that a Stone Clan member will be born. The Stone Clan members occupy 25% of the yellow level planets. As mentioned earlier, all small races with similar genes to the Stone Clan members will choose the Stone Clan. The characteristics of this race are very different from the other 4 races. However, the number of high-end combat forces of the entire Stone Clan is similar to that of the Zerg clan and the Giant Lizard clan, and is not proportional to its total population. The Stone Clan mainly relies on its thick skin and flesh to gain a foothold in the Silver Domain. The combat power of individual soldiers is not strong, but it is very durable. The first wave of Stone Clan members were unarmed and fought Sure Hao with fists alone. After a few punches with him, Sure Hao gave up and switched to daggers. The Stone Clan members almost have no neck, but the rotation of the neck requires a structure like a joint. The arms, legs, feet, etc. are the same, and they all have joints. Fighting hard is too disadvantageous and too slow, so Sure Hao began to wander around the Stone Clan members and attack their joints with daggers when they were not prepared. For a while, the ground was full of Stone Clan members with broken arms, legs and necks. The attack of the Stone Clan members is very simple. The body is a weapon. Swinging arms and kicking legs are like big stone hammers. It took 10 days to get rid of the first wave of Stone Clan members. The second wave of Stone Clan members came out. This time, they really had a big stone hammer, which was much bigger than a fist. It made a hole when it hit the ground. This wave of Stone Clan members would also attack. Because it was slow to kill one, Sure Hao would run quickly after each one he injured or killed. Several Stone Clan members followed behind him, swinging stone hammers at his head. From the video, Sure Hao was in a very bad state. He was running away most of the time. Fortunately, the Stone Clan members could not run fast, and their brains were not very smart. After running far, the Stone Clan members stopped chasing him, so Sure Hao turned back and continued to fight. The second wave took 15 days. The setting of the third wave of Stone Clan members was the same as that of the Giant Lizard clan members in the first layer, with the leader and his subordinates. Sure Hao began to use different martial arts to spar with the Stone Clan leader. In the end, he found that using a dagger and body skills was very effective against the Stone Clan members. Sure Hao found a Shadow Phantom step from his memory and started practicing. He was a little unskilled at first, and was almost hit by the leader of the Stone Clan. When the first leader of the Stone Clan was defeated 7 times in a row, he was so angry that he screamed, and then called the Stone Clan's brothers to surround Sure Hao. Sure Hao was so scared that he jumped up and ran. No matter how far he ran, the leader and his brothers chased him closely, as if they would not stop until Sure Hao was killed. In desperation, Sure Hao had to rely on a sneak attack, and it took a lot of effort to get rid of the leader and brothers of the Stone Clan in this camp. He only defeated the second leader 6 times. On the 7th time, he used the Shadow Phantom step and a dagger to chop off the leader's head. The remaining brothers were easy to deal with. He ran a few steps and turned back to kill one, and they were quickly solved. When he had dealt with 1/3 of them, the leader of the Stone Clan could not withstand his attack at all. Sure Hao saw this and simply stopped fighting the leader of the Stone Clan and went to tease the younger brothers. In this way, the leader and the younger brothers surrounded Sure Hao. He was not panicked, nor was he in a hurry to kill them. He was concentrating on practicing the Phantom step. In the end, Sure Hao in the image had turned into many phantoms, making it hard to tell whether it was real or fake. Too weird. Is he going through the tower? Or practicing martial arts? I think he is having fun. Brother Sure, you humans are really unfathomable. Martial arts can be like this. Yi Feng looked at the screen full of phantoms, and said to himself. Sure Hao felt that he had practiced the Phantom step almost enough, so he sped up. After the third wave of Stone Clan members were cleared, an elliptical portal also appeared next to the small platform, which could go to the 3rd floor. Sure Hao still chose to stay. Sure Hao spent a lot of time practicing power consumption. Yu was almost done clearing the fourth wave of Stone Tribe leaders. If nothing unexpected happened, the next one would be the Stone King. Barry only killed half of the third wave. Tianning had already reached the third floor, and had no intention of killing the fourth wave. Sure Wei had killed half of the fourth wave of Stone Tribe leaders. For the Stone Tribe, the effect of the cold attack was not very obvious, so Sure Wei had to use martial arts to fight in close combat. Because the second floor was the home ground of the Stone Tribe, the venue was full of rocks and dust, and Sure Wei was covered in dust, but this did not affect his combat effectiveness at all. Sure Hao sat down cross-legged to rest, waiting for the fourth wave of Stone Tribe members to appear. Sure enough, after the Stone King on Yu's side appeared, he immediately ran to the portal and came to the third floor. Looking at the logo on the flag, it was the Zerg. The third level is the Zerg. Have you noticed that the human race has not appeared yet? What you said is true. Does the main brain think that the human race is stronger than the Zerg? No wonder. Sure Hao's performance just now was really strange. If the human race's individual combat power is so strong, then what are we doing? I admit that he is very strong, but have you ever thought about it? He is the head of the tribe. If he is not strong, how can the human race continue to develop? Besides, your tribe members are strong, and our tribe leader is also strong. Yes, they are at a different level from us. Look, the Stone King has appeared. After the Stone King appeared, the square became quiet again. The Stone King is taller than the Giant Lizard King, and is as tall as 2.5 Sure Haos. Sure Hao stood there, and barely reached the waist of the Stone King. The Stone King did not hold a hammer like the leaders and his subordinates. Instead, he held a stone stick, which was black, very smooth, not thick, and could be held in one hand. After observing it, Sure Hao realized that it was a telekinetic weapon. As expected, after the Stone King had revealed himself, he raised the stone stick before the dust raised by the stone stick had settled. Many small ripples appeared in the air, and then many stones emerged from the ripples and hit Sure Hao. Maybe it was the first time they met, so the Stone King was more merciful, or maybe the Stone King had not stood firm and prepared, and the stones that fell were no bigger than a fist. A rain of stones came down, hitting Sure Hao, who had not reacted. Seeing this, Sure Hao quickly stepped back and kept a sufficient distance from the Stone King. Sure Wang raised his stone club in the direction of Sure Hao, and ripples appeared above his head again. Sure Hao waited for a few seconds, and when the first stone appeared, he immediately ejected and left the attack range of the falling rocks. Fortunately, the range was not large, and he could avoid it. Seeing that he didn't hit it again, Sure Wang began to get agitated. After staying for more than 10 seconds, he raised the stone club again. Sure Hao followed the same method and dodged it again. Sure Wang attacked 8 times, and Sure Hao dodged 8 times. Sure Wang became more and more angry, and the attack range began to expand, but the attack frequency did not change. Sure Hao found out the interval between Sure Wang's attacks, and he was not so panicked. Sure Hao's next attack had a larger range and larger stones. Sure Hao was still hit 2 or 3 times. He thought that hiding like this was not a solution. After thinking for a while, he took advantage of the interval between attacks and quickly ran toward Sure Wang. Then he hid under Sure Wang's crotch. Sure Hao crouched slightly, as if there were 2 stone pillars around him. The Stone King also knew that Sure Hao was below, so he took a big step to move to the side, and then immediately raised the stone stick to cast a spell. Sure Hao saw the Stone King moving, and he held the Stone King's legs and refused to let go. No matter how the Stone King roared and stomped his feet, it had no effect. Finally, Sure Hao put the stone stick on his head and began to cast a spell. Stones of different sizes fell down with a crackling sound, and the Stone King himself was not immune. Sure Hao's body was still partially exposed. His shoulder was hit by a big stone, and his body sank down, grimacing in pain. The Stone King didn't care and continued to cast a spell on his head, hitting himself and Sure Hao at the same time to see who could withstand it. The people of the Stone Clan are indeed different. This Stone King is also a ruthless person. The onlookers outside were stunned. Sure Hao was the first person to force the Stone King to hit him. Sure Hao looked funny hiding under the crotch of the Stone King, but few people laughed at him. In this way, the Stone King relied on his thick skin and kept casting spells, and Sure Hao kept twisting his body to avoid the stones. 1 hour, 2 hours. Almost 10 hours. This Stone King is really resistant to being hit. No wonder he dares to use this method. If it were me, I would have turned into a meat paste long ago. Sure Hao is also very good. He must have been hit hundreds of times. Do you think the Stone King will kill himself? How is that possible? That's the Stone King. A member of the Stone clan nearby tried his best to defend the Stone King of his own race. With a thump, the Stone King fell to the ground and turned into a light spot. You're slapped in the face, brother. The Stone King killed himself, haha. The member of the Stone clan opened his mouth and couldn't speak. Chapter 217. Sure How killed the Stone King without much effort. Although this method was awkward, it was very practical. It can be predicted that many people will go to the second floor of the Adventure Tower to try this new way of playing soon. Sure How did not teleport there immediately, but sat down cross-legged and adjusted his body. He was hit by stones continuously, and was indeed injured. With the terrifying self-healing ability of Songton level, this injury was not a problem. After adjusting for 3 days, Sure How stood up and teleported to the 3rd floor. Not long after, Sure How welcomed the first wave of targets on the 3rd floor. This wave of targets was a bit unexpected. They were not Zerg people, but very big bugs, crawling on the ground, flying in the air, and of different sizes. The largest one was as big as a human head, and the smallest one was as big as a fist. Without exception, they all had long, pointed mouthparts, like large mosquitoes or wasps on Earth. The situation on Yu Yu's side was the same. He took out a telekinetic stick, wrapped up the nearby big bugs, and then started to throw them to the ground. The mouthparts of those insects could not bite through the bubbles of the telekinetic stick, but the bubbles would not hinder their close contact with the ground. Not long after, those insects turned into light spots and dissipated. Yu used this method to clean up the entire venue bit by bit. Tianning took out the laser gun, adjusted it to the point-shooting mode, and fired wildly at those insects. The Stone Guard, who came in later, continued to start his own ice freezing technique, and then took the dagger and harvested them one by one. There were too many, and it would take a while, but he didn't care. When the people above started fighting on the 3rd floor, Barry had just finished cleaning up the leader of the Stone tribe. The moment the Stone King came out, Barry also ran away and teleported to the 3rd floor. Sure How stayed on the small platform, looking at the densely packed insects, thinking that if he was a patient with trypophobia, he would have fainted long ago. He did not rush to do it, but sat down cross-legged. When the onlookers in the square were almost impatient, Sure How stood up. He did not step down from the small platform, but took a stance and started to practice Tai Chi. The movements were slow but very graceful, seemingly soft but actually strong and powerful. He kept doing it over and over again, and the onlookers were slowly mesmerized, and the moves and postures had an indescribable charm. Slowly, the momentum and the Tao were compatible, and the flags on the small platform seemed to be in the wind and swayed. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, and the insects around Sure How gradually couldn't resist the wind and were blown by the wind. Sure How still beat again and again, and the wind spread far away, 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, until the entire venue was swept by the strong wind. The insects were floating involuntarily in the strong wind. At this time, if you look down from above, the insects are clearly separated, forming a Tai Chi pattern, and the center position where Sure How stands is empty. After all the insects are moved, Sure Hao's hands push in one direction, and then push in the opposite direction. The whole Tai Chi pattern becomes chaotic, the insects collide with each other, and then turn into light spots and disappear. The onlookers outside the field don't know what happened. Sure How obviously didn't move, but the insects died. And they were all killed. This visual impact is very shocking. They know that it is easy for those Cloud Masters, Seed Masters, and Main Gods to kill these insects, but none of them are as weird as Sure How. The Feather Tribe, Beast Tribe, and Giant Lizard Tribe were silent, and were beaten to pieces. Yi Feng did not practice anymore. He saw all of Sure Hao's performance. At first, he knew that Sure How would not lose, so he was mentally prepared, but he was still amazed by Sure How again and again. Now he is numb. Sure How did not know the situation outside. After killing the first wave of insects, he sat down to comprehend. Yu Yu was still using the telekinetic stick to clean up the insects one by one, and there were still half left. At this time, not many people paid attention to him, but stared at Sure How, looking forward to the appearance of the next wave of targets. After the second wave of targets appeared, Sure How smiled slightly. He was too familiar with this, the gray-black stone-patterned insect. When he got started, he found that this stone-patterned insect was much more powerful than the gray-black stone-patterned insect on Mars. At least equivalent to those stone-patterned insects with black and bright stripes, the attack power is not less than that of Taishan-level humans. Sure How thought about the Stoneworm King and the Yellow Spotworm King. They should have a very high status in the Zerg, and should not be so weak. Could it be that the Stoneworm King, the Yellow Spotworm King, and the stoneworms on Mars were suppressed by some kind of rules, the more Sure Hao killed, the more he felt that his guess was right. The stoneworms that spawned here were very fast, powerful, and flexible. However, for Sure Hao, they were still too weak. Songshan level versus Taishan level, they could be beaten. Sure Hao used a dagger to find the weak points of the stoneworms, and cleared them all in just 2 days. Yu had just finished cleaning up the first wave of bugs, and was still resting. Barry took a short knife, and fought with those bugs one by one. He was exhausted like a dog, and only cleaned up the 100 meters around the platform. It seemed that it would take more than 20 to 30 days to complete the cleaning. After Tianning used the laser gun, her speed was about the same as Yu's. Sure Wei was still not in a hurry, and had already harvested half of them. The third wave was the flying stone-grained insects, which were about the same size as those on Mars. Their attack power was about the same as that of the Songhan level. This time, they met their match. Fortunately, the flying stone-grained insects had no weapons or martial arts, and they attacked with their mouth parts, so they were very fast. Sure Hao had never been afraid of speed. Sure Hao drew out his laser sword, controlling the sword body to 1 meter long, and then unfolded the second level of the Shadow Phantom Step that he had just mastered, and started a close fight with the flying stone-grained insects. The speed of the flying stone-grained insects was terrifying. From the image, it could be seen that there were afterimages left where they flew. One afterimage appeared frequently, and one full-screen phantom made the onlookers dazzled. The flying stone-grained insects turned into light spots, and dissipated one by one, but Sure Hao's speed did not slow down at all. At this time, a surprised voice sounded. "Look, Yu's second wave of targets is different from Sure Hao's." Everyone looked towards Yu, only to see Yu standing with a Zerg man holding a short knife, and no gray-black stone-patterned worms were seen. The Zerg man holding a short knife looked the same as the others, nothing special. Will the Master Brain give people special treatment? Even if you break into a tower, you will be treated differently. Isn't this too unfair to Sure Hao? I also want the Master Brain to be unfair to me once, but it's a pity that I can't catch the Master Brain's eye. Do you think this is a special setting of the Adventure Tower, but no one can trigger it? This person's question made Yifeng ponder. These low-level people of the low-level race don't know, but he understands that he has seen the special care of the Adventure Tower. But it was not him who was taken care of, but the Dark Demon. He was very depressed. He used to think that it was accidental that the Dark Demon received special care, but this time Sure Hao triggered it, and he felt that it was his incompetence. The Dark Demon was like a mountain blocking him. He thought of many ways to surpass him, including going to Canis Major. He wanted to become the throne to prove his strength. It seems that I have to be thick-skinned and ask Brother Sure for more. Yifeng secretly made up his mind that after Sure Hao came out, he would learn the Shadow Phantom Step and the weird insect-killing spell just now. He wanted to become stronger. Sure Wei had already started to kill the second wave of targets at this time. His was the same as Yu's, and Sure Wei still used the old method. Tianying's was the same as theirs. Because of killing insects, she used up a battery. Now she was fighting the Zerg with a laser sword and a short knife. Her usual strategy was to only hurt, but not kill, which was very efficient. Fight quickly and kill quickly. Sure Hao took less time to kill the flying stone grain insects than the gray-black stone grain insects. The fourth wave of targets was a combination of gray-black stone worms and flying stone worms. The Insect King had not yet appeared. In order to improve efficiency, Sure Hao still used the laser sword. After killing the gray-black stone worms and flying stone worms, the yellow-spotted Insect King appeared. Seeing the yellow-spotted Insect King, Sure Hao immediately retreated to a distance. He knew that the yellow-spotted Insect King's telekinetic attack was very strong, and he was wary. Chapter 218. There are many rocks and gullies in the whole venue. The location where the yellow spot worm king appeared was not in the middle of the venue. This yellow spot worm king was very tall, about the same size as the stone king just now. Sure Hao found a distance of about 500 meters away, hid behind a stone, and observed. There were deep ditches on two sides of the yellow spot worm king, and rocks on the other side. He wandered in it, and turned back when he encountered deep ditches and rocks. After seeing this situation, Sure Hao went around to the side of a deep ditch. There was a big rock about 200 meters away from the yellow spot worm king. When Sure Hao hid, the yellow spot worm king seemed to have noticed something and walked in that direction frequently. It might be because of the setting of the Adventure Tower that he could not cross the deep ditch. Sure Hao showed the laser gun for the first time, aimed at the yellow spot worm king, and started shooting. The yellow spot worm king was caught off guard and was shot by the laser gun, and then began to flash and move quickly. Shao's laser gun was difficult to aim. At the same time, a thick fog band came out of the body of the yellow spot worm king and spread toward Shao. Unlike on Mars, the mental attack of this virtual yellow spot worm king was more accurate, rather than indiscriminate. Wherever the thick fog band passed, large and small stones flew towards the yellow spot worm king. Soon, the stone in front of Shao also disappeared. There was no other way. Shao had to run quickly, shooting with a laser gun while running, changing continuous shooting to burst shooting. Dense laser bright spots covered the yellow spot worm king. The lethality of burst shooting was much smaller than continuous shooting, and it was not fatal to the yellow spot worm king, but it also emitted bursts of white smoke. The yellow spot worm king held up a yellow umbrella-shaped protective light curtain in front of him, like a shield. Those 10-centimeter-long laser beams still penetrated the shield, but after passing through, they were obviously much dimmer, and no white smoke came out when they hit the yellow spot worm king. This yellow spot worm king is many times more powerful than the yellow spot worm king on Mars, and it was also suppressed on Mars. Its long-range attack weapon is a bit like the particle gun of the Golden Clan, but it doesn't seem to be very powerful. Although I haven't seen that worm king before, it must be not much different from the Stone King and the Giant Lizard King. If it was the particle gun of the Golden Clan, the Stone King and the Giant Lizard King would have been killed quickly. The onlookers outside saw Shao take out a new weapon and began to comment. But they didn't know that the Yellow Spot Worm King was so powerful that it was not comparable to the Stone King and the Giant Lizard King. Although the attack was fruitless, Shao did not put away the laser gun. At least the laser gun attack can distract the Yellow Spot Worm King. After the Yellow Spot Worm King condensed into a light shield, the power of the yellow fog band spreading outward was also reduced by half. For a while, the two were deadlocked. After a few minutes, Shao attacked with the laser gun while condensing his mind into needles. He wrapped the telekinetic needles around the front of each laser beam. After the laser beam hit the light shield, a small bulge appeared inward on the light shield, and then a small hole was broken. The power of the laser beam that passed through did not change, and the original damage was restored. Seeing that the light shield had no effect, the Yellow Spot Worm King withdrew it, because condensing the light shield would affect his telekinetic attack power and sacrifice his movement speed. But after withdrawing it, it was different from what he thought. The attack power of the laser beam suddenly increased. Those telekinetic needles were not blocked by the light shield and directly penetrated his skin. The damage caused by the laser beam was at least doubled. The Yellow Spot Worm King let out a strange cry and quickly raised the light shield again. Slowly, the Yellow Spot Worm King's body began to emit thick yellow smoke, which meant that the Yellow Spot Worm King was sacrificing his body to increase his telekinetic attack. Shao did not dare to be careless, holding a laser gun in one hand and a laser sword in the other. At this time, the Yellow Spot Worm King stopped moving and condensed a thicker and thicker yellow fog belt to attack Shao. Shao adjusted the laser gun to continue his shooting, and silently used Tai Chi to condense the telekinetic needle in the laser beam and continuously poured it towards the Yellow Spot Worm King. The Yellow Spot Worm King's body was penetrated by the laser beam. The onlookers outside did not understand why the same laser gun caused different damage. Yifeng saw a little clue and was a little shocked. Shao's telekinetic attack method was already so proficient. The Yellow Spot Worm King worked hard and directly withdrew the light shield, and the thick fog belt wrapped around Shao. Shao felt his body tighten and was about to be imprisoned. He immediately used the Luohan fist that was integrated into Tai Chi Dao to hit the thick fog, and the thick fog was dispersed where it hit. Shao was able to break free. The Yellow Spot Worm King changed his strategy and made the thick fog thinner, dividing it into dozens of bundles of thick fog ropes, which were constantly interlaced and entangled, and slowly Shao was wrapped like a cocoon. Shao took out the laser sword, controlled the sword body to about 10 centimeters, and wrapped the sword body with telekinesis. Then, he took the sword and started cutting around his body. Soon a hole was cut out, and Shao got out from it. At this time, the Yellow Spot Worm King could no longer stand steadily, and felt a little shaky. When he found that Shao had broken free, he retracted the yellow thick fog. As soon as the yellow thick fog was retracted, a cone-shaped object that was so thick that it was about to become substantial was emitted from the Yellow Spot Worm King's body. Like a gyroscope, it was pointed in front and rotated by itself, and flew toward Shao rapidly. There should be hundreds of these telekinetic gyroscopes. Shao felt something was wrong and turned around to run back. Those telekinetic gyroscopes were like automatic guidance, which could lock onto the target. Wherever Shao ran, they would follow him. Shao's speed was at its maximum, so he barely avoided being caught up. As time passed, the speed of the telekinetic gyroscopes did not slow down at all, but Sherhao felt a little tired. After the Yellow Spot Worm King made this attack, he did not move anymore and just stood there. The hole burned through his body by the laser gun was clearly visible, the size of a fist. Sherhao simply turned back and ran towards the Yellow Spot Worm King. As he got closer and closer, the Yellow Spot Worm King's face showed anxiety, and he wanted to move his body, but he almost fell down after shaking. He was already at the end of his strength. When he was almost in front of the Yellow Spot Worm King, he controlled the laser sword to be 1 meter long and still wrapped it with telekinesis. He leaped high over the deep ditch, holding the laser sword in both hands, pointing it directly at the Yellow Spot Worm King. At the same time, Sherhao's body also spun rapidly as he leaped. The laser sword pierced directly into the Yellow Spot Worm King's abdomen, and a circle was cut in the middle of the abdomen as it spun. At this time, Sherhao's speed did not slow down, and he crashed into the Yellow Spot Worm King's abdomen. The cut piece of the Yellow Spot Worm King's abdomen was easily knocked off by Sherhao, and a big hole appeared. Sherhao just passed through that hole. Those telekinetic gyroscopes hit the Yellow Spot Worm King indiscriminately, and the Yellow Spot Worm King turned into a light spot and disappeared together with the telekinetic gyroscopes. There were also several telekinetic gyroscopes that passed through the hole and hit Sherhao, causing him to feel paralyzed, which could not dissipate for a long time, but his consciousness was still there. If he was hit by all the telekinetic gyroscopes, the consequences would be disastrous. Sherhao just lay quietly on the ground, unable to move. Sherhao was very glad in his heart. This was the real fighting power of the Yellow Spot Worm King. If this Yellow Spot Worm King had been placed on Mars, there would be no future. As time passed, the numbness on Sherhao's body did not disappear, and he still could not move. Is he dead? The onlookers outside looked at Sherhao, who was motionless. He should not be dead. If he is dead, the Adventure Tower will teleport his body out. After this battle, Sherhao was very tired, and with the numbness, he lay there and fell asleep. This sleep lasted for 7 days. The onlookers outside gradually paid less attention to Sherhao, and they began to pay attention to the progress of Yu and Barry. When Yu stepped into the 4th floor, the onlookers became excited again, because from the flag, the battle on this floor was surprisingly the human race. Barry began to kill the 4th wave of Zerd targets, and the gap between him and Yu was obvious. Tianning and Sherwei also reached the 4th floor. The first wave of human targets were the bandits holding daggers. Yu was very excited to see the human race, so he used the telekinesis stick. He wanted to humiliate the human race in this way, wrapping them up with bubbles, and then throwing them to the ground. Every time Yu threw them, the onlookers outside burst into cheers, especially those from the Feather Clan, the Gold Clan, the Beast Clan, and the Giant Lizard Clan. The human race gave them the feeling that they were too weak. Tianning used fighting, still only hurting but not killing, and the efficiency was also very high. Sherwei used the old routine all the way down, freezing and harvesting. Sherwei killed most of the targets in the first 3 levels, including the last Giant Lizard King, Sherwei, and the Insect King, all of which were killed, and his points were rising rapidly. Sherwei's points were higher than Yu's, because he was not yet in the top 100, so the onlookers outside did not know. Tianying's points were mostly killing, so her points were only half of Sherwei's. After sleeping for 7 days, Sherhao felt much more conscious, but the numbness in his body did not change, and he still could not move. He had no choice but to use his mind to look inside his body. He found that many cells in his body were wrapped in a layer of yellow mist, making it impossible for him to mobilize the cells to complete the brain's instructions. Chapter 219. When his cells were invaded by the bat virus, it started from a point and then gradually occupied the entire cell, and the function of the cell was not restricted. This time, it was the yellow mist that blocked the cell from the outside world, and the function was completely lost. The position hit by the telekinetic gyroscope was the legs and back. If it was the brain, he probably wouldn't even have consciousness. Sherhao used the old method to drive away the mist, perhaps because his telekinesis was a little weak, so it didn't work very well. And when his telekinesis needle approached, the mist would be temporarily dispelled, but after the telekinesis needle was removed, the mist returned to its original state. Quite tricky. After many attempts, Sherhao gave up the idea of dispersing it. He used telekinesis to try to extract all the yellow mist around his cell. After several efforts, he used his telekinesis to extract the yellow mist, and completely wrapped it up. But he found a problem. Where should the yellow mist be put? It won't work if it is always wrapped like this. His mind can't do anything else. He carefully recalled the characteristics of human body structure. Wu Ruanfa and Zhao Qing found that the 8 extraordinary meridians of human beings are very peculiar through their research on aliens, which are not possessed by other life forms. Shihao remembered the dantian used in many exercises. He controlled his mind to go to the dantian and tried to imprison the yellow mist there. Only a small part of it remained, and most of it still dissipated and returned to its original position. Shihao found a Wudong exercise, small circulation exercise, from his brain memory. When practicing this exercise, first eliminate all thoughts, then start to practice, and first move the qi in the dantian. This is a method of internal energy cultivation, which is different from the mind cultivation method of Tai Chi. Originally, to practice the small circulation exercise, you need to relax your whole body and get ready. The current conditions do not allow it, so you have to make do with it. Fortunately, Shihao, who was lying down, was able to practice. Although the cells lost their energy supply, the energy supply of the 8 extraordinary meridians was not restricted. Shihao put aside his distracting thoughts and concentrated on practicing. After a few days of hard work, he clearly felt the energy generated by practicing this small circulation exercise. His control over the dantian was also enhanced. He used his mind power to extract and transport the yellow mist to the dantian again, and this time it was successful. Then he kept transporting it, but the capacity of the dantian was still limited. It was full after only a few dozen times, which was equivalent to only a few dozen cells returning to normal. Shihao once again calmed down to practice the small circulation exercise. Just after running a few cycles, he was surprised to find that the yellow mist was gone. He didn't know whether it was absorbed by the body or refined. He didn't care so much, and continued to extract and transport. This time it took hundreds of times to be full. Practicing the small circulation qigong again, the previous situation reappeared. Shihao now began to try to move with his mind, while practicing the small circulation qigong. Originally, practicing the small circulation qigong requires eliminating distracting thoughts first, but time waits for no one, and he has been on the 3rd level for 2 months. It is a taboo to practice 2 things like this, and problems will arise if you are not careful, ranging from a side stitch to a serious case of going crazy and paralyzed. Shihao did not think too much, and Tai Chi Dao and the small circulation qigong were running at the same time. At the beginning, he was very cautious, and the amount of movement each time was not that much. As time passed, the capacity of dantian continued to expand. The amount of transportation gradually couldn't keep up with the speed of dantian's refining. He began to speed up the extraction and transportation speed, and the small circulation power never stopped. Time passed quickly, and more than 5 months passed in a blink of an eye. Shihao kept this posture. Is he really not dead? Did something happen to the adventure tower? How is it possible? That is controlled by the main brain. How is it impossible? The Zerg on Shihao's floor is different from Yu Yu's. The various speculations and comments of the onlookers outside have not stopped in these 5 months. Yi Feng was also a little worried. More than 5 months have passed, and Yu Yu has also encountered trouble. The first wave of human races were knife-carrying bandits, and he easily solved them. The second wave was gun-carrying bandits, holding traditional mechanical rifles. The third wave was also a leader with a few brothers. The weapons in their hands were guns, and the brothers held the traditional mechanical pistols and rifles. The leader held a light laser gun without diamond amplification. For Yu Yu, this long-range attack weapon was not very powerful. He easily eliminated the second and third waves of enemies with a particle gun. The fourth wave was very different. The leaders all held light super laser guns, and they would find cover to shoot and cooperate with each other. Yu Yu was too arrogant at the beginning and was hit twice, one in the arm and one in the leg. The burning sensation made him feel so painful that he quickly found a safe cover to sit down and start healing. This healing took several days. Then he attacked again, using a particle gun to defeat each one. Although he was very careful, he was still injured 3 or 4 times. Because he was a human, he didn't want to give up and go directly to the 5th floor. After healing his wounds, he continued to kill. It took him 3 months to kill all the human leaders on the 4th floor. Yu Yu's persistence made the onlookers outside look up to him. Although he was injured, he also won a lot of praise. The last boss that came out was a Taoist priest from Wudong, holding a whisk. Yu Yu felt relieved when he saw that it was not a gun. He walked up and said, "You human trash, let me teach you how to be a man today." After that, he put away the particle gun in a pretentious manner. Then he flew in front of the Taoist priest, ready for close combat. Seeing this, the Taoist priest hit and pulled with a whisk, wrapped the root of Yu Yu's wings, and then shook his hand and threw him more than 100 meters away. Yu suffered a loss and became cautious. He did not fly up again, but fought with the Taoist priest on the ground. Holding a blue-level short knife in his hand, after several rounds, his short knife cut the whisk several times. The whisk in the Taoist's hand became shorter and shorter, and Yu became bolder and took the short knife to attack. Because of the big movement, the short knife handle was caught by the whisk and pulled off by the force, and the short knife fell out of his hand. The Taoist threw the whisk with the short knife far away. Without a weapon, Yu also took a stance, ready to fight the Taoist with martial arts. The Taoist began to practice Tai Chi, and his movements were very slow. Yu felt that he could see the Taoist's movements very clearly, but every time he punched or kicked, he was controlled by others. Until the end, his kick was caught by the Taoist, and then he was thrown forward, backward, left, and right to the ground. Finally, the Taoist let go and threw him out. Yu did not dare to get close to that side. He ran to a distance and picked up the short knife. When everyone thought he was going to go back to get back the place, he ran away. He ran to the small platform and teleported to the 5th floor. This caused an uproar among the onlookers outside. You might as well not fight, and get to the 5th floor earlier. It's really embarrassing. You failed to show off, but got struck by lightning, haha. I wonder if Master Yu can still hold his head up on the yellow level planet in the future? Don't worry, you underestimated the thickness of his face. Sure, Hao has been silent, but Yu has provided everyone with a lot of fun. Barry was also stuck in the 4th wave. He had the same idea as Yu, and he couldn't lose face, so although it was difficult, he still persisted. Tianning and Sherwei were very familiar with the human combat method, and the heavy super laser guns they held were also very lethal, so when they encountered the 4th wave of enemies, they easily passed through with the help of cover and combat skills. Tianning did not fight with the Taoist priest. Sherwei held a laser sword, and with the freezing technique, the Taoist priest was very passive. The virtual Taoist priest here is very skilled in Tai Chi and Tai Chi techniques, but he does not use the power of Tai Chi. However, Sherwei relies on telekinetic attacks, so the Taoist priest is easily hit and defeated soon. After Sherwei enters him, he comes to the 5th floor. After the 4th floor, Sherwei's points are far ahead of Yu, but there is still a distance from the top 100. The real gap in scores is in the 6th and 7th floors, and the scores of these 2 floors will double. Another 3 months have passed. Sure Hao is still lying, and the yellow mist on his body has been cleared by half. The most serious waste has not been cleared, so he can't sit up yet. However, the cooperation between Tai Chi and Xiuan Gong is very tacit. The Beast tribe on the 5th floor did not pose a big threat to Yu. He did not fight with the last Beast King, and came to the 6th floor, which is the Feather tribe. Tianning and Yu came to the 6th floor at about the same time. Sherwei is still fighting with the Beast King. Barry was fighting fiercely with the 4th wave of Beastmen leaders. As they were both Beastmen, he knew the weaknesses of the Beastmen, so it was easier for him than fighting against humans. Hey, look, Sure Hao is sitting up. Another 3 months passed, and a bystander suddenly shouted. Everyone looked over there, and saw Sure Hao sitting with his eyes closed. Brother Sure, you have to hurry up. If you don't go to the 4th floor, you will be kicked out of the Adventure Tower. Seeing Sure Hao's appearance, He Feng also became anxious and said to himself. Chapter 220. Sure Hao opened his eyes, as if he had heard what Yi Feng said. It is said that there are tens of trillions of human cells. Sure Hao has to clean them one by one. You can imagine how much work it will take. Fortunately, as his proficiency increases, the number of cells he cleans each time also increases greatly. At this time, his waist has been cleaned. But he still hasn't had time to clean his legs, and he can't use his strength. He raised his hand and looked at his watch. The time limit was about to expire. He supported himself with both hands, moved to the side with his hands instead of his feet, picked up the laser sword, installed it, and then moved to the small platform. Seeing Sure Hao dragging his legs and moving his body in a tragic manner, the onlookers were all moved. Sure Hao teleported to the 4th floor, and then sat on the small platform, continuing to be motionless. He had to continue to heal his body. After practicing the small circulation exercise until now, the capacity of the Dantian has been very large, but the speed of the mind extracting and moving the yellow mist can't keep up. Sure Hao tilted his center of gravity more towards the control of the mind. This sitting lasted another 3 months. When Sherwei was fighting the Beast King, the effectiveness of his telekinetic attack was greatly weakened, so he had to choose to fight the Beast King in close combat. After being covered in wounds, he used a laser sword to cut off one of the Beast King's arms and 2 legs. He struggled to get to the platform to heal his wounds. The first wave of targets on the 6th floor were the Feather Clan flying in the air, and they would attack from a distance by throwing javelins. The difficulty of this first wave of targets was much higher than that of the 5th floor. They would attack actively, have a wide field of vision, and would call out to their companions. After Yu came in, he immediately took out his particle gun and, without stopping, launched an indiscriminate attack on the Feather Clan flying within his field of vision. During this period, he did not stop for a moment. Once there was a pause, there was a risk of being surrounded. After Tianying teleported in, she wanted to observe, but she was not prepared and was almost injured by a javelin. She looked at the Feather Tribe flying all over the field, and also chose the laser gun that can attack remotely, and adjusted it to the burst mode to increase the hit rate. The speed of the Feather Tribe throwing javelins was not fast, and the range was not as far as the laser gun. Yu and Tianying's first wave of attacks was easy. Barry did not fight the Beast King, but also came to the 6th floor. When the first wave of targets appeared, he was a little dumbfounded. There is no flying race on the yellow level planet, so the Beast Men are rarely equipped with weapons to attack aerial targets. Seeing the Feather Tribe attacking, Barry hurriedly pulled out a few darts from under the armor on his waist, and threw them at the Feather Tribe. Some hit the Feather Tribe's body, and some hit the wings. The Feather Tribe with injured wings fell to the ground. Soon, Barry ran out of darts, so he had to pick up the javelin on the ground and throw it back. At first, he was not very accurate because he was not comfortable with it. After more than a dozen throws, his proficiency increased and his accuracy improved. Those Feather Tribesmen were hit by Barry and fell to the ground one after another. Barry was also an elite of the Beast Tribe, and he dared to challenge Shi Hao, so he was quite capable. Shi Wei's body was physically injured. After more than 10 days of adjustment, he recovered and came to the 6th floor. After he saw the situation of the target on the 6th floor clearly, he still used the means of telekinesis attack. Shi Wei did this to practice while killing the enemy. At the beginning, he used more freezing, but now, he can use telekinesis to gather needles and darts to actively attack the target. To deal with the Flying Feather Tribe members, he still only used the freezing technique, and saw those Feather Tribe members fall down while flying. Shi Wei walked over and harvested them with a dagger. The second wave of Feather Tribe members held telekinetic sticks in their hands, and when they met the enemy, they triggered bubbles to imprison the enemy. Yu also took out the telekinetic stick. His telekinetic stick was of a higher level, and it was easy to suppress those Feather Tribe members. Tianying still held the laser gun. The Yujinjing she practiced greatly increased her martial arts, but her telekinesis was not strong, so she did not expect to use telekinesis to puncture the bubbles. He did not wait for the Feather Tribe members to get close, and used the laser gun to eliminate them. Shi Wei saw the Feather Tribe members holding telekinetic sticks, and his eyes lit up. Every time, he let the Feather Tribe members wrap him up with bubbles, and then puncture him with telekinetic needles, and when the Feather Tribe members were stunned, he would kill them with one blow. Hey, look, that one is from the human race, so abnormal. He always asks those you people to catch him, and then pop the bubble. Wait, you said he is from the human race? The man hurriedly looked at the ranking on the jade tablet next to him. Shi Wei, 100th, human race. I remember, he is the follower next to Shi Hao, the leader of the human race. Wow, the follower is so powerful. Shi Wei broke into the top 100, and he also had his ranking and a video. Why is Yu's ranking not as high as his? No matter who it is, as long as he breaks into the tower again, his original ranking will disappear and be re-ranked. Yu didn't fight the boss on the first few floors. You said, this human kid killed all the boss on the first few floors? According to the ranking, it should be correct. The onlookers all focused their attention on Shi Wei. Could it be that Shi Wei is the strongest person in the human race, who is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Everyone looked at Shi Hao when they heard this. Shi Hao had stood up at some point, and was practicing boxing and moving his body. After a while, he walked towards the virtual humans, and simply threw a punch. The man was knocked away, and turned into a light spot in the air, and dissipated. After trying this punch, Shi Hao was overjoyed. Because of the practice of the small circulation exercise, his boxing skills were several times more powerful, with the help of internal strength. It seems that the complete system of Yin Wa Kung Fu should be martial arts, moves, internal strength, and telekinesis. In the past, he only pursued the improvement of telekinesis, and put all his energy on the practice of Tai Chi. It seems that internal strength is also indispensable. Because the first wave of human race would not actively attack, and the venue was too scattered, Shi Hao did not kill them one by one. Instead, He stood in place and used his telekinesis to condense many thumb-sized small gyroscopes in imitation of the yellow spot worm king's telekinetic gyroscope. These gyroscopes also rotate on their own, and each one seems to have an invisible rope tied behind it to control their attack direction. Shirhao is still unable to achieve the automatic guidance of the yellow spot worm king. Shirhao can control about 50 such small rotating gyroscopes, and the attack range reaches 500 meters. Soon, all the humans within 500 meters around him collapsed to the ground and turned into light spots. Shirhao's telekinetic gyroscope is invisible and cannot be seen in the image. The onlookers feel that Shirhao stood there pretending to be cool, and all the humans within a radius of 500 meters fell to the ground and died. After all, he is the patriarch of the human race. Even the virtual targets cooperate with him in acting. Don't move a finger, all of them will commit suicide. The people around didn't laugh. They still knew the common sense that virtual targets were not controlled by the tower invaders. It was just that Shirhao acted too weird. Shirhao understood the structure of the human body, and the weakest part was still the temple. His telekinetic gyroscope would attack the brain from the temple every time, producing a fatal effect. He walked forward 200 or 300 meters, and continued to stand still. Soon, the humans around him disappeared in the same way. Soon, the first wave of targets was cleared. The same happened to the second, third, and fourth waves. Until the Taoist priest appeared. The human race is too weak. They have no power to fight back in front of Shirhao. In fact, Shirhao also had a little calculation in his heart. He wanted the human race to appear weaker. The current situation of the human race is not too low-key. Shirhao came to the Taoist priest, bowed and saluted, and said, "Hello, Taoist priest, Shirhao wants to learn from you." After that, Shirhao started with Tai Chi and started to fight on his own. The Tai Chi posture, Tai Chi technique, and Tai Chi Dao were all integrated. The surroundings were very quiet, but Shirhao was covered with tiny cyclones. After finishing the fight, he stood still. The Taoist priest did not speak or move from beginning to end. After Shirhao stopped, he put the whisk on his arm, then raised one palm and bowed slightly to Shirhao. The layman has entered the artistic conception, and I am ashamed of myself. As the voice fell, the Taoist priest turned into a light spot and dissipated. The onlookers did not understand what was going on. Shirhao knew that the Taoist priest was determined to make way for him. This should be suicide, right? I think it's a bit like that. Oh my god, can you play like this? None of these kings died normally. The onlookers were speechless about Shirhao. Shirhao easily came to the 5th floor. The beastmen on the 5th floor have strong individual combat power and good physical fitness, but other than that, there is nothing special. The weapons they like to use are long swords, long sticks, and darts. In the 4th wave, a beast king with a blue-level telekinetic weapon appeared. It was a very large hammer. In order to improve efficiency, Shirhao still used telekinetic gyroscopes to attack in a large area. The beastmen were also very cooperative like the human race. Wherever Shirhao went, they fell down and turned into light spots before they had time to attack. The beastmen in the 4th wave were stronger in combat power, and the telekinetic gyroscope could not kill them with one attack. The leaders closer to Shirhao used savage collisions to attack, but without exception, when they were about to get close, they were killed by the 2nd and 3rd telekinetic gyroscope attacks. Next, it was the Beast King who had beaten the stone guard all over his body, and the onlookers all widened their eyes. Chapter 221. Shirhao walked towards the Beast King. The boss on each floor of the Adventure Tower was very large, and this one was no exception. It was twice as big as Shirhao. The hammer in his hand was half the size of Shirhao's body and glowed with blue light. When Shirhao was still 100 meters away from the Beast King swung the hammer at him. A blue light burst out from the hammer head and shot towards Shirhao. It seemed that this was the skill of the blue-level hammer. Shirhao jumped and dodged. The Beast King hit the ground with his hammer, and the surrounding ground seemed to have an earthquake. This hammer was more likely to be a demonstration. Shirhao stopped and wanted to see what the Beast King would do next before making a decision. The Beast King picked up the hammer, carried it on his shoulder, and rushed toward Shirhao. This was the savage charge that the Beast tribe used to use. When he was almost there, Shirhao slightly shifted his body and dodged. The Beast King ran over without stopping. The Beast King raised his hammer high and roared. The hammer was surrounded by blue fluorescence, which extended from the hammer to the Beast King's arms, and even his whole body. The Beast King turned around and charged toward Shirhao again. This time, he was very fast, almost flashing, and his hammer was dancing with a whirring wind. It seems that this hammer has an acceleration skill. Without any preparation, Shirhao was in a panic and had to retreat as the Beast King attacked. Seizing the opportunity, Shirhao launched the Shadow Phantom Step and dodged the Beast King. This lasted for 5 or 6 minutes, and the blue light on the Beast King disappeared, and his speed dropped sharply. Seeing this, Shirhao ran a few steps to the side of the Beast King. When he passed by, he hit the Beast King's waist with a straight punch. This punch was accompanied by internal energy, and the Beast King was knocked over and sat on the ground. What's going on? Isn't the Beast King very powerful? Why is he sitting down? It seems that Shirhao hit me with a punch just now. Shirhao's fist is so small, and the Beast King is so big. How powerful is that punch? You will know if you try it. You little bastard, curse me to death. While the two were cursing, the Beast King stood up. This time he looked at Shirhao, wanting to attack but not daring to. He had already used his big moves just now, but the opponent was not even injured, and he was hit by a punch, which left a shadow in his heart. Big fool, are you going to fight or not? Shirhao looked at the hesitant Beast King and asked. Fight, of course I will fight. The Beast King did not show weakness. Then you attack. Shirhao wanted to see what big moves he had. You attack. The Beast King had no more moves, but he was still stubborn and replied in a pretentious tone. Hearing the words of the Beast King, Shirhao prepared to attack again. This time he was going to try the effect of the flying kick. When he just started to run, the Beast King turned and ran. This scene was really a bit eye-catching. The onlookers outside the field looked at such a big coward with rich expressions. As time continued to accelerate, the Beast King was caught up, and a flying kick hit the Beast King's back. The Beast King was kicked forward and fell to the ground. No more fighting, I surrender. The Beast King handed in the white flag. The onlookers outside were so angry when they saw the Beast King's cowardly look that several people with good tower breakthrough results bought signs and prepared to go in and deal with it. As a result, they were beaten black and blue by the Beast King, and they broke the sign and escaped. Only then did they realize that it was not the Beast King who was too cowardly, but Shirhao who was too rebellious. Seeing the Beast King's appearance, Shirhao did not continue to beat the drowning dog, and went directly to the 6th floor. At this time, everyone began to look at the situation of Yu, Barry and Shirwei. Barry was still hunting with the first wave of Feather Tribe members, fighting and healing at the same time, and the progress was very slow. Yu had killed the second wave of Feather Tribe members. The third wave was the leader and younger brothers of the Feather Tribe. Half of the younger brothers held telekinetic sticks, and the other half were flying Feather Tribe members holding javelins, and the leader held a particle gun. Yu knew the power of the particle gun, so he also took out the particle gun for long-range attack. His particle gun was better than the gun of the leader of the Feather Tribe, with a long range and great power. The particle gun was very efficient in killing enemies, and Yu's ranking quickly reached 87th. Tianing also started the third wave of Feather Tribe members at this time, and she still used a laser gun. Shirwei was still playing tricks on the second wave of Feather Clan members holding telekinetic sticks. The onlookers outside gave him the title of Perverted Stick King. Shirwei was currently ranked 91st because of his slow killing speed. After Shirhao entered the 6th floor and saw the situation clearly, he used the telekinetic gyroscope again to hunt. The hunting range has now reached more than 600 meters, and the number of control people has increased to more than 70. Those flying Feather Clan members fell from the sky one by one and turned into light spots. The onlookers outside were already accustomed to it and were not surprised. The scene was cleared quickly. After the second wave of Feather Clan members holding telekinetic sticks appeared, Shirhao still had a new trick. The telekinetic sticks of those Feather Clan members were also used. When they saw their companions being attacked, they quickly wrapped themselves up with telekinetic sticks. However, those bubbles burst at the touch of the high-speed spinning telekinetic gyroscope, and they still could not escape the fate of being killed. At this time, Shirhao's ranking also entered the top 100. When Shirhao killed the second wave of targets, the third wave of targets also appeared at Shirwei's place. After killing the first wave, Barry sat on the small platform to heal his wounds. While healing, he thought, I want to persist in killing the third wave. In this way, the ranking should be able to enter the top 80, and it will not be a piece of cake to defeat that human race. Barry's best record in the tower before was 65th, but he took a long time, was well prepared, and used various methods to kill and injure the boss on each floor every time to accumulate as many points as possible. This time, he had the same idea as Yu. On the one hand, he determined that Shirhao could not enter the top 100, and on the other hand, in order to be safe and avoid fearless injuries, he gave up the boss on each floor. Tianing did not hesitate to consume batteries, and continued to attack with laser guns, and the third wave of targets was quickly eliminated. Look, another human. Everyone looked at the jade tablet. Tian-Ing, human, ranked 100. It's that human woman. At this time, there was also an image of Tian-Ing. She actually reached the 6th floor, and now she has started to kill the 4th wave of targets. It seems that these 3 human races are not easy to deal with. Your president will lose this time, a Zerg said to an orc. The orc rolled his eyes, and didn't say a word. Shirhao looked at the 3rd wave of feather people, and saw the gun-shaped weapon in the hands of the feather leader. He found a camp, killed his younger brother, and then imprisoned the leader with a telekinetic rope, walked over to take the gun, and studied it. It was discovered that this gun was controlled by telekinesis. After activation, a very powerful colorless high-speed airflow rushed out. In fact, it was a high-speed particle flow. Shirhao took the particle gun and began to sweep. He found that the power of this gun was comparable to their super heavy laser gun, but the structure and operating principle were better. The weapons in the adventure tower would eventually dissipate with the virtual target, so Shirhao did not kill the leader. After sweeping 1/3 of the targets with the particle gun, Shirhao continued to use the telekinetic gyroscope to sweep a large area. His ranking also rose. Why didn't that woman fight? The onlookers were already overwhelmed, looking at Shirhao, Shiwei, and Tian-Ing. At this time, Tian-Ing had killed 2/3 of the 4th wave of targets and ranked 89th, but she stopped. Then, a ball of white light flashed, Tian-Ing disappeared, and then appeared near the adventure tower teleportation array. It turned out that she crushed the tower jade card. Miss Tian-Ing, why did you come out? Yifeng came to Tian-Ing and asked. It's out of battery, the laser gun can't be used, it's tiring to shoot, so I came out. Tian-Ing has been using the laser gun since she came to the 6th floor, and the battery consumption is very severe, and it is soon exhausted. Mr. Yifeng, isn't the difficulty of this adventure tower a bit too low? Yifeng looked at her ranking, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. The purpose of this adventure tower is to train people from all races, and to understand the strengths and weaknesses of other races through the adventure tower. Miss Tian-Ing, Brother Shir, and Shiwei, you 3 are all elites of the human race. Your unique martial arts, Brother Shir and Shiwei's supernatural telekinetic attacks, and your weapons are all only encountered on green-level planets. I discussed with Brother Shir at the beginning that if the human race was not small in population, it could definitely compete with the advanced races such as the Feather Clan and the Gold Clan on green-level planets. Seeing your performance today, I am more certain of this judgment. Tian-Ing can get to the top 89 without killing the boss on each floor. If his battery is sufficient, he can probably move up a lot, at least not weaker than you. After Yifeng finished speaking, he looked at Shiwei, who was killing the enemy with a laser gun. Because he killed the enemy every time, his points were much higher than Tian-Ing, and his ranking had reached 57th. Chapter 222. Barry was killing the 2nd wave of Feather Clan targets. The progress was slow and difficult, but he was still advancing. Yu, like Tian-Ing, continued to shoot with a particle gun. Soon, all the leaders of the 4th wave of Feather Clan were killed. Without waiting for the Feather King to appear, he ran to the teleportation platform. He did not teleport immediately, but sat down to rest, with a disdainful smile on his face. He thought that Shirhao should be eliminated. Although the overall strength of the Feather Clan increased when he met the Feather Clan on the 6th floor, it was easier for Shirhao to use the telekinetic gyroscope. After killing the 4th wave of targets, the Feather King appeared. The Feather King's body did not grow larger, and was about the same size as other Feather Clan members, but his wings were blood red. Every time he waved, there were dots of red light floating around his body. The Feather King held a javelin in his hand, which glowed blue. Before Shirhao had time to observe, he saw that the sky was filled with flying Feather Clan members again in the interlaced light and shadow of the entire 6th floor. These Feather Tribe members were smaller than the leader of the Feather Tribe in front, and their wings were white with a light red layer on them. Shirhao raised his laser gun, aimed at a Feather Tribe member, and pulled the trigger. The shot that was supposed to be foolproof failed. When the laser was emitted, the Feather Tribe member disappeared instantly. Shirhao observed carefully, and saw that the Feather Tribe member flashed more than 100 meters away. Approaching, several Feather Tribe members next to the Feather Tribe member attacked Shirhao, holding red glowing javelins. The performance of the Feather Tribe members did not surprise Shirhao too much. From the 1st level to the 6th level, he felt it was too easy. After all, the Feather Tribe was more advanced than the other tribes. How could they be so weak? The last Feather King did not disappoint Shirhao. It seems that these Flying Feather tribe members should have telekinesis or protective means, and they can automatically warn and locate when they encounter threats. Sure Hao immediately began to move his body to dodge, and while dodging, he shot at the Feather tribe members with a laser gun. Like the previous one, he missed. Instead, more and more Feather tribe members locked onto Sure Hao. Sure Hao was worried that running around would disturb the Feather tribe members in other areas, so he had to dodge on the spot. The Feather tribe is really powerful. You can see that Sure Hao was almost hit several times. I guess it's over. I don't think so. He didn't show his true strength in the previous few levels. This level has just begun. Just wait for a slap in the face. Wait, and see who gets hurt. The onlookers outside saw Sure Hao's embarrassed look and talked about it. Sure Hao gave up the laser gun and condensed hundreds of telekinetic gyroscopes again. Worried that the target would run away again, Sure Hao used 3 telekinetic gyroscopes to attack one target at a time. As he moved his mind, the telekinetic gyroscopes flew towards the dozen or so Feather Clan members who were attacking him. He found that one of the telekinetic gyroscopes was slightly blocked, and there was an imperceptible delay. When the Feather Clan members just started to ripple around them and wanted to escape, the other 2 telekinetic gyroscopes had already hit their bodies. The Feather Clan members who were hit felt their brains were in chaos and fell to the ground in a daze. Seeing that the effect was good, Sure Hao controlled these telekinetic gyroscopes to hunt down the Feather Clan members in groups of 2. The points also soared. Sure Hao has reached the 48th place, so fast. Yu is still in the 52nd place now. Yu's defeat is certain. You see, he ran away after the 4th wave. Obviously, he knew how powerful Yu Wang was, and gave up directly. It would not be glorious even if he won. I have seen the faces of the top 50 clearly. More than 30 of the top 50 are young masters like Yu. They can't survive on green level and red level planets. Don't take it too seriously. Yellow level planets are at the bottom of the Silver Domain. This adventure tower is just a game. After Yu defeated the 4th wave of targets on the 6th floor, he ran away without waiting for Yu Wang to appear. He knew that a group of younger brothers would appear after Yu Wang appeared. He had the same opinion as Barry. He didn't think Sure Hao could make it to the top 100. He wanted to crush the Jade card and leave. But thinking that there were so many people watching outside, he would show off more after defeating the monsters on the 7th floor. Look, there is another human who has also defeated the Feather King. His ranking has reached 51st. Yu is nothing. He can't even beat Sure Hao's little brother. Yu doesn't know yet. Look at his expression. Is he happy? I really want to see what his expression will be when he comes out, haha. Sure Wei's pace is still not fast or slow, but he doesn't miss any target. He was hit by a Flying Feather Clan member that the Feather King just swiped out. He suffered a little loss, and was slightly angry. He suddenly strengthened his telekinesis, and covered the surroundings with freezing magic. I saw those Flying Feather Clan members falling one by one, and then he walked over with a dagger, and began to slowly harvest them. This scene was really weird. The onlookers held their breath, and looked carefully for clues. Barry is out. Someone made a sound, and everyone looked towards the portal, only to see Barry lying on the ground with bruises all over his body. President. Barry's confidant walked forward and shouted. Barry panted for a while, holding back the pain, and said, I set a record this time. I fought more than last time I climbed the tower, and my ranking should be higher. I guess those human races can't even make the top 100. Barry said in a tragic tone, obviously very satisfied with his performance today. President, that Sure Hao has already beaten Yu Wang. Oh, Yu Wang, it's too early. Barry didn't understand for a while, and said casually, What, Yu Wang? Then he understood. What is his ranking? Now it's 43rd. The confidant ran over to look at the ranking on the Jade tablet, and came back to report immediately. Hearing this ranking, Barry struggled to get up. He didn't believe it, and wanted to see it with his own eyes. Instead of getting up, he spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted from the wounds and gas. The confidant hurriedly called the beastmen next to him, and they carried Barry away. Barry is in a bad situation this time. He owes a lot of debts. I guess he can't keep his position as the president. The positions of the 5 racist Sangyu Star branch presidents are all lucrative positions, with money to make and face. But there are too many people eyeing them. The onlookers next to him looked at Barry being carried away, and discussed with regret. Sure Hao controlled the telekinetic hero to kill all around, and soon all the flying Yu Wang brothers were killed. When the last one landed, Yu Wang screamed, and just as the sound fell, he appeared above Sure Hao's head. Then, the javelin with a blue glow flew toward Sure Hao's face. Sure Hao had no time to dodge. He grabbed the connection between the javelin head and the javelin shaft with both hands, and felt a huge force rushing through his arms. Shirhao stood unsteadily and retreated backwards with a ding-ding-ding sound. He finally stood firm. He felt his arms numb and his blood boiling. He looked at Yuang and saw another javelin flying over. This javelin was connected with a string of javelins. Seeing this, he quickly let go, then quickly jumped up, and rolled backwards several times in succession. The javelins puff deeply pierced the ground. Shirhao counted them, including the first one, a total of 9. Yuang saw that he did not hit Shirhao, and waved his hand, and the javelins flew back to his hand, and the 9 javelins turned into 1 again. This time, Yuang did not throw the javelin again, but quickly flashed over, his body quickly descended, and stabbed Shirhao with the javelin in his hand. Shirhao could only use the phantom shadow step to dodge. Seeing that he could not hit the target again, Yuang fell directly to the ground, and used a set of martial arts. After a few moves, Shirhao found that Yuang used a spear technique that was very similar to the spear technique in Yangua Kung Fu, with great force and heavy momentum. This spear technique is very good. Yuang should have practiced it for a long time, and is very proficient, but the changes are not as many as Yangua's spear techniques. The main uses of spears in Yangua Kung Fu are piercing, stabbing, beating, attacking, entanglement, circle, blocking, grabbing, jumping, tapping, flicking, and dancing. Yuang's spear technique only has simple moves such as piercing, stabbing, and beating. Yuang hit faster and faster. Shirhao dodged and adjusted, and finally found an opportunity to draw out the laser sword. Since Yuang's spear technique did not change much, and was not flexible enough, Shirhao used a sensitive sword technique to control the situation. The characteristics of the laser sword cannot be used for blocking and defense. Shirhao made a sword flower, and used the moves of Kunwa's sword technique to hit faster and faster. At the beginning, Yuang restrained Shirhao. When Shirhao just used Kunwa's swordsmanship, Yuang did not take it seriously. After being hit twice by Shirhao, he suddenly became afraid. Yuang wanted to use the javelin to block and defend, but it was fruitless just like Shirhao could not block and defend with the laser sword. As long as Yuang's javelin did not pose a threat, Shirhao would continue to attack. He forced Yuang to retreat from the middle of the venue to the edge of the tower wall. He had no choice but to take the opportunity to fly into the air and leave the battle. After flying, he repeated the same trick and threw the javelin. I guess this big move can be used again. Chapter 223. Shirhao was prepared this time. He caught the javelin with both hands again, then turned his head, and did 9 backflips in a row. When he did the backflip, Shirhao did not let go. When he stood still, he felt a huge pulling force on the javelin in his hand, and the other 8 javelins all flew back. When Yuang saw that Shirhao did not let go, the javelin in his hand glowed blue, and Shirhao felt the pulling force getting stronger and stronger, even stronger than when throwing. This was a bit unreasonable, but it was true. In desperation, he had to let go. After all 9 javelins were retracted, the blue light emitted from the javelins also disappeared. Shirhao thought that this should be the characteristic of this weapon. If he could catch it so easily, wouldn't it be unworthy of the name of a blue-level weapon? This time, Yuang did not rush to attack, but looked at Shirhao from a distance. Fearing that there would be more changes, Shirhao did not give him too much time to think. He silently used Tai Chi Dao to increase his telekinesis, and then condensed all his telekinesis into 3 large telekinesis gyroscopes. With the movement of his mind, the telekinesis gyroscopes flew towards Yuang. When they were still 20 to 30 meters away from Yuang, one of the telekinesis gyroscopes was blocked. At the same time, ripples appeared around Yuang, and he wanted to teleport away. But when half of his body disappeared, the other 2 telekinesis gyroscopes hit his brain. At this time, Yuang's figure disappeared completely, and appeared more than 1,000 meters away. However, he fell to the ground as soon as he came out, completely losing his combat power, and soon turned into a light spot and dispersed. This battle was still safe and sound, and won a great victory. I surrender, it's so easy to beat Yuang, idol. A spectator looked at Shirhao, who had just entered the 7th floor, with admiration. With this strength, he should go to the Green Level Adventure Tower. Another spectator looked at the Jade Tablet, looked at Shirhao, and smacked his lips. My goodness, the ranking has reached 35th. What is Yu's ranking? No matter what, Yu is bound to lose. Yu can beat the monsters on the 7th floor, and Shirhao can definitely beat them. Even if Yu can pass the 7th floor, he can't win. The points difference is too big. These young masters have been slapped in the face on the yellow level planet. Where should they go in the future? Don't worry about it. They come here to play because they are bored. We come here to live. The two people discussed while looking at the ranking on the jade tablet. They couldn't stand Yu and other young masters, but this was the reality. Shi Wei's speed was not slower than Shi Hao. When he fought with Yu Wang, he was also embarrassed by Yu Wang's javelin, but soon, he adjusted. Try your best to slow down the Feather King with a freezing spell, and then fight with the dagger and the javelin. An inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. It's okay to fight with a long sword and a spear, but it's dangerous to use a dagger. The Feather King was frozen and slowed down, and the Stone Guard also relied on speed, one move after another. The Feather King couldn't dodge, and was stabbed in the hand by the Stone Guard's dagger, and the javelin flew out of his hand. The Feather King also wanted to fly, but he felt extremely heavy when he flicked his wings. The wings couldn't flicker, and he couldn't use the wings to teleport. The next thing was simple. The Stone Guard inserted the dagger into the Feather King's head. Too violent, but I like it. This guy is more cruel than Shi Hao, but it's exciting. We should learn from Shi Wei, and not give the enemy a chance to breathe. Shi Wei also gained a wave of fans. At this time, everyone focused on the 7th floor. The 7th floor is the Golden Clan. The weapons of the Golden Clan are closer to those of the human race. The first wave of targets took the red level primary telekinetic stick. This level of telekinetic stick has faster use, larger bubbles, and stronger confinement ability. But it is still not good enough in front of Shi Hao and Shi Wei's telekinetic needles. The second wave of targets is the particle gun. The lethality of this particle gun is similar to that of the laser gun, with a higher degree of automation and a more handy application of telekinetic bonus. Shi Wei used the laser gun to engage in a gunfight with the second wave of targets. Shi Hao still used the telekinetic gyroscope to attack, killing people invisibly. The third wave of Golden Clan brothers took the telekinetic stick and particle gun, and the Golden Clan leader carried a small ion cannon, which has strong lethality and automatic aiming function. Shi Hao's telekinetic gyroscope ignored all of these. Shi Wei used freezing magic and laser gun to kill the leader first, and then the younger brother. He found the right opportunity to capture a leader of the Golden Clan alive, and snatched an ion cannon. The rest was easy. The fourth wave was the leader of the Golden Clan, and the Golden King. Some of the leaders of the Golden Clan had heavy particle guns, and some had small ion cannons. Shi Hao and Shi Wei each used their own methods to deal with the leader, and faced the Golden King directly. The Golden King stepped on something like a sampan and flew in the air. After fighting for a while, Shi Hao found that the function of this sampan was similar to that of the wings of the Feather King. The Golden King could teleport with this sampan, and the teleportation distance was similar to that of the Feather King. The Golden King's weapon was a combination of a heavy particle gun and an ion cannon. The particle gun had the point-fire function of the human laser gun, and had a large-scale killing ability. The particle cannon was fired from time to time, making Shi Hao very passive. Shi Hao had to try his best to distance himself from King Jin, and specifically looked for rocks, houses, and other shelters to hide. King Jin used a sampan to fly in the air to chase Shi Hao. Shi Hao was overturned twice by the shock wave of the particle cannon bombing. From the image, it can be seen that he was not only in a mess, but also had the possibility of losing his life at any time. Tianing watched from below, clenching her hands, and was very nervous. When encountering King Jin, Shi Hao's laser gun and laser sword were not enough. It was too dangerous, and Shi Hao could not think of a better trick, so he simply used the Phantom Step to speed up his running. He no longer deliberately avoided King Jin's particle gun and particle cannon, but changed direction at will, even when there was no danger. I saw that behind Shi Hao, there were phantoms. If he suddenly turned back, under the cover of those phantoms that had not yet disappeared, it would be impossible to tell which one was him. While Shi Hao was running, he silently practiced Tai Chi Dao and Xiao Huan Huan Gong. The purpose of practicing this small circulation technique is to mobilize the internal energy to cooperate with the Phantom Shadow Step. With the blessing of the small circulation technique, Shi Hao's energy has been kept full, and his speed is getting faster and faster. Shi Hao's intention of practicing Tai Chi Dao silently is to see if he can find the secret of teleportation by cooperating with the Phantom Shadow Step. At first, Shi Hao was distracted by the attack of King Jin, but later he entered a mysterious state, using his mind to feel the surrounding environment instead of his eyes. He ran for 3 days, and King Jin chased him for 3 days. From the image, it can be seen that Shi Hao's phantom has increased by half, and his figure is as elusive as a ghost. 5 days. 8 days. 12 days. This Shi Hao can really run. If it were me, I would have run to death long ago. King Jin's speed seems to have slowed down. I'm not worried about King Jin's particle gun and particle cannon, but I'm worried about the thing under his feet. It probably won't fly for a few days. Why? Energy. Everyone continued to look over. The sampan was more than 3 meters long and about 10 centimeters thick. It should be something like a battery. After a few days, Shi Hao had forgotten that he was fighting. He felt that he had grasped a little bit, a feeling of teleportation. Under the blessing of Tai Chi Dao and Xuan Gong, the shadow phantom step was only about intention and not form. As long as Shi Hao moved his mind, he could move quickly. Shi Hao tried many times in the past 10 days. Although his speed was invisible to the naked eye, he had not yet achieved the effect of teleportation. It seemed that there was a layer of window paper here, but it lacked a little opportunity, and could not be broken. Forget it, it seems that the pressure from King Jin is not enough. I will try again, when I meet a suitable environment in the future. After Shi Hao finished talking to himself, he looked at King Jin, only to see that King Jin had already landed on the ground, holding the particle weapon, and shooting at him. A day ago, King Jin's sampan ran out of energy. Without the help of the flying sampan, King Jin's speed was very slow, and he could not catch up with Shi Hao at all. Seeing this, Shi Hao quickly rushed towards King Jin in a Z shape. After arriving in front of King Jin, he stretched out his hands, took King Jin's weapon, and then turned the gun to fire a particle shell at King Jin. When King Jin turned into a light spot, he didn't understand how Shi Hao approached him and took away his weapon. King Jin disappeared, and the onlookers outside were also confused, not knowing what happened. Shi Wei had come out. He was more violent when facing King Jin. King Jin fired a particle cannonball, but he dodged it. King Jin was too close to him, so he didn't fly high. Shi Wei spotted a low wall nearby, and quickly ran to the wall, stepped on the low wall and jumped high, holding King Jin's sampan with his hands, and stood on it. King Jin couldn't use the particle gun and particle cannon at such a close distance. Before he threw away the gun and started to use martial arts, Shi Wei pulled out a dagger and stabbed him in the neck. During the fight, King Jin couldn't control the sampan, and the two fell to the ground. The two fought a desperate battle with martial arts and telekinesis, and Shi Wei killed King Jin at the cost of a leg. Chapter 224. Shi Hao has passed the level. Why is he ranked 8th? At this time, everyone began to pay attention to the ranking on the Jade tablet. It means that Shi Hao has many targets ahead of him that he is injured but not killed. Oh my god, Shi Wei is ranked 3rd. I accept this ranking. That guy is a ruthless person at first glance. Not many people survive under his command. Yeah, he is a ruthless person who doesn't talk much. It's rare for him to be a bodyguard. Because of the points system of the Adventure Tower, Shi Wei's ranking is actually higher than Shi Hao. Where is Yu Yu? The real owner has come out, and everyone started looking for Yu Yu, only to find that Yu Yu has disappeared. It turned out that when everyone was staring at the battle between Shi Hao and King Jin, Yu Yu had already come out. The moment he came out, he was arrogant and looked up at the sky, but after a while he found that there was no one around him, which was very different from usual. He looked around and found that everyone was staring at the battle video. When he saw Shi Hao running in the battle with King Jin, he was shocked. He came to the Jade tablet and saw that Shi Hao had entered the top 10, while his performance was worse than usual. He felt his face burning and found that few people paid attention to him. He lowered his head and left the teleportation array to the municipal square, then took the starship and left Sanyu Star through the large teleportation array. I saw him leave through the teleportation array without saying a word. A weak voice said. Yu Yu also knows that he is embarrassed. It seems that he will not come to Sanyu Star again in a short time. The loser will soon be forgotten by people. Shi Hao is out. Everyone ran to the vicinity of the teleportation gate. Chi-Shi, you humans are too powerful. My admiration for you is like the endless silver galaxy. Chi-Shi, are you recruiting people? I want to join the human race. This is a beastman. He entered the yellow level planet by borrowing the beastman identity of other races. Our human race is open and welcomes anyone to join. But there is one thing I want to emphasize. Once you become a human, you must wear clothes. We call humans without clothes crazy, big idiots, and big fools. We do not accept humans without clothes. In order to avoid the phenomenon of naked humans, Shi Hao specifically emphasized the rule of wearing clothes. So I hope everyone will not be anxious. When we are ready on Sanyu Star, we will notify everyone. This preparation means opening a clothing store as soon as possible. Everything else is secondary. Brother Shi, congratulations. You can go to the registration office to collect your bets. You are the 8th place, and can receive a reward of 50 purple crystal coins. Shi is the third place, and can receive a reward of 200 purple crystal coins. Yi Feng and Tianying finally squeezed in front of Shi. When Shi heard about the reward of 50 purple crystal coins, he thought of Mia Yunju. The 50 purple crystal coins she gave to Shi when he was in trouble were a great help. In addition, in his free time, Mia's elegant and dignified, beautiful figure would appear in Shi's mind from time to time. Shi said goodbye to the enthusiastic crowd, and then went to the registration office with Shi. Each bet had to pay a management fee of 1 purple crystal coin. Shi received a total of 16,047 purple crystal coins, and Shi received 200 purple crystal coins. Yu and Barry are good. They know that our human race is poor, so they prepared a big gift for us when we arrived at Sanyu Star. It's a pity that they left without saying hello, and they couldn't even say thank you. Shi said to the other 3 people while walking with the purple crystal card. The 3 people couldn't help laughing. Brother Shi, you won the bet by your strength, which is fair. Today I have opened my eyes. I thought I knew you humans very well, but what I saw and heard today overturned my view. After laughing, Yi Feng said seriously, Brother Yi Feng, you are too kind. After passing the adventure tower, I have a question that I want to ask Brother Yi Feng. When he came to a place with you people, Shi stopped and turned to look at Yi Feng. Brother Shi, please tell me. I will tell you everything I know. What exactly is the mastermind? I feel like he knows everything about the entire universe, or at least about the Silver Domain. Why does Brother Shi feel this way? We humans live on Mianyun Star. Our civilization and technology are rarely exposed, but the weapons and martial arts of the humans fighting on the 4th floor are completely in line with the standards. The large teleportation array and the adventure tower are all controlled by the mastermind. I think this mastermind is too powerful, so powerful that it's a bit scary. When he was on the 4th floor, Shi had this feeling. He originally wanted to keep a low profile and try not to expose human weapons, technology, and martial arts. However, the humans in the adventure tower have been exposed, and will fight against other races and be deeply understood. I don't know what the mastermind is. Your question is not unique. Many people have this question, but there has been no clear answer. Maybe the domain master and the main god know, or maybe you have to go out of the silver domain and contact a higher level to know. The power and mystery of the main brain are widely known, especially on green and red planets, where people have stronger doubts. That is to say, maybe someone knows the answer, but it has not been passed down. Shi's word sounded like a question, but also like an answer. Yi Feng felt a chill on his back when he heard this. He understood what Shi meant. They didn't know the answer, maybe it was intentional by the main brain. Brother Shi, let's not talk about this. No matter what, we still have to survive and develop. Speaking of this, I suggest that Brother Shi establish a human branch on Sanyu Star, and use it as a hub to accelerate the development of the human race. I used to advise you to develop Jilin constellation, slowly lay out, and be ready to go. After what happened today, it is impossible for the human race to keep a low profile, and you also have the ability to develop in Hunter constellation and Jilin constellation together. So you have to buy an industry on Sanyu Star. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Shi did not say a word and thought. He originally came out to travel, and buying property was a bit of a big turn. However, he was also paving the way for the human race, and buying property on Sanyu Star was his duty. Okay, then buy it, but are the properties on Sanyu Star very expensive? Of course, the properties on Sanyu Star are definitely much more expensive than those on Mianyun Star. 10,000 purple crystal coins, according to your human conversion method, should be able to buy an area of 10 kilometers long and wide. How is the location? The entire planet of Sanyu Star is a city. The quality of the location depends on your own management. I'm talking about the average price. Shi understood what Yi Feng meant. Teleportation depends on the teleportation array, so there is no such thing as remoteness. As for whether the location is good or not, it depends on whether you can attract people to come. Shi is not worried about the way of business. Where is the worst location on Sanyu Star? How much is the price? Hearing Shi's words, Yi Feng thought for a while and said, I really don't know this, I have to go to the city hall to check. However, if the location is too bad, isn't it a bit unfavorable for development? Brother Yi Feng has also seen that the living habits of our human race are very different from those of other races. If we want to develop, we must attract more people from other small races to join the human race, and then develop. In this case, I have to build a human city on Sanyu Star, covering all aspects, including life, food, entertainment, industry, technology and weapons, etc. No matter where I buy, the buildings inside have to be demolished and rebuilt. So, the cheaper the better, and the larger the area, the better. Just now, Shihao came out of the adventure tower, and so many people asked about joining the human race. Now Yi Feng suggested that he buy an industry on Sanyu Star, which made him think a step further, and simply build a city. It seems that Brother Shi is still thinking long-term. Let's do it right away. Let's go to the city hall to consult now. Yi Feng was also infected by Shihao's heroic spirit. After saying that, he and Shihao turned around and prepared to walk towards the teleportation array. Excuse me, everyone. At this time, a soft voice came from the side. Hello, Star Master, hello. Yi Feng turned around and saw the person who was speaking. He knew him. Then he hurriedly introduced to the person who was speaking. Brother Shi, this is the Star Master of Sanyu Star, Xiao. Chief Shi, welcome to Sanyu Star, and welcome the human race to take root and develop on Sanyu Star. Xiao said immediately without waiting for Yi Feng to introduce Shihao's identity to him. I'm sorry, I heard a few words when you were talking just now. You don't need to go to the city hall, I know the situation of Sanyu Star best. I would like to invite you to sit in the Star Lord's mansion, so that I can introduce the situation of Sanyu Star to Chief Shi. After listening to what Xiao said, Shihao immediately bowed and thanked him. Hello, Star Lord Xiao, I should have visited Sanyu Star first when I came to Sanyu Star this time, but I didn't expect to be delayed by something. On Mianyun Star, President Xiao Li provided great help to our human race. We humans have long regarded the Zerg as close friends. Since Star Lord Xiao has spoken, I am sorry to bother you. Please, after saying that, Xiao led the way, and everyone walked towards the teleportation array. Chapter 225. After being teleported to the municipal square, they were teleported again to the gate of the Star Lord's mansion. Several people sat down in the Star Lord's mansion of Sanyu Star. As soon as they sat down, Xiao asked, I wonder why Master Yefeng is with Chief Shi. Brother Shi saved my life. I lost my starship and everything. Thanks to Brother Shi, I was able to return to the Silver region and come to Sanyu Star. Brother Yefeng is too polite. It was just a piece of cake for me. Brother Shi, I am a direct descendant of the Iksha clan. I am not that worthless, haha. Hearing Shihao's words, Yefeng joked. Brother Yefeng is getting more and more distant. I don't treat you as an outsider. Besides, you are the lucky star of our human race. With you here, our human race has avoided many detours. Star Lord, although this is our first meeting, I have a friendship with the noble stone-patterned insect king, and I also have a good relationship with your insect race on Mianyun Star. I won't hide it from you. Brother Yefeng and I are friends. We are the kind that can advance and retreat together. As soon as he sat down, Xiao directly asked about the relationship between Shihao and Yefeng. He must have something to say, so Shihao and Yefeng seemed to be talking to each other politely, but in fact they showed Xiao their relationship. In that case, I will speak directly. Hearing Shihao's words, Xiao straightened his body and spoke. Star Lord, please speak. Shihao and Yefeng looked at each other, and stretched out his hand to signal Xiao to continue. To the outside world, I am the Lord of the Blue Jade Star. In fact, I also have another identity, the deputy leader of the Zerg. After hearing what Xiao said, Yi Feng's expression changed a little. It seems that Xiao's identity is well hidden. However, Sanyu Star is such an important planet. Whichever race it belongs to will send key figures to guard it. My clan leader specifically told me that I should take care of Chief Shi, knowing that he would come to Sanyu Star recently. Oh, thank the noble chief for me. Shihao will thank him in person in the future. Chief Shi is too polite. In fact, if you don't come this time, I will also go to visit and invite the human race to Sanyu Star for development. Today, I watched the process of you three breaking through the tower. It was too easy. The future of the human race is limitless. Star Lord Qi is too kind. My words are absolutely true. Young Master Yefeng must also understand that the human race is just a transition on the yellow level planet. The green level planet, or even the red level planet, is the stage for the human race. Qi glanced at Yi Feng while speaking, and Yi Feng nodded slightly in agreement. Shihao looked at the two of them, and didn't continue to be polite, nor did he speak. He looked at Qi and waited for him to continue. So the human race must establish itself on Sanyu Star, and then radiate to the surrounding areas, so that it can develop rapidly. Just now, I heard that Chief Shi wants to buy an industry. Xiao asked while looking at Shihao. Yes, since the human race wants to establish itself on Sanyu Star, it must have a site, a city suitable for human survival, and various facilities and industrial supporting facilities. I wonder if the Star Master has any good suggestions. When the Bat Tribe evacuated, their industries were also sold at a low price. I deliberately left an area of 30 domain miles long and 20 domain miles wide. I can sell it to the human race for 10,000 purple crystal coins. Xiao stopped here. Shihao didn't know how big a domain was, and looked at Yifeng. Yifeng immediately understood Shihao's doubts and said, that plot of land is equivalent to 300 kilometers long and 200 kilometers wide on your Earth. The price offered by the Star Lord is a bargain. On Songyu Star, it is not too much to charge 100,000 purple crystal coins for such a large piece of land. Yifeng looked at the repairman and felt a little puzzled. This was too much. Mr. Yifeng, this area is not worth that much. There is basically no one to take over the place where the Bat Tribe lived, unless it is demolished and rebuilt, so it is not worth money. Besides, I have to pay to demolish all the buildings in such a large area. I am also doing this for the better development of Songyu Star. The repairman waved his hands and explained. Star-Lord, to be honest, I can't give you more even if you ask for more. We humans really need this land. The Zerg are so supportive of us humans. If you have any requests, please tell us. Patriarch sure is too polite. It's nothing. I just want to help the human race. Star-Lord, if you don't tell me, I won't dare to do you such a big favor. After hearing what Shihao said, Xiao didn't say anything and looked around at everyone. Star-Lord, just tell me. There are no outsiders here. Brother Yifeng is trustworthy. Okay, I tell you. Xiao said this, leaning forward and lowering his voice. Mr. Yifeng, which race on a green-level planet do you think is most likely to be dethroned? Yifeng was thoughtful after hearing what Xiao said. After a moment's contemplation, he said, the beast race and the stone race are both possible. Then which race on a yellow-level planet do you think is most likely to be upgraded to a green-level planet? The human race, the insect race, and the giant lizard race are just a supporting role, not worth mentioning. Then do you think it is possible for the human race to upgrade to a red-level planet? It is possible, and there is a high possibility. From the performance of the Adventure Tower, it can be seen that the Golden Clan and the Feather Clan are not much stronger than the human race. Given time, the human race will surely bring down those two races. Then we Zerg will first assist the human race to upgrade to a green-level planet, and then the human race will help us Zerg to upgrade to a green-level planet. What do you think? Is there any conflict? Wu Shou stopped here and looked at Shihao and Yifeng. The conflict is not big, it is feasible. Yifeng said and looked at Shihao. Through the question and answer between Wu Shou and Yifeng, Shihao understood the intention of the Zerg. They, like Mia and Yifeng, wanted to form an alliance with the human race. Shihao looked at the monk and asked, You Zerg race have so much confidence in the human race? How many people do we have? How many planets have we developed? Chief Shur, the development speed of the human race is obvious to all. Through the news sent back by the monk, we also know that your human race's development efficiency is 100 times the average development level of the Silver Domain. 1 Silver Domain year is equal to 100 years of Earth calendar. This is no longer a secret. 10,000 Silver Domain years is equivalent to 1 million years of development time for your human race. We can still calculate this clearly. Your technology and your civilization, we Zerg race also know. Besides, our ancestors also meant this. Your ancestor? The stone pattern insect king? The monk did not speak and acquiesced. Shihao did not expect that he was right to bring up the name of the stone pattern insect king. Since you Zerg race are so optimistic, I will not be hypocritical. From today on, we are allies. At the reception platform, Mia had instilled the idea of alliances in him, and Yifeng also meant the same thing. Now that the Zerg is so concerned about alliances, it seems that this is the general trend. Not long after the human race arrived in the Silver region, they had enemies with the Golden Tribe, the Bat Tribe, the Giant Lizard Tribe, the Feather Tribe, and the Beast Tribe. It would definitely be much better if they had allies to help them. I want that piece of land. Tianying, you come to contact the people of the Star Lord. Star Lord, since the words have been spoken, we humans promise to advance and retreat with the Zerg. Then I won't be polite with you. I want to ask you for help with 2 things. It is mainly because of the relationship with the Stone Pattern Insect King. The Stone Pattern Insect King has stayed on Mars for so many years, waiting for the human race to grow up. It is definitely not a coincidence. It also shows that the Stone Pattern Insect King will definitely not harm the human race, and it is very safe to form an alliance with the Zerg. If there's anything I can help you with, Chief Shur, just tell me. After Shihao agreed, Xiao was also very happy and very cooperative. The Zerg has a newspaper called Zerg News. You must have your own contact information. I wonder if I can borrow it. I want to pass some news to Minion Star. Sure, Chief Sure. Tell me the content, and I help you pass it. That is, let Minion Star organize a fleet and send resources and personnel over. People from all walks of life need it. Tianning knows what to pass on. Building a city involves all aspects. Tianning understands this, so Shihao doesn't have to worry about it. In addition, I want to publish a notice in the insect newspaper, which reads, all human race members who enter the top 100 in the Adventure Tower on Sanyu Star will be given generous rewards in addition to the Adventure Tower ranking rewards according to their ranking order. The first to 10th place will be rewarded with 1,000 to 100 purple crystal coins respectively. The 11th to 30th place will be rewarded with 80 purple crystal coins. The 31st to the 50th place will be rewarded with 50 purple crystal coins. The 51st to the 100th place will be rewarded with 30 purple crystal coins. All races are welcome to join the human race, and the tower rankings are valid. This is not a difficult task. Xiao immediately agreed to do it, and posted it for 3 consecutive days. Chief Xiao, there is another thing. I want you to discuss with your clan leader. We humans want to invest in and co-publish the insect newspaper with the nobles. My request is a bit abrupt. In fact, we originally wanted to start a newspaper on Minion Star, but considering that it might affect the insect newspaper, we did not do it. Chapter 226. Hearing Shihao's request, Xiao was a little surprised, and Yifeng was also a little puzzled. However, judging from the things Shihao did with the insect newspaper, he attached great importance to public opinion propaganda. This was not a trivial matter. Xiao could not make the decision, but promised Shihao to give a reply after consulting the clan leader. Master Xiao, I have the audacity to ask for a teleportation array on behalf of Brother Shi. What do you think? Seeing that the matter was almost settled, Yifeng made a request, and Shihao looked at him and Xiao in confusion. Of course, although it costs money to build a teleportation array, when the human race develops, how many people will use the teleportation array, and how much teleportation fee we can collect? I can calculate this. The commercial street built by the human race on Minion Star, the storage light ball recorded the video here. There are many kinds of goods there, and the prosperity there is really enviable. The tax revenue it can bring to us in the future is also very considerable. Don't worry, I plan to build 5 teleportation arrays for the human race's capital. The Star Master and the Zerg are really generous and have a long-term vision. The Zerg lineage will surely flourish in the future. Yi Feng's words came from the heart. He has been staying on the red-level planet and has not had much contact with low-level races. He always thought that these low-level races were very vulgar, with low abilities and little room for development. Today, the Zerg changed his mind. After the discussion, Shihao kept 3,000 purple crystal coins for himself, and gave the rest to Tianning and Shui, asking them to buy land and other matters. Xiao found a confidant to contact Tianning and Shui. Young Master Yifeng, this is the first time that Chief Shi has come to Sanyu Star. I will take you on a tour today. For Wu Xiao, he values Shihao more, because this is a person who can cooperate directly. He knows that the Yiksha tribe behind Yifeng is 2 orders of magnitude lower than the Zerg tribe. Without special opportunities, there will be no substantial cooperation. The 3 of them stood up and walked out of the Star Lord's mansion. I will go to the Jin clan to order a starship first. I will leave Sanyu Star in a few days and cannot delay. Yifeng is going to Canis Major. His starship is lost. He cannot return to the Yiksha tribe in the short term. He plans to buy a system-level jump starship from the Jin clan first. Although the Sanyu Star teleportation array transit is in the municipal square, due to the special status of the Star Lord's mansion, there is also a set of transit teleportation array. Hearing Yifeng's words, Wu Xiao took the 2 to a teleportation array and teleported directly to the vicinity of the Jin clan starship sales center. Shihao looked around and saw that the whole street was like the Jin clan starship, with a metallic and sci-fi feel, which is also the consistent style of the Jin clan. It's a bit inappropriate to call it a sales center. The whole street belongs to the Jin clan. It is more than 150 kilometers long. There are brand new starships parked on both sides, some for civilian use and some for military use. Large battleships, transport ships, and other large starships are tens of kilometers long and hundreds of kilometers wide. They can't be placed here. All the models are exactly the same as the real ones. Even the models are several kilometers long and wide. As soon as the 3 people stepped into the sales area, Two Gene clan members came up to greet them politely in the cosmic language and led the three people to a semi-open house. Master Chi, welcome. If you need anything, just tell me. At this time, a Gene clan member, who looked like a manager, came over to greet Chi Xiao enthusiastically. He didn't know the master of Song Star well, but he knew him. Xiao looked at Yifeng. We can take a look first. In fact, if the requirements are raised here, these staff can fully meet them, but Yifeng wants to see the style and function of the starship on the one hand, and also wants sure how to open his eyes on the other hand. Hearing Yifeng's words, the Gene clan manager led them inside. Here, Sure Hao once again saw the sampan-type aircraft that King Gene, who had fought with him in the Adventure Tower, was riding. Please choose a flying sampan as a means of transportation for each of the three of you. The entire street is 150 kilometers long, and it is definitely unrealistic to walk on two legs alone. In addition, the starship is very tall, and if you want to see the whole picture clearly, you can't stand on the ground. In this regard, the Gene clan thought very carefully, and the flying sampan perfectly solved this problem. Without asking them if they can operate it, the manager carefully explained the operation method. From this point of view, the service of the Gene clan is still very good, and the principle that customers are God also applies to the universe. Stepping on the flying boat, Sure Hao moved his mind slightly, and the flying boat under his feet automatically responded to him, and then flew up easily. Then he could control the rising, lowering, moving forward, backward, hovering and other actions through his mind, which was very easy to achieve. The three of them flew side by side, starting from the first starship, and Yifeng explained it to Sure Hao while watching. Obviously, the jump-class starship is the trump card of the Gene clan. In order to achieve the jump and to ensure sufficient energy, this kind of starship is not big under the balance of the two phases. The cube starship that Sure Hao snatched was not a system-class jump starship, and its length and width were about 3 kilometers. The best starship of the Gene clan is currently a system-class jump starship, and the cloud class is still under development. The system-class jump starship is spindle-shaped, with the longest part less than 300 meters, and the thickest part in the middle being 120 meters. This starship is placed in the most conspicuous position of the entire street. The appearance is dark gold, with a faint golden light, which is very noble. The price is 10,000 purple crystal coins, and it must be reserved. It will take 3 months, Earth calendar, to get the goods. In order not to waste time, Yifeng measured his identity as a son of the Yiksha clan and found the president of the Gene clan sales center, and the waiting time was shortened to 1 month. Yifeng paid a deposit of 500 purple crystal coins, and then continued to look at various starships. The large battleship of the Gene clan is equipped with 88 heavy particle cannons. It is said that 1 round of concentrated shooting can easily destroy Minyan Star. This battleship has a black appearance, a narrow head and a wide tail, which is convenient for the arrangement of particle cannons. The longest dimension reaches 80 kilometers, and the fastest speed is infinitely close to the beam. Due to its large size, it cannot perform jump flight. After seeing this battleship, in order not to waste the time of Yifeng and Xiao, Sure Hao did not continue to look. When the staff of the Starship Research Institute arrive at Song Star, this should be their first place to go. Master Xiao, I heard that the animal taming field of Song Star is very famous in the entire Inu. Although I have been to Song Star several times, I have never been to the animal taming field. Then let's go to the animal taming field now, and see how lucky we are. Xiao took Yifeng and Sure Hao back to the municipal square for transfer, and came to a tall circular building. Xiao pointed at the building and explained. It turned out that this animal taming field is similar to the racecourse on Earth, but the beasts here are special products of Song Star. The earliest Song Star had an indigenous ethnic group called the Animal Taming Tribe. They are very good at raising and training a kind of ferocious beast, which can be used as a mount. With the penetration of modern technology of the Gene clan, after the Song Star was fully developed, this kind of ferocious beast gradually became rare. However, the Beast Tamer clan has never given up raising and training this kind of ferocious beast. A long time ago, the Beast Tamer clan would organize beast taming competitions. After countless years of evolution, they established a beast taming field for competitions. At the beginning, the beast taming field was relatively small. As more and more beast tamers participated in the competition, the beast taming field became larger and larger. The rules and competition system of the beast taming competition were gradually improved. When Song Star belonged to the Zerg vigorously supported the beast taming field, and finally built the beast taming field with a diameter of 30 kilometers in front of them, which can accommodate tens of millions of people to watch the game at the same time. Of course, the most attractive thing is betting. The three people went up to the audience seats through the elevator. The highest point of the audience seats is more than 500 meters. There is a betting light ball next to each seat, and there are panoramic images of the field everywhere. Although the field is large, it is easy to see the overall situation through these images. You too can take a look at this bee's taming information, and then choose the one you like to bet on. The repairer operated the light ball, and a flat image appeared in front of him, with various bees taming information flashing on it. There were pictures of fierce beasts, as well as historical records such as the number of competitions, wins and losses. Make judgments and bet based on this information. Shirhao and Yifeng looked at it for a while. Each of them chose a number and bet 10 purple crystal coins. A game lasted about 30 minutes. After the results came out, Shirhao won 20 purple crystal coins and Yifeng lost. After watching for a while, the repairer suggested taking them to the animal shed for a close visit. As the Star Lord, Xiao can freely enter and exit all areas of the beast taming field. He often brings people here to visit. The three of them took the elevator to the bottom floor, where a person was already waiting. This person's appearance was different from the various races that entered the sequence in the Silver Domain. It seemed that he was a member of the beast taming tribe. This is the manager of the beast taming field. He is a member of the beast taming tribe. The staff in the beast taming field are also members of the beast taming tribe. Xiao walked forward while introducing. At this time, a group of people happened to be gathered there talking and laughing, and they also saw Shirhao and the other two. Oh, I thought who it was. It turned out to be the head of the Shir clan who came to visit. It's a big honor to have the Star Lord personally accompany you. The person who spoke was a member of the Jin clan. Mr. Jinyu, the number 3 just now is your beast species, right? It ran very well. Xiao smiled and changed the subject when he heard what Jinyu said. Master Qi has a good eye, but unfortunately, I can't find an opponent for number 3, number 7, and number 19. It's boring to be the first every time. Jinyu didn't hide his arrogance at all, and he walked towards this side while talking. I heard that the idiot you lost the bet with you. Jinyu walked to Shirhao, looked Shirhao up and down very impolitely, and then asked. It's true. When I just arrived at Sanyu Star, Master Yu gave me a big gift. He left Sanyu Star before I could thank him. He was really polite. Shirhao said slowly, and with a smile on his face. Why? Master Jinyu also wants to give me a big gift? There is an animal in my hometown that lives in water. It's called goldfish, so I feel very close to Master Jinyu when I hear his name. Yifeng laughed when he heard Shirhao's words. Jinyu didn't know what a goldfish was, but he knew it was definitely not a good thing. Shirhao, don't think you are great just because you can fight. On Sanyu Star, our Jin clan can trample you down. Jin Yu's status in the Jin clan is not as high as Jin Rui's, but he is the only son of the Jin clan's branch president. The Jin clan has not established many branches on yellow-level planets. Sanyu Star has an unusual status, so they established a branch, and the status of the branch president here is not worse than that of many branch presidents on green-level planets. In addition, there are still a lot of oil and water to be made on Sanyu Star, so Jin Yu's father is not short of money, and has spoiled Jin Yu since he was a child. Jin Yu has a hobby of hanging around the animal taming field. When he encounters a good beast, he will buy it, and ask his beast tamers to raise and train it. You want a big gift, but it depends on whether you are a coward or not. Do you dare to compete with me in the beast taming field? When has Jin Yu ever been so angry? He immediately challenged Shirhao. I don't even have a beast tamer. How can I compete with you? You can buy one. Wait a minute, I figured out the rules. After that, Shirhao pulled the monk aside and started chatting in a low voice. Master Monk, I just heard Jin Yu say that he has at least 3 beast tamers? Yes, and they are all very strong? Does his beast tamer definitely rank in the top 3 on Sanyu Star? That's not the case. Number 3 ranks 1st, number 7 ranks 13th, and number 19 ranks 25th. Number 7 and number 19 are also average. Why is he so arrogant? Chief sure doesn't know that there are more than 1,300 beast tamers registered for competition in the Sanyu Star beast taming field, and Jin Yu got them by spending money. Then, Lord of the Star, can you find me 2 beasts ranked in the top 10? He thought for a while and said, I can find one ranked 5th and one ranked 15th, but I can't do anything else. These 2 beasts are mine, and I can transfer them to Chief Shur. Shirhao clapped his hands and said, Great, these 2 will do, and find another one ranked in the top 100 as a foil. He was very puzzled, and when he was about to ask, Shirhao turned around and walked towards Jin Yu. I can accept the challenge of the goldfish, but since I have just arrived at Sanyu Star, and have not yet explored the road, I would like to make 2 requests. Sherhow smiled and said softly, and the sound of his voice made people feel like being bathed in spring breeze. Oh, you are quite courageous. As long as you dare to accept the challenge, I will agree to any request. Then I will be disrespectful. First of all, I know that Mr. Goldfish has 3 beasts to tame, and I also want to buy 3 to compete. We will compete in 3 games, and the one who wins 2 games will be the final winner. Okay, I promise you. Jinyu agreed without thinking. I heard that Mr. Goldfish is very good at tame beasts, so I am a little worried. We need to arrange the order of the competition in advance. When Sherhow spoke, his face showed a lot of trepidation. Don't bother so much, I will take number 3 first, then number 7 and number 19. Straightforward. From this point, we can see that Mr. Goldfish is much stronger than Mr. Yu. Sherhow was secretly happy, and immediately gave Jinyu a hat to wear. Jinyu was very pleased to hear Sherhow's words. Then what should we bet on? Sherhow said with a smile on his face. You can place any bet. I will pay you whatever odds the animal taming field gives. You can earn double the money. Of course, if you lose, you have to pay me. Jinyu said very generously, with a wealthy look. Mr. Jinyu is straightforward. Let's make a deal. Sherhow immediately made the decision, and came to the front of the Xiao. Master Xiao, I have to trouble you to help me arrange it. No problem, the game will be arranged tomorrow morning. How about I arrange a special game for you? Xiao looked at the 2 people while speaking. No problem. Jinyu curled his lips slightly, and said disdainfully, I have no problem either. Thank you, Master Xiao. Just like that, Sherhow booked a game without even taming a single animal. After Jinyu left arrogantly, Yifeng and Xiao looked at Sherhow with concern. Star Master, I hope you can help me build momentum, so that I can make more money. Brother Yifeng, I will give you a starship tomorrow. Sherhow said to the 2 with confidence. The matter has been settled, and Yifeng and Xiao can't say much. Xiao immediately arranged for people to arrange the beast taming. His 2 beasts were fine, and he had to try to buy a better one. After hard work, he bought a beast ranked 38th, but it didn't help. Star Master, I want to borrow 10,000 purple crystal coins from you, and I will return you 11,000 tomorrow. In addition, each of you can bet 10,000 purple crystal coins tomorrow. After arranging the beast taming, the 3 came to a room and sat down. Star Master, what do you think my odds should be tomorrow? 1 to 5, your chances of winning are too small. Wu Xiao thought for a while and replied. Brother Yifeng, if you bet 2,000 purple crystal coins, you can win back a starship. After hearing Wu Xiao's words, Sherhow said to Yifeng. Brother Sher, are you really sure? Your 3 beasts are not ranked as high as Jinyu's. How can you win? 10,000 purple crystal coins are not a small amount. Yifeng was really worried about Sherhow. No matter how you look at it, there is no chance of winning. Sherhow smiled and said, there is an illusion in our Yin country in ancient times, called Tianji's horse racing. Sherhow told the story of Tianji's horse racing to Yifeng and Wu Xiao. After listening to it, the 2 were stunned for a while, but Wu Xiao reacted faster and quickly came to his senses. Chief Sher, your Yin country civilization is really interesting. Things can be done this way. After saying that, Xiao took out a purple crystal card and said, there are 10,000 purple crystal coins in it. When the time comes, Chief Sher can return me 10,000 purple crystal coins, but don't take the 1,000, otherwise it will be a slap in my face. I will also bet 10,000 purple crystal coins tomorrow, and make some extra money with Chief Sher. After Xiao finished speaking and doing his job, Yifeng also understood. Brother Sher, this plan is really great. When I was in your solar system, it would be great if I could meet Brother Sher earlier. I will also bet 10,000 purple crystal coins tomorrow. Everyone can make money, haha. After Yifeng and Xiao knew Sherhow's plan, they were much more motivated. Xiao asked them to sit down, and he went out to find the manager of the beast taming tribe and asked him to supervise it personally and increase the publicity of Jinyu and Sherhow's competition the next morning. Then he called over his most powerful beast trainers to train and recuperate Sherhow's 3 beasts. The next day, they had to stay in the best condition to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Chapter 227. The next day, you must stay in the best condition to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Have you heard? Jinyu is going to compete with Sherhow in beast taming. He is really capable. He just came out of the adventure tower and started to show off again. An orc said next to him, I heard that your president Barry was fired. And he still owes a lot of debts? A stone man asked next to him. The orc rolled his eyes at the stone man and did not answer. That Barry doesn't even know his own weight. He tried to flatter you, but he didn't expect to be led into a trap by you haha. A Zerg man next to him said sarcastically. The orc wanted to get angry, but looking at the group of gloating faces next to him, he had to leave with a gloomy face. I heard that when Shirhao decided to compete with Jinyu, he didn't even have a beast to control. I asked around, and it's true. I feel that Shirhao is just trying to get famous on Songyu Star by sticking to those famous young masters. Yes. The Zerg man responded, then looked around and said in a low voice, I heard from the people around the Star Master that Shirhao wanted to buy the top-ranked beasts, but he didn't buy them. Who would sell them to him? Do you know why Jinyu is so rich, but he can't buy the top 5 beasts except for his number 3 ranked first? Why? It can be said that the owners of the top 30 beasts are no less prominent than Jinyu, or even more prominent than Jinyu. They just want to have fun, they will definitely not sell them. It is obvious that the person who is talking knows more inside information, and everyone listens with relish. So no matter how rich Shirhao is, he can't buy a good beast tamer? That's right. Such news spread all over the beast taming field of Songyu Star. At first, some of them were spread by people arranged by Xiao under Shirhao's instruction. Gradually, some people with good intentions began to make up a lot of so-called gossips and spread them out, true and false, real and fake. This is exactly what Shirhao wanted, so that Jinyu would not be suspicious. Master Xiao, you sold the beast tamer to me, and this time you will offend Jinyu to death, aren't you afraid? After Xiao came back, Shirhao asked. Although the Jin clan did a secret assassination of Chief Shir, the leaders of the other clans all knew about it. Because the Jin clan believed that this assassination was foolproof, they did not do it perfectly. They also wanted to show us that they wanted to take the opportunity to teach us low-level races a lesson. The hatred between the Jin clan and the human clan cannot be resolved. Since our Zerg clan has chosen to join forces with the human clan, it is only a matter of time before we offend the Jin clan. After all, I still have the final say on Songyushing, and Jinyu's father has to be more restrained. The domineering words of the Xiao made Shirhao look up to him. The three chatted for a while. Xiao arranged a room for them to rest, and then left. Brother Shir, what is the name of the body movement you used in the Adventure Tower? Yi Feng finally found an opportunity, and approached Shirhao and asked with a smile. Shadow Phantom Step, do you want to learn it? Yi Feng smiled and agreed. I can teach you, but I can't guarantee that it will be effective after you learn it, because in order to achieve the effect I used in the Adventure Tower, you need to use internal energy. Internal energy is only applicable to us humans. Acupuncture points and meridians are not available to other races. While speaking, Shirhao recalled the feeling of teleportation that he had already touched, but he could never perform it. This feeling was very tempting and uncomfortable. He simply stood up and practiced the phantom step of shadow, on the one hand to teach Yi Feng, and on the other hand to slowly sort out his thoughts from beginning to end. Soon Yi Feng learned the steps and practiced with Shirhao at a distance. After a night of training, Yi Feng's phantom step of shadow was already very proficient, and a phantom appeared faintly. Looking at Shirhao again, he entered a state of ecstasy, and his phantom was all over the room. Having found that feeling again, Shirhao did not dare to stop, and he moved faster and faster. Suddenly, Yi Feng saw Shirhao appear from one end of the room to the other, and the phantom behind him disappeared. Shirhao felt very comfortable, and stood there for a long time without moving, recalling and consolidating. But the teleportation shadow phantom step was done, and the remaining problem was how to improve the teleportation distance. Brother Shir, the feeling you gave me just now, I have seen it before. Yi Feng looked at Shirhao, who stopped practicing, and turned around to sit on the chair and said, What feeling? Where have you seen it? For me, it is a feeling of depression. I have seen it in the Dark Demon. Shirhao heard the name of the Dark Demon from Yi Feng more than once, but he did not expect that the Dark Demon had such a great influence on Yi Feng. You practice first, and when I have the ability in the future, I will see if I can modify a martial art suitable for the Ixia people. Shirhao wanted to help Yi Feng from the bottom of his heart. When Yi Feng was about to thank him, the repairman came. Chief Shir, Master Yefeng, it's getting late, we can leave now. Wu Xiao brought the two to a box, and the three of them sat down. Master Jinyu, can you say a few words about today's game? The host interviewed Jinyu in the front of the box. Chief Shir forced you to leave when he first arrived at Songyu Star, which was quite high profile. My beast tamer is hard to beat on Songyu Star. Chief Shir wants to go out, and I just want to have some fun. I want to tell Chief Shir that if you lose and have no money, you can take off your clothes and give them to me, which can be exchanged for 1,000 purple crystal coins. I really want to see what the human race looks like with their butts naked, ha ha ha. The interview ended with Jinyu's arrogant laughter. Not long after, the host came to the box where Shi Hao was, ready to interview Shi Hao. Chief Shi, you also heard what Master Jinyu said just now. I wonder what you think. I am betting 10,000 purple crystal coins now. Don't forget what Master Jinyu said yesterday. You have to pay me as much as the beast taming field pays me. Shi Hao said, as he opened the betting machine, then inserted the purple crystal card into it, completing the betting process. Please tell that goldfish. After the operation, Shi Hao said to the host, Chief Shi, your interview is also live. Master Jinyu has seen it. Although the host did not understand what that goldfish meant, he knew that Shi Hao was talking about Jinyu. The interviews of both parties instantly ignited the enthusiasm of everyone to bet. At the beginning, Shi Hao's odds were 1 to 8. After Shi Hao's interview was broadcast, the odds dropped to 1 to 5. It's about to start. It seems that the odds of 1 to 3.2 are about right. I didn't expect so many people to be optimistic about Chief Shi. They are destined to win money. Yesterday, the odds predicted by Xiao were about 1 to 5. Shi Hao's interview gave people the feeling that he was a tough guy who didn't talk much. Thinking about the Adventure Tower, many people bet on Shi Hao to win. After a bell rang, number 3 ran out. The beast of Sonyu Star looked like a cheetah on Earth, but it was twice as big as a cheetah. Its limbs were very strong, its head was a little sharper, and its whole body was pale yellow, which was about the same color as Sonyu Star. Shi Hao set number 1289 to the field. It was a new beast. The best ranking was 38th. Jinyu's number 3 is currently ranked 1st. Number 38 is 38 places behind it, but the difference in strength is not a little bit. Halfway through the race, number 38 has fallen behind by half a lap. In this round, Shi Hao is sure to lose. Fuck, I'm out of my mind. Betting on Shi Hao to win, what a shame. A viewer who bet on Shi Hao looked at the video, pounded his head, and kept cursing. You and Shi Hao are both speculators, dreaming of making a fortune. How can it be so good? The people next to him kept adding insult to injury. Shi Hao die, running so slowly. The people who bet on Jinyu were jubilant, waving their fists and shouting. The first round was a sure win, number 3. Not long after, the second round began. Jinyu set number 7, Shi Hao set number 58. This beast was the number 5 that was repaired by the beast. The regulars of the beast taming field saw the information of number 58 and understood what was going on. The bastard Xiao actually dared to set a trap for me. Jinyu knew that Xiao had 2 beasts, one ranked 5th and the other ranked 15th. He had gone to Xiao 3 times to buy these 2 beasts, but failed. Jinyu calculated that Shi Hao would definitely not be able to buy a beast that ranked higher than him, because he had visited the owners of the top 30 beasts, and visited them more than once. Each time he bid 30% higher than the market price. Even so, he only got number 7 and number 19. These 2 were a bit old, and their performance showed signs of decline, so their owners sold them to Jinyu. From the outside world's point of view, the relationship between the human race and the Zerg is good, but it is far from the point where the Zerg can turn against the Jin race for the sake of the human race. Since you are not kind, I am not righteous either. Call Mr. Phone over. Jinyu stared at the number 58 beast on the video, and ordered his men with a gloomy face. Chapter 228. Jinyu is not a fool, otherwise he would not be so good at the animal taming field. If Wuxiu gave number 58, ranked 5th, and number 17, ranked 15th, to Shi Hao, he would lose. Shi Hao wasted his biggest trump card, number 3, with the animal taming ranked 38th. He finally understood why Shi Hao made such a request yesterday, and he was waiting for him here. Soon, an old man of the Jin clan with vicissitudes of life came to Jinyu's box. Mr. Feng, I have been calculated. Now I must destroy this number 58 or number 17 in the next game. Is it a direct attack or an accident? Mr. Feng stood by, looking weak, and asked in a trembling voice. Accident. Mr. Feng did not speak again, walked out slowly, and then came to the audience outside and found a seat to sit down. At this time, the game had been 4/5, and number 58 had been walking side by side with number 7, occasionally lagging behind by half a body. This number 58 is indeed stronger, but it seems unstable at the moment. It's good that Shi Hao can buy number 58 from the Star Lord, but it's still a little short of fighting Jinyu. Feng Lao's eyes were always on number 58, especially when number 58 ran to the section of the track closest to him, but seeing the situation in the field, he had to shake his head slightly. Look, number 58 suddenly accelerated. After turning the last corner, and about to sprint, number 58 suddenly accelerated and surpassed number 7 by half a body length. At the finish line, number 58 won the game with a one-body advantage. In order to create an illusion, in the second game, Shihao arranged for number 58 to keep the stalemate with number 7 at all times. Mr. Feng, why don't you do it? Jin Yu asked through the communication tool. It's too close to number 7, I'm afraid of hurting it. Jin Yu and Mr. Feng didn't say anything, but they knew that number 17 must be destroyed. Shihao actually won a round, so what about the next round? The bettor who was regretting just now saw hope. Brother, don't be happy too early. Do you know the dirty things Jin Yu did in other animal taming fields? What dirty things? He has a master who can control the opponent's beast with telekinesis, and then... They dare? Why don't they dare? They have done it in other animal taming fields. I just saw that master in the audience over there. The man said while pointing in the direction. The man who just saw hope hit his head in frustration again. Star-Lord, Mr. Feng of the Jin family seems to be taking action. The subordinates of the repair came in to report. They are used to lawlessness, and they thought this was one of those small animal taming fields? Don't worry about it, it's his own fault. Shihao heard what Xiao said, and didn't know what they were doing. After Xiao finished instructing his men, he explained, when Jin Yu was hanging out in the small animal taming field, when he encountered an opponent he couldn't beat, he would let one of his telekinetic masters use dirty tricks to deal with those beasts. Shihao heard Xiao's words, and he understood, and smiled and said, it seems that the Star Lord has been prepared for it. Building such a large animal taming field represents our determination. How can we let these despicable means ruin our reputation? Since the establishment of this animal taming field, this situation has never happened before. It seems that we need to establish our authority today. Then I wait and see. Shihao finished speaking, and continued to watch the game. Jin Yu's number 19, and his number 17 were ready to go. After the bell rang, the two beasts rushed out like arrows from a bow. As soon as he started, number 17 did not hold back and ran at his own pace. Soon, he left number 19 behind. The style of the beast taming field also changed. The group of people who cheered in the first two games wilted. And the people who wilted in the first two games set off a huge cheer at the scene. When number 17 went around the second lap, and was closest to Mr. Feng made a move. His move was invisible. The whole person sat still, but condensed his mind power into a needle, and shot it towards number 17. Number 17 did not fall down as he expected. There seemed to be a slight fluctuation above the track in the field, and then it calmed down. Old Feng was not doing so well. All the telekinetic needles he fired were bounced back intact and hit his head. They actually used chime stones as a shield here. It's really a big deal. Old Feng said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, then leaned back on the chair. Number 17 lived up to expectations, and finished the whole race in the lead. Shihao won. At the moment when number 17 crossed the finish line, Jin Yu overturned the table in the box. He didn't know why Old Feng didn't take action, and now he didn't even have the mood to question. After a while, his men hurried over and whispered, Old Feng is dead. When Jin Yu heard the news, he was like being struck by lightning and stood still. He thought he was omnipotent in the animal taming field, but now it seems too ridiculous. Old Feng died quietly and unclearly, which made him sweat coldly. At this time, Shihao and Yifeng walked in. In order not to further stimulate Jin Yu, Xiao did not follow. Mr. Goldfish, should we cash out the bet we agreed on in advance? Shihao asked for money directly. Mr. Feng is dead, and you still want money? Ever since Jin Yu first came to Sanyu Star, Mr. Feng has been with him, mainly to protect him, and help him destroy his opponent's beast. Who is Mr. Feng? Is he your grandfather? If you want to shirk your debt, just say it directly, don't just find a dead person to take the blame, okay? Shihao really didn't know how Mr. Feng died. He thought it was related to the beast taming field, but it was none of his business. Get out. The younger brothers around Jin Yu began to chase people away. Seeing this, Shihao simply moved a chair and sat down, crossed his legs, flicked the dust off his pants, looked at Jin Yu with a squint, and said, if you don't pay, I won't leave today. Just when the two sides were deadlocked, the host who interviewed them before the game came. You two are here just right, I want to do an interview, what do you think of this game? As he said, he walked towards Jin Yu. Jin Yu ignored him, and the younger brother next to him drove him over. Shihao waved at him, and the host hurried over happily. Congratulations to Chief Shi, you have won the first battle, please say something to the audience. Is this a live broadcast? Shihao asked. Yes. Jin Yu wants to default on the bet he agreed to. I bet 10,000 purple crystal coins, and the beast taming field compensated me 32,000 purple crystal coins. Gene, you should give me another 32,000 purple crystal coins. I just want the audience to be a witness. After saying that, Shihao looked at Jinyu. Yi Feng walked to Jinyu and advised, Mr. Jinyu, although this amount of money is not small, it is not a problem for you. If you don't want to give it, you have to think about the negative impact of this matter on the Jin family. Jinyu was about to get angry, but when he saw that it was Yi Feng, he held back. He took out a purple crystal card, then went to a machine next to him to operate it, and threw the card to Shihao. Shihao took the card to the machine next to him to check, and the amount was correct. He walked up to the host and asked, "Are you still broadcasting live?" "Yes." After receiving a positive answer, Shihao tidied his appearance, faced the camera, and said with a smile, "I, Shihao, have just arrived at Sanyu Star. In front of me, there is a warm reception from Yu Yu, a member of the Feather Clan, and he also gave me a big gift." After giving the gift, Yu left Sanyu Star without saying a word. I had to express my gratitude to him here. Most people on Sanyu Star knew about Shihao and Yu Yu's fight in the Adventure Tower. Shihao's words caused laughter. There are so many enthusiastic people on Sanyu Star. Look, I just arrived at the animal taming field, and this goldfish prince was also very enthusiastic. It was hard to refuse his kindness, so I had to agree to compete with Goldfish Prince in animal taming. Everyone saw the result. Thank you, Goldfish Prince, for your kindness and for this generous gift. At this point, Shihao also raised the purple crystal card to show it off. This animal taming field is a really good place. I made 50,000 purple crystal coins in 2 days. Hearing this number, those who watched the live broadcast were envious and jealous. Since Sanyu Star is my blessed land, and there are many talented people here, our human race is ready to settle down on Sanyu Star. I declare that from today, I will use these 50,000 purple crystal coins to build a human city Huacheng. After Huacheng is built, people of all races are welcome to visit. We humans do not actively bully others, but if others bully us, we will fight back with all our strength. The strategy one used to tame animals in the competition with Mr. Goldfish is called Tianji's animal taming. Here I want to give you a piece of advice. It doesn't work after I used it. Don't copy it casually. Be careful not to shoot yourself in the foot. Thank you. During the interview, Shihao was neither humble nor arrogant, but decent and generous. His teasing words were sharp and showed his position. Goldfish Prince, you and Yu are both good people. Introduce more friends like you to me in the future. Shihao said, and left Jinyu's box with Yi Feng. Chapter 229. The Mansion of the Lord of Sanyu Star. Chief Shi, you made me earn 22,000 purple crystal coins this time, which is almost my annual income. Wu Xiao was talking about 1 silver domain year. Although Wu Xiao was the Lord of Sanyu Star, all the income of Sanyu Star belonged to the Zerg, and he himself could not get much. Brother Shi, you gave me 2 starships this time, it's amazing. Yi Feng also bet 10,000 purple crystal coins, and earned the same amount as Wu Xiao. Unfortunately, there is only this one chance. Yi Feng was obviously a little reluctant. I was really lucky this time. It's not reliable to make money by gambling. It's better to stay away from it. This time, it was intentional, and Shihao was very satisfied. He also understood that betting in the animal taming field was the same as betting on horses. Overall, there were more losses than wins, and it was even more difficult to make money. I like what Chief Shi said. Although I bought some beasts myself, I seldom gamble. I earn appearance fees from these beasts. After hearing what Xiao said, Shihao said, "Thank you, Star Lord Xiao. I have completed the formalities for the beasts, and they are back in your name." Shihao said to the public that he bought 2 beasts from Xiao. In fact, he only completed the formalities, but did not pay. Now that the matter is done, of course he has to return the beasts to their original owners. Chief Shi is a rich man now. Do you want to raise a few beasts here to make money? Forget it. I'm too busy. Let's talk about it later. Since there was nothing to do, Shihao and Yi Feng stayed in the Star Lord's mansion. Not long after, Tianning and Shiwei came back and reported their work to Shihao. The land was very large, the money had been paid, and the formalities had been completed. They also went to the relevant markets of Sanyu Star to do research. If they wanted to build Huacheng completely, they would definitely not be able to do it with less than 100,000 purple crystal coins. Boss Shi, I personally suggest that we rent a house first, and then start large-scale construction after our workers arrive, so that we can save a lot of labor costs. Shihao heard what Tianning said, waved his hand, and said, Large-scale construction must wait until our people arrive, and there are no suitable craftsmen here. You should first set up the Adventure Guild, tear down the most central location, and build there. Shi Hao took out a purple crystal card and handed it to Tian, saying, "This is 30,000 purple crystal coins. Don't save money. You must build it quickly, and build it in a grand manner." Tian was still worried about money just now, but after a few words from Shi Hao, it was no longer a problem. "Boss Shi, where have you been these 2 days? You got so much money again. Robbery is not that fast, right?" Tian asked puzzledly, holding the card. "This is much more exciting than robbery, and it's fun and profitable." Then Shi Hao told the story of the animal taming field, and Tian and Shi Wei listened with relish. Finally, Tian talked about the communication with Nianyun Star. After a meeting, the human race headquarters decided to send 500,000 talents from all walks of life to lead the team led by Su Yan, mainly for the construction of Huacheng. After Huacheng is built, 10 million Earthlings will be transported, and 10 million adventurers will be summoned to Sanyu Star, using Sanyu Star's hub position to expand to surrounding galaxies and nebulae. Nianyun Star has been very mature in development. In the past 30 years, more than 50 new cities have been built. Mickey, Wang Ping, Laura and others will come. Boss Shi, Boss Lin and others have also come to Nianyun Star from the solar system. They will stay on Nianyun Star. Boss Li, Boss Liang and Boss Su will come to Sanyu Star. It has been almost 30 years since Shi Hao and his team came out. The development of the Nianyun Star people has been on the right track. There is no shortage of resources and talents for development on Sanyu Star. General Wu and Su Yin have more say than us in urban construction. I don't worry about it. Now that we have this piece of land and funds, let them do it when the time comes. Shi Hao gave a few more instructions and asked Tian and Shi Wei to get busy. After experiencing the animal taming field incident, the relationship between Shi Hao and the cultivators is self-evident. Before the Adventure Guild was built, he had been living in the Star Lord Mansion. After Yi Feng received the starship, he said goodbye to Shi Hao and rushed to the direction of Canis Major through the large teleportation array of Sanyu Star. Shi Hao basically stayed at home and concentrated on practicing martial arts, internal strength and telekinesis. Before Su Yin and his team built a clothing factory on Sanyu Star, Shi Hao had no intention of accepting other races. After Shi Hao moved to the Adventure Tower Guild, Xiao would go to Shi Hao almost every day, because Shi Hao taught him several martial arts. At the beginning, Shi Hao taught him Mantis Fist. Xiao was also hardworking. He practiced for a long time every day, and often looked for Shi Hao to learn from him. He was considered to have learned the art. The two of them got along better and better. Shi Hao taught him 2 more martial arts, which belonged to the Xingyi boxing category. However, since the Zerg could not practice internal strength, they could only rely on martial arts moves to win. However, Xiao was already very satisfied. His combat power was more than double compared to before. With the establishment of the Sanyu Star Adventure Guild, more and more human adventurers came to Sanyu Star spontaneously. The first thing these adventurers did when they arrived at Sanyu Star was to enter the Sanyu Star Adventure Tower. They came for the rewards promised by Shi Hao. Soon, among the top 100 in the Adventure Tower, more than 20 were human beings, and more than half of them were from Earth, who won by relying on Yen country martial arts and skills. Seeing the performance of the human race, many small races who entered the Silver Domain with the help of the other 4 races have begun to think about switching to the human race. The Adventure Guild receives many similar consultants every day, which makes the only 2 receptionists, Tian and Shi Wei, busy and dizzy. In desperation, Tian wrote a notice with very simple content, only 2 items. First, if you can get human clothing, you can change to human identity, and you are exempt from the head fee and annual management fee. Second, if you don't have clothes and privately change to human identity, you will be killed without mercy if you are naked. Note, you have obtained permission from the Star Lord's mansion and can be killed. During this period, 3 such cases really happened, and without exception, they were all killed by Shi Wei and then displayed to the public. When we first arrived at Sanyu Star, everyone knew about Shi Wei, and the people's evaluation of him was that he was decisive and ruthless. Concise means that he never talks nonsense before killing people, and he just takes action. Since then, there has been no naked human streaking on Sanyu Star. 10 years passed quickly and steadily. Su Yin led the first group of people to Sanyu Star. What surprised Shi Hao the most was that Wang Guiyong also came, and the 2 hugged each other when they met. Mickey, Wang Ping, Laura, Lao Hei, Big Guy, Hei Yu, and Wu Feng were all here. The first group of team members Shi Hao brought out was only missing the carrier pigeon. Wang Ping said that the carrier pigeon had a more important task on the way. Since the discovery of the telekinetic stone on Ninian Star, the scientific research work related to it has been fully launched. The project team led by Yang Shui has made a great breakthrough. Although it cannot yet manufacture a jump-class starship, it has perfected the telekinetic quantum communication technology between galaxies. Xinge led his team to successfully develop the entire communication system. He was setting up these communication equipment along the way, so it would take a while for them to arrive at Sanyu Star. Dozens of starships stopped over the land that Shi Hao bought. Without too much courtesy, Wang Ping and his team led everyone to work in an orderly manner. Shi Hao brought Wang Guiyong and Su Yin to his own residence in the Adventure Guild. Su Yin first explained the situation. The first batch had a total of 100,000 people, and there were 4 more batches on the way, each with 100,000 people, and they would arrive soon. How many starships did you use in total? You look like you are rich and powerful. When Shi Hao left, the entire human race had only dozens of starships for transportation, and Su Yan's first batch had dozens of them. General Shi, not long after you left Ninian Star, the efficiency of starship manufacturing in the solar system and Ninian Star has improved significantly. We have such a strong transportation capacity, thanks to Su Yuan. Su Yin then talked about Su Yuan. Before Shi Hao left Ninian Star, Su Yuan and Ouyang Xiajie kept running back and forth between the solar system and Ninian Star. But the transportation capacity has been limited, so they are a little anxious. When Shi Hao left Ninian Star to further explore the Silver region, Su Yuan felt that the transportation capacity would restrict the development of the human race. She took the initiative to ask the human race headquarters to serve as the Minister of Transportation of the human race, and Ouyang Xiajie continued to be responsible for the transportation fleet of Hausha Group. Su Yuan used her experience and relevant professional knowledge to persuade Wu Yi and Su Yin. After Su Yuan became the Minister of Transportation, she introduced various capitals to participate in the construction of the Starship Transportation Fleet, and divided the detailed routes, and made reasonable allocation of these route resources, and the human race transportation fleet flourished. Under the leadership of Su Yuan, the starship manufacturing industry was also open to a limited extent to attract private capital to join. The banking system was perfected a long time ago, but the capital flow has not been smooth. Later, under the organization of Su Yin, Liang Wenwei took the lead in the planning of Maiyangxing Stock Exchange. Before leaving, Maiyangxing realized the normal trading of listed companies in the secondary market. With such an ecological environment, bonds, futures, etc. are all progressing steadily. In this way, the capital operation path of Maiyangxing can be completely opened up, promoting the rapid and orderly development of various industries. Chapter 230. General Shi, I have something to apologize to you for. After talking about Liang Wenwei, Su Yin stood up and said to Shi Hao with a smile, Xiao Su, if you have anything to say, just tell me, don't be so polite. Shi Hao also stood up and pressed Su Yin's shoulder to signal him to sit down. The development of a race involves many aspects, but they all depend on money. In order to make money for the development of our human race, we have thought of many ways. General Wu and I are indeed weak in doing business. There is no other way. We had to ask for help from Hausha Group. Director Li did give us a lot of good ideas, but it is not a good idea for us to keep looking for him. I discussed it with him several times, and it rose to the national and racial justice. Only then did he agree to serve as the Minister of Commerce of the human race. Poaching from Hausha Group, so I have to apologize to you. Su Yin explained the reason for the matter. After listening to this, Shi Hao laughed and said, if you can calculate it so clearly, then I have paid so much, shouldn't I also convert it? See how much money is appropriate to give me. Xiao Su, the day we came to the Silver region, our fate was tied to the fate of the human race. I also want to find a place to live a carefree and stable life, but now it seems that this is just a luxury. Which of us 3 sitting here is thinking about ourselves? When Shi Hao said this, he looked at Wang Guiyong who had been silent. Xiao Su, you should never apologize. Shi Hao has already put all his life and property on the line. What is he looking for? At the beginning, he drove the Pioneer into space without hesitation, just to protect the Earth. When he drove the shuttle to the Silver Territory, he did it for the entire human race. If you don't care about your life, what else can you be reluctant to give up? When Wang Guiyong said this, his eyes were a little wet. Haozi, I finally tricked Lao Lei and asked him to stay at home. I'm here to stir the ladle with you, are you welcome? Of course. I have Lao Wu on Ninian Star, and you and Su Yin here, so I can continue to go out and explore without worry. The reason why Shi Hao didn't move in the past 10 years was that he was afraid of another incident. If something happened to him, it would affect the entire human race. How many people came from the Royal Guard? 5,000. They are all in the first batch because of safety concerns. How many people came from the Dharma Academy? 500. 3 months later, arrange for the Royal Guard and Dharma Academy to go to the Adventure Tower on Sanyu Star. Let Wang Ping and others go as well. It is entirely up to the others to go or not. The notice I posted in the insect newspaper 10 years ago is still valid. Shihao wants to make use of the Adventure Tower on Sanyu Star, and it seems that it will soon be realized. How much money did you bring this time? 60,000 purple crystal coins. General Wu said that a poor family is rich on the road, so he gave me most of the funds of the human race and asked me to bring them here. Yes, in this way, money is not a problem. Shihao told the two that he had earned more than 60,000 purple crystal coins on Sanyu Star. Wang Guiyong and Su Yan felt like they were dreaming. Shihao earned enough money on Sanyu Star in just a few days, compared to the billions of human race people who have earned money on Yin Star for so many years. After Wang Guiyong and Su Yan calmed down, the three of them discussed the matter for several hours. Finally, it was decided that the human race would first build clothing factories, furniture factories, and handicraft factories. The human race will mainly develop light industry, commerce, and service industries on Sanyu Star. The houses must be beautifully built. The clothes must have characteristics, and the texture and workmanship must be top-notch. The catering industry, the art and entertainment industry, the martial arts academy, etc. must flourish in all aspects. There is only one purpose, to let other races know that the human race will enjoy and how beautiful life is. Rely on culture to conquer others, not on fighting and killing. The specific details will be finalized after everyone is settled, and an enlarged meeting is held. After the three people discussed, Su Yan went to work. Shihao and Wang Guiyong started chatting. Old Wan, I see that you are not in a good mood. What happened? Just now, when Shihao and Su Yan were talking, Wang Guiyong rarely spoke and seemed a little out of shape. What can I do? I'm just tired. Old Wan, we've known each other for so many years. I can't tell that you have something on your mind. Wang Guiyong smiled a little stiffly when he heard Shihao's words. He was originally sitting opposite Shihao, but he stood up and sat down next to Shihao's chair, and then said, Do you know why I strongly requested to come to the Silver region? When Shihao heard Wang Guiyong's question, he knew that there was something wrong. I don't know, you tell me. Thanks to Wu Ruinfa's research results, the problem of slow birth of Songshan-level Earthlings has been solved, and the Earth's population has shown explosive growth in the past 2 or 3 decades. The total number of Earthlings in the solar system and the Silver region has reached more than 15 billion. It is estimated that this number will be reached in 60 years, and Shihao did not expect the time to be so much earlier. Everyone knows about the original 100-year plan. When the plan was advanced so much, many people inside questioned the development strategy of the human race. There are more and more such voices, and more questions are raised. Every meeting will be quarreled over various issues. Some people say that Wu has been out for so long, and has not returned to Earth for a while. He does not go back to report on his work. He wants to set up a new company and abandon Earth. They asked Wu to report on his work once a year. We said it was too far, and we couldn't go back and forth. They said to change it to 3 years. Wang Guiyong smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Some people also said that if the population and resources of the Earth and the solar system are continuously transported to the Silver region, who will provide resources and protection for the Earth and the solar system if there are problems in the future? Wang Guiyong said a lot of questions like this. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and stood up with his hands on his hips. Damn it, they are just fooling around, looking for trouble, and making the entire military and political environment a mess. On the surface, the Earth and the solar system are peaceful, but in fact, undercurrents are surging and very dangerous. I don't want to talk about these useless things with those things all day long, so I persuaded Lao Lei to stay in the solar system. He can tolerate more than me, and then I went to the Silver region. Wang Guiyong seemed to be complaining, but in fact, he reflected a big problem. After arriving in the Silver region, the culture and civilization of the human race are indeed excellent, and they are very smart compared to other races. But the biggest shortcoming of humans is that they like to fight among themselves, and all kinds of strategies and tactics are fought out in this way. At first, it was a conflict between countries and nations. When the human race entered the Silver region, the focus of humans also shifted accordingly. In the Silver domain, it has evolved into a conflict between races. But on Earth, Yin country is currently the only dominant country, and other countries are not worth mentioning. At this time, some people who are full and bored are restless. This is an inevitable process of development and evolution of things, and Shihao knows it very well. Earthlings who have never been to the Silver Domain lack understanding of the Silver Domain, and the communication system is not perfect. This information asymmetry can easily make some people imagine and make up stories. They are too idle. Shihao thought about it thoroughly and said, "Who said it's not?" After eating, they sit there and play with their brains, calculating this and that. I really admire their imagination and admit that I am inferior to them. Wang Guiyong's anger has not subsided yet, and he paced on the side. These are all talents. If they are placed on Earth, wouldn't it be a waste of talent in the solar system? Shihao was not as angry as Wang Guiyong. You still have the time to joke around. This is not a long-term solution. I can't bear to leave Lao lay there to suffer. Think of a solution quickly. Lao Wan, sit down. Stop swaying around. You feel dizzy. Wang Guiyong saw that Shihao was still calm, so he sat down and looked at him and asked, "Do you have any tricks?" Chapter 231. Old Wan, what do you think of the current situation of our human race? Shihao did not answer, but asked back. Crisis is everywhere. War with other races is inevitable. I have been on Minyun Star for 3 years, and I have a certain understanding of the situation of yellow-level planets. The news that you were assassinated by the Golden Tribe and the Giant Lizard Tribe has spread, and we all know it. Shihao understood that this should be revealed by Qili to Wu Yi and others, so that they can be on guard. Let's not talk about the distant Golden Tribe, Giant Lizard Tribe and Beast Tribe. Let's talk about the Bat Tribe in front of us. This is the current confidant of the human race and must be eliminated. Oh, has the Bat Tribe taken any actions against the human race in the past 20 to 30 years? Since leaving Minyun Star, Shihao has not heard any news about the Bat Tribe. Wang Guiyong said this, it must be that something strange has happened again. According to Lao Wu and his team's continuous observation, the Bat Tribe has been continuously transporting troops to the Bat Star. In the past 10 years, the Bat Tribe has begun to harass the human race's starships everywhere, causing great trouble to our transport fleet. Each fleet needs a frigate to escort it. If the Bat Tribe is allowed to continue like this, the human race will suffer within 50 years. Wang Guiyong is a soldier, and Shihao believes in his judgment. Is there any evidence of the Bat Tribe harassing the human race's starships? There are videos and witnesses. The Royal Guard currently has 5 million combat troops, 3 million reserve troops, and 500 various combat ships. It is divided into 5 combat battalions. 3 battalions are stationed at the edge of the solar system, led by Zhang Pingqing. 2 battalions are stationed on the satellite of Minyun Star, led by Ding Yuan. Because the Bat clan is at their side, Wu Yi and Su Yin have never stopped preparing for war. This speed of development makes Shihao look at them with new eyes. Don't move for now. If we want to start a war, we must destroy the Bat Star where the Bat clan lives in one go. Old Wu also meant this. He asked me to talk to you to see if you have any other opinions. Now it seems that we have the same idea. When talking about war and fighting, Wang Guiyong's spirit is completely different. It's not that he likes war, but because this is his profession. How's he, after talking for so long, how to solve the domestic problems? The conversation went off the topic. You just said that the human race is in crisis. If we want to gain a foothold in the Silver region, we need more people. Are you saying that we should send those guys to the Silver region? Send is a bit harsh, but that's what I mean. Aren't they just too idle, and have nowhere to vent after eating? The Silver region is so big. There are more than 500 million yellow-level planets, and we have only developed about 100 of them. The reason for such slow development is that we lack people. Can they come to the Silver region with their abilities? Besides, are they willing to come? Wang Guiyong didn't have a good impression of those people, and was afraid that they would mess things up. On Earth, who among them is not a human elite? Do they all think they are real gold? They really think so highly of themselves. Wang Guiyong nodded as he spoke. Since they are human elites, the elite among humans, they should contribute to the development of the human race, right? Wang Guiyong nodded. They want power, they want to feel superior, they want others to respect them. So if they come here to get the gold from the Silver Realm, will they be even more arrogant when they go back? Wang Guiyong nodded again, but immediately felt something was wrong and said, after training in the Silver Domain, why do we let them go back to Earth to harm people? Old Wan, I didn't realize you were so stupid before. They came to the Silver Domain. Whether they want to flatten or round them, it's still up to the human race headquarters to decide. Don't worry so much. What I said just now was a bit sarcastic, but it's all reasonable. Whether they are gold or not, you know if they are gold by refining them in the Silver Domain. If they are refined well, the slag will be removed and they will become real gold. If they are ruined, they will be ruined. The Earth is a big greenhouse, and the silver domain is a big furnace. The foundation of the human race is destined to be built with blood. There was a hint of heaviness in Sherhao's words. Yes, the Bat tribe is already bleeding us. I've been on Earth for too long, and I've lived in peace for too long. I've lost my bloodiness and become nagging. Wang Guiyong and Lei Shiyu are not incapable, but they are in the middle of the game. Sherhao's words awaken the dreamer. I will draft a document and send it back immediately. Old Lei will understand it as soon as he sees it. Sherhao stopped talking. Wang Guiyong turned on the holographic image of his watch and sat there drafting the document. A few hours later, Wang Guiyong called Sherhao over to take a look. It was a proposal for the transfer of personnel in the silver region of Earth. It suggested that the appointment of key personnel of Yin country must have a work experience in the silver region. The proposal detailedly analyzed the pros and cons of such an appointment, as well as the situation of the human race in the silver region. It hoped that the people of Yin country and the people of Earth could contribute to the development of the human race in the silver region. If Lei Shiyu made personnel appointments and transfers according to this proposal, those people would be embarrassed not to come to the silver region. They would be completely suppressed on the moral and righteous level. Haozi, you are really good. You solved a big problem with just a few words. Wang Guiyong was more satisfied with the proposal as he read it. You are just the ones who are in the dark. Unfortunately, it will take several months for Lao Lei to receive this proposal. Why? It will take several months for the carrier pigeon to reach Sangyu Star and complete the communication system from here to Mianyun Star. Don't bother. I will let Tianying handle it later, with the help of the Zerg communication system. I forgot about this. You can set a trap for others with Xiao Xiao. This is a small matter. Where did you set a trap? You made me sound so mean. Sherhao said with a smile. If I can make money, I don't mind being more mean. Hurry up and arrange it. When we set out, the communication system from Mianyun Star to Earth was already under construction. It is estimated that it has been connected now. Lao Lei will be able to see it today. Sherhao immediately called Tianying and asked her to come over. The Adventure Guild reception staff has been handed over to Su Yin to arrange the staff. After Tianying left, Sherhao and Wang Guiyong continued to chat, and Wang Guiyong returned to the state he was in on Earth. How are the Russian Federation and the United States? Have their people come to the Silver region? Several countries that have good relations with us sent people to enter the Silver region on our starships 20 years ago, while the United States was only able to enter 10 years ago, and it was Minsk who asked for favors. Next, Wang Guiyong talked about the situation of other countries. After people from other countries entered the Silver region, human samples were added to the main brain for other races to choose from. Yin country has always been open-minded and has been getting along with other peoples in accordance with the principle of common development of all ethnic groups and mankind. The Russian Federation is headed by Katerina, the American Federation is headed by Minsk, and the Ukrainian country is headed by Ilyev. Other countries also have a respected leader, and they all have good relations with Yin country. If the leader has a bad relationship with the Yin people, it is inevitable to be bullied. All countries on Earth that have entered the Silver Domain have signed the Silver Domain Human Race Charter. The charter stipulates that in the Silver Domain, humans have no nationality, and everyone's goal is to make the human race strong and stand at the top of the Silver Domain. The charter clearly stipulates that in the Silver Domain, there is no restriction on humans converting to other races, but they cannot betray the human race, and cannot be enemies with the human race. If they appear, they will be killed without mercy, no matter where they hide in the universe. The charter clearly stipulates that in the Silver Domain, if the human race encounters a war, they must respond to the call, otherwise they will be expelled from the human race sequence. In addition to taking the cosmic language test, every Earthling has to take the human race charter test. With the constraints of this charter, all Earthlings are brought together, reducing mutual vigilance and internal friction. All Earthlings who enter the Silver Domain are treated equally on Mianyun Star, enjoy the same rights, and have to fulfill the same obligations. Martial arts and skills are taught to everyone. Your little fangirl took a group of people to a nebula bordering the Unicorn constellation. She said she wanted to help the human race. What little fangirl? Katerina. Sherhao heard Wang Guiyong's answer and stroked his forehead, his head aching. Minsk, like her, chose another nebula to develop. Are they both bringing their own people? If so, it would be very detrimental to the future development of the human race. Living in a corner and relying on their own troops will create unstable factors. When they proposed the idea to Lao Wu, Lao Wu pointed out the problem and talked about the pros and cons openly. Then they proposed to mix the team, with people from all countries in the team. In addition, the new Earthlings who entered the Silver Domain were also mixed, covering various planets and fields. Many of them came to Sanyu Star this time. Shihao felt that Lao Wu was quite thoughtful. This was a good way to deal with it, so that people from all countries could become one family as soon as possible. After talking about these, Wang Guiyong paused, and then said softly, "I went to see Zheng Xian before I came." Chapter 232. Oh, how is she? She looks good. She teaches at a university, and has a scholarly air. She is very different from before. The before mentioned by Wang Guiyong refers to Shihao's former wife. She talked about you specifically with me. She said that she knew you, and that emotionally, she felt that you and Xiao Rui were both her relatives. She likes quietness, and likes to live a plain life. She is not the same as you. Also, she said that she has a boyfriend and hopes that I will tell you. Wang Guiyong spoke slowly, and hesitantly finished these words, and then looked at Shihao. She lived for Xiao Rui and me all her life before she died. I brought her more pale memories. I owe her too much. I let her be reborn, just to let her live for herself, without worries, and follow her heart. I won't disturb her. Shihao felt more relaxed in his heart, and put Zheng Xian deep in his heart. Shihao and Wang Guiyong walked out of the Adventure Guild, and saw rows of large tents set up in the square in front of the Adventure Guild. In the distance, large construction machinery has rumbled to start the demolition work. All the demolition garbage must be transported out of Sanyu Star, and thrown into an uninhabitable garbage planet. The human race has its own starships, construction machinery, designers, construction personnel, and even some more precious building materials are brought by themselves, which instantly reduces the construction cost by half. While demolishing and building, the overall plan has not yet come out, but the location of a nuclear fusion reactor, the first phase of residential quarters, and the city hall has been determined. Shihao and Wang Guiyong don't have to worry about these. Su Yan's experience in building Chanhua City on the moon came in handy here, and there is also assistance from experts from various departments. Shihao took Wang Guiyong to visit Sanyu Star, first taking him to the animal taming field, then to the Golden Clan Starship Sales Center. Finally, they came to the Adventure Tower. Old Wan, how is your Kung Fu practice now? Shihao asked Wang Guiyong while looking at the ranking on the Jade Tablet. There are too many troubles on Earth, so I just ignore them. I practice Kung Fu when I have nothing to do. I also went to find Master Mi, and got into Tai Chi Dao. The key is that practicing Tai Chi Dao can calm my mind. Hearing Wang Guiyong's words, Shihao became interested. After coming to the Silver Domain, no one around him practiced Tai Chi Dao, and they couldn't exchange experiences. In a remote corner of the square, there was no one, and the two of them were communicating while gesturing there. Slowly, it became Shihao imparting experience to Wang Guiyong. Wow, it can be like this? Well, not bad, not bad. I have the feeling you said. After Shihao's instructions, Wang Guiyong suddenly felt enlightened, and the things he didn't understand before suddenly became clear. I wanted to try this adventure tower, but I'd better not go up and embarrass myself. After Wang Guiyong found the gap between himself and Shihao, he gave up the idea of going up to the tower. Looking at Shihao's teasing eyes, Wang Guiyong hurriedly explained, I only know Tai Chi now. I'm not as skilled as you in Tai Chi, and I don't understand Tai Chi as deeply as you. I don't know other boxing, footwork, and skills. I just be beaten if I go up. Now let's go back and practice. Without saying anything, Wang Guiyong took Shihao back to the Adventure Guild. The two began to practice hard in seclusion. Wang Guiyong completely put aside Tai Chi, and began to make up for his shortcomings. After comparing with all parties, Wang Guiyong chose Xingyi 5 Elements Boxing. 5 Elements Boxing belongs to the internal boxing, with simple movements and strict rules. It corresponds to the 5 boxing methods of chopping, collapsing, drilling, cannon, and horizontal in order of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements fist must be combined with the 5 elements bagua formation to get the essence of this boxing. Therefore, before practicing, you must memorize the 5 elements bagua formation, and use it flexibly to combine it with the 5 elements fist. In terms of the technique, Wang Guiyong considered that he started practicing martial arts relatively late, and sat in the office for a long time, and his physical fitness was not as good as before, so he chose the Yijinjing, which has health-preserving effects. The two did not go out for 2 consecutive months. With the help of Shihao, Wang Guiyong finally made some progress. Shihao himself also passively practiced the 5 elements bagua formation and 5 elements fist. Old Wan, martial arts, internal strength and telekinesis are the characteristics of our Yin country. This is the foundation for the human race to surpass other races. I understand. After the city construction is ready, I will personally supervise the guards and the Dharma Academy and urge everyone to strengthen their practice. After 2 months of closed-door practice, Wang Guiyong realized that what he had previously practiced was just a health-preserving method, which was far from actual combat. I also understand your intention of letting the guards and Dharma Academy go to the tower. If the top 100 of the Adventure Tower are dominated by the human race, it will cause a sensation in the entire Silver region, and then we will use the human race's martial arts and skills to attract other people to join the human race. Don't worry, those non-Earth humans will only provide them with low-level martial arts and skills. As the years go by, we will gradually open up their practice of high-level martial arts and skills. I will arrange for the Dharma Academy to do a good job of martial arts and skills classification. After untying the knot in his heart, Wang Guiyong's mind became clear, and he figured out Shi Hao's ideas very clearly. With Wang Guiyong in charge, Shi Hao was happy to have free time. After another half a year, Su Yuan and the pigeon arrived at Sanyu Star with the last batch of people. The communication system of the human race from Sanyu Star to Munyun Star and Earth is running efficiently. Captain, you can use it with confidence. The effect is no worse than on Earth. You can hold holographic image meetings and double quantum encryption. Each galaxy has a main switch and a hidden backup switch. The switches are arranged on the top of the human race branch Adventure Tower, which is very safe. In addition to me, there are 2 engineering teams building the communication systems of each branch. The pigeon reported to Shi Hao as soon as possible. Pigeon, you have worked hard. Go and have a good rest. After the pigeon left, Shi Hao called Su Yuan, who was waiting next to him, to come and sit down. Grandpa. Su Yuan called softly. Su Yuan was more stable and exuded a temperament of a superior. Xiao Yuan, time flies by so fast. You are now the mainstay of the family. Not bad. Is everything okay at home? Everything is fine. Mom and Xiao Xiao have also arrived at Munyun Star. Mom and Aunt Yunshan are taking care of the Hausher group in Munyun Star. Xiao Xiao is in the Royal Guards, serving as a captain. Yang is in charge of the starship transportation business of the entire Hausher group. Don't worry. I'm relieved. You are all so outstanding. I'm sure I'm relieved. Shi Hao and Su Yuan haven't seen each other for 30 years. The 2 chatted about family matters. Shi Hao also cooked a few dishes in the kitchen, and called Wang Guiyong to drink some wine. It was quite pleasant. Grandpa, there is something I need to tell you. I wonder if you already know it. You tell me. Shi Hao said while picking up some food. Now there are sculptures and large photos of you everywhere on the earth. I personally don't feel good. After hearing what Su Yuan said, Shi Hao put down his chopsticks and looked at Wang Guiyong. Oh Wan, what's going on? Wang Guiyong was also a little embarrassed. He wanted to say something, but he didn't say it. Didn't I tell you about the things on Earth some time ago? You saw the essence at a glance. Those people are just idle, and have nothing to do. But after thinking about it, we think that the situation on Earth is due to lack of faith. Hearing this, Shi Hao understood and said dissatisfiedly, So you deliberately made me a great god so that they can worship and burn incense when they have nothing to do. Wang Guiyong smiled awkwardly, said nothing, and put a piece of food into his mouth. You are simply desperate, and trying all kinds of treatments. It's nonsense. You have to shorten my life. What? Shorten my life? We have all become old monsters, and we have lived beyond the time limit, okay? Hearing Wang Guiyong's words, Shi Hao was happy, and Su Yuan also laughed with her hands covering her mouth beside him. No matter what, you can't do this. I admit that I, Shi Hao, am a celebrity on Earth. You can put up a sign where I live, saying Shi Hao former residence or something like that. But worshipping me every day is too outrageous. If this continues, the human race will lose its connotation, direction, and the orthodox culture it relies on for survival. This must stop, Shi Hao said firmly. The lack of goals for Earthlings is due to information asymmetry with the Silver Domain. Now that the communication system has been built, we must increase publicity efforts to show the situation of the Silver Domain to Earthlings and showcase this big stage. They will naturally set their own small and big goals. Take the human race as your pride. This is the spontaneous belief in your heart. Wang Guiyong listened carefully and said, This is inappropriate. Contact Lao Lei to correct it immediately. Don't rush for this moment. Don't be too abrupt. I suggest designing a human flag and a human song first, and when promoting the flag and song, add an introduction to the Silver Domain. Howsy, this is our mistake. I will implement these things immediately. Wang Guiyong understood that Shihao's method was the best, and immediately put down his chopsticks and walked out. Let's go after we finish the wine. Wait until I get things done, then drink. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Guiyong was already outside the house. Chapter 233. Grandpa, Jupiter has been staying in the Star Lord's mansion. I feel that he is very unhappy every day. I brought him to Sanyu Star, and he is now with Sister Zhao Qing. If you don't have time to take care of him, I will take him back and raise him together with Shuji. After entering the Silver Domain, telekinesis is used everywhere, and the role of combat pets is not very big. Jupiter has been placed in the Star Lord's mansion. Zhao Qing is here too. What about Minyan Star? Director Wu has gone to Minyan Star. Shihao and Wu Ruinfa haven't seen each other for decades. Jupiter will stay here. He is used to following me. Shihao thought that he should ask Zhao Qing if Jupiter has the possibility of upgrading again. If not, let Jupiter stay in his own residence on Sanyu Star. If the combat power can be improved and he can adapt to the environment of the Silver Domain, it will be great. After dinner, Su Yuan helped to clean up and left. Shihao continued to practice. After a few days, Wang Guiyong came to Shihao with great interest. Haozi, I have already contacted Lao Lei and Lao Wu. Let's hold a holographic projection meeting, which is considered an informal meeting. Have the conference rooms been built? 400,000 or 500,000 people have been working non-stop, and the area within a radius of dozens of kilometers has been almost built. The Sanyu Star branch was built according to the specifications of the main palace of Minyan Star. It has been decorated and arranged. You can move in today. Su Yin will arrange someone to help you move in. After the Sanyu Star branch was established, each functional department had its own office space, which will be completely used by the Adventure Guild. The two did not stop, and came to the small meeting room of the branch. The meeting room was decorated in the style of the Earth, and equipped with holographic imaging equipment. Lei Shiyu and Wu Yi were already seated and chatting. It should be Wang Guiyong's intentional arrangement to use a round conference table. Seeing Shihao and Wang Guiyong come in, the two stood up and greeted them. Old Lei, you have lost weight. Old Wu, you have lost weight too. Hearing Shihao's words, the three laughed. It had been decades since the four of them had gathered together for the first time, but they did not feel alienated. That's great. Yang Shui and the pigeons have made great contributions. After the improvement of this department-level communication system, a big problem has been solved. Wu Yi was filled with emotion. Yes, it used to take months and years to deliver a message, but now it's the same as on Earth. Wang Guiyong also nodded in agreement. In this way, we won't have any problems due to information asymmetry. We need to set up a special intelligence department to collect information from Earth, Minyan Star, Sanyu Star and various branches, and report it in a graded manner according to the level of information and data. Lei Shiyu is still serious. He is now the top leader of Yin country. With the increase in the life expectancy of personnel, the rules are aligned with the Silver Domain, and the leadership term has also been adjusted to 50 years per term, with a maximum of 2 consecutive terms. Forget about Haozi and Lao Wu. They each have their own tasks. But you Lao Wan are so good. You just took everything and walked away, leaving me alone on Earth. You are so unrighteous. When Lei Shiyu said this, he looked at Wang Guiyong with a face full of resentment. Hey, I'm worried about that mess, so I came to Haozi to learn the true scriptures. Lao Wan said without any shame on his face. The relationship between them really didn't need that kind of false courtesy. You know what? According to your and Haozi's opinions, I issued a notice and mobilized cadres at all levels across the country. They were very enthusiastic and asked to go to the Silver region to contribute their strength to the development of the human race. They will set off in a month. I troubled Lao Wu to make all the arrangements. When saying these words, Lao Lei showed a rare hint of joy on his face. After all, he had solved a big problem. Cliques, intrigues, hidden daggers, and dark hands were covered up by a peaceful fig leaf on the surface, but Lei Shiyu and Wang Guiyong knew all about them, and could cause a big mess at any time. No problem. I heard Lao Wan say that these are all talented people. They have all the means. The struggles among the various races in the Silver Domain are more complicated. I believe they will be useful. The three looked at Wu Yi and thought that this old guy was hiding deep enough and was bad enough. Wu Yi was different from Lei Shiyu and Wang Guiyong. He always stood on the front line and faced uncertainties, instability, and other dangerous factors most of the time. How could he survive without some means? Once this matter is resolved, the country will be stable. If similar crises occur in the future, there will be solutions. I will come to you after this term is over. Among the four people, Lei Shiyu is more patient and responsible, but it does not mean that he does not want to come to the Silver region. I will go back to pick you up when the time comes. This is the first sentence Shihao said at this time. He also wanted to take the opportunity to go back to Earth to have a look. After all, that is home. When you go back to Earth, I have to give you a big celebration banquet and make it glorious. Lei Shiyu did not refuse. He also understood that Shihao was going home. That's right, the level must not be low. Call all the heads of other countries. Wang Guiyong continued. I am considering whether to go back with Haozi to get some benefits, haha. Wu Yi laughed. During this time, I will give you three a suggestion. After discussing the business, Shihao spoke to the three of them as an individual. Lei Shiyu, Wang Guiyong and Wu Yi looked at Shihao. You should use all your free time to practice. We can't be like Lao Wan, who only practices fancy moves. We should practice combat killing skills. Everyone knows now that telekinesis is a universal rule in the Silver Domain, and is in a very important position. Most of the advanced races stand out because of their outstanding telekinesis talents. The Gold Clan is an exception. Although their telekinesis is average, their technological level is very high, which makes up for their low telekinesis. Our human race, from the perspective of physical fitness, has an average telekinesis level, but by practicing some of our yin country's exercises, we can improve our telekinesis level. With longer practice time and deeper understanding, telekinesis can continue to grow. I haven't encountered the ceiling of growth yet. I practice Tai Chi Dao. Although Yi Feng of the Yiksha tribe is not a human, his telekinesis can be improved by practicing Azi Guanming thoughts. The Dharma Academy is also constantly conducting research. Meditation and communication with nature and heaven and earth have a greater effect on improving telekinesis. Based on my personal experience, Tai Chi Shi, Tai Chi Shu, and Tai Chi Dao have the most obvious effects. However, you can consult martial artists and choose the most suitable method for your practice. There are also martial arts and internal strength. First of all, martial arts must be proficient, and then they must be able to be combined with internal strength and telekinesis. The power can also be increased several times or dozens of times. Take the Phantom Shadow step that I practiced. With the combination of internal strength and telekinesis, it can achieve the effect of short-distance teleportation. When the three of them heard this, their faces were slightly moved, feeling incredible. Internal strength is also obtained and improved through practicing exercises, which are mainly concentrated in the meridian type, the Zhoutian circulation type, which can be practiced through the meridians, acupoints, and 8 extraordinary meridians. Other races do not have acupoints or meridians, so they cannot practice this kind of exercises. Shihao stopped here. Lei Shiyu and Wu Yi were silent and thinking. Wang Guiyong has been practicing during this period, and after Shihao's guidance, his face is very calm. Which is more important, modern weapons or martial arts? After a while, Lei Shiyu looked at Shihao and asked. At present, they are equally important. If I can teleport, no matter how powerful the laser cannon is, it is difficult to hit me. But if it is a regional saturation attack, I can't resist it. From the situation of the Golden Clan, they can gain a foothold on the green level planet, which shows that modern technology is also very powerful. But as the strength continues to increase to the red level planet, blue level, purple level and orange level, I don't know, maybe telekinesis is more important. At this time, Shihao remembered the light ball emitted from the dark castle on the dark planet, which can attack at a super long distance and destroy a planet. Perhaps, the culture and kung fu accumulated by Yin country for thousands of years will be the foundation for the human race to gain a foothold in the Silver Domain. Of course, there is also the rapidly developing modern technology now. Now, Shihao's ideas for the development of the human race are gradually becoming clear. Through this explanation, it shows that he has found the direction of the development of the human race. In this case, I hope that Lao Wu will organize some people, and I will also organize some people to jointly compile several textbooks and courses. Needless to say, the teaching of cosmic language has been integrated into the entire education system. Space materials, space design and manufacturing, space energy, space economics, and other subjects have been perfected. We also need to compile a subject on the race, history, civilization and technology of the Silver Domain so that children can have a full understanding of the Silver Domain. In addition, we will organize the Masters of the Dharma Academy to compile a martial arts and skills course suitable for students and popularize it on Earth. Hearing Lei Shiyu's words, Shihao, Wu Yi and Wang Guiyong all expressed their agreement. Chapter 234. The four of them talked for 5 or 6 hours, talking about the Earth, Mianyun Star, Sanyu Star, the situation of the human race, and future plans. Although it was an informal meeting, many things were determined. After the meeting, Lei Xiu, Wu Yi, Shi Hao and Wang Guiyong were busy. Shi Hao asked Tian Ying to call Su Yin over and discuss the matters on Sanyu Star with Wang Guiyong. Then the three of them sat in the conference room and asked Tian Ying to call Mickey and Wang Ping in first. After Mickey and Wang Ping sat down, Wang Guiyong said, "After discussion, we are going to set up the Human Race Security Department, and we want you two to take on the important task. Do you have any opinions?" "No opinion, and we will complete the task resolutely." Wang Ping stood up, saluted, and said loudly, "I have no objection either, and we will complete the task resolutely." Mickey stood up and answered loudly. Wang Guiyong motioned for the two to sit down, and then said, "Wang Ping is the minister, Mickey is the deputy minister. The main tasks of the security department are to ensure the safety of the human race, intelligence collection, infiltration and counterinfiltration. You must quickly establish a competent team and establish a de-espionage network in other races. You can draw personnel from the army and administrative departments. You can ask the army and administrative departments to cooperate with your work. In the future, you two will report directly to me." Wang Guiyong was very serious and explained the matter clearly and concisely. Wang Ping was a scout, good at intelligence collection, disguise, lurking, and subversion. Mickey has now grown up and is very loyal. He is very suitable as Wang Ping's assistant. You can learn about the Sanyu Star beast taming farm. You can buy a few beasts to run it. Mickey is very suitable to dress up as a rich second generation, official second generation, and then mingle in the beast taming farm, mix with the young masters of various tribes, and wealthy people. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. At that time, Xiao asked Shi Hao if he wanted to buy a few beasts to play with. Shi Hao had already made plans in his mind. After thinking about it, Mickey was the most suitable. "We have discussed this matter, you can let it go." As the direct leader of Wang Ping and Mickey, Wang Guiyong gave clear instructions. After Wang Ping and Mickey went out, Tian Ying called Laura, the big guy and Heiyu over. It was still Wang Guiyong who was in charge of the conversation. After the three sat down, he said, "We are going to set up the Sanyu Star Human Protection Department, Laura as the minister, the big guy and Heiyu as deputy ministers. Do you three have any opinions?" "No opinions, guaranteed to complete the task." The three stood up at the same time and answered in unison. The Star Master of Sanyu is a Zerg. This planet is in a very important strategic position among the more than 500 million yellow-level planets. In addition to the 5 races of the yellow-level planets, there are also various races of the green-level and red-level planets. Our personal guards are allowed to settle in, so your duty is to protect the safety of the human race when the human race is threatened. We have no right to establish a regular police force and a regular army, but we still have to have a division of labor between the army and the police. Laura is responsible for the overall work, the big guy is responsible for the division of labor in the army, and Heiyu is responsible for the division of labor in the police. We communicated with the Star Master and allowed us to establish a security group in Huacheng. Heiyu must establish the security group as soon as possible. From now on, you will report directly to me, and I will be in charge. After that, Wang Guiyong and the three of them stood up, saluted each other, and Laura and the other two left. Next, Tian Ying called the carrier pigeon over. After the carrier pigeon sat down, Su Yin said, "Carrier pigeon, thank you for your efforts in building the galaxy communication system. The country has awarded you a National Science and Technology Medal, which will be sent to Sanyu Star later. The silver domain is very large. As more and more human branches are opened, you, as the Minister of Human Communication, have a heavier burden on your shoulders, but time is running out, and you will have to work harder. This is my job. Leaders, please rest assured that we will always ensure the good operation of the human communication system. Wang Guiyong is in charge of military affairs, Su Yin is in charge of administration, and the carrier pigeons are under Su Yan's management. The last ones called were Lao He, Wu Feng, Su Yuan and Zhao Qing. When Zhao Qing came, he brought Jupiter with him. When Jupiter saw Shi Hao, he ran over and lay quietly beside Shi Hao. They are currently in administrative positions, and are under the management of Su Yin. Li Kun stayed in Mianyun Star to take over Su Yan's work, and Wu Feng was equivalent to Li Kun's position on Sanyu Star, the Secretary General of Huacheng Municipal Hall. Lao He is the director of the Development Strategy Committee. The compilation of the Silver Domain Map, the establishment and management of branches, and the direction of strategic development are all in his department. Dear leaders, I will give a report on the recent work of our department. Then he began to talk non-stop. The entire silver domain is spiral-shaped, an irregular ellipse. If you look down from the longest and widest position of the silver domain, the plane projection formed, the yellow level planet forms a ring-shaped planet belt on this plane, and this ring is located at the outermost edge of the silver domain. On this plane projection, Lao He and his team set Mianyun star as the south direction, and then found a few larger reference planets, and set the three directions of east, west and north. Of course, the silver domain is not a plane, it also has thickness. We drew many vertical lines on that plane projection, and set the corresponding coordinates. The map in the hands of the human race is incomplete, but the coordinates of the explored positions have been set. There are dozens of stars in the entire silver domain that are similar to Sonyu star. They are slightly smaller than Sonyu star, and have a slightly lower status, but their strategic positions are very important, and are spread throughout the entire yellow level planet area. Our initial idea is to develop towards these dozens of planets, and then use the points to lead the whole, and then fully expand. This is just a preliminary idea. We will discuss it after a written plan is formed. Lao He said while looking at Shi Hao, Wang Guiyong and Su Yin. At this time, Shi Hao said, "The biggest shortcoming of our human race is resources and population. If you develop according to the normal plan, there is no problem with your strategy, it is the best choice. But what you don't know is that there are several races that are hostile to the human race. There is a great crisis. On the yellow level planet, our human race cannot let go. So if the battle line is too long, it is easy to reveal flaws, and give others an opportunity to take advantage of it. We should still take steady steps, with the solar system as the rear, Mianyun star as a springboard, and Sonyu star as a base to spread out in all directions. Among the dozens of planets you just mentioned, there are those that are close to Sonyu star, and we can also establish bases. After resolving the current crisis, we still have to go to Chiling constellation to seek development. You should also pay attention to collecting all information about Chiling constellation. Old Wan, I forgot to tell Wang Ping and the others that their infiltration includes the Unicorn constellation," Shi Hao said while instructing Wang Guiyong. "This is because our work was not done in detail. I will organize people to replan in the next few days." Lao He immediately expressed his opinion after hearing Shi Hao's words. "This is not your fault. It is caused by information asymmetry and imperfect cooperation among departments. I believe these problems can be solved soon." Shi Hao said this to Lao He, and also to him, Wang Guiyong and Su Yin. After Lao He finished speaking, Su Yuan reported the work of the department she was responsible for. At present, more than 50 private capitals have formed interstellar transport fleets. Several of these transport fleets have started cooperation with the Stone Clan and the Zerg Clan, providing them with transportation services at a price 1/3 lower than the Silver Domain transportation market. Before this, most of the transport fleets on yellow-level planets were formed by the Gold Clan. The human transport fleet has seized the market of the Gold Clan, which has caused dissatisfaction among the Gold Clan, and unidentified pirates have begun to harass the human transport fleet. The safety of the fleet mainly depends on the battleships of the Royal Guards. This must be related to the Jin Clan. Xia Yuan, are there many starship pirates in the Silver Domain? The transportation line is the lifeline, and supplies, trade, etc. are indispensable. If this problem is not solved, it will eventually become a big problem. According to the feedback from other branches, starship pirates are a common problem in the Silver Domain. Because of the pirates, Su Yuan has often contacted Wu Yi and Su Yin. In addition to the battleship escort, there is no better way at present. Have you considered issuing escort missions in the Adventure Guild? Shi Hao knew that relying on the army for escort was not a long-term solution. Our human adventurers have a weak foundation and cannot afford combat ships, so it is not very useful. Su Yuan had thought about this method, but gave up after research. Since there is a demand for escort, there is also a market. We can first support some people to do this. When these people make money, they will attract more people to participate. Do you mean to set up an organization like an escort agency? Wang Guiyong asked after hearing Shi Hao's words. That's about right. The telekinesis talents of various races on the yellow-level planet are not strong, so we can start from here. Shi Hao then recounted the process of his counter-seizure of the starship when he was intercepted by the Golden Clan. I will call these escort organizations Interstellar Escort Agency. Interstellar Escort Agency must have its own battleships, telekinetic masters, and then equipped with telekinetic hammer balls, and spend a lot of money to buy a blue-level medium or above telekinetic stick. When encountering starship pirates, use the telekinetic hammer ball to greatly enhance telekinesis on the one hand, control the telekinetic stick to capture, and on the other hand, seize the control of the opponent's starship. Shi Hao detailed the details of the process of being intercepted for the first time, and everyone listened with relish. I will take the lead in organizing this matter, just in case it works. Wang Guiyong heard the concepts of telekinetic stick, telekinetic hammer ball, and starship control for the first time, so he was very interested. The telekinetic talent of the Jin clan is not high. Tianning and Shi Wei know that Yu is our defeated general. Old Wan, can we start the adventure tower in the next few days? Shi Hao has been planning this for more than 10 years, and now it can be implemented. Today, the functions of each department have been clarified. Master Tan Yun will arrive at Sanyu Star with the second batch of 500,000 people in the next 2 or 3 days. We will start to implement it when he arrives. Xiao Su, when our people start to enter the adventure tower, you must create momentum, let everyone know, and then take the opportunity to attract people to join the human race. The clothing factory must run at full capacity, and a large number of clothing will be needed at that time. In this way, Su Yuan's problem was solved, and the matter of entering the adventure tower was implemented. Finally, Zhao Qing moved his chair from the side to the middle, and then said, "Let's start with Jupiter for our research results." Chapter 235. Su Yuan brought Jupiter this time, and I also intend to upgrade it. Before that, I need to ask General Shi's opinion. Zhao Qing and Su Yin have the same habit, and still like to call Shi Hao General Shi. Zhao Qing has picked up the Battle Pet project again in recent years, and conducted in-depth research. Based on the characteristics of combat in space, she developed a new battle pet called Flying Dog. The body is still in the shape of a dog, but with 2 wings. When this wing was made, gravity stones were added, and a telekinesis amplification device was installed in the body. Through telekinesis control, the wings can use and interfere with gravitational waves like a starship. In an atmosphere, this wing can flap and fly like a traditional wing. In a vacuum environment, the battle pet can also fly automatically. In addition to the traditional attack method, the Flying Dog also has a built-in small laser launcher, which is as powerful as a portable small laser cannon, and much more powerful than a heavy laser gun. Because the battle pet has added many devices inside, including a miniature nuclear fission reactor, its size is twice as large as before, and it is quite intimidating to carry around. Of course, its combat power is also incomparable. For Shi Hao, such a battle pet is simply too practical. If it is made into the shape of a dog, it is called a flying dog, or a flying tiger, or a flying leopard, and the internal principle is the same. Zhao Qing further explained. Very good, Xiao Xiao, let's upgrade Jupiter according to your idea. In addition, the battle pet also has 2 versions. One is the standard version, and each person in the personal guard and key departments of the human race is equipped with one. The other is a simplified version that can be sold to adventurers, limited to human adventurers. It can be imagined that the strength of human adventurers will be greatly improved. General Shi, we have also developed a kind of wing suitable for humans, which can be used in all environments. We have tested it, and the effect is very obvious. It is very fast, and can be used for short distances. There are 2 types of wings. One is for civilian use, which is for simple transportation. The other is for combat use, which can be installed and carry light telekinetic guided high-explosive bombs, such as magnetic storm bombs, laser bombs, and tungsten bombs. But there is a disadvantage. Some devices need to be arranged on it, and the volume is too large, which is not convenient to carry. Because there is a gravity stone, and it can be amplified by telekinesis, the speed will not be discounted, and the missile effect will not be discounted. Zhao Qing opened the holographic image of his watch while speaking, showing the wings. Stretched out, it feels like a rock spreading its wings. The wingspan of civilian use is about 4 or 5 meters, and the wingspan of combat use reaches 12 meters. That's good. It seems that using gravity stones and telekinesis stones has yielded a lot of results. Prepare one for me, one for civilian use, and one for combat use. Okay, General. In addition, when I came, General Wu asked me to bring you a new weapon, which is a new achievement of the Weapons Research Institute. Zhao Qing said, as he took a long box from the side. After opening it, it was a simple-looking sword. The blade and hilt were both close to bronze. The hilt was relatively short, and the guard was slightly turned back, presenting an arc shape, which was different from ordinary long swords. This is a flying sword. The blade is a combination of the hardest and sharpest steel we can currently make, as well as telekinesis stones and gravity stones. The hilt is a telekinetic trigger and telekinetic amplification device, and the gravity stone allows the sword to fly in midair. The telekinetic amplification device is used to cover the tip of the sword with a layer of telekinetic needles to increase its lethality. According to colleagues at the Institute, This sword requires very high telekinetic power, and only a few people on Minion Star can drive it. After listening to Zhao Qing's introduction, Shi Hao reached out to take the sword, which felt very heavy, but it was a bit difficult to pick up. This completely overturned his understanding of flying swords. Logically, the lighter the sword, the easier it is to fly. It should be because of the material and the built-in device. Shi Hao did not drive it rashly, for fear that he might hurt someone if he was not proficient in controlling it. The group came to an open space that had just been demolished. Shi Hao moved away from the crowd and put the sword on the ground. According to Zhao Qing's explanation, he sensed the telekinetic activation device of the flying sword with a slight telekinetic movement, and saw the flying sword tremble slightly and fly vertically off the ground. Shi Hao had already raised his telekinesis to 80% of the maximum strength, and only then could he make it fly. It seemed that this flying sword required a high level of telekinesis. He slightly strengthened his telekinesis and controlled the flying sword to fly forward at a very fast speed. The maximum flying distance of the flying sword was about 1,300 meters, but beyond 800 meters, Shi Hao was already a little overwhelmed, feeling that he was affected by external forces and might lose control at any time. The best distance was within 500 meters. When the sword flew up, there was a hissing sound of breaking through the air, locking onto the target, and launching an attack in an instant. Shi Hao's telekinesis level could control it uninterruptedly for about 15 minutes. Afterwards, he felt a swelling pain in his head. Very good, very good. Shi Hao stroked the flying sword and praised it highly. When he was about to put the flying sword away, he remembered something and took out the quasi-purple level short knife, then pointed the blade at the flying sword blade and touched it lightly. A small gap immediately appeared on the flying sword. However, the quasi-purple level short knife was not damaged at all. Everything was arranged, and Su Yuan and the others left. After returning to the city hall, Shi Hao handed the quasi-purple level short knife to Wang Guiyong. Old Wan, this knife is very powerful. You can arrange for experts to study it and see its material and craftsmanship. Shi Hao had tried it recently, but he still couldn't drive the short knife with telekinesis, so he simply took it out as a sample for research. If humans can make such a weapon, the prospects are self-evident. Old Wan, the cultivation of telekinesis is the most important thing. I can't even use my telekinesis to drive this short knife. I have a hard time controlling the flying sword, so you have to do a good job of this. Don't worry, I know what's going on. You have arranged everything, and you've given me so many instructions. Do you have any other arrangements? I'm going to go to Baoshan to see if I can find something suitable for me. After going to Baoshan, if there are no accidents, I'm going to go to the chaotic battlefield. Shi Hao has been on Sangyu Star for quite a while. Now that the human race has established a firm foothold here, he will continue to move forward and find the way. What is Baoshan? It is said that no one can enter Baoshan once and choose a treasure that suits him. I don't know the details. In addition to Baoshan, there are several more important places on Sangyu Star. You already know the Adventure Tower. There is also a Mind Power Mountain, which is a place to temper your mind power, and its effect is similar to that of the Mind Power Refining Ball. I have inquired about it. The Mind Power Mountain on the yellow level planet is of average level. For me, the tempering effect is also average, so I don't plan to go there. But you can all go. It is impossible to build so many Mind Power Refining Balls. Most people still have to go to the Mind Power Mountain to temper and improve their mind power. There is also a place called the Chaos Battlefield. It is said that there are many rare things there, including Mustard Stone. Chaos Battlefield, you will know if you ask around. Okay, I will. Let Wang Ping and others collect this information and convey it to everyone in the human race as soon as possible. What is Mustard Stone? Is it precious? There is a word on Earth called Shumi Mustard. Jewelry made of mustard stone has its own space and can store things. The amount of storage is related to the level. According to Yifeng, the medium-level blue one is 200 meters long and wide, and the price is 10,000 purple crystal coins. Wow, a grain of sand is a world and a leaf is a Bodhi. Can these legends really be realized in the Silver Domain? Hearing Shi Hao's words, Wang Guiyong was very shocked. This is completely out of the conventional cognition. Let's put it this way. I'm going to find this thing. Think about it, the combat wings that Zhao Qing just mentioned, I can't carry them on my back every day. Every time I go out, the most headache is to carry supplies. If there are too few, I'm afraid it's not enough, and if there are too many, I can't carry them. I can't bring back good things when I encounter them outside, so mustard stone is very important. This thing is also a scarce material on the Red Planet. It will cost the human race a lot of money to buy it, so it's better to find mustard stone and make jewelry by yourself. Old One, the first prize of the Adventure Tower seems to be a red level mustard ring. Let's see if Master Tanyan can get it. The first time Shirhao entered the tower, he didn't know the scoring rules, so he lost the chance to compete for the first place. The Adventure Tower was not difficult for Shirhao, so he had no interest in doing it again. Remember, killing the target in the Adventure Tower will get the highest score. If the scores are the same, it depends on the speed of entering the tower. No problem, the ring is ours, and we will get it back in a few days. Master Tanyun, as the Dean of the Dharma Academy, is no less powerful than Shirhao, and Wang Guiyong has great confidence in him. Now, Shirhao has finally explained everything he knows. After a little preparation, he came to the Adventure Guild and took the teleportation array to the municipal square of Sanyu Star and teleported to Baoshan. Chapter 236. When Shirhao arrived in front of this teleportation array, he found that this teleportation array was larger than the others, and there was another teleportation array of this size next to it. His eyes went dark and bright, and Shirhao came to a large stone platform, which was similar to the Hunter Seat reception platform. The platform was covered with dozens of teleportation arrays of the same size, lined up in a row. The surrounding was a dark void. Shirhao looked in one direction, and saw a towering mountain floating in the distant void. The mountain had 7 layers, from the first to the 6th layer, yellow, green, red, blue, purple, and orange. The 7th layer was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Surrounded by these 6 colors, the whole mountain looked colorful and beautiful. As soon as Shirhao appeared on the platform, he caused a commotion. Hey, is that person from the elves? Even if the elves go to the yellow level planet, they can't come to the treasure mountain. Different races have different locations in the treasure mountain. I know, this person is from the human race. Have you heard that the human race leader hurt you and Jean Yu so badly that each of them lost 100,000 purple crystal coins to Shirhao? I saw it with my own eyes on Sanyu Star. No wonder why Yu ran to our side. It turns out that he lost face on Sanyu Star. 100,000 purple crystal coins per person. Shirhao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Whether on Earth or in the Silver region, rumors cannot be trusted. Shirhao saw that the platform was far away from the treasure mountain, and there was no starship or anything like that, so he had to walk up to these people, bowed, and then asked, "Hello everyone, I am Shirhao of the human race. May I ask you guys how to get to the treasure mountain?" "So it's Chief Shir, I've heard of you for a long time. I'm from Sanyu Star, and I admire you very much. This is a giant lizard." Shirhao was a little surprised to see the giant lizard so enthusiastic about him. "I'm a member of the Shir tribe. My name is Lian Yuan. I was originally a small race, and I borrowed the identity of the giant lizard to enter the yellow level planet. Chief Shir's performance in the Adventure Tower was so amazing that I wanted to join the human race at that time. But after asking several times, the beautiful woman surnamed Tian said she had to wait. Today I came to Baoshan to try my luck, but I didn't expect to meet Chief Shir. It's an honor." Lian Yuan said a lot, and Shirhao didn't have a chance to interrupt. "Brother Lian Yuan, the human race is now open to accepting other tribesmen. When you return to Sanyu Star, you can go directly to the main brain to change your body. Before the change, go to our staff to get a set of clothes, which is free. And we don't charge management fees and annual fees." Shirhao would definitely not miss the opportunity to recruit people to strengthen the human race, and explained patiently. "Great, I go back right away." After saying that, he was about to turn around and walk towards the teleportation array. He was impatient. "You're not going to the treasure mountain?" Shirhao asked in surprise. "To go to the treasure mountain, the stronger the telekinesis, the better. I see that your human telekinesis is quite good, and it should be a bonus to the body. Then I wait, after all, there is only this one chance. Unless we can reach a green level planet, but we can only think about it." Lian Yuan stopped and explained. "Chief Shir, you wait here. The starship that sends people to the treasure mountain has just set off." "Thank you, Brother Lian Yuan, for reminding me. I wait here for a while. Regarding the improvement of telekinesis, you can consult the staff of the human race, which should be helpful." Hearing Shirhao's words, a beastman beside him shouted, "What? The telekinesis of your human race can be improved? How much can it be improved?" Shirhao looked at the beastman, his face sank slightly, and he didn't want to answer. "Chief Shir, Lian Yuan and I are from the same place, but he chose the giant lizard tribe and I chose the beastman." Lian Yuan nodded repeatedly beside him. "Our human race has a unique body structure. With the exercises that are only suitable for the human body, we can improve our telekinesis. How much you can improve depends on your degree of effort and understanding. That means there is no limit, it can be improved infinitely. The Beastman was a little excited when he heard Shirhao's explanation. You can understand it this way. Thank you, Chief Shir, my name is Liani, I will go back too. After bowing and saying goodbye to Shirhao, Lian Yuan and Liani returned to Sanyu Star through the teleportation array and went straight to the main brain platform. After Shirhao understood, he found a place with few people and sat on the ground to practice Tai Chi. When he communicated with the surroundings and opened his mind power, when he reached the periphery of Baoshan, his mind power could not penetrate in any way. The mind power did not twist or wrap around. Just like encountering a black hole, the mind power disappeared here out of thin air, revealing a weirdness. 2 days later, a huge cigar-shaped starship arrived. All those who were going to Baoshan stood in a square area under the guidance of the guide, and then all disappeared and were teleported into the starship. The interior of the starship was empty, without infrastructure such as tables and chairs, and people were either standing or sitting. Shirhao could feel that the speed of this starship was not very fast, and there were strange noises during the flight. Shirhao chose to sit quietly in a place with few people on the edge. On a giant planet in the core of the Silver Domain, the Stoneworm King was respectfully reporting to the towering and somewhat hunched figure. The human race has arrived at Sanyu Star and built a city there, called Huacheng. Oh, their progress is very fast, a bit beyond my expectation. Where is Shirhao? Some time ago, I heard you say that the Jin clan failed to kill him. What's the situation now? He is on the way to Baoshan now. After the Jin clan failed to kill him, the news leaked out, and they lost face in front of all the clans. Shirhao did not leave Sanyu Star, and the Jin clan did not take any further action. The Giant Lizard clan did publicly issue a hunting order, but I think it was just verbal. Why did the Giant Lizard clan kill him? Because in the Adventure Tower, Shirhao forced the Giant Lizard clan leader to commit suicide and abuse the Giant Lizard King. The Giant Lizard clan leader felt embarrassed. Ha ha ha, interesting. Yu of the Feather clan and Jin Yu of the Gold clan each gave Shirhao a large sum of money, which accelerated the construction speed of the human race on Sanyu Star. Not bad, not bad. The stagnant silver region finally has some waves, but it is not enough. Didn't Shirhao propose to co-found the insect news with the Zerg? I agreed. I don't care whether to change the name or not. In addition, the Gold clan and the Giant Lizard clan can't be idle. They are enemies, but they are still so polite? What do you mean? When appropriate, you can reveal Shirhao's whereabouts to them. In the words of the human race, a piece of unpolished jade needs to be carefully carved. Now this pressure is not enough. You can grasp the measure yourself, go. I am very pleased that you can take the initiative to put the Zerg in an auxiliary position. When the stone pattern insect king turned around, he heard the last sentence, paused slightly, and then walked out slowly. 1 day later, arrived at the destination. After being teleported out, Shirhao found that he was standing in a square, with the yellow glow of Baoshan Mountain on one side of the square. Everyone is fine, I will only say it once. Enter Baoshan, you can watch as much as you want, but you can only take one treasure. If anyone smuggles, you will die. This is the yellow level planet Baoshan. You only have one chance to enter in your lifetime, so take care of yourself. The guide said, and flashed into the starship, and the starship took the returning personnel away. Everyone was in Baoshan for the first time, and the guide said a few simple words, which made everyone look at each other in bewilderment. On the side of the square next to Baoshan Mountain, there was a tall round arch, and one of the 2 yellow doors was opened. After everyone got familiar with the environment, a small number of people walked towards the arch and entered smoothly. When the people behind saw it, they all rushed over there and squeezed in. Chapter 237. The guide did not mention the time limit, so Shirhao was not in a hurry. He stood up and walked towards the archway after everyone rushed in. After entering the door, Shirhao looked around and found that he saw a hall. There was a wide corridor opposite the gate. Shirhao looked at the end of the corridor and vaguely saw a long staircase extending upwards. This hall was very wide, and there was no end on the left and right sides. The thousands of people who had just rushed in were distributed all over the hall and were very inconspicuous. The middle of the hall was a bit messy, with many stone platforms and many large and small trays on the stone platforms. Some of these large and small trays were placed with large and small yellow light balls, and some trays were empty. The treasures on them must have been taken away. Shirhao raised his foot and walked to the right, and saw a person standing impatiently in front of a light ball with a diameter of 20 to 30 meters, with his hands on the light ball, and a happy look on his face. Ha, I didn't expect that there would be such a good thing right at the entrance. The man looked around vigilantly. Seeing this, Shirhao did not stop and walked over quickly. After Shirhao walked away, the man seemed to be standing there struggling with something, sweating profusely. After a while, the light ball was opened. A flying sampan-like object used by the Jin clan appeared. The man hurriedly checked it carefully, and his face was replaced by anger. He cursed. "Which bastard made a replica and put it here to amuse people? Bastard!" Then he turned and left, and the light ball returned to its original state. All this was seen by Shirhao from a distance, and he roughly understood the process of taking the treasure. After Shirhao went 2 or 3 kilometers to the right, he randomly checked 5 light balls. Put your hands on the light balls, and then use your telekinesis to activate the light balls, and you can see the items inside the light balls. He found that the 5 light balls contained 2 ores, a green-level elementary telekinesis stick, a light particle gun, and an ordinary dagger. Among these items, the telekinesis stick is the best. Shirhao roughly understood the items on this level, and they should all be relatively rubbish. He remembered the steps, and then turned back. On the way back, he randomly checked a dozen light balls. In one light ball, he actually found a standard light laser gun that was issued by the Yin Country Army before he left the Earth, which was the kind that had not been amplified by diamonds. It seems that this treasure mountain is also controlled by the main brain, and it knows the situation on the Earth very well. Shirhao felt that this main brain was too mysterious and too powerful, and at the same time increased his uneasiness. After figuring out this layer, Shirhao no longer paid attention to the light balls, and quickly returned to the middle aisle, and then walked towards the steps at the end. At this time, there were already many people walking forward in the aisle, and he also saw a few people stepping on the flying sampans of the Jin clan and flying forward quickly. It seems that these people have done their homework and are very well prepared. I can only rely on my 2 feet. As he walked, Shirhao simply ran quickly. An hour later, Shirhao ran more than 100 kilometers and came to the steps. The steps were very wide and tall. Looking up, it was foggy, and the scene above could not be seen clearly. A step was more than 100 meters long, half a person's height, and more than 20 meters wide. After observing the situation, Shirhao kicked his legs and began to jump forward, crossing a step with each jump. Half of the people from the tribes next to him climbed up the steps with their hands, and the other half also jumped forward like Shirhao. It is estimated that the beast men have the best jumping ability, and can jump 2 or 3 steps at a time. Shirhao can do it, but in order to keep a low profile, he only jumps 1 step at a time. Several of the stone tribesmen caught Shirhao's attention. When they came to the steps, they didn't move their arms and legs, and their bodies seemed to merge with the stone steps, and then their bodies automatically rose. This is the unique ability of the stone tribe, which can use the stones or stone products around them. After jumping all the way for more than 10 minutes, Shirhao came to the foggy position. When he was about to jump up, he felt that his body became very heavy, and he was not strong enough, and he almost fell down. He quickly supported the steps with his hands, and half squatted to stabilize his body. The same happened to 3 people nearby. 2 of them fell to the ground unexpectedly. One orc was even worse. He jumped 3 steps all the way. This time he still flew high. He only heard a muffled sound, and then fell heavily. It took him a long time to get up. Shirhao felt that the gravity here had almost doubled, so this happened. Seeing this, Shirhao stopped jumping, and came to the side of the steps. He supported himself with his hands and went up. Although he felt a little oppressive, it was not strenuous. After more than 10 minutes, Shirhao came to the 2nd floor. This floor was full of green light balls. The layout and area were the same as the 1st floor. Shirhao chose to explore the area on the left side of the aisle this time. There were many empty platforms next to it. It seemed that many people had chosen their favorite treasures on this floor. Shirhao came across a light ball with a diameter of about 10 kilometers and stopped. He stretched out his hands to sense it, and to his surprise, it was still a human thing, a high-level solar starship. Shirhao no longer thought about the intention of the main brain. He was very pleased to see the human starship appear here, which showed that the human technology could be advanced. Shirhao went deeper this time, checked more than 100 light balls, and found many things he had never seen before. There were gold mines on the Earth, and rare but widely used materials such as gravity stones. There were various weapons, mostly sticks, knives, guns, telekinetic sticks, laser guns, ion guns, and Shirhao also found a unique and charming stone gun. I don't know what the principle is and what bullets it fired. There are also weapons made of materials such as shells, skeletons, fangs, etc. that are unique to the Zerg, mostly cold weapons. The weapons of the giant lizards are similar to those of the Zerg, and they also use insect and animal materials, but the focus is different from that of the Zerg. Shirhao searched for a long time, but did not find any weapons that belonged to the beast tribe. The second floor was mostly green-level treasures, with a few red-level treasures. Without staying for too long, Shirhao began to move towards the third floor. The gravity intensity of the entire second floor was the same as that on the steps. Shirhao ran a little hard, and his speed was much slower. After more than 3 hours, Shirhao came to the high steps, which were the same size. Before reaching the top of the foggy, the gravity intensity did not change. After passing the foggy dividing line, Shirhao felt as if he was carrying a big stone on his back. It was a bit hard to climb up, but it was still bearable. After climbing dozens of steps, you need to rest for a while. So, Shirhao climbed up while resting. He looked up and down, and saw a person in his sight. He climbed and rested at the same time, and came to the third floor. This floor was full of red light balls. The layout and area were still the same. Although Shirhao was tired walking on the third floor, he didn't need to rest. He slowly went deeper to the left for more than 10 kilometers. The empty platform on this floor was only 1/3 of the second floor. It seemed that not many people reached this floor. He found a light ball with a diameter of 30 or 40 kilometers, and the surrounding area was completely empty. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be a large starship. Shirhao immediately went up to check it out. This time, he laughed even more. This was a starship like the Sky Shuttle, but it looked brand new. Shirhao remembered that Jean Rui said that the Sky Shuttle had a high collection value. It seemed that he had to tell Wu Yi to put the Sky Shuttle well when he returned. Here, Shirhao saw the telekinetic stone and the strong magnet. There was also a fist-sized ruby. The laser swords and diamond-amplified heavy laser guns of the human race were also rated as red level, and they seemed to be red level medium. The light particle guns of the gold race were rated as red level high, and the heavy ones were estimated to be blue level. Shirhao also saw a storage light ball in a small light ball, which introduced a martial art, red level high. There were also red level telekinetic sticks, red level short knives, long knives, sticks and other weapons. Without exception, in order to maximize the performance of these weapons, all of them needed telekinesis to drive. These things were a bit useless to Shirhao, so he didn't consider them. Without hesitation, Shirhao returned to the middle aisle and walked towards the steps at the end. This walk took more than 10 hours. After Shirhao upgraded to Songshan level body, he felt backache for the first time, but he felt very happy inside. It was rare to have such a good exercise opportunity. He had consumed too much physical strength before, and it took 5 hours to climb to the foggy dividing line. He didn't climb rashly, but squatted down, put his hand on the next step, and stretched it inside. He felt his arm was pressed heavily, close to the step, and it felt a little bit immovable. He was a little surprised by the increase in gravity. He pulled his arm back. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his mouth was a little dry. Feeling very tired all over, Shirhao simply sat down cross-legged, wanting to recover his strength first. As usual, sit still, silently practice Tai Chi Dao and Xiaowan Gong. Chapter 238. When Shirhao silently practiced Tai Chi, his thoughts extended to all directions. When he encountered the large and small light balls on the platform, those light balls turned into black holes, and his mind power disappeared there. This phenomenon was expected by Shirhao. If a person with strong mind power could see through these light balls just by sitting there, this treasure mountain would be too bad. Shirhao did not dwell on these things. His thoughts spread as he wished, and the small circulation exercise was repeated over and over again. After more than an hour, the fatigue in his body disappeared completely. When Shirhao was about to stop, he noticed something different. He felt that his body was much lighter, and the pressure of the third level of gravity on him was reduced. After he confirmed again, it was not an illusion after his physical strength was restored. Shirhao stopped practicing Tai Chi silently, and the pressure suddenly returned. Then he stopped the small circulation exercise, and the pressure did not change at all. It seemed to be the effect of mind power. Shirhao silently practiced Tai Chi again, and deliberately greatly enhanced his mind power. The pressure on his body was only equivalent to the level of the second level. He wrapped his arm, and stretched it toward the steps in front of him. The strong gravity pressure still existed. This situation puzzled Shirhao. He pulled out his arm, and found that it was no different from other parts of his body. It did not become lighter because of the mind power. Shirhao concentrated his mind power on his brain, and ignored all parts of his body, but none of his body parts felt the strong gravity pressure of the third layer. It seems that this pressure is mainly aimed at consciousness, that is, the brain. Shirhao thought about it, and only understood it this way. It seems that the strong gravity of the second, third, and fourth layers of the treasure mountain are all illusions. The main brain implanted the strong gravity into the thoughts of the people who broke into the treasure mountain, and the thoughts conveyed this message to all parts of the body. In other words, the main brain can easily control people's thoughts, which is a bit too scary. When Shirhao thought of this, he looked around the empty and quiet surroundings. He felt that this place was big, but also small. He even felt that the silver region was big, but also small. All because of this ubiquitous main brain. Shirhao sat there in a daze for a while, then straightened his body, began to wrap his brain with telekinesis, and continued to increase the intensity of telekinesis. His body became lighter and lighter, and when he reached the limit, he felt like he usually felt on Sanyu Star. Once he stepped on that step, if the telekinesis was ineffective, he might be in a dilemma. To be on the safe side, he adjusted the intensity of telekinesis to the most comfortable state, so that he could send and receive as he pleased. After getting ready, Shirhao supported the edge of the step with both hands, and then slowly stretched his head forward. When his head was stretched in, he felt like he had encountered a heavy blow, a little dizzy, and his waist bent down. However, he gritted his teeth and persisted, and the protection of his mind power on his brain did not fluctuate. At this time, the gravity Shirhao felt was 1/3 stronger than the third floor. He could bear it, but he could not move. He increased the strength of his mind power again, and slowly his waist straightened up, and he stood up. Shirhao began to move forward again. His movements were not restricted, but his posture was a bit indecent. He almost climbed to the fourth floor on his knees. He stepped onto the last step and looked around. The layout and area were similar, but there were no steps at the end of the corridor. The spacing between the platforms inside was much larger, and the number of treasures on the fourth floor was much less with the same area. Shirhao was not very fast. He started from the right, and checked the light balls one by one. On this floor, Shirhao found high-purity telekinetic stones and high-purity strong magnets. There was also 1,000-carat black diamond jewelry. Shirhao studied it carefully, and found that it was Yang Mingyu's work and a product on Earth. Below, he found a lot of high-end clothing, handicrafts, and beautifully shaped furniture. These were also blue-level treasures, which was a bit unexpected. What was even more surprising was that he actually saw a blueprint of the courtyard building of the human race on Yunyun Star. On this floor, Shirhao really opened his eyes. Shirhao also saw the light, heavy laser cannons of the human race, which were classified as blue elementary, medium and advanced. The particle guns and particle cannons of the gold race were higher than those of the human race. There were also short knives, long knives, stick guns and other strange cold weapons with blue light. In a remote corner, Shirhao found the flying sword he had tested before coming here. This sword was just developed by the human race. It actually appeared here, and it was a high-level blue-level sword. There were too many accidents today, and Shirhao was numb. The large starships all belonged to the Golden Clan. The cube-shaped jump starship that Shirhao robbed was a high-level blue-level starship. This starship has not reached the level of system-level jump. It seems that system-level jump starships belong to purple level. If it is on the first floor, the mental power consumed in exploring the light ball is not a big deal, but Shirhao has to protect his brain on the one hand, and he has to use mental power to explore on the other hand. After a long time, he began to feel tired. He sat down immediately and began to practice Tai Chi Dao and Xiaohuan Gong. It took more than 4 hours to recover. Shirhao didn't want to miss any light ball, so he stayed on the fourth floor for more than 10 days before exploring half of the area. There were countless treasures, but Shirhao still didn't choose. There were 4 empty platforms in this half of the area. It seemed that only a handful of yellow-level planet people could reach the fourth floor. What Shirhao wanted to find most was the mustard stone, but he didn't see it all the way. He felt that the mustard stone should be a purple-level item, and it was very likely that it would not be seen here. During this period, he did see 2 blue-level primary mustard rings, and he noted the location. If there was really nothing better, he would take one away. Shirhao came to the other half of the area to continue to explore the light ball. He found a martial art, which seemed to be a gunmanship martial art from the introduction. It could be used with wings or mounts to improve the charging skills and lethality, just like the ancient cavalry of Yun State. It seemed that the wings developed by Zhao Qing and his team were in line with the trend of the Silver Domain, and they would definitely be of great use in the future. Sure enough, he saw a blue-glowing flying sampan of the Golden Clan and a blue-glowing bionic wing of the Feather Clan in this area. Another thing that caught his attention was a combination weapon, which was composed of 18 circular flywheels. The outer edge of the flywheel was very sharp and glowed with blue light. It was introduced that this weapon could automatically track the enemy and control the flywheel to kill the enemy in a chain by mind. It was a high-level blue level. Shirhao also saw a weapon exclusive to the beast tribe. It was a black beast bone covered with a layer of blue light. Its function was similar to that of a telekinetic stick. If the beastmen used it, there would be a telekinetic bonus. There were also several martial arts books of the human race, including Luohan Fist, Mantis Fist, Luohan Stick, Qinfeng Swordsmanship, etc., but there was no technique. Another half a month went by. When the investigation was almost finished, Shirhao saw a small and inconspicuous light ball in a remote corner. Shirhao was a little tired at this time and didn't want to go over, but he remembered that the 2 mustard rings were also such a big light ball, so he moved over. When he arrived in front of the light ball, he sat down to practice and restore his mental power and physical strength. When he put his hand on it without hope, he saw a small object wrapped in a thick blue light in the center of the light ball. He hurriedly looked at the introduction. It was a blue-level high-grade mustard pendant, with a storage space of nearly 2 kilometers in length and width. Yi Feng's mustard ring was a medium-level blue level 1, with a space of only 200 meters. Shirhao was a little confused. How could the space be so different for one level? Logically speaking, the space of the high-level blue level 1 was about 800 meters. He carefully checked the mustard pendant in the light ball again, and found that there was some barely visible purple light in the thick blue light. Without the mustard stone, it would be worthwhile to have this mustard pendant to enter the treasure mountain. Shirhao had never opened a light ball before. When he was at the first level, he saw that person opening it so easily, so he didn't try it deliberately. But what he didn't know was that the difficulty of opening a light ball would increase with different levels. When he found a seal-like mark on the light ball, he began to destroy it with his mind power, but there was no response. Then he began to increase the strength of his mind power, but the mark still did not change. Chapter 239. When Shirhao increased the amplitude of his mental power to impact the mark, he accidentally weakened the mental power protecting his brain. Under the strong pressure of gravity, he knelt on the ground with his legs, supported himself with his hands, and bent his waist, feeling a little suffocated. At the same time, the mark also loosened a little. If the entire mind is regarded as a big river, it will now be divided into 2 streams, one to protect the brain and the other to destroy the mark. Not only does it require precise diversion, but it also requires actions, 1 mind and 2 tasks, 1 defense and 1 skill. The difficulty can be imagined. The previous blow made his throat sweet, and the smell of blood immediately filled his mouth, and there was no doubt that his internal organs were injured. Shirhao quickly adjusted his mental power to provide stronger protection for his brain, and the pressure was gone, and then he sat cross-legged. Under the dual effects of Tai Chi Dao and Xiuan Gong, 15 hours later, Shirhao used his mind to examine his body, and it healed as before. He was not in a hurry to open the light ball, and began to slowly reduce the strength of the mind power to protect the brain, so that when he could not bear it, he would recover to the most comfortable state and continue to practice. After several times, the strength of the mind power used to protect the brain was even smaller than when he was injured just now, but his body was not damaged except for being heavily compressed. It took him 3 days to reach this level. After this extreme training, the mind power control became more and more free, and the strength of the mind power also increased significantly. Then, he easily destroyed the mark, and the light ball disappeared. Shirhao stood up and picked up the ring from the platform tray. The pendant was the size of an adult's little finger, black, and felt like jade, but the texture was very hard. Shirhao used his telekinesis to wrap up the pendant, and a mark appeared in his mind, gray and black. Does it still need to recognize the master? The various races in the Silver Domain are so strange. The Stone Clan and the Gold Clan do not have blood in their bodies. I think they don't recognize the master by dripping blood. Shirhao increased the amplitude of his telekinesis and tried to activate the mark. Sure enough, the mark flashed with a blue light and then lit up. The pendant automatically flew out of Shirhao's hand, and a black thin rope automatically stretched out from the root of the pendant and tied to Shirhao's neck. There was no trace of the joint. Before Shirhao had time to continue studying the pendant, his body was wrapped in a white light, and then he appeared in the square in front of the treasure mountain. It seems that only one treasure can be taken from the treasure mountain, which is true. Shirhao grabbed the pendant on his neck and pulled it hard to test whether the black thin rope was strong. As a result, a deep mark was left on his neck, and the rope was not damaged at all. Seeing that there was no one around, he stuffed the pendant under his clothes. This was a good thing, and Sure Hao naturally understood the principle of not showing off one's wealth. Sure Hao looked at the few people in the square, and it seemed that the fairy had just left not long ago. He found a place to sit down and began to study the mustard pendant. This time, the telekinesis covered the pendant again, and a large, empty space appeared. I don't know what the principle is, although it is completely enclosed and there is no light inside, it is as bright as day. This space is square, and it is roughly estimated that it is no more than 2 kilometers long, wide and high. Sure Hao took off the backpack he was wearing, and then with a telekinesis, the backpack in front of him disappeared. Looking inside the pendant, the backpack was placed alone on the ground in the middle. He used telekinesis to wrap the backpack again, and moved back and forth inside it, very easily. It seems that we need to make a few shelves to put some empty boxes and other containers in it for backup. In an 8 cubic kilometer space, the items must be classified and visited. If you can't find a gun or a sword when fighting with others, it will be troublesome. Sure Hao pondered while waiting for the fairy to come. Song Star Beast Taming Field. Brother Me, please take a seat. Brother Me, let me massage your legs. Brother Me, are you hot? I sing a little song for you. Get out of here, you bastard. If you dare to sing, I kill myself. Mickey shouted at an orc, and the orc acted shy, and Mickey almost vomited. Did you hear me? Get out of here quickly. Others sing for money, but you sing for your life. A Feather Tribe member shouted at the orc. At this time, Mickey was wearing silk pants and a top with peonies printed on them. He wore a pair of orange leather shoes. He had a slick back hairstyle, and thick wax kept his hair neat. He held a fan in his hand, and wore sunglasses on his head. He had a big gold chain around his neck as thick as his little finger. People from other races on Sanyu Star didn't know what was going on, but they thought Mickey's outfit was very impressive and stylish. Mickey followed Sure Hao and Wang Guiyong's arrangement, and asked Wang Ping to get him this outfit that day, and then found 2 people to play his younger brothers, and swaggered to the animal taming field. He didn't buy the animal taming, but came to the ordinary audience seats, and started gambling. He placed bets as soon as he saw the show, and shouted loudly every time he placed a bet, attracting everyone's attention. He was a man who was very familiar with people, and soon deliberately got along with the feather people, the beast people, and the giant lizard people. These were all future enemies, and they could only act after getting along with each other. In fact, those who can get along with him are not orthodox feather tribes, beast tribes, and giant lizard tribes. They don't care about the relationship between feather tribes, beast tribes, giant lizard tribes, and human races, as long as they live comfortably and happily. Mickey is first of all sweet-mouthed, and then he gives gifts to everyone he meets, such as a fan, a pair of sunglasses, and a uniquely shaped handicraft. These things are in great demand on red-level planets, and are worth a lot of money, but they are worthless to Mickey. Mickey also deliberately exposed a problem, that is, he likes to guess the winner, and every time he swears that this will win, but in the end, he has been slapped in the face many times. Those who are familiar with him always buy from him, because if they guess wrong, Mickey will make up for their losses, and if they win, it will belong to him. Where can you find such a good thing? Mickey portrays himself as a rich second-generation human race who is uneducated and brainless. There are not many such people who are stupid and rich, and they hold their thighs tightly. In this way, a bunch of die-hard followers gradually gathered around him, and the 2 who played the role of younger brothers went back to do what they should do. Mickey also understood the virtues of these people, but in order to create an atmosphere, it would not work without these people. Sure Hao tricked the Gold Clan, the Feather Clan, the Beast Clan, and the Giant Lizard Clan, and they must have hostility and vigilance towards the human race. But when one person said that Mickey was good, 2 people said that Mickey was a rich second-generation dude, 3 people said that Mickey was stupid and rich, and 4 people said that Mickey was loyal. In the long run, naturally there would be Orthodox Gold Clan, Feather Clan, Beast Clan, and Giant Lizard Clan young men and rich second generations who would mix with him, and the principle that birds of a feather flock together is true everywhere. Mickey would also intentionally or unintentionally reveal the secrets of the human race that he got from his imaginary rich father, of course. Some were true and some were false. In this way, Mickey spent almost a month in the animal taming field, and a follower encouraged him. Brother Me, when can we buy a few animal tamers to play with and get something of a higher level? Do you have any connections? I don't want bad ones, money is not a problem. Mickey immediately put on a very interested look. Yes, do you know Jinyu who competed with Chief Stone last time? The person who spoke was a member of the Feather Tribe, of course not a purebred. I heard about it, what's going on? He plans to sell the animal tamers. Not going to play anymore? It's just a loss, not that serious. If you know him, let me get in touch with him. I go and persuade him. Mickey put on the style of a big brother and patted his chest and said, I don't know what's going on, but I can help you. Okay, then go quickly. I give you these sunglasses as a reward. Mickey's sunglasses are sold for 10 purple crystal coins on red level planets. They don't buy sunglasses for sun protection, but purely to look cool. This Feather Tribe member knows the market, and immediately ran away happily to make a contact. Jinyu sold the beast taming not because he was angry, but because of Feng Lao's action. The beast taming field deprived Jinyu of the right to participate. Beast taming is the feature of Sanyu Star, which is not available on other planets, and this beast taming field is the largest and most formal on Sanyu Star. It would be better to kill Jinyu than to let him leave here to hang out in the small beast taming field. Are you talking about the human kid who has been hanging out in the beast taming field recently? Jinyu asked the Feather Tribe member who came to help. Yes, it's that idiot. I came up with the idea of buying the beast, but I didn't expect him to agree. I think I can take this opportunity to drag him down. Our Master Yu sent me here because he couldn't get over that anger. I just don't know if Master Jean can get over it. The Yu tribe member changed his wretched state in front of Mickey and spoke to Jinyu very toughly. Bang, a muffled sound. Jinyu punched the guardrail next to him heavily. Do you have a plan? I already have one, but I can't tell you now. First, we need to let Mickey have a beast to participate in the competition, and then we can proceed to the next plan. Jinyu turned around and gritted his teeth and said fiercely, as long as I can get rid of my anger, I can give you the beast for free. Master Jean, that's not necessary. In order to prevent that kid from getting suspicious, it's best to pay at the market price. The Yu tribe member and Jinyu murmured for a while, then hurried back to report to Mickey. Want to lure you into a trap? Mickey's sunglasses are not given for free. They have a micro-eavesdropping device built in. Chapter 240. Inside Jinyu's box at the animal taming field. Ah, Master Jinyu, I've heard of you for a long time. After Mickey heard the introduction of the Feather Tribe man, he opened his arms to hug Jinyu, and the huge black diamond ring on his hand was very dazzling. Jinyu blocked Mickey's exaggerated expression with his arm and said coldly, I didn't want to meet you humans, but under the introduction of this gentleman, I will meet you for the time being. Jinyu pointed at the Feather Tribe man while speaking. Master Jin's cold attitude towards me, I understand it very well. Because of sure how, Master Jin lost face. If it were me, I would have wanted to kill him. I came to see Master Jin this time not to buy a beast taming, but to persuade Master Jin to relax and continue to live happily with us. Hearing Mickey's words, Jinyu and the Feather Tribe man looked at each other. That Jinyu didn't know how to call Mickey for a while. My name is Mickey. Mickey introduced himself very consciously. Mickey, right? If you don't want to buy the beast, I don't think there's any need for us to talk anymore. I sell the beast, and I have other things to do. Mr. Jin, I want to buy the beast, but I also want to make friends with you. Mr. Jin, you must be very upset, right? I can help you. Mickey shook the black diamond ring again and looked at Jinyu. You are a human. You are helping me vent my anger? Did I hear you right? Jinyu was very puzzled and a little impatient. He felt that Mickey was playing tricks on him. Since Mr. Jin doesn't trust me, I will show some sincerity. But I want to talk to Mr. Jin privately. Jinyu waved his hand, and everyone left. The Yu tribe member looked at Jinyu and Mickey and prepared to leave. If it weren't for this old man's introduction, I wouldn't have met Master Jin. We are not outsiders, so stay. How could Mickey miss such a good opportunity to pass on a message to the Yu tribe? Mickey patted the empty seat beside him, motioned the Yu tribe member to sit down, and moved his body towards Jinyu. Then he lowered his voice and said, What I said today is what I heard from my father. It can't be spread outside. You just listen to it. I said all this to show my sincerity. I sincerely want to make friends with Master Jin. Jinyu and the Yu tribe member looked at Mickey's sincere eyes and nodded to express their agreement. Do you know? Our human race headquarters instructed Sure how not to conflict with any race in the Silver Domain. We must work hard to make friends with all races and not make enemies for the human race. But Sure how offended the Golden Tribe, the Feather Tribe, the Beast Tribe, and the Giant Lizard Tribe as soon as he arrived at Sanyu Star. Our headquarters leaders are very sad. Think about it. Any race that enters the sequence in the Silver Domain can easily destroy our human race. We cannot put the human race in danger for our own selfish interests. When we learned the news, the human race headquarters leader was furious and immediately sent someone to replace Sure how to preside over Sanyu Star. Do you know who this person is? Mickey paused deliberately. Who? Jin Yu and the Feather Tribe member asked in unison. My father. Mickey straightened up and patted his chest as he spoke. Do you know who my father is? Jin Yu and the Yu tribe member shook their heads. A general who led troops to fight and emerged from a sea of blood and corpses has a great reputation in the human race. Mickey said very proudly, and he almost believed it. But you also know that Sure Hao is a tough guy. He doesn't accept it. What doesn't he accept? Asked the Yu tribe member. He doesn't accept my father. Now my father has the final say in the human race's branch on Sonyu Star, but Sure Hao doesn't accept it and doesn't want to hand over power. What is your father going to do? Jin Yu asked in a deep voice after hearing the exciting part. You can tolerate grandma but not uncle. If you don't accept it, just do it. Sure Hao will be brought down sooner or later. He made a fortune in the animal farm. I revisited the place to find inspiration and set up a trap. Let me reveal another piece of information. Sure Hao is addicted to gambling. You don't know, but on that 201 star, he set up a trap for the then Beast Tribe Branch President Fu Guy, tricked him into betting, and then made a lot of money. Did Master Yu of your Feather Tribe get caught in his trap? Mickey said to the Feather Tribe member, who nodded repeatedly. Is Master Jin Yu also in this situation? Jin Yu didn't say anything or respond, thinking. To be honest, Sure Hao is difficult to deal with, otherwise, I wouldn't have to come to the animal farm to find ideas. But today this brother persuaded me to buy a few beasts, and they are your beasts, Master Jin. I have some ideas. Jin Yu and the Feather Tribe member were immediately attracted by Mickey's words and looked at Mickey. But this matter needs to be carefully considered and a big picture laid out. Sure Hao must be embarrassed and unable to recover, and must leave Sonyu Star in disgrace. Brother me, let me tell you. Jin Yu changed his way of addressing Mickey. I will buy a better beast tamer, and then find an opponent to compete. The opponent's beast tamer level should be lower, so that Sure Hao will not be on guard. Then I will urge my father to bring Sure Hao to place a bet, of course, on me to win, and then let my beast tamer have an accident and lose the game unexpectedly. Now you two know why I can only talk to you in private, right? Mickey looked at Jin Yu and the Feather Tribe member with two pairs of pure eyes. Brother me, I want to ask, is your doing this in the interests of the human race? Jin Yu still didn't believe it. After all, Mickey was a human. Mickey began to talk about the ancient feudal dregs culture of Yin state, such as brothers killing each other, fathers and sons fighting for the throne, intrigues and deceptions, and all kinds of extremes. Jin Yu and the Feather Tribe member were cold behind their backs. Of course, I hope my father can stand firm on Sonyu Star, and he has the final say on everything, then I can do whatever I want on Sonyu Star, haha. Mickey laughed wildly, acting recklessly, and getting carried away. So, I want to lend a helping hand to my father. After laughing, Mickey said with a sinister look on his face, and that pure feeling disappeared instantly. So how do you plan to make the beast taming accident happen, brother me? Jin Yu asked again. First, I have to buy 2 or 3 beast tamings, play a few games first, and win steadily, and let the results speak for themselves. Second, I will let my father invite Sure Hao to watch my beast taming competition for the purpose of easing relations. My father will bet a little on me to win first, and lure Sure Hao into the trap. Third, we have to find an opponent to provoke Sure Hao's anger, so that he can increase the amount of bets, enough to ruin his reputation. Fourth, I need to do something with my beast control a few days in advance to ensure that he can't see it before the game, and there will be an accident during the game. I haven't thought about this yet. Another point is that my opponent must have a real record in the beast control field, and his record is much worse than my beast control record, but he must be able to make sure that he is foolproof during the game. This game requires preparation, foreshadowing, and all-round planning. No link can be missing, so we can't rush it. Mickey added at the end, and then leaned back in his chair. Jin Yu and the Yu tribe member looked at Mickey like a monster. Sure Hao's Tianji beast control technique is not that complicated. It is a deliberate plan, and can only be used once. And Mickey's game is much more complicated than Sure Hao's plan. Jin Yu stood up, bowed to Mickey, and said, Brother me, I was stingy just now, I apologize to you. If you can really make this happen, I, Jin Yu, am willing to give you the beast tamer. Brother Jin, you are being polite. If you insist on giving it to me, I can't take it. It's fair and reasonable according to the market price. I'm not venting my anger for you and Master Yu. I'm not that selfless. In the final analysis, it's for my father and for myself. But there is one thing I know very well. Our goal is the same, to strike Sure Hao, or even get rid of Sure Hao. Mickey's words were passionate and spitting. Okay, just for these words, brother me, I will cooperate with you in whatever way you say. Jin Yu immediately expressed his position. Brother Jin is straightforward, but we can only meet once, just to trade beasts. Before the deal is done, we must not meet again. Let this brother pass on the message. Brother Me is very thoughtful. I will do as you say. There is another thing I need your help with. After all, I still have too few connections. I need to find a virus that has a latent period before it will break out, and this virus must be lethal to beasts. This is the best way to deal with accidents with beasts. Mickey's words reminded Jin Yu of something, and he asked, Brother Me, are you talking about the virus that the Mianyun star human race was infected with? Do you know about this? Of course I know. Because of this, the human race offered a bounty to kill more than 300 million bat people, which shocked the entire Silver region. Jin Yu said. It is said that the human race died less than 10,000 people at the time, but killed more than 300 million bat people. It was really cruel. The Feather Tribe member added. You don't know this? The number of human deaths was more than 10,000. It was over 1 million. There was no cure for that virus. The only thing we could do was to separate the sick from the healthy, and let those infected with the virus die on their own. It's so tragic. Otherwise, why would they kill so many bat people? Mickey deliberately exaggerated the death toll by more than 100 times, with a sad look on his face. His acting skills were superb. Chapter 241. Jin Yu and the Yu tribe member looked as if they had suddenly realized something. That incident caused heavy losses to the human race, and that virus only works on human race people. It's too scary. I'm telling you top secret, don't tell anyone. Jin Yu and the Yu tribe member nodded repeatedly, secretly cursing Mickey for being a fool. If we can find a virus that infects the beasts, I think this matter will be perfect, and Sure Hao will definitely fall into the trap. Mickey acted as if he was sure of victory, and in control of the world. Brother Me, I will do my best to find such a virus, and notify you as soon as I have news. Yes, I will also ask someone to find it. Jin Yu and the Yu tribe member expressed their opinions together. Then, Jin Yu took Mickey to the place where his 3 beasts were raised, and handled the transfer procedures with the help of the staff of the beast farm. Sure Hao, who was sitting there thinking about something, felt an itch in his nose and sneezed rarely. He looked up thoughtfully into the distance, which was the direction of Sanyu Star. He didn't know that Mickey had set a trap around him. At this time, the huge Baidu starship arrived. Sure Hao came to the boarding platform and quickly entered the starship to start returning. Most people around knew that Sure Hao was the leader of the human race, but Sure Hao sat there with his eyes closed, looking like a stranger who didn't want to be approached. Those who came here to explore the treasure mountain were nothing more than the Zerg, beast, stone, giant lizard and human. Sure Hao offended the gold and feather tribes without frowning. The beast and giant lizard tribes didn't dare to provoke him. As for the Zerg and stone tribes, they all knew that their races had a good relationship with the human race. All the way was peaceful. Sure Hao returned to the teleportation array, and then returned to Sanyu Star and Huacheng. The trip to Baoshan took him a month and a half. The area of Huacheng has more than doubled. Chinese-style buildings are everywhere, with white walls, gray tiles, and vermilion riveted gates. The walls, door heads, roofs, and eaves are all pure Chinese elements, full of artistic charm. Due to the limited wood resources in the silver domain, high-strength and high-toughness stone is used to replace wood. With the help of stone craftsmen, the structure is exactly the same as that of wooden Chinese buildings. All the shops on the first commercial street have opened their doors to welcome customers. The street is crowded with people of all races, but they look more and buy less. Those who occasionally buy are mostly high-level races, who come from green-level planets and red-level planets. They found that teleporting to Sanyu Star to buy human-made clothing, crafts, and furniture is half the price of buying on green-level and red-level planets, and this is also including the teleportation fee. Sure Hao was not in a hurry to go back, and walked along the street. When he walked to a corner shop, he saw an acquaintance old Butt. He was soliciting business from passers-by. Hi, Mr. Butte. When did you come to Sanyu Star? I almost didn't recognize you. In the past, old Butte always looked dusty, and had vicissitudes of life on his face. Now, he is wearing a silk tang suit, his hair is shiny, his back is straight, his face is full of smiles, and he looks like a serious boss. Sure, welcome to your presence, please come in, please come in. Old Butte heard the greeting, took a glance, recognized Sure Hao, and immediately invited him to sit inside. The good tea that Mr. Li gave me, I will borrow flowers to offer to Buddha. After sitting down, the waiter next to him immediately brought 2 cups of tea. The teacups were blue and white porcelain. Sure Hao took a sip and smelled the strange fragrance. He looked at the tea leaves. The soup was green and curled like a snail. It was Bilyukan, the best green tea. Having dealt with the human race for 20 to 30 years, Old Butte had a deep understanding of Yin country culture and learned the human race's lifestyle. He liked Yin country's tea and wine very much. Good tea, you are lucky, Mr. Butte. I haven't had such good tea for a long time. When he was in the army, Sherhow only liked to drink boiled water. He was not interested in black tea, green tea, or scented tea, and he didn't understand it. Since his body was upgraded to Taishan level and Songhan level, he has a photographic memory, and his knowledge reserves have also exploded. Naturally, he has mastered a lot of knowledge about tea and tea ceremony. He sweated and was injured in this adventure, and his body lacked water. Now after drinking this sip of Bilyukan, all the cells in his body have been moisturized, which is why he has such a comfortable feeling. Chief Sher, I have another can here, you can take it away later. Old Butte said hurriedly. You can keep it to entertain guests and bring our tea culture to other planets. I know a little about tea ceremony, but I can't say I like it. It would be a waste to leave such good tea here. I didn't expect you to condescend to open a shop on a yellow-level planet. Sherhow looked around while speaking. This is a grocery store with several areas. There are tea, wine, handicrafts, daily necessities, and small decorations and furniture for sale. This store is very large and is in a prime location in a prime area. I am a businessman. Your layout on Sonyu Star will definitely have an impact on my agency products, but I understand that this is the general trend. I have made a lot of money over such a long time. On the red level planet, people have to respectfully address me as Master Butte. This is all thanks to the human race. It is very comfortable to cooperate with you, so I found Mr. Lee and told him about the idea of opening a store. He was very supportive and immediately helped me choose this store, and resolutely refused to charge any money. When I arrived at Sonyu Star, I wanted to visit you, a member of the Sher tribe, but they said you were out. There was nothing else. I just wanted to say thank you. Old Butte's eyes became misty as he spoke. He had suffered hardships for most of his life. Since he met Sherhow, his luck began to change, and then he began to make money, and make a lot of money. Mr. Butte, support is mutual. Without you, our products would not be sold. You have helped us humans a lot. We are friends and should support each other. It would be awkward to thank each other. Chief Sher, Mr. Lee also said so. I can see that you humans are really sincere. I am willing to advance and retreat with you. Old Butte said excitedly. According to the Earth calendar, Old Butte has been trading with the human race for almost 30 years, but according to the Silver Domain calendar, it is only 0.3 years. For him, this time is quite short. In such a short time, his wealth and status have continued to rise. In the eyes of his people, this is quite amazing. Chief Sher, the young lady will leave the Hunter Seat reception platform in 2 years, Silver Domain years. She asked you to hurry up and develop, because the Cloud Lord who will replace her in 2 years is a member of the Feather Clan. I will leave Sonyu Star soon, and will pass by the young lady. Do you have anything to say to the young lady? Old Butte is the boss. After he left, someone will be on duty in the store here. At present, his trade is still the biggest part. Thank Maya Yunzu for me. I'm sorry for her trouble. Sherhow thought for a while, and squeezed out these 2 sentences. Old Butte opened his mouth when he heard Sherhow's words, but finally said, Chief Sher, I have something to say but I don't know if I should say it or not. Mr. Butte, it's okay, just say whatever you want to say. Every time I go to the young lady, she will ask about you seemingly unintentionally but intentionally. You gave the young lady that black diamond pendant, right? Yes, what's wrong? The young lady treasures that black diamond pendant very much. What I want to say is, Chief Sher, if you have time, you can go and see the young lady, maybe she will be very happy. Sherhow didn't say anything, and he didn't know how to respond to Old Butte's words. When no one was around, he sometimes thought of Mia. Although they hadn't met many times, the feeling was very wonderful. Mr. Butt, come see me before you leave. I want you to bring something to me and Lord. After a while, Sherhow explained, then stood up and said goodbye to Old Butt. After leaving Old Butt's shop, he went straight back to the city hall. As soon as he entered the door, the receptionist at the door said that Wang Guiyong and Su Yin were looking for him. Sherhow immediately called Su Yin and asked him to meet him in Wang Guiyong's office. When Wang Guiyong saw Sherhow, he immediately stood up and pulled him to sit on the sofa next to him. Howsy, you have been away for more than a month, and things have piled up like a mountain. Old Wan, I don't know you yet. Sonyu Star is not at war, and the public security is good. How can it be busier than on Earth? Don't complain. It's useless to complain to me. I can't help. Is there anything you can't handle? Sure Hao pouted really. Seeing Wang Guiyong's serious look, Sure Hao also became serious. Then, Wang Guiyong recounted the incident of the animal taming field reported by Mickey. Sure Hao thought, no wonder there was a sneeze at Baoshan. Mickey's plan was a bit too big. What stage have they reached now? Mickey bought all 3 of Jean Yu's animal tamings, and the price was fair. He competes in the animal taming field every day to show the results of animal taming. Isn't this kid too bold? He did such a thing, and also made a plan within a plan. Wang Guiyong criticized Wang Ping and Mickey for a long time at the time. They put Sure Hao in it without asking for permission. It was too childish. Since the matter has been started, let's continue to make it bigger. You say it easily. Where can he find the father who always says he is against you? Isn't this fabricated out of thin air, out of nothing? Wang Guiyong was still angry. Chapter 242. Then make something out of nothing. Isn't there a famous general who led his troops to the battlefield and climbed out of the sea of blood and corpses? Sure Hao looked Wang Guiyong up and down while speaking, and the meaning was self-evident. Haozi, what do you mean? Don't try to hit me. I can't act. I tell you, if you act out, people will die. No, you will lose money. Wang Guiyong saw Sure Hao's increasingly bright eyes, and tried to get himself out of it incoherently. If you lose, you lose. What's there to be afraid of? Old one, let's act out a play, not just for the gambling game in the animal farm. Sure Hao stopped teasing Wang Guiyong, sat up straight, and said seriously. What do you mean? A fly won't bite an egg without cracks. Wang Guiyong looked at Sure Hao, and Sure Hao looked at Wang Guiyong. The meaning was self-evident. Generals, where are the flies on Sanyu Star? Su Yin arrived and asked with a smile. Xiao Su, it won't be long before you know how many flies there are on Sanyu Star. Sure Hao briefly told Su Yin about Mickey's situation in the animal taming field. He told Su Yin about this so that he could cooperate with the acting. The 3 of them studied for a long time, and from time to time, someone would laugh. Let Mickey stay true to himself, and notify me as soon as there is news. I will stay in the city hall during this period. After the discussion, Sure Hao expressed his position first. I will let Wang Ping spread some gossip. Wang Guiyong gladly accepted the arrangement to play Mickey's father. I will fan the flames for the 2 generals, hee. Su Yin looked treacherous, which made Sure Hao and Wang Guiyong feel sour. Such a good young man might be led astray by the 2 of them. General Sure, there is another important matter to report to you. The Star Lord sent someone to invite you over, saying that there is news about the matter you asked last time. Didn't he say what? No. Sure Hao thought that he hadn't asked for any requests or help from the Star Lord recently, and he was puzzled. Then I go there. I still have to trouble him about the animal taming field. After discussing the matter, Sure Hao got up and went to the Star Lord's mansion through the teleportation array. Star Lord, long time no see. I see you look quite good. Are you having a happy event recently? Sure Hao sat down and saw that the whole face of the Star Lord was rosy, and he looked so proud that he couldn't hide it. Actually, it's also a happy event for you humans. I just got some benefit from it. What do you mean? Some time ago, Chief Sure asked me to ask something. I've received a reply. The higher-ups have agreed. Some time ago? What? Didn't Chief Sure say that he would co-found the insect newspaper with us? When Sure Hao heard this, he stroked his forehead. It felt like it was just a while ago, even though it was more than 10 years ago. Sure Hao had forgotten about it. And it was the words that the ancestor personally passed on. I got some benefit from the human race, and also from the ancestor. My status in the clan has risen a lot, and has become much more stable. Xiao was the Star Master of Sanyu Star, and his status was already very high. He took the initiative to sell the land to the human race at a low price, which inadvertently gave the ancestor face. So he was praised by the ancestor and asked him to continue to work hard and have a good relationship with the human race. Sure Hao knew that the ancestor of the Zerg was the stone-patterned insect king, and he became more and more curious about the identity of the stone-patterned insect king. Chief Sure, if you need any help on Sanyu Star, just tell me, I will do my best. After hearing what Xiao said, Sure Hao felt that the matter of the animal taming field would be easier to handle. He no longer hid it, and told the whole story. Chief Sure, your human race is really talented, daring to speak and act, and also has strategies. No wonder our ancestors value your human race so much. All matters of the animal taming field will be given the green light. Why don't you buy shares in the animal taming field? Before this matter, the investment will not be made public. Master Xiao, this is not appropriate. The animal taming field is a business that makes money as soon as it opens. If I interfere, others will say that I am not righteous. Shirhao said this for Xiao Xiao's consideration. A business that makes money just by sitting there is hard for others to get in. If Xiao Xiao makes a decision rashly, he will inevitably be punished by the higher-ups. Xiao stood up from the chair opposite Shirhao and sat next to him. He took a long breath and said, "Brother Shir, you are brave and resourceful, not greedy for money, and always considerate of me. It's not easy to find such a partner. We haven't met many times, but what we have done is not something that ordinary people can do. In my heart, I already regard Brother Shir as a friend and a brother. I asked the human race to invest this time because I want to expand the business of the animal taming field and open animal taming fields on yellow-level planets, and even green-level and red-level planets. Before, I didn't have this idea. I lived comfortably in the Star Lord's mansion day by day. But after meeting you, my life is very exciting and wonderful, so I also think about doing something." Listening to Xiao Xiao's heartfelt words, Shirhao turned to Xiao Xiao and said emotionally, "Brother Xiao, you treat me as a brother, and I don't treat you as an outsider. I'm in. However, you cannot participate in this scheme. In addition, the beast taming farm must invest in it after this scheme." Wu Xiao was about to speak, but Shirhao interrupted him and continued, "Strictly speaking, this matter is to break the rules of the beast taming farm, so you, the big boss, cannot participate. The investment after the event is also based on this consideration." Wu Xiao understood Shirhao's meaning. The scheme has been set. In order to be safe, both parties will use all means, which will inevitably break the rules of the beast taming farm. If outsiders break the rules, the beast taming farm can punish them. If the beast taming farm steals from the inside, then it will be a credibility issue. Shirhao and Wu Xiao then discussed the details of the scheme. As for the co-organization of the insect newspaper, Shirhao proposed to change the name of the newspaper. After the two discussed, it was temporarily decided to be Silver Domain Joint Newspaper. Adding the two-word Silver Domain means that the human race and the insect race are not interested in the yellow-level planet, and they must sell this newspaper to all the planets in the Silver Domain. As for the word cooperation, Shirhao said that cooperation is beneficial to both sides, while fighting is harmful to both sides, which is in line with the idea of the alliance between the human race and the Zerg race. As for other details of running a newspaper, both sides need to send special personnel to connect, expand the page, collect and edit content, and publish daily. After Shirhao returned to the city hall, he began to concentrate on practicing and wait for Wang Guiyong's notice. During this period, rumors about the human race and the entire Sanyu Star increased. "Have you heard that Shirhao was dismissed by the human race headquarters because of his feud with the Golden Clan, the Feather Clan, the Beast Clan, and the Giant Lizard Clan? Is it true?" A person next to him immediately added, "It must be true. I have a human friend who works in the Watching City Hall." Since the person sent by the human race headquarters to replace him arrived, Shirhao has stayed in the room and refused to come out, refusing to eat or drink, and protesting by hunger strike. Shirhao is the clan leader, who can control him. You don't know, the human race implements a parliamentary system. No matter what decision is made, Shirhao is not the only one who has the final say. Isn't it a bit like the human race is killing the donkey after it has done its job? Yes, I heard that the human race can be what it is today, all thanks to Shirhao's efforts. The human race's General 1 and Shirhao had a big quarrel on the spot, and they parted unhappily. One day, a piece of news spread again, with the time, place, people, and even witnesses clearly stated. Sanyu Star Gene Mansion. "Father, we have been investigating for a while, and found that there is indeed discord within the human race. The man sent by the human race headquarters is called General 1, Mickey's father, and he has a very bad relationship with Shirhao. The relationship between the two has reached the point where fire and water are incompatible. Mickey said that his father and Shirhao almost fought in the Watching City Hall. The royal guards came out, but they were in a dilemma and didn't know who to help. Genie reported the situation of the human race to his father Genie Shir. After selling the beast to Mickey, Genie went home and reported to his father about Mickey's plan to plot against Shirhao. Genie Shir felt that the matter was not that simple, and fearing that something was wrong, he did not let Jin Yu act rashly. Jin Yu and the Feather Tribe member sent people to inquire about the news every day. Mickey was hanging around in the beast taming field every day, and from time to time, he revealed some unknown dry goods to the Feather Tribe member. "You said last time that the Feather Tribe had obtained the developed virus from the Bat Tribe?" "Yes, they have obtained it for a while, but for safety reasons, we did not tell Mickey. Mickey has urged us twice. He is eager to help his father get rid of Shirhao. Have you found an opponent for him? Jin Yishur continued to ask Jin Yu. Yes, we have found 3 beast tamers ranked 4th, 15th, and 33rd. Whether it is a best of 3 or a best of 1 match, I am ready. These 3 beast tamers have played at least 20 games, and their records are all true. Jin Yu suffered a loss from Shirhao last time, so this time he plugged all the loopholes he could think of. Okay, since everything is ready, then you can notify Miki, and the show should begin. But I want to remind you of one thing, you have to poison the 3 beast tamers yourself to ensure that there is no mistake. Jin Yishur looked into Jin Yu's eyes, and explained carefully. That day, I will also go. Hearing this, Jin Yu was a little surprised. His father always thought that he was not doing his job properly, and never went to the beast taming field. Okay, father, then I will go. Jin Yu did not ask more, and answered after a short moment of stunness. Jin Yishur waved his hand, and Jin Yu retreated. When Jin Yu closed the door, Jin Yishur clapped his hands twice, and a masked man in black quietly appeared in the corner of the room. After Xiao Yu poisoned, you go to confirm, and then go and poison all the 3 beasts that Xiao Yu chose. Prepare 3 more beasts for me. You should know what to do with the ranking and record, right? I understand. After saying this, the black shadow retreated quietly again. Chapter 243. In the next few days, the news of Shirhao and Wang Guiyong's discord spread more and more. On Sanyu Star, the people of the Jin tribe, the Yu tribe, the Beast tribe, the Shur tribe, the Iksha tribe, the Zerg tribe, and the Giant Lizard tribe all became active. Gradually, these people began to contact Wang Guiyong or people around Shirhao, either openly or secretly. Wang Guiyong's agent was Wang Ping, and Shirhao's agent was Tian Ying. Both of them were smart people, so it was no problem for them to deal with these situations. When Jin Yu had been putting the virus on Mickey's 3 beasts for about 10 days, Mickey began to act, because the virus was about to pass the incubation period and was about to break out. In fact, the virus had almost eroded the cells of the 3 beasts, and the beasts had begun to show some minor symptoms. Mickey called the Yu tribe member, and asked him to inform Jin Yu that the beast taming competition was about to start, and asked them to be prepared. Jin Yu immediately notified Jin Yishur. Soon, the animal taming arena issued a notice that Mickey's animal tamer would hold a friendly match with a friend, and General Wan and Chief Shur of the human race would be there to watch the match. People from Sanyu Star could come to watch the match and place bets. Everyone was excited when they heard this, and they could see the 2 main characters in the rumor at the animal taming arena. This was the 8th time since the animal taming arena was built that tickets were hard to come by, and the private rooms were full, and they couldn't buy them even with money, so many people had to use their connections to find friends to use the private rooms. On this day, in the largest luxury private room in the animal taming arena, Wang Guiyong and Shirhao sat in the middle seats, and the 2 of them seemed to be talking and laughing happily. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that their fake smiles, and the disgust they revealed when they occasionally turned their heads. The holographic image of the animal taming field captured these details very well, deliberately exaggerating the superficial harmony between Shirhao and Wang Guiyong. The host who is most good at provoking troubles in the animal taming field appeared. He first interviewed Shirhao and asked, Chief Shur, there are rumors outside that the human race headquarters is dissatisfied with you, so they said General Wan to replace you. Is this true? This host is really direct. Shirhao's facial muscles twitched twice, and then he smiled and said, as the chief of the human race, I am the leader of the human race. How could General Wan take over from below? This is against the rules. Anyone with a brain should understand this truth. Shirhao did not answer whether it was true or not. What he said was more like a demonstration to Wang Guiyong, using his status to pressure him. The host walked a few steps to the side, came to Wang Guiyong and asked, General Wan, what do you think about this matter? Is it like what Chief Shur said? Wang Guiyong coughed twice, then smiled softly, and said, We are united, and we are democratic. We will establish the prestige of the leaders of the human race, but we will not allow some people to do whatever they want. Wang Guiyong's voice was not heavy, and he was smiling, but everyone could hear his attitude. Okay, let's not talk about this. Today, my son's beast taming competition is going to take place. I especially invited Chief Shur to visit the competition, so that we can enhance our relationship. Wang Guiyong changed the topic, and started talking about the main point of today. Chief Shur, who do you think will win today? Of course it's Miki. You have a good eye. Thanks to your good words, I will bet 10,000 purple crystal coins on Miki to win today. Wang Guiyong was very pleased and happy to hear what Shirhao said, and he immediately opened his mouth to place a bet. Since General Wan has placed his bet, I have to support my nephew. I bet 20,000 purple crystal coins. Sure Hao doubled his bet to force Wang Guiyong to win. Is Chief Sure really rich? Wang Guiyong said disapprovingly. Sure Hao smiled and said nothing. The two of them chatted to death. The audience thought this scene was very exciting, no less than the beast taming competition. At the same time, a Jin tribe member led 3 beasts into the beast taming room. At the entrance, a beast tamer, who was darker than an African black man, came up and asked, "Hello, sir. Help me take care of these 3 beasts. They are going to compete soon." "Sir, didn't you say that there were only 6 beasts participating in the competition? These 3? The beast tamer asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Stop talking nonsense, just do what I say, I take care of the rest," the Jin tribe member said very proudly, with his head held high. The beast tamer hurriedly led the 3 beasts in, and served them well. The breeding room here is for the beasts that are ready to play. Mickey's 3 beasts, and the 3 arranged beasts are locked in separate rooms. The beast tamer also settled the 3 beasts one by one, and then sat cross-legged. No outsiders are allowed to stay here, only the beast tamers, who take care of the beasts, can stay inside. In the box. The host left in a hurry when he saw that the time was almost right, and appeared in Jin Yu's box a few minutes later. Jin Yisher sat in the middle, and Jin Yu and several others sat on both sides. President Jin is here too. I didn't expect you to come to watch the competition. Mickey's 3 beasts belong to your son Jin Yu. I wonder what you think. Jin Yisher is the president of the Jin clan sales branch, and the host knows him. Not only does he know him, but the repairman also told him in advance. Thanks to Chief Sure, my son finally woke up from his bad habit of taming beasts. I want to talk to Chief Sure. Is it okay? Jin Yisher raised his head slightly, and asked the host. Of course, as the voice fell, Jin Yisher and Sure Hao appeared on the video at the same time. It can be seen that the quality of the staff at the beast taming field is quite high. Chief Sure, thank you very much. However, I have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it? President Jin is polite, but you can say it. Sure Hao smiled, and his soft, spring-like words made the audience feel very comfortable. Those who didn't know the inside story thought that Sure Hao and Jin Yisher were good friends. Xiao Yu was obsessed with animal taming before, and I have never been to this animal taming field. I came here today, and it is really good. It just so happens that a friend of mine raises 3 animal taming here. I think it is better to join a competition today. To be honest, I heard from Xiao Yu that Chief Sure is quite talented in animal taming games. I also want to learn from him and get a chance. The audience heard that it turned out that his son was bullied, and the father came to find a place. Today's drama is too much and exciting. President Jin is too kind. It's just good luck. I wonder how President Jin wants to gamble. Sure Hao smiled slightly, and then said, "Whether you gamble 3 games or 1 game, I will accompany you. I bet 30,000 purple crystal coins and gamble against Chief Sure. I want to ask the animal taming field to be a witness." Jin Yisher said, and looked at the host. "Okay, please hand over the purple crystal coins to the animal taming field for safekeeping." "Okay. Since President Jin is so straightforward, I agree. It's troublesome to bet 3 games, and only 1 game will decide the winner. What do you think?" Seeing that Jin Yisher had made arrangements, Sure Hao agreed very readily, and confirmed the competition method. At this time, the host's assistant came over and whispered a few words to the host. "You too, just now a distinguished guest made a request, and also wanted to bet with Chief Sure. What do you think?" "No problem." Jin Yisher knew who it was, and answered very readily. "Just betting with me. Are you here to get back at me again?" Sure Hao said to himself in a puzzled manner. "Chief Sure, it seems that you have been on Sanyu Star for only a few days, and you have many enemies," Wang Guiyong said in a gloating and kicking tone. Sure Hao rolled his eyes at him, then said, "Too many lice don't itch, too many tints don't worry, I agree." Then, a very beautiful feather tribe woman appeared on the image, with a slim figure and goose yellow wings. "It turns out to be Miss Yu Fang. I'm sorry for not welcoming you." Jin Yisher greeted the feather tribe woman. "Uncle Jin, you are too polite. I just arrived. I heard there was something fun here, so I came here. I didn't expect to catch up. Chief Sure, you deceived my brother and forced him out of Sanyu Star. I'm not done with you. Today I want to bet with you, and you have to agree." After Yu Fang and Jin Yisher finished their polite conversation, they looked up and glared at Sure Hao and shouted at him in a domineering voice. "Tell me, how much do you want to bet?" Sure Hao ignored him and asked softly. 30,000 purple crystal coins. "Okay, I take it." "Sure Hao, where did you get so much money?" If you dare to touch the money and assets of the human race, I, Wang Guiyong, will never coexist with you. Hearing Wang Guiyong's words, Shi Hao hurriedly stood up, bent over and whispered a few words in Wang Guiyong's ear, then returned to his seat. Okay, I can promise you, and you must remember your words. If you lose the money, you will take the initiative to resign from the position of clan leader. Old one, don't be aggressive. Didn't you agree not to make it public? Family disgrace should not be made public, don't you know? You still know that this is a family disgrace. If I don't make it public, what will you do if you regret it? It just so happens that everyone can sit as a witness. Whatever you want. Shi Hao sat on the chair angrily, and slapped the armrest heavily. Jin Yisher and Yu Fang were delighted to see this scene. The audience watched intently, and shouted that it was exciting. Chapter 244. Soon, the purple crystal coins of the three parties were handed over to the animal taming field. The host appeared in the box of the Xiao again. Master Xiao, do you want to say something about this competition? Thank you all for coming to the animal taming field. In addition, I would like to advise you that animal taming is for entertainment, harmony brings wealth, and anger hurts the body. But since you insist on choosing this method to resolve the grudge, I hope you will not regret it afterwards. Xiao spoke righteously and earnestly, and the final decision was his goal. Shi Hao, Wang Guiyong, Jin Yisher, and Yu Fang all nodded in agreement. In order to ensure fairness, we have selected 3 beasts with similar records, rankings, and winning rates to compete. One game will determine the winner. These 3 beasts are number 7 ranked 15th, and Chief Shi bet on this beast to win. Number 4 ranked 13th, and President Jean and Miss Yu bet on this beast to win. And number 77 ranked 16th, and no one has bet yet. The beast information has been announced. Now you have 10 minutes to place your bets, and then the game will begin. Then Xiao announced the information of the 3 beasts participating in the competition, and opened the betting channel. Just now, the roles of these people were very exciting, but when they really placed bets, most people were hesitant. Jin Yisher and Yu Fang were obviously well prepared and full of confidence. But Shi Hao's luck was so amazing that he had to be on guard. The final result was that most people favored number 4, with odds of 1 to 1.5. Number 7 had odds of 1 to 3, and number 77 had odds of 1 to 7. Then Xiao announced the start of the beast taming competition. After the bell rang, the 3 beasts rushed into the track. This race was a total of 12 laps, and the first one to reach the finish line won. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Did you notice that the speed of these 3 beasts was much slower today? The people next to him immediately checked the past results after hearing this. It's true. Their single lap results are 1/10 slower than the average results. But number 4 is currently 1 body length ahead, which is still good. Number 77 has been left behind, and it's impossible to be upset. Yes, it's already 4 or 5 body lengths behind, and the speed can't be increased. There's no hope. It depends on number 4 and number 7 to compete. In this way, number 7 finished 2/3 of the race with a body length behind. Hey, look, what's wrong with number 4's leg? It seems a little lame, and the speed has also slowed down. Everyone opened their eyes and watched the video of the game. Number 4 began to slow down at a speed visible to the naked eye, and slowly fell behind number 7 by 1 body length. Most of the audience bought number 4, and there were shouts and curses. With 1 lap left, number 7 seemed to be a little lame and slowed down. But at this time, number 4 was already more than 10 body lengths behind. As number 7 slowed down, the gap between number 4 and number 7 did not continue to widen, but it did not narrow significantly either. This continued until the end of the game. There is a conspiracy. There is a conspiracy. Jin Yisher overturned all the tables and chairs in the box and shouted, "There is a conspiracy, it's unfair." The tables and chairs in Yufang's box were completely smashed and roared. Only Shi Hao looked smug, looking at Wang Guiyong with sidelong eyes. Old one, my luck is not something that ordinary people can resist. I know that many people dislike me, Shi Hao, but don't you say it's annoying? I won again, ha ha. Shi Hao walked out of the box with a smile to collect the purple crystal coins he won. Jin Yisher's 30,000, Yu Fang's 30,000, and 10,000 bets, and 30,000 compensation from the beast taming field, totaling 100,000 purple crystal coins. Wang Guiyong also took back 40,000 purple crystal coins with a face full of resentment, staring at Shi Hao's back fiercely. The play must be played out in full, and Wang Guiyong is very dedicated. The beast taming field office. Star Master, I think someone rigged this competition and needs to be investigated strictly. Gene Yisher suppressed his anger and negotiated with the beast taming field. Yu Fong sat next to him with an angry face. You too lost money, I sympathize with you. The performance of these three beasts is indeed a bit abnormal today. I have just sent someone to check, and there should be news soon. The beast tamer said calmly. After more than 10 minutes, a beast tamer opened the door and came in, whispering a few words to the beast tamer. You too, it has been found that someone deliberately poisoned the beasts participating in the competition. According to the analysis of the beast tamer experts, these viruses should be artificially synthesized and specially used to infect the beasts. We checked the surveillance in recent times and found the suspected poisoner. It is a serious matter. We are still analyzing and identifying. It is simply lawless. Dare to do something in the beast taming field. I will report this matter to my ancestors, severely punish the poisoner, and give everyone justice. The beast tamer looked indignant. He stood up and slammed the table and said angrily. Gene Yisher's calves cramped when he heard what Xiao said. In order to ensure that this competition was foolproof, he specifically asked Gene Yu to personally poison, and then asked his confidant to poison for the second time. He also knew who the ancestor of the Zerg was, where he was, and how powerful he was. Since it was an accidental infection, the responsibility does not lie with the beast taming field. Everyone knows the character of the Star Lord, and everyone knows the reputation of the beast taming field. Star Lord also advised us before. It was all my own fault. I am really ashamed. It is true that small gambling is fun, and big gambling is harmful to the body. Gene Yisher had to swallow his teeth after losing them. The feeling of being suffocated was uncomfortable. It is said that he was bedridden after returning home. Yu Fong saw Gene Yisher's appearance and knew that he had suffered a loss. After returning home, he beat Yu for the first time. It is said that the fight was very miserable. Meeting room of the Sanya Star Human City Hall. Mickey was puzzled. The result was right, but the script was wrong. Mickey was not expecting Gene Yu's father Gene Yisher to come out and interfere. Gene Yu did not even mention it, which means that Gene Yu did not trust him from the beginning. Gene Yisher proposed to participate in the competition, and Mickey was already confused, but seeing Xiao's confident look, he barely calmed down. According to the original script, number 7 should have been secretly cured by Xiao, and then the virus was transferred to number 77. But what happened to number 4? He was leading at the beginning, and then fell behind. There were twists and turns. During the game, Mickey's heart was always hanging in his throat. Mickey saw Wang Guiyong, Xiao, Su Yin, and Tianning were all in the office, but Wang Ping was not there. He wanted to ask Wang Ping what was going on. At this time, a man in a black robe came in and took off the black robe. He was obviously a beast tamer. When Mickey was about to ask, the beast tamer turned into Xiao, and the Xiao who came in earlier turned into Wang Ping. At this moment, all the doubts in Mickey's heart disappeared. It turned out that after Xiao came back from the repairman, he asked Zhao Qin to make a camouflage ball with the appearance of the beast tamer and himself. Wang Ping dressed up as Xiao and acted with Wang Guiyong, while he lurked in the beast taming field first, waiting for the start of the game. On the day of the game, Xiao removed most of the virus from number 7, and then transferred part of the virus to number 4, and controlled the speed of the virus corroding cells, which quickly aggravated number 4's condition. Xiao also wrapped a large amount of virus with telekinesis and placed it on number 4's leg, and a small amount of virus was placed on number 7's leg. During the running process, number 4's leg telekinesis dissipated first, and then the virus began to erode the leg, causing number 4 to limp and slow down. The purpose of making number 7's leg lame was to prevent Gene Yisher and his men from finding any evidence. The 9 beasts were all infected with the virus, and no one could find fault with them. It was impossible to put the blame on the human race. Before leaving, Xiao also properly removed the virus from number 4 and number 7's legs, so that the virus concentration was the same as other parts of the body. Unexpectedly, the repairman scared Gene Yisher away with just a few words, and the subsequent layout was not used. Mickey, go and contact the beast farm, and ask them to arrange for our doctors to treat the infected beasts. Zhao Qin can solve this problem. Xiao absolutely could not take action, because Mickey deliberately concealed the truth that the human race was infected with the bat virus. Xiao can use telekinesis to remove the virus, which is the killer of this competition. Mickey will have to stay in the beast taming field in the future, and the truth of the matter must not be exposed. Mickey, you must not set up such a big game on your own in the future. This time, an accident almost occurred because of Gene Yisher. We have done so much work to confuse the enemy. Xiao warned Mickey very seriously. Captain, I know I was wrong. I will ask for instructions next time. Howsy, don't blame Mickey. After all, he is the biggest contributor. This time he earned 120,000 purple crystal coins so easily. Wang Guiyong shook the purple crystal card in his hand and helped Mickey out. I still have 30,000 here. Mickey took out a card, which was his achievement in the beast taming field. I have 15,000 here. Su Yan said. I have 12,000 here. Tianning said. I have 15,000 here. Wang Ping also took out a purple crystal card. Sure Hao couldn't hide the joy on his face and laughed. It just so happens that I have something to tell you. The Star Lord invited us to invest in the beast taming farm. The money will come from here. Xiao Su will take the lead in going to the Star Lord's mansion to discuss this matter. Su Yan immediately agreed. Except for the principal, each of you will take 10% as a reward. We will follow this rule in the future. Lao Wan, Xiao Su, what do you think? Wang Guiyong and Su Yan immediately agreed and said that they would introduce relevant rules and regulations. I have two more things to say here. The first one is about Baoshan. Sure Hao talked about his process of breaking into Baoshan. He planned to write a strategy for breaking into Baoshan to maximize the interests of every human who broke into Baoshan. Old Wan, this strategy can only be selectively communicated to the people on Earth orally for the time being. Don't put it in writing. Leave it to me to arrange, don't worry. Then let me tell you the second thing. Now that we have money, the expansion strategy that Old Hay talked about last time has been revised. You all take a look. If it is confirmed, we will start large-scale expansion immediately. In addition, we must speed up the collection of information about the Unicorn Constellation. Sure Hao left 10,000 purple crystal coins and gave the rest of the money to Wang Guiyong, asking him to help submit it to the Ministry of Finance. He himself had to plan the next step. Chapter 245. Captain, what should we do with those flies? Since the news of Sure Hao and Wang Guiyong's discord spread, people from various races, who were planted in the human race or inquired about the human race's news have emerged. These are the flies that Sure Hao mentioned. Record these people's information, the more detailed the better. Don't touch them, they may be useful in the future. If we clean them up, the people sent next will hide in the dark, which will be disadvantageous to us. This is the anti-infiltration work that Sure Hao arranged at the beginning. Wang Ping, the camouflage capsule technology is very mature. Make good use of it, and do a good job of infiltration. We are in a hurry. Old Wan, you arrange the next step. I need to prepare, and set off to the land of chaos when the time is right. The human race has already established a firm foothold on Sanyu Star, and Sure Hao is ready to embark on a new road of exploration. Nothing. The next step is to arrange the guards, Dharma Academy, and many human adventurers to enter the Adventure Tower. There are nearly 40 humans in the top 100 now. The strategy for entering the tower has been supplemented several times, and is already very detailed. After the people from Dharma Academy arrived at Sanyu Star, Wang Guiyong arranged for them to enter the Adventure Tower several times, with the purpose of verifying and improving the strategy for entering the tower. Old Wan, the matter of entering the Treasure Mountain must also be carried out simultaneously. We need the resources on the Treasure Mountain to improve the overall strength of the human race. Okay, I will first find someone to explore the way according to the strategy you wrote, and then improve it, and then select Earthlings with strong telekinesis to enter the Treasure Mountain and strive to get the blue level treasure on the 4th floor. Strategies are good things. When Earthlings play games, many people will refer to the strategies given by top players to enter dungeons and complete tasks, which will be successful and avoid many detours. The strategy is not a plugin, nor is it considered cheating. It should be in accordance with the rules to use it to enter the Adventure Tower and the Treasure Mountain. Wang Guiyong did not speak again, and lowered his head to think. Seeing that Wang Guiyong had finished speaking, Su Yan said, the joint newspaper has been finalized. The new Silver Domain joint newspaper will be launched soon, and the Chong newspaper will be discontinued immediately. The page size has doubled, and the page division is more detailed. Reporters, editors, artists, planners, typesetting, printing and technical personnel are also in place. After discussion, we have added an advertising department, and the revenue sharing has also been clearly divided. The Chong newspaper has no advertising revenue. All along, the expenditure and income have been basically the same, and it is not profitable at all. I really don't know what the Zerg is for. After 10 years, the Zerg replied and said that they could jointly run a newspaper. The other party has not forgotten Sure Hao's request, so there is only one explanation, that the other party is observing the human race. The Zerg does not make money from running a newspaper, so there is only one purpose, which is to act as a mouthpiece for the upper level, which should be the master mentioned by the stone pattern insect king. Since we are cooperating, discuss more with the Zerg. As long as they agree, let's go ahead. After Shi Hao figured it out, he explained to Su Yin. Okay, General Shi. I have another suggestion that I want to talk about and study. You tell me. Su Yin looked at Shi Hao and Wang Guiyong and said, to be honest, the development speed of the human race and the speed of making money are faster than expected. I made more than 100,000 purple crystal coins this time, and I think I should spend it. When the Hausher group was first established, Shi Hao was the one who only cared about spending money, and the more money he spent, the more he made. You are right, this money is dead if it is left alone, and it will not play any role in the development of the human race. Tell me how to spend it. Shi Hao looked at Su Yin with encouraging eyes. By land, by planets? Su Yin said it very concisely. Xiao Su, do you want Ben Hui to go? Su Yin has been a supervisor of Hausher Group for decades, and is familiar with everyone in Hausher Group. In particular, Li Benhui left a deep impression on him. At first, Li Benhui's job on Earth was to buy everywhere, including the Moon and Mars, and bought a lot of high-quality plots. When Su Yin said this, he looked at Shi Hao, and Shi Hao instantly understood what Su Yin meant. Li Benhui is the Minister of Commerce of the human race, but he also serves as the chairman of the Hausher Group. Su Yin nodded to Shi Hao after hearing what he said. Okay, I arrange it. Shi Hao didn't say anything nonsense, and agreed to it readily. Before, Li Benhui was for the Hausher Group, and now it is for the entire human race. The starting point is completely different, but it is of great significance. When the discussion was over and everyone was about to leave, Mickey stammered, I have a private matter that is also considered official business that I want to discuss. Seeing Mickey's hesitation, Shi Hao smiled and said, Mickey, this is not like you usually, just say it if you have something to say. I talked to my dad on the phone a few days ago, and he said that Yang Shui locked herself in the room every day and didn't work properly. The research on the Starship project was at a standstill. I couldn't say anything to her, so I wanted the captain to persuade her. After the communication system was built, Mickey and Wu Ruinfa had several phone calls. Wu Ruinfa saw Yang Shui's appearance and was anxious. He had no choice but to ask Mickey for help from Shi Hao. Why is she locked in the room? Shi Hao felt that this was not like Yang Shui's character. She was quite fascinated by Starship research, so he had to find out the reason before talking. She said she wanted to practice Tai Chi and find the secret of Starship Jump. But we can't just leave the project alone. Mickey spoke very unconfidently and in a low voice. He was worried that Yang Shui would find out and not let him go to bed when he returned to Minyan Star, or punish him to kneel on the washboard. It seems that Yang Shui has found the secret of Jump-class Starship. Shi Hao heard what Mickey said and realized something, talking to himself. Mickey, I believe in Yang Shui, don't rush her, let her do it at her own pace. Tai Chi is indeed helpful for Jump-class Starship. In addition, I will write down my experience of practicing Tai Chi, you can read it to her when you call. You must complete the task with quality and quantity. Do you hear me? Captain, I promise to complete the task. Mickey was very happy to hear what Shi Hao said. It seems that he and Wu Ruinfa thought too much. Old Wan, I will write down my experience of practicing Tai Chi Dao in detail, and give it to you to keep. Select some trustworthy people, and give them reference. No written or audiovisual version is allowed to be circulated. Tai Chi Dao is classified as advanced in the Yin Kingdom's martial arts. It is very important to the human race, so it cannot be easily passed on. Speaking of this, Master Tan Yun and I were discussing some time ago that we were going to build a sutra tower to classify the martial arts of the Yin Kingdom, and place martial arts of different levels on each floor. From low to high, if you want to learn, you must meet the corresponding conditions. For example, whether you are an earthling, if you are not an earthling, it depends on how many years you have been a human being. If you want to learn, you must use enough points to redeem, or complete a specific task, etc. It is expected that the preliminary grading work will be completed in 2 or 3 months. The drawings and site selection of the Sutra Pagoda are also being carried out simultaneously. The martial arts in the Silver Domain have different levels. There are so many martial arts and techniques in the Yin Kingdom, and the human population is getting larger and larger, with different talents and understandings, so it is reasonable to teach them in different levels. That's great. You all thought ahead. I think we can build such a Sutra Pagoda on Earth, Minyan Star, Sanyu Star, and future strategic planets. The real objects are placed on Earth, and virtual image light balls are placed in all other Sutra Pagodas, and they are strictly encrypted and equipped with self-destruct devices. The telekinetic quantum communication system of carrier pigeons is enough to transmit these data. It should not be difficult to implement technically. The solar system is protected by the Lord God and is safer than any planet in the silver domain. The martial arts and techniques of the Yin Kingdom are the wealth of the human race and the foundation of the human race's foothold in the silver domain. They must not be lost. Xiao Su, there is one more thing I need to say, in case you forget it. The Hunter Seat reception platform will be replaced by a new person in 200 years. It is said that the successor is a member of the Feather Tribe, so we must make plans as soon as possible and find a way to open up a new channel connecting the solar system and the silver region. There are too many things to do. When talking about the Earth here, Shirhao remembered what Old Boots said on behalf of Mia, and immediately explained it. Shirhao confirmed that everyone had nothing to discuss, and announced the adjournment of the meeting. After the meeting, Shirhao asked Tian Ying to call Li Binhui over. General Su wants you to buy land and planets for the human race in the silver region. I want to ask for your opinion. Li Binhui said without thinking too much. Mr. Shi's meaning is my meaning. After so many years, his admiration for Shirhao has not diminished at all, and he still follows Shirhao's lead. Binhui, for the sake of the human race, you have worked so hard. You arrange the affairs of Haoshi Group and go to see Director Su. I recommend Mr. Liang as the chairman, Wu Cheng as the general manager, and Zhou Xueyu will be the executive director of Yinyu of Haoshi Group on her way to Sanyu Star. Shirui Lin Yunshan and Yang Minyu will also come together. Shirui will serve as the financial director of Yinyu Haoshi Group. The technology of the new war pet is mature, and Lin Yunshan is here to prepare to set up Yinyu Haoshi War Pet Company. Yang Minyu will operate a large auction house after arriving at Sanyu Star. Sun Qian will serve as the general manager of Mianyun Star, and Chang Fanpeng will serve as the deputy general manager. Old Wang said that he would never come to Yinyu. He took good care of his family and cultivated many talents and sent them to Yinyu. Mr. Shi, please rest assured. Without waiting for Shirhao to ask, Li Binhui had already reported all the situations of Haoshi Group. Mr. Shi, I agree to temporarily serve as the Minister of Commerce of the human race, to buy land and planets, but I will eventually return to the Haoshi Group. Do you agree? Binhui, no matter what, the Haoshi Group is your home. As long as I have a bite to eat, I will not let you starve. As long as I have a foothold, I will not let you be displaced. Although Li Binhui was very respectful and polite to Shirhao all day, and Shirhao did not communicate with him much, he had a very high status in Shirhao's heart. After receiving Shirhao's affirmative answer, Li Binhui bowed slightly and left. Shirhao did not explain what kind of planet to buy. He believed in Li Binhui's vision. Chapter 246. Jin Yu was cheated twice in a row, and like Yu, he left Sanyu Star silently. The beast taming incident became a topic of conversation in everyone's spare time, and the people of Sanyu Star had a little more respect for Shirhao. And Shirhao began to live a life of seclusion. Every day, in addition to practicing martial arts, he would check the information collected by Wang Ping and others, especially those related to the boundless battlefield. During this period, Tian Ying came over and took 2 exquisite boxes, which contained 2 sets of pure handmade women's clothing, 1 Cheongsam and 1 Hanfu, all made of high-quality fabrics and classic styles. This is a gift from Shirhao to Mia. As for the size, this is the ability of Songshan-level humans. Tian Ying watched Shirhao put on gloves, carefully checked the appearance of the clothes, and smiled non-stop. Shirhao was very satisfied after looking at it, and asked Tian Ying to give it to Lao Butte and bring it to Mia. Li Binhui first started to lay out on Sanyu Star, and started a crazy shopping mode. Many human commercial streets were built in various prosperous areas of Sanyu Star. Just like that, more than a year passed. On a giant planet in the core of the Silver Domain. Shirwan, do you have good news to tell me today? The old and deep voice asked. I can't judge whether it is good news, but it must be very interesting news. Oh, tell me about it. The deputy patriarch of our tribe, Sanyu Star Master Xiao took the initiative to sell the equity of the animal taming field to Shirhao, and pulled the human race into a joint venture, and prepared to build animal taming fields on other yellow-level planets. Xiao, he saw through your intentions, and he is a talent who does things without dragging his feet. If you guide him well, he may be able to help you in the future. Yes. The Stone Insect King answered expressionlessly, and then continued, the human race has dominated the list of the yellow-level adventure tower, and the top 100 are all human race people. They have dominated the list, but the daily ranking competition is still very fierce, but it is all competition between the human race. Brush more red level and blue level martial arts suitable for the Zerg, Stone, Beast and Giant Lizard on the second and third floors of the Treasure Mountain. They are too weak. The special levels of the Adventure Tower are adjusted to normal. Each tower challenger must encounter at least one special level. In addition, the ranking of the yellow level Planet J tablet is refined, and the top 500 of the total list are set, and all are rewarded. Add a race ranking list the top 100 of each race, and all are rewarded. The old voice spoke quickly, and the Sure Insect King knew that he was serious. Copy the ring competitions of the green and red planets to the yellow planets, rank the top 500 of the elite list, and give rewards. After a pause, the old voice said again. The Stoneworm King knew that his master was serious. The yellow level planet that he had previously let loose now attracted his attention because of the appearance of the human race. Master, speaking of the Treasure Mountain, that is the second thing I want to report. All the blue level treasures on the 4th floor of the Treasure Mountain were emptied by the human race. Oh, how could this happen? Hearing this news, the owner of the old voice was indeed a little surprised. Sure broke into the Treasure Mountain once and discovered the secret of the Treasure Mountain. After returning, he wrote a strategy, and then the human race began to plunder the 4th floor of the Treasure Mountain. When the Stoneworm King mentioned the word plunder, his face twitched. The Treasure Mountain has existed for many years. The strong men of other races are either selfish or too stupid to get many treasures. This is also the reason why the yellow level planet developed slowly. What if the Treasure Mountain is empty? This is related to the face of the Silver Domain. Then replenish it once a Earth year. Master, it was only replenished once a Silver Domain year before. That's because they can't take away many treasures in a Silver Domain year, and frequent replenishment is too troublesome. Now, there are not enough treasures, and we have Iwu to replenish it. In that case, is the strength of the human race rising too fast? Is the threat to other races a bit too big? For many years, haven't we been looking for such a race? The same environment, the same rules, other races can't develop, which means they don't have this potential. The human race has this potential, we cultivate well, of course, after going through the baptism of brutal struggle. Disclose the secret of the Treasure Mountain, and then publicize that the treasures that the other party has just obtained can be robbed in the Treasure Mountain, but outside the Treasure Mountain, you must abide by the Silver Domain law, and there will be grudges in the life and death arena. Sure 1. You notify everyone and let the Silver Domain Law Department organize a Silver Domain Law seminar on all levels of planets to reiterate the importance of abiding by the Silver Domain Law. All levels of planets, all races, everyone must abide by the Silver Domain Law, and violators will be severely punished. In the past, the various races in the Silver Domain were neither angry nor angry, and developed slowly. The emergence of the human race made the owner of this old voice cheer up. It is necessary to ensure a harsh fighting environment to raise beasts, and to ensure fairness. 10,000 years is too long. For them, 1,000,000 years is too long. I hope you can give me a surprise. Time is running out. The old voice whispered. Sanyu Xinghua City. Boss Yi, how did your last batch of goods go? A human boss was entertaining a Yiksha. Very good. This time, I came to replenish the stock. The quantity is doubled. The Yiksha made a lot of money in the first cooperation with the human boss, and he couldn't stop smiling. Hey Boss Lien, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look even richer. Boss Yi, you are walking with the wind. Are you here to buy goods again? Come to my place and sit down. After seeing Sure Hao, Lien immediately changed her identity to the main brain and joined the human race. She also learned from the human boss to do business, rented a shop to do wholesale. She was smart and sweet-mouthed. Relying on some connections she had made before, she did a good job. Since the human race settled in, Sanyu Star has become the largest trading planet among the yellow-level planets, with tax revenue doubled, and the Zerg headquarters has been rewarding continuously, making the repairmen smile from ear to ear. The names of businessmen have gradually adopted the names of Earthlings. XX Boss, XX Boss, XX Manager. With the launch of the advertising page of the Silver Domain newspaper, those human bosses, with a keen sense of smell, immediately seized the business opportunity and began to spend money on advertising and shaping their own brands. Several big brands have emerged in clothing, alcohol, tea, handicrafts, furniture, etc. The rise of human commerce will undoubtedly affect the profits of other races. In order to ease the conflict with other races, Su Yin deliberately guided the human bosses to take the initiative to do business with people of other races so that they can also make money. Especially the elves, Yiksha, Zerg and Stone tribes, who benefited the most. Many of the Golden Tribe, Feather Tribe, Beast tribe and giant lizard tribe were joined by people from other small races. As long as they were willing to cooperate with the human race would accept them with full sincerity, and earned a lot of reputation from these small races. Over time, many small races switched to the human race, which made those races hate the human race even more. Shihao's residence in the Songyuxinghua City Hall. Shihao was looking at the information of the boundless battlefield. In the boundless battlefield, the further you explore from the edge of the silver domain, the more dangerous it is. In the entire silver domain, people from all levels of planets can be teleported to the boundless battlefield, but the locations they are teleported to are different for different levels. The yellow level planets are on the edge of the silver domain and have not yet entered the wilderness. They are relatively safe, so they can do some defense work and catch some fish that slip through the net and invade the silver domain. From green level to orange level, from low to high level, the teleportation location will go deeper and deeper into the wilderness, and those teleportation points are built in relatively safe camps. Boundless, lifeless, full of turbulence, barbarians are rampant, the best place to bury bones. This is Shihao's most intuitive feeling after reading the information of the boundless battlefield. Most of the planets in the boundless battlefield are lifeless, there are not many planets with life, and the resources in the wilderness are extremely scarce, so the barbarians often invade the silver domain to burn, kill, rob, and do all kinds of evil. The boundless battlefield is too large to build an effective defense line, so adventurers of all races can only be mobilized to fight the barbarians in the boundless battlefield, on the one hand to defend the silver domain, and on the other hand to earn military merits. There is also something that attracts people of all races, that is mustard stone. According to records, there has been no record of mustard stone found on the planets in the silver domain so far. The existing mustard jewelry that can store things is made of mustard stone collected from the boundless battlefield. Mustard stone does not rely on a certain planet to exist. According to observations by some people, mustard stone may appear in places where certain time and space turbulence has occurred. After understanding this situation, Shihao's determination to go to the boundless battlefield has become more firm. He was born as a special forces soldier, and he also longed to kill enemies on the battlefield, defend his home, and defend the silver domain. Chapter 247. That day, Wang Guiyong asked Wang Ping to come to Shihao to report on his work. Captain, someone has made the secret of Baoshan public, and it has spread all over Sonyu Star. In addition, some people say that it is allowed to rob treasures in Baoshan, but if you rob treasures outside Baoshan, it will violate the silver domain law, and you will be arrested. After hearing Wang Ping's words, Shihao put down the data on the boundless battlefield he was studying and asked, in this case, there must be changes on Baoshan. Captain, you are amazing. The fourth floor of Baoshan, which was emptied by our human race, is filled with treasures again. Baoshan has notified that the treasures on the fourth floor of Baoshan will be replenished every Earth year. Every Earth month, the treasures on the first to third floors of Baoshan will be replenished. It is said that many martial arts light balls appeared on the third and fourth floors, half of which are the basic martial arts of our human race. Master Tan Yun and his team conducted an investigation. The martial arts on the third floor are at most high-level green in the Sutra Pavilion, and those on the fourth floor are almost mid-level red. Shihao was not surprised that martial arts appeared in Baoshan. After all, the main brain is too powerful and mysterious. No martial arts should appear. Yes, Captain, how did you know? Shihao stood up and stretched his arms and legs, then said, it's not difficult to guess these. When I broke into the treasure mountain, I was teleported out as soon as I got the treasure. If the treasure is added, the rules of the treasure mountain must be changed. There is only one explanation for the lack of martial arts in the treasure mountain. The main brain cannot understand the human race's martial arts training system. This thing is more mysterious and more illusory. If only the martial arts are leaked by the main brain, other tribesmen can only learn a fancy trick. For us humans, it will not hurt our bones. There have been changes in Baoshan. What are the people on Sonyu Star doing? Shihao asked Wang Ping. I was worried at first. I thought the human race had met an opponent, and other races would definitely make big moves. But it turned out not to be like that. On each level of the planet, each person can only break into Baoshan once, and many people from other races have already broken through. When everyone knew the secret of Baoshan, and there was also the attraction of martial arts, many people from the Stone Clan, Zer Clan, Beast Clan and Giant Lizard Clan began to switch bodies and join the human race. There was a long queue at the main brain, and the garment factory also started to work overtime to rush the work. Shihao was also stunned. This assist was too powerful. It's like playing a game. The main account is useless, And it just happens that the server is updated with new skills and new gameplay, so just start a new account. General Su has sent people from the propaganda department to the main brain platform. What for? To publicize the policies and laws of the human race, prohibiting fighting, being naked, and robbing treasures. People from the Dharma Academy also went there, and began to distribute the martial arts light balls that appeared in Baoshan for free. Shihao smiled bitterly, and shook his head. He didn't know how the main brain would feel if he knew that things had turned out like this. Shihao and Wang Ping were chatting when Miki ran in hurriedly, shouting as he ran, "It has changed! It has changed!" What has changed? Wang Ping asked in confusion. He rushed over immediately after collecting information about Baoshan. The ranking rules of the Adventure Tower have changed, and the difficulty of breaking into the tower has also increased. A large arena appeared out of thin air on the other side of the Adventure Tower square, called the Battle Arena, with two modes, Life and Death Battle and Ordinary Battle. There are also ranking jade tablets and video broadcast platforms next to it. Miki described all the details and showed the holographic image to Shihao and Wang Ping. Shihao had also thought about the consequences of the human race dominating the list and emptying the treasure mountain, but he didn't expect it to cause such a big change. A giant planet in the core of the Silver Domain. The treasure mountain of Sanyu Star has just been adjusted, and 50% of those small races have left their original races and joined the human race. The human race is exempt from management fees and annual fees, free clothes, and free martial arts light balls. The martial arts light balls on the treasure mountain have become useless, and promote the laws and regulations of the human race such as peaceful coexistence, no fighting, and no robbing of treasures to the new members of the human race. When the Stone Pattern Worm King saw that the adjustment of the treasure mountain did not achieve the expected effect, he came to report immediately, holding back his smile while speaking. "Haha, interesting," the old voice said softly after a chuckle. "It is estimated that the Adventure Tower and the Battle Arena will hardly achieve the expected effect. Forget it, the rise of the human race is a foregone conclusion, let it develop. If I had known this would happen, I would have placed them on the green level planet." "Sure one, there is no war merit list on the yellow level planet, right?" the old voice asked. "Yes, because the casualty rate of people from the yellow level planet was too high. When they went to the boundless battlefield, the war merit list was cancelled. The principle of neither encouraging nor opposing them to go to the boundless battlefield has always been maintained. Then put up the war merit list of the yellow level planet again." The old voice did not speak again, and the Stone Pattern Insect King quietly retreated. 1 month after the Adventure Tower and the Treasure Mountain were adjusted, a black tower 100 meters high stood on the municipal square of Sanyu Star, and the 3 golden characters war merit list at the top were clearly visible 10 kilometers away. There are also rows of golden fonts below, with 4 pieces of information on each row, ranking, name, race, and points. The first place is the Beastman Balian, with 1,500 points. The second place is the Insect Manju, with 1,380 points. The 500th place is a Giant Lizard, with 320 points. I was wondering why Balian and Baiju suddenly disappeared. It turns out that they went to the Boundless Battlefield. According to the Boundless Battlefield points rules, these 2 people must have killed at least 500 barbarians. The Boundless Battlefield is where heroes should go. The Adventure Tower, the Treasure Mountain, and this new arena are where those rich kids show off. Where can you see those rich kids on Sanyu Star now? Those who dared to show off here have been humiliated and run away by the human race. Haha, that's right. The top 100 in the Adventure Tower are still dominated by the human race. Humph, the human race. When everyone was discussing the battle merit list, a voice that was obviously not loud, but full of chilling coldness, as if it would freeze people's hearts, came out. After everyone came to their senses, they hurried to find the source of the voice. They saw a beastman with a head full of hard black hair standing there looking up at the battle merit list. When he lowered his head, a hideous scar on his face that ran from the upper right side to the lower left side scared everyone. It looked as if his entire head was split diagonally. "Balian, he is Balian. Master Balian, you are finally back. I will report to the president." An orc immediately came forward to greet him. "Don't bother, I'm going to break into the tower, and we'll be back to the endless battlefield soon. This kind of house-playing game is worth calling me back." After Balian finished speaking, his figure immediately disappeared. The people in the municipal square immediately came to the Adventure Tower through the teleportation array. I saw that Balian had changed the Jade card, and was quickly teleported into the Adventure Tower. "I keep an eye on it here, you go back and report to Minister Wang." After discussing, the two staff members of the Human Security Department took action separately. In the tower, Ba Lian took out a long sword shining with a thick blue light and waved it. When encountering a target a little further away, the thick blue light turned into a blue chain and shot away, and the target would fall to the ground and die immediately. This long sword was surprisingly high-level blue. Ba Lian was well versed in the rules of the Adventure Tower, and all the targets were killed in one blow, which was very efficient. The higher he went, the more vigorously Ba Lian killed. When encountering monsters that were besieging him, his long sword transformed into dozens of blue phantoms, and these phantoms also had 80% of the killing power of the main body. Soon he came to the 7th floor, but there was still no image. He had to enter the top 100 to get an image. According to statistics, the top 100 tower adventurers killed all their targets. The ranking is based on the time it takes to break through the tower. The shorter the time, the higher the ranking. When the image of a tower adventurer is shown on the image, he has basically finished the tower adventure, and the process of breaking through the tower cannot be seen at all. When the onlooker saw Ba Lian, the last target, King Jean, had just turned into a light spot and dissipated. Ba Lian's ranking also rushed to the first place at this moment. At this moment, Ba Lian ranked first in the Adventure Tower on Songyu Star, and Ba Lian was also the first on the battle merit list. The light of the human race immediately dimmed. Shihao's residence in the Songyu Star Human City Hall. Wang Guiyong was talking. From the last video, we can see that Ba Lian used a high-level blue-level long sword with extraordinary attack power. He broke through the tower nearly 10 hours faster than the first place of the human race. According to the investigation, this person is not simple. He used to be a gangster, bullying the market with a group of beastmen all day long, doing all kinds of evil. For some reason, he suddenly woke up, practiced hard behind closed doors, and became the first person of the beastmen. He was the first place in the Adventure Tower at the beginning. His high-level blue-level long sword was obtained from the Treasure Mountain, and he should have reached the 4th floor. After getting the long sword, he disappeared from people's sight for 2 silver years. After the battle merit list was erected, everyone knew that he had been staying in the boundless battlefield. After Ba Lian won the first place in the Adventure Tower, his information was investigated in a short time and then reported to Wang Guiyong. Where is he now? The onlookers urged him to challenge you, but he ignored them and said he was going back to the boundless battlefield. After the fight was over, he would have a life-and-death duel with you. He has already left Songyu Star. Shihao smiled slightly after hearing this. He understood that people who had experienced fighting on the battlefield did have the capital to be so arrogant. Haozi, how about you take the first place back? Wang Guiyong felt a little unwilling. I heard that there are 500 people on the battle merit list, and the one with the least points has killed more than 100 barbarians. Shihao did not agree to Wang Guiyong's request, but learned about the situation of the battle merit list. According to the points rules of the boundless battlefield, it is true. It seems that the real elites of the yellow level planet are not at home. Shihao frowned. Lao Wan, please make a notice. If anyone can surpass Ba Lian in the Adventure Tower, he will be rewarded with 1,000 purple crystal coins. The ranking reward will be calculated separately. Using Ba Lian to train soldiers is great. I will implement this matter immediately. The Adventure Tower is no longer too challenging for the human race. After Ba Lian jumps out, it will greatly stimulate the human race and become the goal for all humans to surpass. Lao Wan, what do you think about the boundless battlefield? Shihao's frown still did not relax. Chapter 248. I understand what you mean. The 500 elites on the battle merit list are the top combat power of the yellow level planet. After arriving at Songyu Star, the human race has lived too comfortably. We should encourage human adventurers to go to the boundless battlefield. Wang Guiyong thought for a moment and said, Iron warriors are all made of blood. Shihao and Wang Guiyong both understand this truth. It won't be long before I'm ready to set off for the boundless battlefield. You can choose more than 20 people to go with me. Based on the information about the boundless battlefield, I think it is most appropriate for each group of 3 to go to the boundless battlefield. When the first group of people get enough information, encourage powerful human adventurers to go to the boundless battlefield for training. In the Silver Domain, war is inevitable. Then, Wang Guiyong began to mobilize the guards and Dharma Academy, selecting 27 people to form 9 3-person teams. Each person was equipped with a red-level primary muster jewelry, getting rid of the heavy military backpack with limited capacity. The storage space of the red-level primary muster jewelry is about 8 meters long and wide. Laser guns, telekinetic rods, particle guns, special daggers, laser swords, shoulder-mounted micro-laser cannons, spare batteries, ecological wings, and combat pet flying dogs have become their standard equipment. The martial arts and telekinetic development of these 27 people are very balanced, and all kinds of weapons can be used freely. Due to the limited storage space for jewelry, only simple version wings are equipped. The Weapon Research Institute conducted in-depth analysis and research on the quasi-purple level dagger provided by Shi Hao, and found materials with similar molecular arrangement structures, and the daggers made reach the level of the middle blue level. 3 Golden Tribe Jump-class cube starships, 1 for each team, and 3 light Terran battleships for each cube starship. Shi Hao was going to drive the captured cube starship to the infinite battlefield. His mustard pendant had a lot of space, so he simply spent 10,000 purple crystal coins to buy a system-class jump starship and put it in the mustard pendant as a backup. He also got 3 sets of each of the other various weapons. There were also telekinetic hammer balls and telekinetic amplification balls. Jupiter had a new body, and overall it was still a dog, with minor adjustments made to some parts. The legs were reinforced, and the wings and body were made into a whole, instead of being carried on the back like humans. The flying sword was also re-optimized, and the material was changed to the same material as the special dagger, which was harder and sharper. The sword body was 1/3 lighter. Shi Hao specially asked Zhao Qin to prepare 50 camouflage capsules for each person. They not only had to hunt the barbarians, but also had to guard against the beastmen, giant lizardmen, gold people and feather people behind the scenes. Before leaving, Shi Hao specially hosted a banquet to entertain Wang Guiyong, Su Yin, Wang Ping and the other 8. Li Binhui, Liang Wenhui, Su Wuqing, Shi Shirui, Lin Yunshan, Yang Mingyu and Zhou Xueyu also arrived at Mianyun Star, as well as the 8 chief masters of Damo Academy. Shi Hao meant to say goodbye to everyone. In addition, Shi Hao gave a detailed account of his cultivation experience. He talked about Tai Chi Shi, Tai Chi Shu and Tai Chi Dao, how to practice, and the performance of practicing to a certain stage. He talked about the relationship between martial arts, internal strength and telekinesis. And he used the Shadow Phantom step in combination with Tai Chi Dao and small circulation gong to demonstrate the teleportation function, which stunned everyone present, including the 8 chief masters of Damo Academy. Through the recent changes on Sanyu Star, we should be able to see that the main brain, which knows everything about the Silver Domain, including the Earth, has been promoting the development of all races. Although we don't know what its purpose is, we must understand that falling behind will lead to being beaten. From the information collected from all sides, the human race is indeed developing very fast, and our civilization and cultural system are not possessed by other races. However, our human population and technological level are still very backward, which we must always understand. The main brain has made our martial arts public. Although other races can imitate our martial arts, they cannot imitate our skills. Through practicing various skills, human internal strength and mental power continue to grow. This is what we rely on, and this is our confidence to surpass other races. At the end of the banquet, Shi Hao kept reminding everyone to practice martial arts and skills. The next morning, 4 cubic starships arrived at the edge of the Silver Domain, near the boundless battlefield, through the large teleportation array on Sanyu Star. After flying across the border of the Silver Domain, the entire boundless battlefield was endless, and the sparse planets were mostly lifeless. After a brief exchange, the 4 starships said goodbye and flew in 4 directions. Shi Hao was not in a hurry to find the barbarians. He flew in a straight line to the right along the border of the Silver region. He was more interested in the Mustard Stone. On a large silver-white planet, in the meeting room of the Golden Clan. According to the news from Sanyu Star, Shi Hao has left Sanyu Star and arrived at the boundless battlefield. This is his track map. On the holographic image in the middle of the conference room, a map of the Silver region border was projected, and a clearly visible track map appeared. This starship belongs to Jinda. After the assassination attempt on Shi Hao failed, his starship was taken by Shi Hao for himself. However, he didn't expect that this starship has been under our surveillance. The Jin family is a direct descendant of the Jin clan. Their starship will always feed back information to the Jin clan headquarters for the safety of the Jin family members. He dares to use our starship so rashly. Isn't it a trap? One of the Jin clan members, who attended the meeting, asked. It's hard to judge, because the way we got the news this time is a bit strange. It seems that someone deliberately revealed it to us, fearing that we don't know. In any case, this opportunity cannot be missed. The humiliation we have suffered must be cleansed. Send a system-level jump starship to follow him from a distance. His starship will not detect it. I go. I will definitely make his death look like an accident. An old man of the Jin clan volunteered. This man is called Jin Yuan, the strongest person in the Jin clan. All the participants raised their hands in agreement. Soon, Jin Yuan boarded a system-class jump starship and rushed to the boundless battlefield. On a giant planet in the core of the Silver Domain, the Stoneworm King bowed and reported, "The message has been passed to the Jin clan, and they sent Jin Yuan to follow. Jin Yuan has already taken action. If Shihao cannot be killed, the decline of the Jin clan is inevitable." The old voice was full of teasing. "I guess he really can't be killed. Lier sent me news from somewhere that Shihao will surely soar into the sky after this disaster." Although Lier is the apprentice of the owner of the old voice, he is always elusive. When he should appear, he will appear at the right time. When he shouldn't appear, his voice will not be heard for thousands of years. When the Stoneworm King was on Mars, he had a lot of contact with Lier, who was on Earth at the time. What my apprentice has done on Earth is not simple. The Tao that can be spoken is not the real Tao. The name that can be named is not the real name. Haha, interesting. At the junction of the Silver Domain and the boundless battlefield, Shihao flew for more than a month without seeing the space-time turbulence, let alone the mustard stone. He began to drive the starship deeper into the boundless battlefield. Tens of millions of kilometers away, a starship several hundred meters long was locking onto Shihao's cube starship. When Shihao flew in for 3 months, suddenly he lost control of the starship, and then he was teleported into the void by the starship. Shihao knew that someone had attacked him, and he also knew that it was most likely a member of the Golden Clan. When he tried to regain control of the starship, his body flew in one direction uncontrollably, flying faster and faster, faster and faster. Suddenly, he saw a dark planet with only a little halo flashing on its surface. Shihao fell towards the planet quickly because of the gravity of the planet. He felt the pull of gravity getting stronger and stronger. When he was about to approach the surface of the planet, he felt suffocated. As expected, he fell to the surface of the planet in a prone position. No dust was raised, and no bones were broken. The sound of crack, crack continued. The surface of the planet was like charcoal, very brittle, and it would be penetrated by a single hit. When Shihao stopped, he had already gone more than 300 meters underground. Chapter 249. After a long time, the pit more than 300 meters deep that Shihao created when he fell was slowly filled up. Shihao slowly became a legend of the human race. The most obvious manifestation is that there are 2 huge statues standing in the square of the city hall of Sangyu Xinghua City, and the square of the main palace of Mianyan Xingxing. These 2 statues were built by Wang Guiyong a long time ago. The purpose is to commemorate Shihao's great contribution to the human race, and to inspire the Earthlings and their descendants. Grandpas and grandmas, this is the statue of Chief Shi that you want to see. A young male tour guide holding a small red flag, and wearing a little red hat, is leading a tour group from Earth to visit Sangyu Xinghua City. If you come a little later, this statue might have been demolished, the male tour guide said with a gloomy face. Why? Chief Shi made such a great contribution to the human race's entry into the Silver region. We must not forget our roots. Oh, what a sin. It must be that bastard surnamed Li who did it. Several old people were indignant and denounced. Li Kun, step down. Li Kun, firmly resist the removal of Chief Shi's statue, and firmly oppose Li Kun's betrayal of the human race. Li Kun, you thief, you shall not die well. Li Kun, get out of the human race. At this time, a long parade came from a distance. Many people held Shihao's portrait or photo in one hand and daggers, long swords, short knives, long spears, and other weapons in the other hand. These weapons were all flashing red or blue light without exception, and there were even some faint purple lights mixed in. The young male tour guide quickly led the tour group of uncles and aunts to the side, but a few uncles and aunts stubbornly stood still, walked towards the team, and then shouted slogans together. When the team just stopped in front of the Shihao statue, a group of soldiers wearing black uniforms, and with new weapons on their arms flew from all directions. This army belongs to the human guards, and the standard wings on their backs are very light and lifelike, and they are integrated with the whole person. They flew in the air, surrounding the crowd of demonstrators below. A soldier with a red ribbon on his uniform flew high in the sky, then raised his right hand and shouted, "Ready, shoot." The weapons on the arms of those soldiers sprayed orange-red lasers and shot at the crowd. The crowd began to get chaotic, like a pot of boiling water. Those who were not shot quickly ran out of the square. Many people summoned their wings and flew into the air. Some people were so anxious that they controlled their weapons to fly towards the soldiers in the air. Those soldiers remained calm, and the lasers they shot turned from a beam into round laser bullets. These laser bullets seemed to have a guidance function, and hit the target 100%. Soon, corpses were everywhere in front of the statue. The same scene was played out in the square of the main palace of Yin Star. From then on, the human race in the Silver Domain entered a chaotic era. Countless secret fights turned into open fights, and the peaceful atmosphere of the human race was torn apart. On the giant planet in the core of the Silver Domain. Didn't you say that Shirhao would not die and the human race would soar to the sky? The old voice questioned. Next to him, an old man who looked like a human, short in stature, and a little hunched stood with his hands hanging down. Master, what I said at the time was that after Shirhao went through this catastrophe, the human race would soar to the sky. Shirhao is still in the catastrophe, and of course the human race is also in the catastrophe. It turned out that this was the disciple of the master of the old voice, Li'er. On Earth, people respectfully call him Lazi. Sherwin, what's the situation of Shirhao now? The old voice asked the Sherwin Worm King, who was also standing next to him with his hands down. The dead star is still rotating slowly, and the place where Shirhao fell has been filled up, as if he was buried. When the Sherwin Worm King said this, he looked up at Li'er, who was still standing there calmly. Li'er, how do you explain this? Master, the dead star also is life, but no one has tried it, and no one knows it. When the Sherwin Worm King heard Li'er's words, the stone in his heart fell to the ground a little. He would go to the dead star every year in the Silver Domain, take a look at the place where he fell, and then report to his master. Shirhao, who fell to the dead star by Jin Yuan's trick, had his whole body extremely twisted by the strong gravity of the dead star. The abdominal cavity in the body disappeared, the gaps between the bones disappeared, the nostrils and ear holes all disappeared, and the facial features were all squeezed into a mass. Shirhao has been in a coma, lying there motionless, and his consciousness seems to be bound by the strong gravity of the Death Star. This Death Star is not completely dead, and it is still rotating slowly. It is just unknown how big it is, and whether it takes hundreds or thousands of years to rotate once. The surface of the Death Star is gray, because there are many fine black substances floating in its thin atmosphere. These substances will fall to the surface of the Death Star under the pull of gravity and deposit. After hundreds of millions of years, or even billions of years, a thick layer of charcoal-like crust is formed on the surface of this Death Star. The charcoal-like substance around the pit that Shirhao smashed kept falling down, and slowly, the pit was filled up. Shirhao's body was tightly wrapped by these black substances underground. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years. Maybe thousands of years, or maybe thousands of years. A layer of dark gold appeared in Shirhao's body tissue. If you use a microscope to observe his cells, you will find that the surface of each cell is wrapped in a layer of dark gold substance. I don't know since when Shirhao's body stretched a little, perhaps because of the powerful genes of humans. Those dark gold substances helped Shirhao's body cells resist the strong gravity of this dead star. Countless years passed again, and Shirhao's nostrils, ear holes, and mouth on his face returned to their original state. The dark gold layer gave him a sense of sacredness. Soon, the chest cavity, abdominal cavity, and joints also returned to their original state, and Shirhao looked like a human again. What's more magical is that the small amount of blood and body fluids in his body also returned to the corresponding positions of his body tissues. Shirhao's brain also began to process the previously stagnant information, and his consciousness gradually became clearer from being confused. When his consciousness became clear, Shirhao instinctively wanted to stand up, but he couldn't even move a finger. The whole person seemed to be cast in a closed space by cement, and the feeling was maddening. He opened up the long-lost memories, just like waking up from a sleep, and remembered the moment he fell rapidly. He was very glad that he didn't die. He understood that the body couldn't move, on the one hand, because it was pressed by heavy objects, and on the other hand, because the gravity of the Death Star was 100 times stronger than that of the Earth. After figuring out the cause and effect of the incident, Shirhao's heart slowly calmed down. He began to silently practice Tai Chi to check his body to see if the injury was serious. He was also surprised to see the changes in his body, and he also saw the dark golden object outside each cell. Then he tried to use the telekinetic needle to pierce the cell, but failed. I don't know if the layer of object was immune to telekinesis or the protective power was too strong. Anyway, it couldn't be pierced. Shirhao had to stop and continue to check other parts of his body, and found that he was unscathed, and his physical fitness was improved several times. He remembered the stone moon that fell into the ice layer of Europa, and absorbed ice crystals over the years, and had an ice-cold attribute. He thought that he should be in the same situation, but he didn't know how many years had passed. Shirhao no longer thought about other things. After the inspection, he practiced the small circulation exercise again, and completed a cycle easily. indicating that there was no problem with his 12 meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians. At the same time, he found that the small circulation exercise was very easy to run, without any sense of stagnation. When he practiced the exercise before, when he encountered some important acupuncture points, there would always be some subtle fluctuations in the circulation of internal energy. Just like a small river, there are places where the flow is gentle and places where the water flows rapidly. Now he feels that his meridians are like a big river, and the internal energy flows without any obstruction, but the amount is a little less, and it is still far from filling the big river. Everything is fine. Since he can't move, he will turn around and improve his strength to find a way out. Shihao did not deliberately look for a way out, but used the Tao to feel and understand this planet. The small circulation exercise circulated over and over again, and the water in the big river was gradually increasing. His thoughts extended to the surroundings, and he found that there were many subtle dark gold substances in the black charcoal-like substances around him, making it difficult for his thoughts to penetrate and extend out. However, since these dark gold substances were not as dense as those in his body, as Shihao's mind power increased, the distance of his thoughts extended became farther and farther. Finally, one day, his small circulation function internal energy filled up the meridians in his body that were like a big river, and his thoughts finally penetrated the 300 meters pressing on his back and felt the thick gray atmosphere. Chapter 250. Shihao tried to move his fingers and found that he could make a fist. But the black substance around his body may have become very hard because the dark gold substance was absorbed by Shihao, just like solidified cement. In addition, there was a thick 300-meter high layer on top. This heavy pressure made it impossible for him to exert force, so he could not break the hard substance that imprisoned his body. Shihao touched the mustard seed pendant on his neck with his mind, which was intact. Under the huge gravity, it seemed that a lead block weighing 100 kilograms was hung on Shihao's neck. Without thinking too much, Shihao moved his mind, and a dagger with a blue light appeared in his hand. This dagger also felt like 1,000 kilograms to Shihao. Shihao continued to lie down, holding the dagger tightly in his hand, silently practicing Tai Chi Dao and Shaohuan Gong. At the same time, he used force to do small lifting and releasing exercises on the dagger. About a month later, Shihao felt that the dagger in his hand was as heavy as usual, and began to cut the hard substances near his body with force. The traditional dagger could not cut the hard material. Fortunately, this was the latest product he developed before he set out, so it was relatively easy to cut. After continuous and unremitting efforts, Shihao dug a hole in front of his head, and then began to dig diagonally downwards. In this way, 3 years later, Shihao was squatting. There was a hole under his feet that could fit a person. It had become relatively soft, and Shihao felt that he was about to dig through it. The place where he was lying down was filled with the black hard material he dug out. When Shihao stepped on the charcoal-like material again, he knew that he had succeeded for the most part. He did not continue to dig a hole to get out, but sat cross-legged and began to practice again, calming his mind and spirit. Shihao's telekinesis could extend upwards without limit, and could extend downwards for about 3 kilometers. When he tried to extend it further, it seemed as if his telekinesis had suddenly broken through a barrier, and it extended underground wantonly, and the scene inside the planet jumped into his mind. At that moment, he was stunned. There was a different world under this planet, and it was as bright as day, and most of it was rock. After a while, he actually saw a group of giants. Thinking it was an illusion, Shihao withdrew his thoughts, paused for a while, and used his thoughts to explore the ground again. This time he confirmed that it was a giant, twice as tall as the average of the Zerg, human, giant lizard, beast and stone. The physical characteristics were somewhat similar to those of the beast men, but there was a qualitative difference. The body was very strong, the skin was dark red, and the hair was gray-black. The beast men in the silver domain had more skin types, including cyan, gray, green, and blue. These giants were a bit like the recorded barbarians. According to the records, the barbarians appeared from nowhere, and disappeared from nowhere. It seemed that they suddenly appeared, and then disappeared suddenly. Therefore, the people of the Silver region thought that the barbarians came from the void at the end of the endless battlefield. At present, it seems that the facts are different from the records. There seemed to be a few children in the group of giants. Although they were children, their height and body shape were similar to Shihao. One giant seemed to have discovered something and looked in the direction of Shihao, as if looking for something. Shihao saw this, and quickly retracted his thoughts and stopped practicing. These barbarians were still very sensitive. For safety reasons, Shihao prepared to dig a passage diagonally upwards to get out. But after many attempts, he gave up. The charcoal-like substances were too brittle and too soft. Once Shihao stepped on them, he would sink. This was the work of strong gravity. Shihao had to stop and think of other ways. When Shihao practiced Tai Chi again, he began to deliberately feel the gravitational waves. This was his first attempt. Gravitational waves are invisible, but they are everywhere. Shihao believed that there must be traces. Sitting quietly, he began to use the elimination method. The small circulation exercise stopped, and the charcoal-like substances were removed from his mind, and he also removed himself. When there was nothing in his mind, he began to strengthen his mind power. Slowly, he felt the obscure filaments, which were very subtle waves. Shihao increased his mind power to the strongest, and the filaments in his mind were as sticky as glue. Gravitational stones can interfere with and utilize gravitational waves, and they use these filamentary wave-like substances. Shihao remembered his teleportation skill, but there was no way to perform the phantom step here. Shihao tried to condense his telekinesis into threads, and then moved closer to the gravitational wave filaments, and then entangled them and pulled them, and the gravitational waves actually changed slightly. Day by day, Shihao could already affect the gravitational waves around his body, just like the effect of the gravitational stone, but because there were too many gravitational filaments on this planet, Shihao could only eliminate 1/3 of the gravity, but even so, it was enough. Shihao stepped on the ground of several square meters around him, like a small room. He began to practice the phantom step, and at the beginning, every step was very heavy. Perseverance and patience are the most indispensable for Shihao. After 2 years of practice, combined with Tai Chi Dao and Xiuan Gong, Shihao has found the feeling of teleportation. At that moment, Shihao used his mind power to disturb the gravitational waves around him, and he disappeared from this confined space. He didn't know the exact distance, but Shihao could feel that he teleported a long way. When he just breathed a sigh of relief and began to look around, his eyes condensed, and he found something wrong. The environment here was the same as what he felt when he thought about the inside of the planet, as bright as day, with rocky ground, unknown animals, and giants. When Shihao was about to find a safe place to hide, a giant had already sensed his presence. At this time, Shihao quickly found a set of clothes from the mustard pendant and put them on. In that confined space, because the environment was relatively dirty and the gravity was too strong, he simply practiced naked. There were a dozen giants running towards this side from a distance, almost flashing and teleporting thousands of meters at a time. The giants surrounded Shihao with stone sticks, which glowed blue. One of the giants said something, but Shihao didn't understand a word. Seeing that Shihao didn't respond, the man said another sentence. Seeing that Shihao was still confused, the man waved his hand, and 2 people came to hold Shihao's shoulders, and then pushed him in the direction they were running from. The giant who spoke should be the leader, holding a stone stick and pointing over there, indicating the direction. After walking for 10 minutes, they came to the giant's residence. It was very open and flat. There were hundreds of stone buildings here and there in a disorderly manner on this open land. This was where these giants lived. They took Shihao to a stone house, and there were 2 words crookedly carved next to it. Shihao recognized these 2 words, which were written in the cosmic language, prison cell. After they brought Shihao into the house, they saw a stone tribe member imprisoned in a low prison cell. The giants opened the door, pushed Shihao in, and then closed the door. The door was made of stone sticks, and was fence-like. Knowing that Shihao could not understand what they said, the giants locked the door, and turned around and left. "Are you from the human race?" the stone tribe member asked. "Yes." "Are you from the stone tribe?" The man nodded. "How could your human body enter the interior of the Death Star?" "I don't know, anyway, I came in a daze." "Is it difficult to enter here?" Shihao pretended to be confused and answered casually. "It's more than difficult to enter. According to these prison star people, I am the first foreigner to enter the prison star. Everyone will die in the gravity layer." Hearing the words of this stone tribe member, Shihao realized that although the current gravity is strong, it is only equivalent to 5 times the gravity of the Earth. For him now, it is very easy. "Can you understand what they said?" Seeing that this stone tribe member knew the situation so well, Shihao asked. "I don't understand." "There is a prisoner who understands the universal language. He will come to find you soon." Chapter 251. I don't understand. "There is a prisoner who understands the cosmic language. He will come to you soon." "My name is Guyuan." "What's your name?" Guyuan is obviously a little different from other Shur people. He is very talkative, and took the initiative to introduce his name. "Shihao." "What, Shihao?" Guyuan was immediately upset when he heard Shihao's name. He immediately stood up, and walked to the opposite side of Shirhao, looking at Shirhao's face carefully. Looking at it this way, it is indeed very similar. Compared with the images and photos that are circulated, it is more majestic, more restrained, and more terrifying, Gu Yuan said while observing Shirhao. Shirhao's body was almost reorganized once, and his temperament changed a lot. Do you know me? Seeing Gu Yuan's performance, Shirhao was a little confused. A legendary god like you, although 38 years have passed, is still well known. There are many fans like me who hang around this dead star all day, just to see if they can find your body. After saying this, Gu Yuan also realized that something was wrong and immediately explained. Because there are images showing that you fell on a dead star, and there is no precedent for people who fell on a dead star to survive. 38 years. Shirhao muttered silently, and suddenly his brain buzzed and asked anxiously, "Are you talking about 38 silver domain years?" "Yes, 28 years ago, the Jin clan made public the image of you falling on the dead star, and then the human race had problems not long after, as if there was a civil war. Because my focus is not there, I don't know the details. It is said that the current human ruler King Kun launched a mutiny to seize power." Gu Yuan is not only talkative, but also a chatterbox. Shirhao didn't ask, but he talked a lot, but this saved Shirhao from asking. 3,800 years. I didn't expect that this planet would trap me for 3,800 years. Shirhao regained his inner peace and whispered, thinking about how many things could happen in 3,800 Earth years. As for the civil strife of the human race, for Shirhao, who is familiar with human history, it did not cause him much reaction. The Yin kingdom has survived for hundreds of years, and even a few years or decades. It is precisely the frequent changes of dynasties that have formed a cultural system, martial arts, and skill system that is quite perfect in the silver domain. Do you know the final outcome of the group of human managers who followed me? The only thing that Shirhao can care about is his family and friends, and then the fate of the human race. This is not because he is selfish, but because he values family and friendship, so he can persist in drifting in space for 35 years and return to Earth. It is said that most of them have escaped, because the human army is also divided into two factions, so neither side can easily destroy the other. As for where they went, I don't know. After all, even King Kun, who has been looking for him, couldn't find him. Shirhao breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Gu Yuan's words. Who is King Kun? It is said that his original name is Li Kun. I didn't expect it to be him. Li Kun was one of the people who came to B52 to pick up Shirhao. Later, he became the secretary of the Chanhua City Hall and the director of the Minyan Star City Hall. I didn't expect him to be able to become the king. He is also an old acquaintance. Didn't you say that there is no precedent for people who fell to the Death Star and survived? How are you okay? Shirhao changed the subject and asked Gu Yuan. Sure, you are fine, aren't you? I was originally a member of a small race, and my attributes are very similar to those of the Shur people. Then I borrowed the body of a Shur person to enter the silver domain. Others think that the endless battlefield is dead, and the Death Star has no vitality. But when I got close to the Death Star, I felt that the misty atmosphere made me feel very comfortable and had a special attraction to me, so I flew down to find the reason from the thicker atmosphere below. I was careless for a moment and fell down. During the fall, I was scared to death. I thought I was going to die. I wondered if I would be smashed into a pile of rubble. As a result, the surface layer was very soft. I was fine even if I made a hole, but I was pressed by the strong gravity and couldn't move. The word burp became popular in the silver domain because of the human race. People like Gu Yuan, who have a slightly funny personality, like to use these words the most. At first, I felt very uncomfortable, but I felt warm all around, and then I went with the feeling, a little selfless, like entering a dream. The prisoner said that I was very friendly to the material outside, so I survived the disaster. It may be a characteristic of our race. It felt like I got a precious stone marrow, but when I woke up, I had fallen to the ground inside, and then I was caught and locked up. The person who knew the cosmic language asked me a lot of questions and left. The person said I was not the person they were waiting for, and then no one cared about me. Gu Yuan felt a little sad, a little wronged, and a little lonely when he said this, as if he was left aside like garbage. How many tribesmen came out with you? Only me. I came to the Silver region with a member of the Stone tribe. Our planet calls alien life aliens. I am the leader there. I want to come out and take a look. If there is no danger, I will take my tribesmen to the Silver region. Gu Yuan's experience is a bit similar to Shirhao. Shirhao also came to the Silver region to find a way out for the human race. The two were silent for a while, and Shirhao asked, If you find my body, what's the use? The human race probably regards me as an enemy, and you can't exchange it for a bounty. My enemies probably have forgotten me long ago. Shirhao said a little self-deprecatingly. The human race has already started killing his relatives and friends, so they must have regarded Shirhao as an enemy. Young Master Yi Feng of the Yiksha clan has said that whoever finds your body will receive a bounty of 10,000 purple crystal coins. Young Master Yi Feng is really a good man. He wants you to be buried in a decent manner. You are worthy of being one of the first among the younger generation. First? This is a bit funny. There is only one first. How can they be tied? 10 years ago, the Dark Demon of the Dark Spirit clan and the Night Wind of the Yiksha clan met in the life and death arena. As a result, both of them were injured and both fainted and were carried back. After that, the first place appeared on the Jade Tablet. I heard that young Master Yi Feng had been defeated by the Dark Demon for more than 20 years. I don't know what made him grow so fast. People outside speculate that Yi Feng's growth is inseparable from you, Chief Shi. Is that true? The honest and hard-working image of the Shi people was completely destroyed by Guiyuan. Shirhao looked at Guiyuan with a gossipy face, and then thought about most of the Shi people represented by Qing Lian, and shook his head with a wry smile. That's true. Shirhao still answered. It seems that the Azi Guanming thoughts taught to Yi Feng at the beginning is still very suitable for the Yiksha people. In addition, Shirhao was also very relieved that he did not make a mistake. Shirhao had nothing on him except a set of clothes. He wanted to take out a holographic watch and weapons from the mustard pendant. After thinking about it, he decided to forget it. On the one hand, he didn't want to expose a storage space, and on the other hand, he didn't want to conflict with the prison star people for the time being. Originally, according to his teleportation ability, this stone prison could not hold him, but he didn't know how to leave the prison star after teleporting out, so he should wait and see. Shirhao silently calculated that after a few days, a few prison star people came and took him out. Coming to the stone house in the middle with a sloping roof that looked a bit like the tiled houses on Earth, I saw a few words written crookedly in cosmic language on the door. Xiaoyu Tribe Headquarters. Shirhao looked at the stone house, looked at these words, and then looked around, feeling that these words greatly destroyed the overall beauty of the tribe. A giant from the prison star with feathers on his head sat on a stone chair with a backrest behind the stone table. The few people who brought him and let Shirhao go, and one of them said something respectfully to the prison star with feathers on his head, and then retreated. Are you from the Silver Domain? And from the Silver Domain human race? The man asked in the not very proficient cosmic language, just like the stiffness of a foreigner speaking Chinese. Yes. Shirhao answered softly in the cosmic language. Please sit down. The prison star man raised his hand and pointed to a stone chair. I ask you questions, and you answer them. The prison star man didn't waste any words and waited for Shirhao to sit down. Shirhao nodded slightly. You came directly from outside this prison star, right? Yes. Aren't you like that stone tribe member, and you are very friendly to the prison crystal stone? Shirhao felt a little awkward when he heard the 3 words prison crystal stone. He thought it should be the dark golden thing in the charcoal layer. But he asked knowingly, what is prison crystal stone? What does it mean to be friendly? It's the dark golden thing contained in the black thing above. Friendly, that means the prison crystal stone will not block your thoughts, and it will not increase your gravity much. When it sees you, it will hide far away and automatically make way for you. Shirhao heard this, and understood why Guiyuan fell into the prison star by himself. If you say so, then the prison crystal is my mortal enemy. Not only did he get trapped for 3,800 years, but he almost killed himself. If that's not a mortal enemy, what is it? What is a mortal enemy? After I fell onto prison star, the strong gravity made me unconscious for who knows how many years. During my unconscious period, the prison crystal took advantage of the situation and drilled into my body, penetrating into every cell. I don't know what adverse effects it will bring to me now. Guiyuan was so friendly to the prison crystal, but was ignored by the prison star people. Shirhao thought that the prison star people should not be looking for someone like Guiyuan, so would his opposite situation be what they were looking for, so he told the truth, wanting to see the prison star people's reaction. Maybe it would be a blessing in disguise, and the prison star people would warmly entertain him, and then send him out of prison star. Of course, if this situation was even more unpopular with the prison star people, then he would be ready to teleport away. According to records, Shirhao found that the prison star people and the barbarians in the boundless battlefield looked very similar, but there was one difference. The barbarians in the boundless battlefield were about the same height as the Silver Domain beastmen. Regardless of whether the prison star people appeared in the boundless battlefield, Xiahou felt that they had a certain connection, and there was a high probability that there was a passage out of the prison star. Combining Gui Yuan's news and his own experience, there were almost no people who could reach the prison star alive, so this prison star person, who could speak the cosmic language, had a high probability of having been out of the prison star and stayed there for a while. Not only did he learn the cosmic language, but he could also tell that he was a human. After Xiahou finished speaking, he looked at the prison star person with sincere eyes, indicating that what he said was true. After listening to Xiahou's words, the prison star person stood up, then raised his hand, and a dark golden dust enveloped Xiahou. Suddenly, Xiahou's body emitted a warm golden light. Chapter 252. Xiahou felt that something in his body was venting out uncontrollably, and then he also found that there was a golden light around him, and the whole stone house was filled with warm golden color. Xiahou did not move rashly. It would be a lie to say that he was not panicking. He felt that this was a test, and would not have a fatal effect on him. The prison star man showed a happy expression on his face, circled around Xiahou twice, and then laughed with his mouth wide open. When his emotion stabilized and stopped laughing, Xiahou found 2 lines of tears on his face. Crying and laughing, crying with joy, what kind of routine is this? The man knelt on one knee, arched his hands and raised his head and said, "The master is finally here, we have been waiting so hard." After saying this, the prison star man opened his mouth wide again, with the corners of his mouth facing down, and it seemed that he was about to cry. It was scary enough when he laughed. Xiahou was afraid that he would scare himself if he cried, so he stretched out his hands to hold him up. Then he asked, "Brother, what's your name?" The man hurriedly bowed and prepared to kneel on one knee, saying, "My lord, please don't do that. How can I call you my brother? My name is Xiaoyu, and I am the leader of all the prison stars on this prison star." It turned out that the name of the tribe was his name. No wonder a tribal name is not as serious as imagined. You mean there is more than one prison star? Does that mean there are prison stars inside those dead stars on the boundless battlefield? Xiahou asked after hearing Xiaoyu's words. Most of the planets on the boundless battlefield are real dead stars. There are only about 5,000 prison stars in total, and we are one of them. Xiaoyu began to tell Xiahou about the origin of prison stars and prison stars. In ancient times, the planets in the boundless battlefield were not like this. They were similar to the galaxies, nebulae, and constellations in the Silver Domain. But one day, a huge evil planet in the center of the boundless battlefield exploded, and the radiation generated by the explosion enveloped the boundless battlefield. After the evolution of the new year, those planets that were irradiated have become what they are now, and most of them have become lifeless. The Big Bang separated the Silver Domain from the universe and the starry sky on the other side, and the boundless battlefield was in the middle. Before the Big Bang, the prison star people and the barbarians in the Silver Domain had the same ancestor, but different branches. Civilization and technology development were also quite good, but due to limited resources, different branches of the barbarians started a war that lasted for many years. At that time, the prison star people were a giant branch of the barbarians, with very strong combat power, and gradually gained an advantage in the war. Several other branches felt threatened and began to fight against the prison star people. The reason for their banding together is simple. The prison star people are giants, and their consumption of resources is several times that of other branches. Therefore, as long as the prison star people are defeated, the problem of resource shortage can be solved. Even if it cannot be solved, it can be maintained for many years. The prison star people, who were originally fighting on 2 fronts, have become multi-front battles, and gradually became stretched and their decline became apparent. As the war situation evolved, the prison star people became the target of the other branches of the savages. When the prison star people were swayed by pessimism, a man who looked like Xiahou came to the prison star people's headquarters. He said that he could help the prison star people preserve their race and find a place to live. At first, the prison star people's elders did not believe him, so the man led them to the boundless battlefield. At that time, this area had no name, and it was all dead planets. Then he chose a rocky planet with an atmosphere, took out the dark golden prison crystal stone, and then used his powerful will to combine the prison crystal stone powder with the dark radiation in the atmosphere, and slowly the rocky planet formed a thick shell. He led the elders to drill into the rocky planet, and transform the planet into what it is now. Depending on the size of the planet, the number of prison stars that can be supported is also different. There are 10 million prison stars settled on Xiaoyu's prison star, but now it has grown to more than 300 million. It is expected that when the prison star population grows to more than 500 million, the resources on the prison star will not be enough. At that time, there were not many surviving prison stars. That person transformed more than 5,000 rocky planets of this type to live. He also calculated the speed of our population growth, which is very accurate from the historical data. When all the prison stars were settled, he said that if we want to get out of here, we must wait for someone. That person can enter the prison star without dying, can absorb prison crystal stones, and can emit golden light when encountering pure prison crystal stones. He also suggested that we change our name to Prison Star People, which is very consistent with our current living conditions, will not conflict with the rules of the universe, and can protect the safety of Prison Star People. The barbarians also need light, and the closed prison star is blocked inside, and it is dark all day long. That person asked the Prison Star People to believe in a god named Sun God. When praying to the Sun God every day, light will appear inside the prison star, which is very mysterious. He also suggested that the Prison Star People should not try to escape from the prison star, which is very dangerous. As a result, those Prison Star People who tried to destroy the thick shell of the prison star all died suddenly. Lord Sun God, this is all the secrets of Laoshing. When Shihao heard the three words Sun God, his heart was struck, and the golden light on his body disappeared immediately. Xiaoyu felt as if he had been hit hard, with severe pain in his head and staggering. He immediately knelt on one knee, holding on to the severe pain, and shouted for Shihao to atone for his sins. It turned out that the man also said, "You know who he is, just remember it in your heart. You can't call him God directly, otherwise he will die in a disaster, and you Laoshing people will never see the light. Lord, please atone for your sins. Laoshing people will respect you and follow you." The daily prayers. Sun God has become the heartfelt belief of Laoshing people. What is the name of that person? Has it been passed down? Such a mysterious and powerful person, and he looks like a human, made Shihao very curious. It is said that his name is Li Er. This time the lightning strike felt on Shihao's head, not pain but shock. Isn't this lousy in the ancient history of Yin country? How many years did this plot span? Who is Li Er? Is it that Li Er? Shihao found it incredible and his scalp tingled. Sir, our elders asked Sir Li Er how the prison star people could get out. Sir Li Er said that when you came to the prison star, there would be a way. Has none of you ever been out? Shihao asked, puzzled. No. Shihao looked at Xiaoyu, and felt that he was not lying. Then where did you learn the cosmic language? Sir Li Er selected one person in each prison star as the tribal leader, explained the secrets, and then directly instilled the knowledge of the cosmic language into our brains. I haven't used cosmic language for a long time, so I'm not very proficient in it. Then how did you know about the human race? The Stone Tribe member told me. This explanation is very reasonable. According to Guiyuan's virtue, he must have said everything he knew. After Shihao figured out these things, he didn't say anything. He didn't say that he didn't know how to get out. After all, in the eyes of the people of Prison Star, he is the Sun God and should know everything. Shihao sat there quietly thinking. Xiaoyu waited nervously for Shihao to speak. He wanted to go out and see the outside world. Prison Star is just like its name, like a prison, locking up the people of Prison Star. Shihao stood up and wanted to go out for a walk. Just as he was about to stand up, he saw the dark golden crystal stone powder on the ground, and asked in his heart, Xiaoyu, where does this crystal stone powder come from? We collected those black substances that fell from the sky, and then refined the crystal stone into this powder. The method we used to test you just now was also taught to us by Lord Li Er. Why can't I feel the strong gravity pressure when this crystal stone is sprinkled on me? The suffocating strong gravity above disappeared on the ground, and even the crystal stone that amplified gravity lost its effect. It was a bit strange. Chapter 253. According to Lord Li Er, this prison crystal stone can only work with those black substances. We extracted it only for the test just now. I don't know what other effects it has. Shihao thought to himself, you don't know me, but I know? For the human race, this is a treasure. Shihao feels that his strength is much stronger than the Songhan level. Although he has not done any tests, it is at least 20 to 30 times higher than the Songhan level. Shihao knew that Xiaoyu had the ability to refine the prison crystal stone, and he felt much more at ease, and did not dwell on this issue too much. Do you really want to get out of the prison star? Shihao looked at Xiaoyu, and asked seriously. When Xiaoyu heard this question, he immediately knelt on one knee, raised his head, and bowed his hands, and said loudly, the goal of our ancestors is to leave the prison star, and return to the wilderness. I beg you to help me. Shihao helped him up again and said, since you believe in me, you must listen to what I say. Please give your orders, sir. Xiaoyu wanted to kneel on one knee again. He was used to kneeling down to worship the statue of the sun god. Hao hurriedly stopped him, and said, "This is the first rule. You are not allowed to kneel down to me. We are all equal, and should get along equally." Xiao Yu stammered, not knowing what to say. "If you don't agree to this one, then I am me and you are you. I have nothing to do with you." Xiao Yu saw that Hao's expression was true, so he forced himself to stop the impulse to kneel on one knee, bowed his hands and said, "Then let's all bow to you and call you sir, right?" Hao nodded slightly to show his agreement. The situation in the Silver region is very complicated right now. As for the wild region you mentioned, it should be the star region where you barbarians live. I have never been there, let alone understand it. So you have to wait for a while until I get to know the current situation well, and then I will take you out. I guess it will take about 1 silver domain year. Hao was thinking about how long it would take to stabilize Xiao Yu's emotions. He was afraid that if he said it took too long, the prison star people would not be able to wait, and it would be bad. Hao had been trapped in this prison star for 3,800 years. Time had passed, things had changed, and he had no idea what was going on outside. He thought that after 100 Earth years, he should be able to stabilize. "Sir, 1 year will do?" That's great, that's great." Xiao Yu was very excited and paced back and forth. "I just don't know if we can be ready in a year, but please rest assured, sir, we will improve our efficiency and follow you into the boundless battlefield as soon as possible. Drive the barbarians who harass the Silver Domain back to the wilderness as soon as possible, and then take back the territory that originally belonged to us." After Xiao Yu was excited, he began to express his determination to Hao. Hao regretted not saying that the time was longer, so as not to be passive, but he didn't get too entangled and let it go. "Lord Xiao, why did the barbarians cross the lifeless and boundless battlefield to attack the Silver Territory?" Hao thought for a while, and finally found a suitable word to call Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yu had no objection to the title of Lord. "The Laoxing people are a large branch of the barbarians, and they are probably very familiar with the wilderness and the barbarians. The harassment of the barbarians to the Silver Territory 3,800 years ago has already caused a considerable threat, and it is estimated that it will not be much better now. Unless the Silver Territory goes to war with the barbarians in all aspects, which is obviously not what the Silver Territory wants to see. From the actions of the main brain and many clues, it can be seen that the Silver Territory attaches great importance to the development of various races, and is very urgent, and cannot afford a large-scale star war. It means that the resources in the wilderness are not enough." Xiao Yu answered Hao's question without much thought. Hao wondered why the barbarians were so wasteful. Seeing Hao's puzzled look, Xiao Yu said, "Do you see our dark red skin color? The barbarians have the same body structure, and the only difference is their height, weight and body shape. When our children were just born, it was not like this. If the barbarians want to survive, they cannot do without a special substance, which we call wasteland. And wasteland is not found on every planet. Less than 1% of the planets in the entire wilderness have wasteland, and half of them have poor conditions, and we cannot land on them. If the barbarians do not take wasteland for a long time, they will gradually wither and die." Xiao Yu said this with a sad face. "Do the more than 5,000 prison planets in the boundless battlefield contain enough wasteland?" Hao asked. Xiao Yu nodded with satisfaction and said, "Thank you, lordly heir. We will follow Lord Sun God to the death." When saying this, Xiao Yu still suppressed his urge to kneel down. "The people of Laoxing are willing to wait here for generations, kneel down to worship the Sun God every day, and protect the Sun God. It's not because the power of faith is so strong. It's because there is enough wasteland on these planets to prevent the people of Laoxing from starving." Hao didn't care whether the people of Laoxing would follow him to the death or protect him. Everything depends on his own efforts. "Have you 5,000 Laoxing people not contacted each other for many years?" Hao wanted to figure out whether this was Xiao Yu's wishful thinking. If other Laoxing people ignored him, it would be useless. Unpredictable changes might occur. "Don't worry, sir. We often pass messages through the altar, and we are all in communication. I will report your situation to the Elders' Council right away." Xiao Yu then remembered the importance of Hao to the people of Prison Star, and thought that he would report to the Elders' Council right away. "I have a request. You can report to the Elders' Council, but don't make my situation public yet. Wait until I am able to take you away before making it public." Hao was afraid that he would bring disappointment to others instead of hope. "Sir, we will convey your instructions to the Elders' Council, but because we need to make preparations, the lords of each prison star must know. Please allow me." Hao nodded without comment. "If it is as Lordly Heir said, I should be the person you are looking for. In this case, tell the elders that your name should be changed. Before, we were in prison for waiting. Now, you are about to get out, and this name is no longer appropriate. Let's call it Giant Tribe. The prison crystal stone will also be renamed Giant Crystal Stone. Xiao Yu felt that Shi Hao's words made sense, and nodded repeatedly to express his gratitude. Lord Xiao, this giant crystal stone is very beneficial to our human race. Please ask all your tribesmen to help us collect and refine it. Next time, I will bring amethyst or other materials you need as a reward. Although Shi Hao didn't know how to make humans use giant crystal stones to upgrade quickly, he still got the giant crystal stones first, and then studied the rest slowly. Sir, we don't need any reward. After we refine it, you just take it away. Xiao Yu's admiration for Shi Hao, or more accurately, his admiration for the sun god, cannot be changed by a few words from Shi Hao. Shi Hao heard Xiao Yu's words, but he didn't make excuses. He had his own plan in mind. Lord Xiao, the stone tribe member caught in the stone prison, his name is Guiyuan. He has no ill intentions. You can let him out and let him move freely. He can't run away anyway. But before you are born again, you can't let him go, lest other people get the news. I will take him away next time I come. That Guiyuan is a chatterbox. If he follows Shi Hao out in advance, it is very likely that the secret of the Death Star in the boundless battlefield will be leaked, which is not good for the giants. Besides, the giants are still preparing to fight back to the wilderness. Okay, you go and report the situation to the Elders' Council now. After the report, you take me outside to confirm the method of leaving this prison star first. Shi Hao's words hit the mark. Xiao Yu hurriedly took his leave and trotted all the way to the altar. Shi Hao asked him to report, and also wanted to see the attitude of the Elders' Council. He said that he was going to confirm a way to leave the prison planet, which was a disguised way to let the elders know that he, Shi Hao, had a way to leave the prison planet. Chapter 254. The giant's altar is very strange. I don't know what principle it uses, but it can show the other party's image and voice. There are many kinds of creatures in the universe, and no matter how strange their abilities and technologies are, they are not strange. The elders of the Elders' Council are obviously more cautious. They were really excited when they heard Xiao Yu's report, but they soon calmed down. They began to ask Xiao Yu about the details of Shi Hao in turn. Just when Xiao Yu was trembling and at a loss, the elder's serious and tense face suddenly turned into a smile, and said to Xiao Yu in a warm voice, "After sufficient identification, Lord Shi Hao is the person we are looking for. Xiao Yu, you have made a great contribution. You must entertain Lord Shi Hao well, and must not neglect him." Xiao Yu then told the elders about Shi Hao's several requests. They were sometimes excited, sometimes at a loss, and a little puzzled. There is no doubt about Lord Shi Hao's identity. I just don't understand why his image is so different from the sun god in our hearts. When Xiao Yu finished speaking, an elder raised his own question. Fifth elder, I understand what you mean. I also feel that Lord Shi Hao is too unlike a god. Shouldn't a god be high above? At the very least, he should be as majestic as lordly air. This is the third elder expressing his opinion. Everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Yu again. Seeing this, Xiao Yu had to explain and said, "The Lord said that the times are different now, and people of all races are born equal. He will not force us to do anything for him. This is great wisdom. No matter what the Lord's attitude is, we are the Laoxing people. No, we should be called the giants now. Our giants follow the sun god, and the purpose of protecting the sun god cannot change." The words of the great elder set the tone for the future of the giants. Although Shi Hao was trapped for 3,800 years, he gained the friendship and support of the giants and became a great help. The Cloud Lord's mansion in the Hunter's Mute Nebula. The Mute Nebula is managed by Mia Cloud Lord. At this time, Mia Cloud Lord bent his right arm, leaned his elbow on the table, and supported his forehead with his right hand, looking very tired. After a while, Susu came to report that old But was here. Mia sat up straight and asked Susu to invite him in. "Uncle But, is there any news from the human race?" Mia asked a little anxiously when old But just walked in. "This time, I went to see Lord Wang Ping and Lord Li Benhui, and there was no news about Qi Shi." Old But also looked gloomy. From his dusty appearance, it can be seen that he had been traveling all the way. "Uncle Butte, I'm very sorry for asking you to give up your human shop to help me find someone. I will double your compensation." "Miss, don't say these words. The human race today cannot be compared with Qi Shi at that time. If I don't give up voluntarily, I won't be able to do it for a few years. The human government of Sanyu Star is in chaos. From top to bottom, they are greedy for money and bully the market. It is impossible to do business in such an environment. Sanyu Star is also in a state of depression. Lord Wang Ping and Lord Li Ben, we have reserved several gold shops for me at the human race headquarters in Qilin. After meeting Miss, I will set off for Qilin. Old Butte is a businessman on the surface, but he has always acted as a messenger between Mia and the human race, and has been in contact with Wang Ping. Does Li Kun know the whereabouts of Wang Ping, Li Binhui and others? Because of Shi Hao, Mia still has feelings for the human race. I should have known it a long time ago, but it's too far to do anything. Li Kun himself knows that Qilin Constellation is now Wang Ping's home ground. There is no benefit there, so just pretend not to know. Mia did not continue to ask questions. After a while, Susu took Lao But away and arranged for him to rest. Susu, what did Yefeng say? After Susu settled Lao But, she returned to Mia's office and heard Mia's question. Young Master Yefeng said that the bounty message he issued did not receive a response. Young Master Yefeng also said that there are Yiksha tribes in Canis Major Constellation to take care of the human race. Please rest assured, Lord Yun. In the past 38 years in the Silver Domain, Mia has been constantly inquiring about Shi Hao's news, because he firmly believes that the people chosen by the mysterious and powerful mastermind will not die easily. When she received the Chongsam and Hanfu that Shi Hao gave her, she was looking forward to seeing Shi Hao again. She didn't want Shi Hao to die in her heart. Miss, Lord Shi Hao Mei, you have to let it go. Susu looked at Mia with a little heartache and persuaded her. What's the point of letting it go? I just think that Shi Hao may lead the human race to the red level planet, and I can still have a capable assistant. It's just a pity. According to the past situation, she would not explain this kind of problem to her subordinates, but now she is trying hard to explain it, as if she can remove the seemingly insignificant Shi Hao from her heart through explanation. I know which main god protects the solar system, and I have asked someone to find out. Someone said that the main god said that after Shi Hao experienced a catastrophe, the human race will soar into the sky. How could he die? Mia almost lost control of the last sentence and shouted frantically. Susu looked at Mia and stood quietly beside her without saying anything. On a giant planet in the core of the Silver Domain, Li Er and the stone-patterned insect king stood on both sides of the old voice with their hands hanging down. Master, I calculated that the time is almost up. Shi Hao will definitely show up this year. The old voice did not say anything special, but just looked up at the stone-patterned insect king. Master, my people have been observing near the dead star. Report as soon as there is news. Prison Star, Xiaoyu Tribe Headquarters. Sir, the Great Elder told me to take good care of you. If you have any request, just let me know, and I will do it right away. Xiaoyu had just returned from the altar. The recognition and acceptance of Shi Hao by the Council of Elders made him completely relieved. At Shi Hao's request, Xiaoyu took Shi Hao outside. Shi Hao looked around, then ran quickly towards a small hill nearby, and Xiaoyu followed closely behind with 2 long legs. Although the gravity here is 10 times that of the Earth, Shi Hao ran very easily, and could be described as light as a swallow. Most of the ground on the prison star is rocky, gray-brown. Soon, Shi Hao ran to the top of the rocky hill and looked into the distance. In the distance, there was something like a tree branch standing on the surface, forming a forest, and the surface was earthy yellow. Sir, there is rich wasteland under the barren tree. In order to ensure continuity, we only eat processed barren trees and never dig the barren soil underground. This is also what Lord Li Er told us. This barren tree can grow, which is the fundamental reason why there is enough barren soil. Are there no such wild trees in the wilderness? If there are wild trees or similar growing resources in the wilderness, the barbarians don't have to fight for the resources of the wilderness all day long. No, before this, we didn't find a wild tree or anything similar to a wild tree in the wilderness. It's no wonder that Xiaoyu admires Li Er so much. Li Er can be regarded as their breadwinner. Shi Hao is also very respectful to Li Er in his heart. The Tao Te Ching alone is not something that ordinary people can write. Shi Hao continued to look around and saw a mountain that was so high that the top was invisible. How high is that mountain? Can you reach it? Shi Hao pointed to the thick charcoal shell on it and asked. The mountain is very high and steep, with a very smooth surface. There is a big lid on it that is turned upside down. No one can climb it at all. According to Xiaoyu's description, the alien of the mountain is like a mushroom with a hood on it. As for whether you can touch the black shell on it, there is no way to know. Let's go and have a look. After saying that, Shi Hao rushed down the hill and ran towards the high mountain. Shi Hao was deeply touched by the idea of running to the top of a mountain. After running for a while, Shi Hao began to use the phantom steps to teleport. At first, he controlled the teleportation to be 400 or 500 meters each time, and found that Xiaoyu was a little tired, so he slowed down a little bit, and teleported 350 meters each time, so that Xiaoyu could maintain the best condition. In this way, it took the two of them 4 or 5 hours to reach the foot of the mountain. Shihao looked up and found that the mountain was not only steep, but basically inserted vertically into the ground, with no raised or sunken points on the surface for climbing. Because it was too high, the big lid on top was not very clear. Shihao imagined that the shape of the whole mountain was a big mushroom. Shihao thought about it, and a dagger appeared in his hand. He walked closer to the mountain and tried to insert the dagger. Although it was a bit difficult, the whole dagger was finally inserted, leaving only the handle. It seems that using a sharp weapon, like a dagger, can still cut out a point of force. Shihao put away the dagger, and a large wing appeared on his back instead. Shihao controlled the wings to flutter a few times in place. There is an atmosphere on the prison star, so it is easier. If there is no atmosphere, Shihao has to activate the gravity stone device on the wings through his mind to achieve the flying effect. Shihao explained a few words to Xiaoyu and controlled the wings to fly up. Chapter 255. There are also flying barbarians in the barbarian tribe, but the wings of those barbarians are clearly visible. Xiaoyu didn't pay attention to how Shihao equipped his wings, and his admiration for Shihao became stronger. The stronger Shihao is, the greater their hope of returning to the wilderness. As he became more and more proficient in operating the wings, Shihao flew faster and faster. More than 30 minutes later, Shihao flew under the canopy of the mushroom mountain. Shihao flew around the mountain below for a while, and did not find anything abnormal on the mountain wall, and then flew in a straight line to the outer edge of the canopy. The radius of the canopy is no less than the height of the mountain below. This ratio is really a bit out of balance. After Shihao flew to the edge, there was no abnormality. He climbed over the thick canopy, and came to the top of the mushroom mountain. Shihao observed while flying, and felt that this mushroom mountain should be a man-made product, and each position was too regular. Shihao looked up and found that he was in the middle position between the ground and the black shell above. He suddenly had a heroic spirit that wanted to compete with the gods. Shihao flew to the center of the Qingdai. When he was almost at the center, he saw a circular black and white yin-yang fish pattern in the middle. He did not rush to land, but circled around the yin-yang fish tai chi pattern. Then he hovered in the air and used his mind to explore the pattern. When his mind enveloped the pattern, the two yin-yang fish seemed to come alive and began to rotate, spinning faster and faster. Shihao was passively teleported, that is, he was caught off guard and was sucked over. He found that the position of the black fish eye was a large groove, and he was sucked into it. In the groove, Shihao could not feel the yin-yang fish rotating, nor did he suffer any harm. He simply sat down, closed his eyes, and extended his mind again. This time, a miniature mushroom mountain clearly appeared in his mind. When the yin-yang fish began to rotate, Xiaoyu, who was standing far away, was startled by the movement of the mushroom mountain. The huge canopy began to turn up, slowly forming a funnel shape, and the top of the canopy was about to touch the black charcoal-like shell. Shihao also clearly felt the changes of the mushroom mountain in his mind. Then, the 2nd, 3rd, 10th, 500th, 5,128th mushroom mountain appeared in his mind. In his mind, they were densely arranged into a mushroom mountain array. For some reason, all the mushroom mountains of the prison star showed the same changes. Those mushroom mountains, like the mushroom mountain under his buttocks, also began to turn up. When the canopy turned up to a certain extent, it looked like a long and thin trumpet from above, and then it stopped. The trumpet mouth at the top was very large, and the trumpet body at the bottom was very thin. Shihao was in the middle of the entire mushroom mountain at this moment. After the entire mushroom mountain stopped changing, Shihao waited for a while, but there was no movement. He used telekinesis to study again, and this time, he got a feedback message in his mind, the Arabic numeral 1. Shihao thought about it, and thought that this mushroom mountain should be number 1. Shihao thought that it was not because he fell to the prison star number 1 by coincidence, but because he activated the mushroom mountain on this prison star, so this place was identified as number 1. The other mushroom mountains should also have corresponding numbers. After Shihao checked with telekinesis, it was indeed the case. He sensed number 334, number 18, number 777. With another thought, his body disappeared from the top of the number 1 mushroom mountain, and came to the middle of the mushroom mountain on the number 777 prison star. It seems that my guess is correct. This mushroom mountain has a teleportation function. But what is the trumpet used for? Does it mean that the trumpet is used to blow the shell above, and then fly out? After confirming the teleportation function, Shihao returned to the number 1 prison star again, and then began to think about how to use the Mushroom Mountain to get out of the prison star. No matter what method is used, it must be activated by telekinesis. Shirhao thought about it and probed, and finally found that the other fish eye was on the same plane as the fish body, and there was no groove. Since the problem was found, Shirhao sat down directly, and pressed the white fish eye down with telekinesis. At first, the fish eye did not move at all. Shirhao kept strengthening his telekinesis. When he used 90% of his telekinesis, the white fish eye began to move slowly downwards, and finally aligned with the black fish eye. When it stopped moving, a huge suction force appeared at the trumpet, and the black shell seemed to have encountered an F5 level tornado, and was continuously swallowed by the Mushroom Mountain. The Mushroom Mountains of other prison stars also had this scene. This Mushroom Mountain array was quite magical. Sure enough, this is the power of the Sun God. Having experienced too much, Xiaoyu has become numb. No matter what earth-shattering things happen, he will not be surprised, because that is the Sun God. After a few minutes, Shirhao felt that the amount of material sucked into the Mushroom Mountain was far greater than the entire mountain. He used his mind to explore, and found that the mountain was vast and boundless. The charcoal-like material sucked and automatically divided into two piles. One was a dark golden giant crystal stone, and the other was a pile of black powder without the giant crystal stone. Shirhao felt that a dark golden stream separated from the number 1 Mushroom Mountain flew to the middle, and more than 5,000 streams were also flying to the middle. The storage space of these more than 5,000 Mushroom Mountains of prison stars was connected. Originally, Shirhao was planning to ask the giants to help him collect the giant crystals, but he didn't know when he could finish collecting them. Now it seems to be easier, and the separation and transportation are all automated. Shirhao tried to use his mind power to put some giant crystal powder into his mustard pendant, and it was successful. It seems that this was specially left for him by Li Air. The functions of the Mushroom Mountain are almost these. Shirhao used his mind to control, and restored all the Mushroom Mountains to their original state. Then he sat there without moving, and continued to test the transmission function. The results showed that the transmission function could be used normally. There was also a moment when he sensed the empty and boundless battlefield. As long as he wanted, he could be transmitted immediately. Everything must have a beginning and an end. He had to explain to Xiaoyu before leaving. Shirhao teleported himself to Xiaoyu's location with his mind. Xiaoyu hurriedly greeted him excitedly. When he came to Shirhao, he couldn't help but kneel down again. When his knees were half bent, he resisted the urge, stood up again, and asked, "Sir, have you found a way out?" Shirhao nodded at him, and then said, "The way out of all prison stars is the same, and you have to go through this mountain. Since the situation outside is unclear, and my current telekinesis is limited, you still have to wait for a silver domain year. Just now, the Mushroom Mountains of other prison stars should have undergone the same changes. You need to report to your elders so that they don't panic. Also, you don't need to collect giant crystals, I have my own way. You should use all your energy to prepare to leave the prison star, and collect more materials containing wasteland. Because the wasteland caused the barbarians to kill each other, and because the wasteland caused the barbarians to cross the boundless battlefield and invade the silver region, this wasteland is too important to them. Sir, there are many barren trees on the prison star, but our load capacity is limited, and we can't carry too many." Looking at Xiaoyu's appearance, Shirhao didn't ask. They obviously didn't have storage props. Shirhao didn't say anything, looking at a patch of barren trees in the distance, and walked over there. Arriving next to the barren tree, Shirhao pinched a thinner branch of the barren tree with his hand, but he couldn't pinch it, it was very hard. Seeing this, Xiaoyu hurriedly took out a short knife from his waist. The short knife was not metal color, and had no blade, but Xiaoyu easily cut down a barren tree. Shirhao grabbed the barren tree with his hand, and tried the feel. It was very heavy. No wonder Xiaoyu said he couldn't carry too much. As Shirhao moved his mind, the barren tree entered his mustard pendant. It turned out that it is feasible to store barren trees with storage props. You trim the barren trees, and I help you solve the carrying problem. Xiaoyu thought that these were trivial matters for Shirhao, and he didn't feel strange. He followed Shirhao's wishes, and said that he would ask the elders to let other prison stars do the same. After Shirhao finished his instructions, he did not go back with Xiaoyu, but went to the top of Mushroom Mountain again. Then he took out a camouflage capsule and swallowed it. Soon, a beast man with a similar height to Shirhao, a face full of flesh, blue skin, and wearing protective leather armor appeared at the same place. A blue-level medium-long sword was hung on his waist, which was a weapon that beast men generally liked to use. He would carry the corresponding equipment and weapons for whichever race's camouflage capsule he had on him. Shirhao also summoned a mirror to look at himself, and was very satisfied with his image. However, he suddenly thought that after 38 silver years, other races should have changed, especially in clothing and weapons. After thinking about it, he put the weapon back into the mustard pendant. After 3,800 Earth years, people like Gui Yuan are still working tirelessly to find Shirhao's body. The human race is in chaos, and the situation is unclear, so Shirhao will not let anyone know that he is back for the time being. Chapter 256. After the disguise was completed, Shirhao sat cross-legged in the groove, and then used the Mushroom Mountain to detect the situation of the boundless battlefield near the prison star with his mind. He found that there was an obscure target on the side of the Silver Domain. It was very small, and definitely not a space rock or something. It was more like a person. All other directions were nothingness, or there were 1 or 2 real dead stars floating there. Shirhao chose the direction opposite to the figure, and teleported himself to the other side of the prison star. Then he quickly summoned the system-level jump starship bot from the Jin clan and entered the ship, making people feel that they were teleported here by a starship. Shirhao controlled the spacecraft to quickly move away from the obscure target. No matter whether it was a person or not, it was always right to be safe. When Shirhao appeared, the man's eyelids moved, and after the mind swept over, the eyelids sank again. Zooming in, it was a Zerg man with wings and red and black stripes on his body. Compared with the flying stone-patterned insects on Mars, he looked more like a human. At this moment, he was folding his wings, crossing his arms, and looked like he was sleeping. Shirhao flew the starship aimlessly without using the jump function, and opened his mind to explore. He wanted to meet some people, no matter what race, so that he could get some information. In this way, after flying in one direction for a few days, some suspected starships and people appeared in his mind. Shirhao immediately became alert and concentrated on carefully exploring. He clearly saw 2 gangs confronting each other on an asteroid with a length and width of 50 to 60 kilometers. Both gangs were human, and there was a Jin tribe member in one of the gangs. Shirhao controlled the starship to jump to the far side of the asteroid, then quickly put away the starship, and he flashed several times in a row, finding a relatively protruding position to hide behind. "You bad guys from Earth, you better come back with me obediently, so as to avoid physical pain." A human who was with the Jin people said. "You bastards, you think you can become human by wearing human skin, bah? That iron lump is from the Jin people. Which races are you guys from? Do you dare to tell me?" The Jin people heard what the other party said, pointed at the Earthman who just spoke and said, "Take them down. If you don't beat them up, it will be difficult to relieve the hatred in your heart. Young Master Jin, don't worry, they will definitely not run away." It was still the person who took the lead in speaking just now. Shirhao looked from a distance and saw that he was a human, but his skin was dark blue, and he should be a beast man. "I am from the beast man. We are all from the beast man. What's wrong? Our goal is to hunt you Earth bastards," the guy said very arrogantly. "If you can't use your human body to practice advanced skills, I don't want it." Shirhao thought that this guy is just a cheapskate. "One more question, are you going to surrender or fight? You captured the Earthlings and imprisoned them. Isn't it to study the secrets of humans? We won't let you succeed even if we die." The leading human took out a laser gun while speaking, and the companions around him also pointed their guns at the enemy. Shirhao found that the laser guns used by humans have changed a lot. The barrel has become thicker and rounder, the handle below has no trigger, and the gun body where the battery was originally placed has also disappeared, which should have been integrated into the cylinder above. No trigger means that firing depends on telekinesis. Seeing this, the Jin tribe member took out a stick-like object, which was a little different from the telekinetic stick, and then a transparent shield blocked the group of people. "Don't worry about it. The telekinetic shield developed by the Jin tribe adults with great effort is to prevent your laser guns. Besides, you are dead. I am not afraid to tell you that capturing the Earthlings is a deal between you, King Kuan, and us. As for the human body, there is no secret at all. Okay, since you don't surrender, then send you on your way." The people here also raised the same style of laser guns as the other side. After all, their disguised identities are human, and of course they use human weapons. "Yo, it's quite lively here. If you don't fight the barbarians, what are you doing here?" At this time, Shirhao came out from his hiding place. "Get out of here quickly, Grandpa. I am performing official duties." The man saw that he was a beast man, a member of his own tribe. He was able to be sent out to lurk inside the human race, and then cooperate with the Jin tribe to capture the Earthlings. His position must be high, and ordinary beast men can't compare to him. So he talked to Shirhao in a condescending manner. "Oh, I understand, you are just acting for me here. You said you are from the beast man, but in fact you are real humans. But in order to lurk in the Beastmen to cause trouble, you are acting here, and you want me to be a witness to prove that you are Beastmen lurking in the human race, and then follow me back to the Beastmen. Right? It must be like this. Don't try to deceive me. The group was stunned, and Shirhao didn't care, and talked to himself. Excuse me, who are you? Do I need to act for you, and ask you to prove that I am a Beastman? Am I crazy? Besides, how the hell do I know how you are here? I don't even know how to address you. Do we need to pose like we are in an idol drama? The leader was getting angrier and angrier as he spoke. He was going to go crazy if he continued. You can call me Master Jin. Shirhao answered, looking into the other person's eyes seriously. The man looked at Shirhao and began to pull his hair, showing signs of abnormality. And you, a piece of iron, are you also from the human race? You guys are quite playful. You even found someone to pretend to be from the Jin tribe. Will he be attracted by a high-level race? Will Master Jin believe me? And what kind of rubbish is this? It's just a trick. While Shirhao was talking, the young master from an unknown branch of the Jin tribe loosened his hand, and the rod-shaped telekinesis shield fell into Shirhao's hand. Shirhao played with it for a while, then disappeared, and was put into the mustard seed pendant. Jin Shao opened his mouth, but didn't say anything after all. He was afraid that he couldn't help cursing, and he could foresee that he would be killed by the beastman's words after cursing. And you, can this broken thing kill people? Don't be ridiculous. While speaking, the leader of the Earth humans loosened his hand, and the laser gun fell into Shirhao's hand. Shirhao turned his back to the beastmen and Jin Shao, holding the laser gun, fiddling with it, and covering the gun body with his mind. I saw several orange-red, short lasers fired continuously, and the beastmen who were holding laser guns and aiming at Shirhao fell to the ground. All of them suffered a fatal blow between their eyebrows. Seeing this, young Master Jin fell to the ground with his legs weak. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm the son of Jin Datong, the most famous branch of the Jin clan. I asked my father to pay money to redeem me. I'm very valuable. Seeing that Shirhao didn't say anything, and was still fiddling with the laser gun in his hand, young Master Jin continued to speak incoherently. I can tell you valuable information about hunting Earthlings. Hearing this, Shirhao raised his foot and kicked young Master Jin to the ground. He cursed and said, I'm a fucking beastman. I don't care about the life and death of the human race. You said that the information you told me about the human race is useless? At this point, Shirhao looked at the humans and stretched out his hand. The laser guns of the other people all flew into Shirhao's hands. This was one of his abilities after the upgrade. Then, the laser gun disappeared. He pointed at the humans and said, You are responsible for asking this guy's father to send 100,000 purple crystal coins. If he can send it, it means he is a member of the Jin tribe, not a spy who wants to infiltrate our beast tribe. If he can't send it, it means he is a human who is preparing to infiltrate our beast tribe. In that case, both you and him will die. Shirhao said viciously. I only care about the result, not the means. Hearing Shirhao's words, the body of the young Master Jin trembled even more. Chapter 257. Shirhao didn't care whether the human race could enter the green level planet or be converted into a gold race member, he just wanted to beat them up. Those beastmen died inexplicably. If there was a ghost, they would definitely become cowards. Those humans and Jin Shao were also in a confused state. Shirhao easily seized control of Jin Shao's cube-shaped jump starship, and then sucked those humans and Jin Shao into the starship. They felt that this beastman had a strange temper, but was very strong, a little too strong compared to the beastmen. Just when those humans were at a loss, Shirhao glared at them, and said fiercely, Why are you standing there like an idiot? Are you waiting for me to feed you? Go and talk to Jin Shao quickly. How can you find his father as quickly as possible? Are there any other valuable treasures and information? When you are done, send 100,000 purple crystal coins, treasures, and information to Master Jin. Hurry up, you don't have much time. Seeing this, those humans quickly took Jin Shao to the side and started intimate communication. Soon, the leader of the humans came over and reported that Jin Shao had given his family's contact information and also provided the location information of a mustard stone, which was just discovered. With Jin Shao's prompt, Shirhao found a star map mark on the star map of this starship. There was nothingness there, and Jin Shao noted that it was a frequent area of space-time turbulence. There is a high probability of mustard stone appearing in places with a lot of space-time turbulence. This is no secret. However, a single or several randomly appearing space-time turbulences are not of much value and may cause unpredictable hazards. Space-time turbulence is a rare place. Although it will disappear after a while, it may not disappear. This aroused Shirhao's greater interest. Master Jin, the rest is about the information about hunting Earthlings. I will not report it. The Earthling said at last. Speaking, I see that you are calm in the face of danger, and are also a talent. Did you come to the Silver region from Shirhao's hometown? Shirhao deliberately asked this. Compared with other news, the news of the human race is what he wants to hear most. Yes, this is no longer a secret. On the contrary, we are proud of being Earthlings. Boy, don't praise you for a few words, you will breathe. Be careful, or I will send you to the space-time turbulence. Shirhao has already penetrated into the role of Master Jin. Tell me, this news is just for fun. If others ask, I don't know how to show my ability as Master Jin. After Shirhao finished speaking, he closed his eyes slightly, and pricked up his ears. Seeing this, the human told the news given by Master Jin one by one. Young Master Jin got the news from his father. Although his father was from a branch family, he was very capable, and was highly valued by some people in the direct family. This time, hunting down Earthlings with the Beast Men was the mission that young Master Jin's father received. It was said that if a real Earthling was captured, 100 amethyst coins would be rewarded. Young Master Jin was also quite smart. He joined forces with a group of Beast Men he had won over before, and went to the boundless battlefield to capture Earthlings. He got a secret weapon specially made by the Jin clan from his father. This weapon can easily seize control of the human race's starship. It is said that it was realized by Jin Yuan, the elder of the Jin clan, when he was hunting down Shirhao, the former patriarch of the human race. With this secret weapon, the beast men disguised themselves as humans, so that they could approach the human group in the boundless battlefield and identify their identities. After more than 10 days, Earth calendar, of observation and tracking, the beast men and Jin Shao seized the starship of the human group and forced them to the asteroid. Jin Shao heard from his father that the hunting of the Earthlings was a decision made by Li Kun and the Jin clan in collusion. The bounty of 100 purple crystal coins was also borne by Li Kun and the Jin clan. It was no secret in the Silver Domain that the Jin clan assassinated Shirhao, assisted Li Kun in seizing power, and wanted to turn the human race led by Li Kun into a puppet race of the Jin clan. And Li Kun's token of surrender was the human martial arts and skills. Since he seized power, he has contributed all the human skills to the Jin clan. The Jin clan immediately organized people to study the human martial arts and skills. Except for some martial arts that can be practiced, all skills are just waste paper with Yen country characters recorded for them. The Gold clan, as well as other races that entered the sequence in the Silver Domain, all set people to transform into human bodies, hoping to find the secrets of the human body, and then crack the secrets of the human martial arts and skills. The results were all failures without exception. It's not that they didn't have any results. Due to different ways of thinking and cultural systems, many people, although they have human bodies, can't understand the tricks of cultivation. Their brain circuits are completely different from those of humans, and they can't reach the same height as humans even with starships. Li Kun himself also knows the importance of practicing martial arts, internal strength and telekinesis, so he worshipped famous teachers and practiced every day. Although there were results, it was definitely not outstanding. To put it bluntly, Li Kun has no talent for cultivation. However, there are countless people on Earth and their descendants who excel in martial arts and cultivation techniques. On the one hand, Li Kun was angry, and on the other hand, he was afraid that too many powerful people on Earth would threaten his position. He told this idea to the Jin clan, and the Jin clan had made no progress in their research on the human cultivation techniques. After the two sides conspired, they began to kill the Earthlings. At the beginning, they did it very secretly, and only targeted human masters. As things developed, Li Kun and the Jin clan's conspiracy was exposed, and they simply tore their faces apart and hunted down all the Earthlings. A large part of the Earthlings stayed in the solar system, and Li Kun blocked the passage for the Earthlings to enter the Silver region. Some of the Earthlings in the Silver region swore to be loyal to Li Kun until death. If these people want to practice Yin country's martial arts and cultivation techniques, they must apply to Li Kun and report to him. Another part of the Earthlings followed Wang Guiyong's faction to evacuate Nyanyan Star and Sanyu Star, and disappeared. When Li Kun and the Jin clan's conspiracy was exposed, many Earthlings were secretly transferred. Although there is no direct evidence, this should be done by Wang Guiyong's faction. When Shirhao heard that Wang Guiyong had safely evacuated half of the Earthlings, his worries were reduced by half. We humans have already mastered the situation that young Master Jin said, but this is the first time we have encountered that secret weapon. After the human finished speaking, he stood aside and said nothing. King Kun is very cruel and ruthless. I am too kind and can't do it. Shirhao looked calm and said this lightly, but in fact, he was almost biting his teeth. We will send Li Kun to hell sooner or later, and make him kneel there forever to apologize like Qin Hui. What's your name? Xing Fei. You seem to be very determined. There must be someone behind you, right? Call your leader and pay the ransom. Xing Fei was stunned for a while when he heard Shirhao's words. He thought that we were chatting well, but he changed his personality. This guy is so moody. We would rather die than let our captain take risks. Haha, you are quite loyal. If you are not afraid that the message will not be delivered, it will not be just a matter of you dying. There should be tens of thousands of people caught because of the secret weapon. I just want money. It is my credit that you found out the message. Otherwise, you would all be dead now. I got the message for you and asked you to pay me. Isn't that good? Good. Xing Fei said subconsciously, and then realized that it was wrong. Since you think it is good, I think it is even better. Stop talking nonsense. Send someone to find the father of Mr. Jean and your captain. I just want money. Shirhao stared at Xing Fei and said with a smile. Xing Fei looked at his fake smile, clenched his fist, and finally retreated dejectedly and found two teammates to explain the matter. Chapter 258. Shirhao did not drive the starship to transfer as Xing Fei imagined, but waited quietly in the same place. Xing Fei thought that although this Mr. Jin was moody, he at least saved a few of his people. Now he just asked us to pay for information that was beneficial to the human race. This person was still good. Thinking of this, he took the initiative to walk in front of Shirhao and said, Mr. Jin, I know you are very powerful, but I still want to remind you that it is best to transfer the starship to avoid being surrounded by others. What is surrounding by surrounding? I just said that the captain should pay for the information, and when he has bought the information, he will leave first. Of course, it would be best if you can let us go together. If you don't want to let us go, you are not allowed to embarrass our captain after receiving the money. We promise to stay. Xing Fei's explanation made Shirhao look at him with a higher opinion. Grandpa Jin, am I such an untrustworthy person? Shirhao stood up, stretched his head, and said to Xing Fei condescendingly. Xing Fei retreated with an embarrassed but polite smile, as if he had done something wrong. 2 or 3 days later, the person Xing Fei sent to find their captain came back first. The two of them whispered for a while, and Xing Fei walked toward Shirhao. Grandpa Jin, our captain is already outside, and he wants to come in to visit you. Shirhao called himself a grandfather, and the name of Grandpa Jin sounded old, so Xing Fei preconceived that Shirhao was an old man. I saw him, he's coming in. Shirhao's mind swept over, and Xing Fei's captain was sucked in by the starship. The captain didn't react for a while. The position he was standing in was very particular, just outside the transmission limit of this cube starship. After Shirhao's powerful mind power, the starship's transmission range was expanded, and he was easily sucked in. After a short period of trance, the captain's expression immediately returned to normal, and he bowed to Shirhao. Hello, Master Jin, thank you for saving our team's life. Although Xing Fei had explained it, he couldn't resist the sharp eyes of their captain, and the man said overtold everything. Master Jin, this is 3,000 purple crystal coins. Just consider it as a deposit for buying news. To be honest, this is all my belongings in order to prepare supplies for my brothers. That news is not too much for 10,000 purple crystal coins. Next time, I will definitely make up for Master General. The captain's face was ashamed when he spoke. Logically speaking, the information was not worth 3,000 purple crystal coins, but he offered 10,000 to buy his brother's life. The shame on his face was because he felt sorry for his brother, not because he did not give Shirhao enough 10,000 purple crystal coins. I don't like to owe others money, nor do I like others to owe me money. The captain blushed when he heard Shirhao's words, and was about to say something when he was interrupted by Shirhao. I will accept these 3,000 purple crystal coins, and you don't owe me money, so that I don't have to keep track of the accounts and have a headache. Shirhao tapped his forehead gently while speaking. The captain turned his head and looked at Xing Fei, who curled his lips at him and shrugged. It means that there is no way. This guy is so moody. Xing Fei, when will the person who went to tell Jin Xiao's father come back? Shirhao asked without raising his head, rubbing the purple crystal coins in his hand. Soon, Master General. The distance is 1/3 farther than going to find our captain. If you do a good job, how much will I give you if you can really get 100,000 purple crystal coins? After all, this is our common business. Shirhao stood up and looked at Xing Fei and his captain. Master Jin, I dare not. This is all Master Jin's credit. Xing Fei's captain waved his hands and refused hurriedly. He just wanted to take his brothers back safely. What? Look down on me? Just now Xing Fei felt that Master Jin was untrustworthy, and I was very angry. Now you think Master Jin is domineering? Shi Hao said as he raised his right foot and stepped on the chair. His domineering spirit was self-evident. If I get 100,000, I will give you 1, 2, 3, 4, let's say 40%. If I give you too much, I will suffer a loss. After all, I was the one who saw through their conspiracy and arrested the people. Do you agree or not? Shi Hao looked at Xing Fei and his captain with a serious face. Do we agree or disagree? Xing Fei's captain didn't know Shi Hao's temper, so he had to look at Xing Fei and asked. Agree, we agree. Xing Fei hurriedly replied, this guy is easy to get angry, so he had to go along with it. Master Jin, since we have taken the money, we have to do it well. If we need to kill, capture, and rescue people later, just tell us. Xing Fei's captain was also very sensible, and hurriedly patted his chest to express his position. After waiting for more than a day, the other person came back with an injured arm. It seemed that Jin Shao's father was quite unhappy after hearing the news. When Xing Fei was about to ask questions, Shi Hao felt that a powerful force was driving his thoughts away from the starship. This feeling was very similar to when he was intercepted. At that time, he was caught in a thought. This time, after Shi Hao found something wrong, he immediately strengthened his mind power, squeezed the power back, and firmly grasped the control of the starship. After the counterattack was successful, Shi Hao started the starship and then made several jumps in succession. Shi Hao's mind locked a system-level jump starship, and under the movement of mind, the cube starship stopped next to the starship. Then, Shi Hao's figure disappeared. He had destroyed the protection system of the starship with his powerful mind power. It was destruction rather than cracking, full of violence. A chubby, round Jin clan member opened his mouth and looked at Shi Hao standing in front of him. Shi Hao pointed his index finger at his forehead, and the Jin clan member lost control of the starship. In order to prevent the starship from sending out a distress signal, Shi Hao put it into the mustard seed pendant with his mind. He pulled the Jin tribe member back to Jin Shao's cube starship. Old man, you must be the father of this kid, right? Shi Hao pointed at Jin Shao, who was kneeling on the ground. You are a beast man, but you dare to kidnap us, the Jin people. You are tired of living. The people sent by Xing Fei will definitely not tell Jin Shao's father about Shi Hao's situation. The Jin people have always bullied all races on the yellow level planet, including the human race now. When will it be the turn of the beast men to show off their power? It's simply a bold move against the domain master. You are still so arrogant, and you still feel superior? Did you bring 100,000 purple crystal coins? Shi Hao patted Jin Shao's bald head while talking. You? Jin Shao's father had just said one word when he was hit hard on the head. Another one. Shi Hao felt that the fight was very satisfying, and felt that he had successfully shaped his beastman, who was arrogant, moody, and dared to kill people for money. In the starship, Jin Shao's father stopped talking nonsense and hurriedly told the whereabouts of the purple crystal coins, while a large bag of purple crystal coins appeared in front of Shi Hao. Jin Shao's father was afraid that the robbers would not want the purple crystal card, so he also prepared 100,000 purple crystal coins in cash, and decided to give the card or cash depending on the situation. As Shi Hao moved his mind, the bag was divided into two parts. The smaller part flew in front of Xing Fei and the others, and the larger part was put into the mustard pendant by Shi Hao. Okay, my business is over, and your business seems to be unresolved. The venue is left to you. After Shi Hao finished speaking, he walked to the side and found a chair to sit down as if nothing had happened. Can I sit on the side and watch the show? Shi Hao raised his head to ask Xing Fei and his captain for their opinions. Master Jin, please go ahead. Master Jin, please take the seat. Xing Fei and his captain looked at the half bag of purple crystal coins in front of them, and their hearts were filled with joy. Their admiration for Shi Hao was like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. Shi Hao did not move, but sat on the side and pretended to watch the show. It would be perfect if he could wrap melon seeds. Seeing this, Xing Tian's captain bowed to Shi Hao, and then sat on the chair where Shi Hao had just sat. He knew that the father and son of the Jin clan were both hunting down the humans on Earth, and he wanted to see if he could find out the whereabouts of the captured humans on Earth. Xing Fei and his captain took turns to interrogate, but Jin Shao's father never spoke. After a few hours, there was still no progress. Shi Hao shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying, "You are too stupid. I wanted to watch the show, but I almost fell asleep. Do you need Master Jin to help? But I will charge you. Shihao said excitedly, and even counted money with his fingers. Xing Fei and his captain looked at each other. Xing Fei's captain stood up and said, "Thank you, Master Jin. This information is valuable. 5,000 purple crystal coins, no bargaining." Shihao looked at Xing Fei's captain, stretched out a palm, and opened his rootless fingers. "No problem." After Shihao's deep torture of telekinesis, after more than 10 minutes, the detailed location of the hidden people was found out, and the guard information was also obtained. "Do you need my help to save people?" 5,000 purple crystal coins, no bargaining. Without waiting for Xing Fei to talk to his captain, Shihao quoted a price for the new problem. In order to avoid casualties, Shihao must go. Xing Fei and his captain looked at each other as they did before, and then nodded affirmatively. Chapter 259. No matter how he behaves, Shihao has no burden in his heart. Others can only see that he is a fake, but if he doesn't say it, no one knows that he is Shihao. Jin Ye's identity as a beastman collapsed, so he disguised himself as other races such as the Zerg, Giant Lizard, and even the Golden Clan, but he couldn't disguise himself as a feathered race. At the beginning, Zhao Qing couldn't make such realistic feather wings. "Jin Yi, my name is Ruan Fan. I beg you to continue to help us rescue the captured humans." Ruan Fan felt that although this Jin Yi had an unpredictable temper, he had no ill will towards the human race as a whole, and he helped intentionally or unintentionally. He also understood that saving people could not be a mistake. Jin Yi's strength was unfathomable, and he was very happy to be able to take the initiative to help. Ruan Fan pushed the small, half bag of purple crystal coins in front of Shihao and said, "Master Jin, these purple crystal coins are all for you. I hope you can do your best to rescue as many of our compatriots as possible." Seeing this, Shihao rolled his eyes and looked at Ruan Fan and said, "Do you think I like to eat soft rice? I said 5,000 purple crystal coins for each sale, and I will never bargain. Add the 5,000 purple crystal coins just now, a total of 10,000 purple crystal coins. I took it myself." Shihao waved his hand while speaking, and the half bag of purple crystal coins was reduced by a quarter. Ruan Fan was choked and speechless. He had a headache when he heard the word soft rice. He didn't know what his parents thought when they gave him such a name. According to his father, when he was naming him, he saw words such as extraordinary, extraordinary, and extraordinary, and felt that the word fan was very suitable. Unexpectedly, the meaning of the homophonic word soft rice gradually changed. "Put away this bag. It's annoying and annoying." Shihao stood up and kicked the bag with his foot, saying to Ruan Fan and Xing Fei. In order to facilitate the arrest, Li Kun and the Jin clan bought several planets at the junction of the Silver Domain and the Boundless Battlefield distributed along the long border. If they wantonly killed the Earthlings, it would definitely violate the Silver Domain law. They knew this, so they wanted to lock up the Earthlings first, and then find a way to deal with them. There were 3 planets where Jin Shao's father often went to lock up the Earthlings. After catching the Earthlings, they would go to the planet closest to them. These 3 planets belonged to different star systems, and Shihao did not act rashly. "Captain Ruan, do you have any contact with other human forces?" Shihao pondered for a while, and asked with a serious face. "We are all in single-line contact, and can't find other teams." Hearing Ruan Fan's answer, Shihao was not surprised. If the teams could contact each other, it would be abnormal, and it would easily cause a group annihilation. "Your superiors should be able to be contacted, right? My third brother Sun Ba Ren has some friendship with your clan leader Shur on Yin Star. He was fortunate to receive martial arts from clan leader Shur, so I will help you." Just now, young Master Jin's father confessed that there are 7 planets holding Earthlings at the border of the Silver region, belonging to 7 galaxies, and spanning 3 constellations. If you want to rescue all the Earthlings on the 7 planets, you can't do it alone. Shihao understood that when they rescued people from one planet, other planets would soon get the news, which might anger Li Kun and the Jin clan, so they had to plan for the long term. Hearing Shihao's words, Ruan Fan was skeptical. He knew that Shihao had established his foothold on Yin Star when he first arrived in Emu. As for Ba Ran's affairs, he didn't know. "Master Jin, I'm going to report to the higher-ups. Go find your boss. Don't waste time at each level, or you can only rescue corpses," Shihao said without raising his head. After that, Shihao teleported Ruan Fan to where he was standing before. Ruan Fan put on his wings and flew back. Soon, Ruan Fan flew back. Shihao sucked him in directly. "Master Jin, General Lian will come to visit you right away. Is it okay? You're so nagging, like a woman. No matter who it is, come whenever you want." Is my master Jin so cruel and inhospitable? When Shi Hao heard the 3 words General Liang, he thought to himself, could it be Liang Wenlong? But his face did not change as he scolded Ruan Fan, and the fat on his face trembled a few times. Go ahead, bring your people with you. I'm tired of pulling people. After Shi Hao finished speaking, Ruan Fan was teleported out again. Then he sat down and closed his eyes to rest, but he was actually using his mind to explore the nearby area. After 3,800 years of continuous practice, Shi Hao's mind can already cover a galaxy. This time, only a dozen hours later, Shi Hao saw Ruan Fan leading a person over. They should be riding a system-level jump starship, or the person was not far from here. Shi Hao's mind was strengthened, and the person's face was clearly visible. It was indeed Liang Wenlong. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then pulled the 2 in. Liang Wenlong was wearing casual clothes, his face showed a resolute look, and his aura was very strong. He walked in front of Shi Hao, bowed slightly, and said to Shi Hao, Wenlong is here to thank Master Jin for their help. Shi Hao raised his eyelids and asked, You are their leader? Can you make the decision? Yes, I can make the decision for them. Liang Wenlong's eyes showed determination, and he answered affirmatively. Okay, then let's talk about the price alone, and let them go first. Shi Hao finished speaking, and before Liang Wenlong could say anything, he teleported everyone else out. Jin Xiao and his father were locked in a separate room. The starships of the Jin clan all had this kind of cell-like setting. Master Jin. Liang Wenlong saw this, and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Shi Hao, who stood up. Wenlong, it's me. Shi Hao restored his voice to its original state, but did not remove his disguise. Liang Wenlong was shocked as soon as he heard the voice he had been waiting for 3,800 years, and then looked at the beast man in front of him in disbelief. Wenlong, you killed someone to avenge your sister Liang Pan, and then I brought you to Silver Domain. It seems that I didn't make a mistake. Not many people knew that Liang Wenlong avenged his sister, and even fewer knew his sister's name. Shi Hao said this to prove his identity. Captain, you are finally back. Liang Wenlong's nose was sore, and he almost cried. I just got out of trouble, and don't want others to know that I am back, so you just need to know it, don't tell anyone. Shi Hao explained to Liang Wenlong. Yes, Captain. Liang Wenlong stood up and answered decisively, his tone full of vitality. Young Master Jin and his father, who were captured this time, provided a lot of information. They confessed that there are a total of 7 planets, where they have captured Earthlings. In order to avoid more trouble, we need to launch attacks on these 7 planets at the same time. There are about 10,000 garrisons on each planet, a small number of whom are from the Jin tribe, and most of whom are from Likun. I don't know much about the Jin tribe and Likun's men. Tell me about them, and then we will formulate a plan to ensure that the attack is successful. Shi Hao and Liang Wenlong sat opposite each other and discussed the details. According to Liang Wenlong, in order to ensure that his men would swear allegiance to him and would not betray him, Li Kun used memory conversion and body conversion to enhance the strength of his men. When converting the body and memory, the improved version of the Wu's Dao control system was loaded at the same time, and all these people became Li Kun's death warriors. Li Kun had no talent in martial arts and cultivation of skills, so he began to restrict his men from practicing martial arts and skills. This resulted in Li Kun's subordinates' telekinesis being generally weak, but their weapons and equipment were very sophisticated. These weapons and equipment had been improved by Jin clan experts, and their overall performance had doubled, which ensured that Li Kun's arbitrary and strong suppression policy could continue. The telekinesis of the Jin clan was stronger than that of Li Kun's subordinates, but the strength was limited. They mainly relied on particle guns and particle cannons controlled by telekinesis to gain combat advantage. Captain, since the Jin clan and the Beast clan pretended to be humans to hunt down the Earthlings, can we also send people to these planets and try to rescue them? Liang Wenlong proposed his own plan, which seemed to be the best way to break the gap at present. It's not impossible to send someone to sneak in, but the number of people who sneak in is limited after all. If we can't hit them with one strike, we will alert them. Shi Hao paced back and forth, suddenly stopped, and then said, Wenlong, how strong is your telekinesis compared to Li Kun's subordinates? At least twice as strong as theirs. Liang Wenlong is not good at boasting, so he was a little conservative. In fact, it is 3 to 5 times stronger. Do you have their weapons? Hearing Shi Hao's question, Liang Wenlong immediately had a cylindrical weapon in his hand, which was a laser gun improved by the Jin clan. Equip yourself, and then fire. Chapter 260. Liang Wenlong put his arm into the cylinder, then raised his arm, aimed at a chair, and tried to activate the launch with his mind, but failed. Liang Wenlong was suspicious, checked the gun body and the safety, and then tried to activate the launch again. The laser gun still did not move. He carefully felt the activation process and felt that his mind seemed to be blocked by something, and he could not touch the mind switch of the laser gun at all. It seems that it is feasible to seize the control of weapons with the mind. Shihao saw Liang Wenlong's reaction, and knew that he could no longer control the activation of this laser gun. "Captain, your mind power is so strong? You seized my mind control silently. Wenlong, combined with the plan you just proposed, I think we can do this." Shihao did not answer Liang Wenlong's question. After verifying that it was effective, he already had an overall rescue plan. First, he would still send a small number of people according to Liang Wenlong's method to sneak into the 7 planets as internal response. Shihao will drive the system-level jump starship and seize the weapons and communication control of each planet according to the sequence of the planets. Those unarmed Jin people and Likuan subordinates will be like toothless tigers and will not pose any threat. Liang Wenlong organized his men to launch raids on the 7 planets in turn to rescue the captured Earthlings. Although he has never tried it, Shihao is very confident in controlling the telekinetic weapons and equipment on a planet at the same time. The past 3,800 years have not been in vain. "Captain, how do we deal with the Jin people and Likuan subordinates?" "Kill all the Jin people without mercy, and those who borrow the bodies of humans to participate in the capture of Earthlings will be killed without mercy. As for the humans bewitched by Likuan, those who can be saved, and those who cannot be saved, you can do whatever you want." Shihao also thought about killing all of Likuan's subordinates, but he still couldn't make up his mind. After the two men finished discussing, Shihao teleported Liang Wenlong outside the starship to meet up with Ruan Fan, Xing Fei and others. Liang Wenlong explained a few words to Ruan Fan, Xing Fei and others, and then left alone. Shihao teleported Ruan Fan and others in again. "Master Jin, General Liang told us to obey your orders. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west." Ruan Fan also understood Shihao's temper, and began to make fun of him, but he didn't say the next sentence, "If you tell us to chase dogs, we will never chase chickens," because he was afraid that Master Jin, who was a beast man, would not understand. Shihao did not respond, maintaining his strange temper and aloof and unapproachable personality, sitting there and continuing to rest with his eyes closed. 10 days later, Liang Wenlong came back. "Master Jin, please move to my starship, we are ready to set off." As soon as he was teleported to the starship, he gave Ruan Fan and Xing Fei a task and asked them to stay and guard Jin Xiao and his son and the starship. "Soft rice, keep an eye on them for me, Master Jin. I will discuss their merits with them after I come back." I don't know if Master Jin did it on purpose or if it was a problem with his accent, but it sounded like soft rice, but Ruan Fan was used to it. "Captain, the personnel have gathered near the 7 planets." Liang Wenlong began to report as soon as he entered the starship. According to the investigation, the conditions of the 7 planets are basically similar, all of which are rock planets. These planets have not participated in the raiding, and all have indigenous races. These planets were bought in the name of the Jin clan. A total of 380,000 people from Earth are imprisoned on the 7 planets, with an average of more than 50,000 people on each planet. They are all imprisoned together, which makes it easier to rescue them. The 7 assault teams are dispatched by Heiyu. "Captain, I did not tell Heiyu about your return without your permission." Liang Wenlong was very efficient, and completed the work of infiltration, investigation, and dispatching troops in 10 days. "You can reveal it to Heiyu when the time comes." Shihao was not so entangled in his disguise. "Let's go!" Liang Wenlong's starship is a system-level jump starship, and it is a new model in the past 500 years. After thinking about it, the system-level jump starship that Shihao bought and the starship of Jin Xiao's father are not suitable for this rescue. If he uses the one bought by Shihao, he is afraid of exposing the news of his return. If he uses the one bought by Jin Xiao's father, he is afraid of arousing suspicion. It is still best to use Liang Wenlong's starship. Because of the change, the human race's own starship manufacturing research is at a standstill, which is also what the Jin clan likes to see. Soon, they arrived near the first planet. In order to achieve the best effect, Shihao left the starship and floated cross-legged in the void. More than 50,000 Earthlings and 10,000 guards gathered together, and Shihao easily found the location. Shihao did not rush to act, but calmed down and felt it. Every telekinetic switch appeared in his mind: laser guns, laser cannons, particle cannons, various starships, and some other telekinetic weapons or equipment. These telekinetic switches have universal codes, just like the telekinetic activation devices of Li Kun's subordinates have the same code. If someone picks it up, it can be easily fired. If the enemy picks it up, it cannot be activated and launched. Of course, if you meet an expert who can reset the password, it is another matter. People with weak telekinesis are like ordinary computers. It is difficult to crack the password. Sherhao's telekinesis strength is like a super quantum computer. It takes only a few minutes to crack the password. In this way, a strange scene appeared on the first planet. All weapons, equipment, and telekinesis activation device passwords of starships were reset. Sherhao told the password to Liang Wenlong, and Liang Wenlong told those who mixed in as insiders. At the same time, Hey, you received Liang Wenlong's order and assembled nearby troops to start a raid on the first planet. There were troops raiding outside, and inside there were insiders who opened the prison and told everyone the telekinesis activation passwords of weapons and equipment. Before the raiding troops landed, the Earthlings below had already begun to capture the Jin people and those under Li Kun. Sherhao originally wanted to stop them from using weapons, but he snatched the weapons, greatly reducing the difficulty of rescue. After resetting the password, Sherhao did not stay for long. After entering the starship, Liang Wenlong controlled the starship to start the jump and flew to the second planet. The second, third, fourth, seventh planets were all followed by the same method, and all the captured Earthlings were easily rescued. No one died or was injured, which was a miracle. Those who participated in the interrogation of the Jin people and other people such as the beasts, feathers and giant lizards were executed on the spot after being interrogated and recorded as evidence. Some of Li Kun's loyal subordinates and capable generals wanted to resist, but they were burned to charcoal. As for the raiding troops, starting from the third planet, Liang Wenlong notified He Yu to stop the action and did not participate. The rest of the work was left to others to do. Liang Wenlong sent Sherhao back to the vicinity of Jin Xiao's cube starship, and then asked Ruan Fan and Xing Fei to send Jin Xiao and his father to his starship according to Sherhao's instructions. Mr. Jin, how do you feel? Sherhao looked at Jin Xiao's father Jin Datong and asked with a smile. Jin Datong looked at Sherhao, furious and indignant. It seems that Mr. Jin is still quite courageous. Only the Death Star can accompany you. Sherhao was about to take Jin Datong and his son out. Jin Datong's fat body was very flexible, and he knelt on the ground like an agile monkey. Master Jen, please be magnanimous and let me and my son go. I will give you 100,000 purple crystal coins. No, 300,000 purple crystal coins. Master Jen, I can't take out more. I promise I will never embarrass Master Jen afterwards. Jin Datong felt aggrieved. It was the first time he met a barbaric beast man who was not afraid of the Jin people. He thought that as long as he could leave alive, he would swear to cut Master Jen in front of him into pieces. You said this, but you may not think so in your heart, right? Do you want to cut me into pieces? Do you want me to die without a burial place? Sherhao looked at Jin Datong, who was kneeling with his head down, and asked with disdain. When Jin Datong heard what Sherhao said, he knew that this guy was not easy to fool, so he kept silent. Master Jin, I will show you a clear way, how about it? Sherhao bent down and looked at Jin Datong, who was dressed in a pitiful suit. Hearing this, Jin Datong raised his head, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Mr. Jen, I will do whatever you say, and I will never break my promise. Promises are useful. What's the point of having a gun? But it's not up to you whether to do it or not, and it's not up to you whether to break your promise or not. I want you to pass on the information of the Jin clan to me, and I will guarantee you a life of wealth and glory. Of course, the information must be true and valuable. I will pay corresponding rewards for different levels of information. Don't think of taking shortcuts. I have my own way of distinguishing. Sherhao looked into Jin Datong's eyes and stated his request. You want me to be a traitor to the Jin clan? A spy for you? Jin Datong asked with wide eyes. He knew in his heart that if he was caught as a spy, his whole family might disappear from the Silver region at any time. But if he didn't agree, he and his son would disappear from the Silver region today.